Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junkies. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, we thank you for doing that. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or a plumber, if somehow you're handier than the Junks, I don't know how that's possible, but if you are, go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team today. You got a 3-man Junks show trying to get you to Thanksgiving, trying to get you to the Turkey Day break in a couple days. You got John Paul Flame right there.
What's up, Casey?
What's up? Eric Pickle right there.
Good morning.
No Jason Bishop over there.
No.
I don't know what he's up to these days.
No.
He's asking for us to pay him for our Survivor pool.
I know.
I sent him the Venmo.
Yeah.
And I did it so quick. I was at the gym.
Uh-huh.
Jason sends his email or group text us. Says, hey, boys, can you pay up $100? And I did it.
Yeah.
And I guess I hit request.
Mm-hmm.
He usually doesn't text back quickly. He texted back. He's like, dude, you hit request.
Yeah.
Like, all right, send.
When I saw that request, I was wishing deep down that I had already somehow paid. But I mean, I didn't really keep track of it. I should have scanned back through my Venmo. But like 6 or 7 hours later, I eventually paid.
He always says we're good at the beginning.
I know. Then you just kick the can.
I
down
knew
the
I
road.
hadn't paid. I just thought that I was still technically alive.
Like most of me knew I had not paid, but I was just holding out hope. Then I realized I was in for a hundo.
So he's doing basically the exact same thing he does even when he's working.
Yeah.
He's still going through his notebooks, checking his Survivor pools,
Yeah, he's
and
like,
all of those pools. That's
you know
his
what
life.
he is? He's a forensic sports betting pool accountant. That's kind of what he is. Like he's got all of his notebooks, kind of like Kevin Spacey in Seven, but he's not a serial killer. He just runs a bunch of pools and keeps all of his notes by hand. Kind of old school.
He's still a paper guy.
That's kind of the way he does it. That's his bit.
And he's an all caps guy. All of his emails are all caps.
That is kind of a weird thing. I'm shocked that he doesn't do all caps in his texts. But yeah, I have noticed he's an all caps email guy, which is the clearest sign of a boomer or somebody around boomer age, just yelling at you with nothing but caps.
Yeah. Well, he's not yelling.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
But he's not.
he's not. But he's just
just lazy and stupid.
He's a little clueless when it comes to sending emails.
Yeah. Whatever.
Well, we were talking about emails before the show. EB said he has nearly 3,000 unread emails.
Yeah, I gave up on email. I gave up on it a few months ago. I basically don't check it.
I'm pretty sure my Yahoo account has about 110,000 emails in it. Think about that number, 110,000.
Yeah. So I was going through it like every week and then just hitting delete all.
Right.
But I have stopped doing that. Or not delete all, just mark all as read.
Yeah. I think I made a very small dent yesterday when I went through a dozen emails that I know I never read, never click on. So I hit unsubscribe, and there is a nice option where it says, do you want to delete all of the messages from this sender?
Oh, that's nice.
And it's like, okay, yes. And then like it says 89 messages deleted or 250 messages deleted. But again, it's the tip of the iceberg. You got 110,000.
Because the problem is now that everybody, it's unavoidable. We all use Amazon and other things to a lesser extent than others, but you just get emails from crap you have no interest in, and it's never ending.
The ones that are
never ending,
even more annoying, are spam text messages.
Yeah,
and it's not from political sites. It's hey, we're interested in your property. Here's the address. I've never heard of the address. They think my name is Ethan. My name last time I checked, it's not Ethan. I blocked the number, yet it keeps coming back. Spammers, they're just relentless.
Yeah.
They're like Arkansas basketball 40 minutes of hell defense. Nobody gets that reference. You guys get it. Because you're my age.
I get the spam phone calls.
Yeah, I don't get those. I would never answer.
Between 10 and 11, I get something about, it's always an offer, some sort of tax offer or some sort of money offer.
Bad. If it says spam risk, I mean, you're not and
a lot of times
that, are you?
No, a lot of times the phone call. No, but they'll leave a message, and I'll sometimes read the message. It talks about my business, which I don't have a business. They're offering me something for my biz.
So I never set up my email, or my voicemail. I haven't set up voicemail in probably 10, 15 years.
I have a voicemail, but I might as well not. Like somebody could leave me a voicemail today saying they've left me $10 million in a safety deposit box in a bank, and it could be legit. It could be all above board, and I would never know about it.
Does anybody still do ringtones? I feel like Cakes used to have ringtones.
I do not have a ringtone. My wife has a ringtone.
Really? What is it? It's got to be embarrassing.
Her ringtone is a song from Twilight. So yeah, it's probably a little embarrassing.
Jeez.
But
that's a 20-year-old reference.
Yeah, it's old. I used to be big into ringtones. Big. Like back when we had like flip phones and razor phones. Oh, I used to have the latest ringtone.
Well, shocker. I never hear my phone vibrate or anything. My wife has to call me 9 times before I can ever.
My phone is never on ring.
It's always on ring.
It's always on silent.
Mine's always on vibrate.
Yeah.
And I never feel it vibrate.
Right.
And I always pick it up, and there'll be 3 missed calls from my wife, and she's basically given up on contacting me.
Well, actually,
it's like impossible.
Actually, using your phone to talk to another human is, in my opinion, highly overrated.
I know. I don't.
Your phone is for texting. Your phone is for texting another human being.
Yeah.
It's not for picking it up. Oh, hey, how you doing?
It's really.
Where are you at? What are you doing today? Who does that?
It gets to the point there when I get a call. Like I told you this before. My son calls me and goes, "Are you all right? You in jail? Like,
right?
Everything okay? Did someone die?
Right?
Because you just don't get calls.
Sure. You generally get text.
Now my daughter's different with my wife, and they, like I tell you, they're on FaceTime hours at a time. You know, they just put it on in the kitchen while they're doing stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's a girl thing. I can't do. I talk to her, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hang up.
But
what else am I gonna say?
But the funny part is, like, I know that, like, back in like high school, like when I had a high school girlfriend, I'd be on the phone for an hour.
Yeah,
I'd be on the phone for 90 minutes.
You were just discovering
I was
your
smitten. Yeah, I was smitten.
Yeah.
But now, like, I mean,
speaking of,
the thought of an hour and a half phone conversation makes me want to drive off a cliff.
Ben, I found Ben on Twitter somehow, and I followed Ben. Did you notice I followed you, Ben? Was that a thrill for you?
Yeah, I saw that.
High profile follow.
I'm sure I
most famous follower I have now.
I'm sure I've just made your day. But I said, oh, I should follow Ben. And then I saw, were you out there with your girlfriend at the Caps?
Yeah.
Dude, he outkicked his coverage.
He had seats on the glass, too.
Yeah, good. I'm telling you, I mean, I think Ben's probably about 6, maybe, at best. Your girl, yeah, you did good.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very well.
I guess she likes unfunny dudes.
Yeah, she must.
Yeah, is she funny?
Yeah, much more funny than me.
Maybe we'll introduce her to Big John. She'd love him. She'd love that guy.
Big John would crush her.
If
he fell in her, she'd die.
Yeah, was she a Maryland girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. She a Terp?
She a Terp.
She a Terp.
She a Terp. Is she a sorority girl?
No.
Does she love Mike Loxley?
No. She doesn't care about football.
Okay.
Does she care about it? Was she a hockey girl?
Her sister's the big fan. That's why they go every year to get those seats. I was moving like prime Mike Marr yesterday. All the freebies, the free food.
Perfect.
It was the best thing ever.
You
take advantage of that.
Caesar's Lounge or whatever they call it now.
Yeah. It's like United Club.
Uh-huh.
Kind of like at the airport situation, basically. Good. And now I'm 4-0 in my life at Caps games. So somebody send me
You're
tickets.
the good luck charm.
4-0.
Wait, who that? So
that's impressive.
So I got to thank Jim Vinstone. He did come through. I got my little, what are those sweets called, Cakes?
They're called the Vault Suites.
Right. It's awesome.
Supposed to be ridiculous.
Take my family, or at least a few of them, tomorrow. Who do we play?
Yeah, who are the Caps playing, EB?
I don't know. I'm
going to give you. I'm going to see if you can figure out who they're playing.
It's a waste of time.
They're playing.
Just tell me.
They're playing a Canadian team.
The Oilers.
Incorrect.
Canadians.
Incorrect.
Maple Leafs.
Incorrect.
I'm about out of them.
They're playing the Winnipeg Jets.
I could have gone through 700 cities and never got it.
But I figured Winnipeg's probably at the bottom.
Are they any good?
I have no idea. I'd have to look at the standings to figure out if they're good or not.
Right.
I'm going to guess they're kind of middling.
So we're a little bit on a heater. I know we lost a couple days ago.
1-4-5.
But won last night again.
1-4-5 thanks to unfunny Ben Strober over there.
Right. All right. So I should expect good things then.
Well, I mean, you should expect good things if you bring Ben along with you as your +1.
I'd rather, maybe. Do you go to a lot of games?
He just told you he's been to 4.
No. I mean, like, do you only go to games that you work?
At this point, basically.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben outkicked his coverage.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for Ben.
Nice job, Ben. I don't know what you did to bribe her. I don't know if you rented a Lamborghini or something. I don't know what you did, but nice work, buddy.
All right, coming up on a Tuesday pre-Thanksgiving show here with the Junks, you got Von Miller joining us coming up at 9:20. He joins us every week during the Commanders season as they're preparing to take on the Broncos out of the bye. When we come back, we'll get into the Junk Sports page. We'll tell you the status of Jaden Daniels and more. We'll do that next, coming up right here on The Fan. some rat and roll to get you ready for your Thanksgiving in just a few days. Thank you for that, DJ Matt Valdez. Let's get into the Junk Sports page, brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia.
This from Tom Shad and Tashawn Reed, Washington Post. Washington Commanders quarterback Jayden Daniels will return to practice this week, but unlikely to play against the Broncos, according to Coach Dan Quinn. That's what he said yesterday. Daniels already has been cleared to return to practice just 3 weeks after he dislocated that left elbow.
He's not been cleared for contact, so that's the difference. And that's a good way for them to take it out of Jaden's hands. I'm sure Jayden wants to play now. And they're like, yeah, you can practice, but the doctor hasn't cleared you for contact yet. So
looked like a gruesome injury. We've talked about this before, but in the Washington Post article, there's a physician, Keith Meister, who is the team physician for the Rangers, who said dislocations often they're not as bad as they appear.
Right.
The athletes who dislocate an elbow can recover and return to competition in a matter of weeks.
Right. That's what I said. I play his ass. I wish he could play, but to Cakes' point, who's been saying, the Denver defense is particularly good. So I guess you can hold out one more week. And then, everybody's got, killers on defense. Everybody's got somebody that can destroy
the next trip is to Minnesota, and their defense is pretty damn tough too. So it's not like you can just cherry pick.
You can't really
pick your spot where you're going to have him return.
You can't really. But that would give him, if he comes back against Minnesota, give him 5 games, presuming he could stay healthy. And then, hopefully, end the season on a decent note.
Give him some practice reps, too. It looks like Terry McLaurin is inching closer to a return as well. He participated in a light practice on Monday.
It'd be good to see. Remind people why they made a big stink about him in the whole offseason. Get out there and he need him to make some plays these last 6 weeks.
We'll get into it more as we hit the Skins coming up at 7:00. So you did have a Monday Night Football game last night. The Niners improved to 8-4, beat the Panthers 20-9. Man, I thought it was a tough watch. The first drive, the Niners, they hold the ball for basically 10 minutes. It's a Christian McCaffrey drive, throwing to him out of the backfield, runs, and they punch it in, use all that clock. McCaffrey finished with 7 catches for 53 yards to go along with 89 yards rushing and a touchdown on 24 carries. So he touched the ball a lot. But then Brock Purdy threw an interception on the next drive, and the next drive after that, and the next drive after that. But Carolina couldn't capitalize because Bryce Young threw a terrible interception in the end zone, and they just stink.
Well, I think that's eventually why they're going to have to part ways with Bryce Young, because he can have a 450-ish yard passing game last week against Atlanta, and then he just lays an egg on Monday Night Football against a pretty good opponent in the Niners. So, week after week, you need consistency from your quarterback, and he just does not bring that.
We talk about injuries and whether you can use that as an excuse. Niners are 8-4. Don't have Nick Bosa or Warner.
Oh, they're missing a lot of other pieces, too.
That, too.
As you said, though,
but
you
on
got guys
defense,
like Myles Garrett have 16, 17 sacks, and they don't win games. So, it's impactful.
Yeah.
But it's not the most impactful injury.
They also had Mac Jones playing quarterback a lot. Maybe some people want Mac Jones to be the quarterback now when Brock Purdy has a game like that.
Well, that ship has sailed. They gave him the Deshaun Watson deal, right? He got $280 million.
Yeah, he got paid.
Which, by the way, what did you make of that? Because I watched the entire Browns game because I was so kind of interested in the Shador. That Deshaun is in there coaching him up the whole game on the sideline.
Yeah, I just don't think he's ever going to see the field again. But he's probably doing whatever he could do to make sure he gets paid.
Sure. Yeah. He wants those checks to still keep coming in.
Just after the game, I didn't see this, but 49ers wide receiver Juwan Jennings hit Panther safety Trayvon Moehrig with a quick open-handed right cross to the face mask. This was a response because during the game, Moehrig delivered a punch to Jennings' groin.
Well, that,
So he got him back.
Them's fighting words. Like if you get a cheap
It
shot
was
in the groin, like,
it was a direct shot.
yeah.
Kyle Shanahan said it was a cheap shot. He said, I was really proud of Juwan for not losing his mind out there and getting to the sideline.
Right.
This is a question. Do not attack me. It's a question. You need to frame it as a question. Do NFL players, as a rule, do they wear cups or no?
I don't know.
I think it's
good,
optional.
It's a good question. Like,
I
what
just don't
percentage
know.
of
Like I think
guys
some
wear 'em?
guys do, some guys don't.
Maybe some guys. Maybe some of those like linemen do. I have no
think
idea.
My guess is it's a much lower percentage.
Yeah,
especially what it used to be.
Mm-hmm. No idea.
you got to protect yourself.
Yeah, haven't we seen outlines before? If you're wearing a cup, you're not seeing an outline.
Probably
Sometimes we see outlines.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I don't know. Who would be the most likely to wear it? Would like an offensive lineman? You think?
I would guess offensive,
Or they're all
defensive
getting, like,
lineman,
kicked
maybe.
and
But I
punched.
would think like a wide out.
Goo-
That might like slow you down,
Yeah.
like when you're trying to run.
Google says almost no NFL players wear cups.
Really?
Mhm.
And
Okay.
then they used to in the past decade they used to wear them all the time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Because it restricts movement.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Like the big fatties might wear them, but like Jamar Chase probably not wearing a cup. Like he wants to be able to move
Yeah.
and get downfield as quick as possible.
Right.
By the way, Christian McCaffrey through 12 games, 796 rushing yards, 785 receiving yards
What a
with 5
remarkable
games
year.
to play. That projects to another 1,000 season. He'd end up with, if he stays on pace, 1,127 rushing yards, 1,112 receiving yards.
Get a nice moment with one of the guys that did that in Roger Craig before the game last night, who did it for the Niners. I can't remember what year it was. but they-
1985 when Roger Craig did it.
Okay.
Marshall Faulk did it in 1999.
Yeah.
And McCaffrey did it in 2019.
And again, Brian Robinson not putting up huge numbers, but he's as a backup averaging 4.7 yards per carry, and he's definitely carving out a niche for himself.
On
very
that first
solid
drive,
backup.
he came in and was a hammer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely a change of pace back compared to Christian McCaffrey.
Probably the most valuable fantasy football handcuff on the planet, Brian Robinson Jr., in case McCaffrey ever goes down with an injury.
Mhm.
He's been remarkably injury-free this season.
So Carolina had a chance to seize control in the NFC South, but they lose, which means Tampa's still in first. Tampa got good news yesterday. The MRI for Baker Mayfield's shoulder revealed a low-grade AC joint sprain in the left shoulder, but no additional damage. He only played a half in that game against the Rams, and when he threw that Hail Mary at the end of the first half, which was picked off, you saw him just grimace in pain.
Boy, he just dropped to the turf and it was grabbing
And
at
his
shoulder.
throw didn't go very far.
No.
And then, of course, he came back to like watch in the second half with a sling.
Oh, they need him back as soon as possible because his backup is Teddy Bridgewater, and he was stinking on ice in the second half of that game. Don't love that as a backup plan. So we'll have to see. Hopefully, if you're a Bucs fan, you want Baker back as soon as possible.
Sticking in the NFL, Shador Sanders named the starter for this week's game. So you get to watch Shador again, EB.
Mhm.
He seemed to call his shot after the win, and he was kind of defiant. He said, everybody starts at different places. And like I say, just because I didn't get the summer reps, just because I wasn't in the best situation for me to be prepared to go out there and execute from a summer standpoint, that's how life is. Everybody's not in the best situation, but it's no excuse. You got to go out there and perform. There's no choice. There's no question. Nobody cares if this was 1 week of prep. Who cares? So a lot of people want to see me fail, and that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. Was he throwing his coaches under the bus?
In that comment, I didn't hear
A
it.
little bit by saying he's, not put in the best situation. He's kind of highlighting that he got
That's
no
not
reps.
necessarily the coaches. That's the way he was drafted. I don't know if that was the coaches.
I've seen a lot of debate about whether Stefanski was kind of whoring him by not giving many reps. Now, on one side, people who are in the know, like a Dan Orlovsky, say, well, you're as a backup, you almost never get any reps.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, they were trying to get another rookie ready in Dylan Gabriel, so they were giving all the reps to him.
Anytime you have two rookies like that are, may not be high draft picks, but higher profile, coming in at the same time, it's always going to be messy. It's always going to be messy. And I think all of us knew at some point there was a likelihood that all these guys were going to play.
Right.
And that all these guys were going to crack at it.
Sure, because you knew the Browns were not going to be very good. So they might as well see what they have in these young quarterbacks. Do they have anything worth holding on to going forward?
And it was unlikely that Gabriel was going to light the world on fire.
Right.
And, I doubt Shador's going to light the world on fire. We'll see what happens. But I just know that I'm rooting for him. But I will say the more he's talking, I do see an immaturity to him that I didn't see before, that people have said. But like you see him in these sideline interactions or off the field interactions with the guys, like after the game, like talking to Max Crosby, he's like, why were you trying to knock my head off? Well, you play football.
Right. That's called my job.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Crosby, yeah, that's what I effing do.
That's what I do.
Right.
He was nice. They were nice about it.
Yeah.
But there's a childish quality to him. It's not a bad thing, but I could see a little of the immaturity there that people refer to. I still root for him. I hope he does well. Who do they have? They said this week?
49ers visit the Browns.
So that'd be tough.
So Brock Purdy better keep his head on a swivel because Myles Garrett's coming for him. If he thought he was getting pressured against Carolina, just wait.
Yeah, Garrett's unbelievable.
Sticking in the NFL, the Raiders, of course, parted ways with Chip Kelly Sunday night after they lost 24-10 to the Browns. Kelly is the second coordinator to depart Pete Carroll's coaching staff during his first year there in Vegas. The first one was their special teams coordinator, Tom McMahon, who was fired in November.
Right.
Carroll explained his decision. He said, I've been doing this for a lot of years. It's a winning formula if you play good defense and you kick the ball well. We're trying to get that, and we just haven't captured it. And so this is what the move is about. And when asked if he had differing opinions with Kelly, he said, not so much. I gave Chip a lot of leeway because he's got an extraordinary background and history. And he had such a phenomenal season coming out of Ohio State last year. So we wanted to give him his due and all that. As we continue to grow and come together, we just couldn't get there. Meanwhile, EB mentioned this yesterday. If you take a look at his offensive staff, and I think they fired also one of Chip Kelly's lead assistants, the one guy they didn't fire was their offensive line coach. His last name, Carroll.
Right.
Yeah,
I think there are
survived
two
the
Carrolls.
purge.
Yes.
I think there are two Carrolls on staff.
By the way, Valdez, we should load up on the Chargers this week. The Chargers are coming off a bye at home. They get the sinking ship known as the Raiders coming into SoFi. Just on the money line, just load up. Let's drain our savings accounts.
Go empty that safe you have.
Let's do this.
The thing
How
that's
are the
scary,
Raiders going to beat the Chargers this week?
it hasn't translated. It's the same thing as Myles Garrett. But you watch Max Crosby and you go, how do these guys? I mean, he's so dominant. Max Crosby's so dominant. How do they keep
He's a
losing?
great player, but I'm going to bet on Justin Herbert and the Chargers getting things right during the bye week and trying to figure out their offensive line woes, even though they are facing Max Crosby.
Right.
And just smashing the Raiders this week by like 15 points.
Who did they name as offensive coordinator? They said it was his third go around. Is that right? You remember? It's replacing Chip Kelly.
Not sure.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I saw them say it's a name we've heard of. I think it's like a common
Greg
name.
Olsen.
Yeah, but it's not Greg Olsen, the tight end.
Not him.
It's a different Greg
Not
Olsen.
the guy I saw at Ben and Jerry's at Kiowa Island a couple of years ago with his family. Not
Greg
him.
Olsen was actually the offense coordinator of the Raiders already.
Yeah, I
From
think it's
2018 through 2021.
I think I read it's his third go around
They just love him.
as the OC
They
there.
love recycling that dude.
By the way, did James Franklin decide to keep Brent Pry as the D coordinator? Did that ever
I have
actually
not seen
happen?
anything lately about that.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure, but I heard the reports of his contract.
Yeah.
Beyond his contract, he gets like $3 million for travel.
Oh.
He gets this huge,
Who, Franklin?
yes, a huge amount of money for his staff.
Right.
I think the travel is for recruiting,
Yeah.
but
Well, they said
A
they have an
very
airport
generous
right there
budget.
on campus, so he can just fly in and out on his little private plane.
It must be nice, by the way, where you're just like, what else do I want to put in my contract that I know that they're going to stipulate to?
Yeah,
That I know they're just going to give me whatever I ask.
they got him by the balls.
Virginia
By the
Tech
balls.
had zero leverage.
Yeah.
on the local front last night, the Caps beat the Blue Jackets 5-1.
Let's go. Unfunny
Chicky
Ben,
with a couple
the
goals.
Good luck charm.
Unfunny Ben now 4-0 in his life when he goes to see the Capitals play in person.
Impressive. Well done.
So nice win. Caps now 12-9-2, and they move up in their division. The Terps were in action. They improved to 5-1. Buzz Peterson's Terps
They've had some close ones, right? But
beat UNLV 74-67.
okay.
Buzz Williams, not Buzz Peterson.
Yeah.
You
Sorry,
get your buzzes mixed up.
Buzz Burbank.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Not a lot of buzzes.
Pharrell Payne had 20 points.
And Pharrell Payne, check it out.
Darius
Nobody
Adams,
gets
a
that
freshman,
joke.
had 15. So nice win for the Terps.
You know, it tipped off at midnight
I know they were playing out in Vegas or
in Vegas.
Yeah.
Like Gonzaga tonight, 9:30.
Speaking of college basketball, there's a clip that's gone viral, and we'll have Valdez play it, of the announcer for Creighton, not Jason Bishop. His name is John Bishop.
Okay.
He was upset about a blocking call. Very upset about a blocking call. Here is John Bishop going nuts.
Shot clock. Carr into the paint. Missed the dunk. And a fucking foul. What are you talking about? That was 2 seconds after the play ended. Carr driving. He's outside the circle. He's outside the circle and he's set. He was outside the circle and he was set. Brett Smith blew it. He was outside the restricted area. He was straight up and down. He was set like the statue sitting out in front of New York, New York, and they called that. That's an absolutely horse crap call. In a game that's been played out like this. Unbelievable bailout call by an incompetent referee.
Wow.
And ball don't lie.
Homerism at its finest right there.
That sounds like me when I did those 3 lacrosse games for Marist, and they told me to be neutral.
right.
And
I'm so sure. I mean,
how can I be neutral?
Your kid plays for Marist. I'm sure you're going to be neutral.
I couldn't be neutral.
Right.
It was impossible.
I'm sure you're going to be right down the middle in a Marist Fairfield matchup.
Well, they were playing like
whoever-
Quinnipiac, and those parents were so bitter that
Yeah.
the ESPN announcer was just going nuts
Yeah.
only for Marist.
Well, too bad. Too bad. None of the Quinnipiac parents apparently host their own radio show.
Hey, Ben, what do you think of? So, what was the setup for this? Was this like their college home team announcing crew? So it's fine, right?
For you doing ESPN
no, not for
Mar-
me, but for what we just heard.
Oh, well, if that's the radio crew, like employed by the team,
It's fine.
they're allowed to be a little biased. That was over the top
Yeah, of course.
for sure, but they're allowed to be biased. If you're on TV, you were in the wrong by being being biased on the ESPN broadcast. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, I'm not going to argue.
But I understand why.
I mean, he was
Yeah.
on like ESPN The Ocho. He was on TV, but barely on
You're
TV.
joking.
No, it was
They-
ESPN Plus.
I know
I
there's
know.
50 people watching, and 45 of them were pissed off at EB. It's just
Yeah,
how
no,
it goes.
Yeah. No, it's ESPN
Yeah,
Plus.
too bad.
It's, there's a million broadcasts.
They'll get over it. Those
Yeah.
people will get over it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, if you listen to any local radio call, you're going to get homerism.
Right, it
So
happens.
that's just
like you
Creighton's
said,
home.
that's different.
I was trying to figure out the
Homerism
guy's
is
accent,
okay.
though. He had a little bit of an accent.
Is Creighton's
Creighton
in
in
Nebraska, so Midwestern-ish type. I don't know. I didn't really pick up much there.
Dr. Bart, who now doesn't really practice anymore. He just goes around and he gives speeches and conferences. He played golf at Creighton.
That kind of tracks. He looks
Right.
like a guy that would have played golf at Creighton.
Right. Right.
Yeah, this guy's a big. I mean, he's been involved with Creighton. He's been calling like baseball games
Sure.
since 2006 at
He
Creighton.
loves the Blue Jays.
The
He's a
thing
big
that
fan.
always throws me, Ben, about that idea that, like for ESPN Plus, you're supposed to be, unbiased-ish is you're the home team announcing crew. They hire you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you're the home school. Like at Cornell, they always have the same guys call the volleyball games. I mean, of course they're going to be a little biased. It's, you know what I mean? They're students or former players, So it's a little weird. When I would expect if whoever is playing, Maryland's playing North Carolina,
Mhm.
let's just say on something. Well, Maryland would be on big time TV. They wouldn't be on ESPN Plus, but that those announcers would be a little
Yeah.
biased towards North Carolina.
Well, when I'm listening to Johnny Holiday call a Terps football game, I want him to be more
Right.
on the Terps side
Right.
than on the side of Michigan or
Right.
Michigan State.
it's a little bit of a
I
blurred line.
expect it.
It's just what ESPN wants.
Right.
But
That's
whatever.
why you hear Johnny Holiday go Wolverines touchdown with no enthusiasm.
I want Johnny Holiday to no sell when the Terps are getting boat raced.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be. That's the way
Hey,
it always should be.
Real quick, let's go to Chris in St. Croix. Where's St. Croix Cakes? Is that the
St.
Caribbean?
Croix
Yes.
is- yeah. The
I've never been.
Caribbean, however you want to say it.
What's up, boys? I've talked to you before from down here.
What's up, man? So
Um,
you live in the Caribbean.
I live in the Caribbean. It's going to be 85 degrees today and sunny.
Jealous.
What do you do for a living?
I run a zip line.
You're not
kidding.
kidding.
I remember he's called before.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I don't
Remember that.
remember. So you run a zip line. So you're basically like a hippie? Like, is that basically your deal?
No, I moved from D.C. about 7 months ago down to St. Croix, and now I'm the general manager of a zip line. I mean, I'm not a hippie.
Can you
Just-
make good
just a
money?
better
Can
life.
you make good money
Well, it's
running
just like
a
being
zip
like
line?
a ski bum. That's what
I mean, well, maybe a little bit. I'm married to an attorney, so I don't need to.
Oh yeah,
tons
Yeah,
and tons
okay.
of money.
yeah. You got to
Aren't
sugar
you a nerd?
mama.
So how much is your? Do you own the company?
I work for somebody right now. We're actually opening a business down here that is not the zip line, but another adventure.
How nervous are you that there's going to be some sort of calamity?
I'm not unnervous. Let's just put it that
So
way.
the
So he
insurance,
is.
the insurance must be
Yeah, I
sky
mean,
high.
Crazy. How high is the zip line?
The tallest one is half a mile long, and it is about 250 feet off the ground.
Are you freaking
Pretty
high?
kidding me?
Over water
Yeah.
or regular terrain?
No, it's in a valley, so it's between, like, the long one is between one side of the valley and the other. We have
So
three
what's the
zip
biggest
lines.
danger? Just clue us in on the biggest danger for
The
those of us.
biggest
That,
danger is I mean, those zip lines are so strong they can literally hold a car on them. The zip line doesn't know that you're on it.
Yeah.
So the most dangerous part is human error and actually sending somebody before the other person is off the line.
okay,
That's
gotcha.
literally the
Got
most
it.
dangerous part.
Gotcha.
where
Okay,
it's-
so
where
why did
can-
you call?
Okay, so I was watching sport. I was watching TV last night, and did you guys realize? And literally, the first ad that you guys ran in your last break,
Mm-hmm.
FanDuel has stolen your
First of all, we love
parlay
FanDuel.
idea.
First of
They're
all,
a
we love
partner- they're a
FanDuel.
partner
But
with our
no, I
station.
know what you mean. Like they're doing the pass the leg bit for Thanksgiving.
That's
Where
the leg bit, right?
Yeah.
And that's totally your guys' whole shtick. And I was just wondering if you guys had talked about it. And I was like, because I was like, oh my god, that's literally the Junkies.
no, I think it's
parlay that
cool
they
though
do.
because it's like a group of people can participate in a parlay,
Mhm.
and you could all be in different locations, but all be on the
Right.
same.
Ah, okay.
Be on the same.
having
bill.
a group parlay isn't
not
anything new.
revolutionary.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not proprietary.
But I think what makes it interesting is that you can all do it from different places, and
Yeah.
then you can all pay from your own account.
Right.
Right.
You can all lose from remote locations.
Right,
Is
right.
kind of the way
We're
elite at that.
setup.
It's a
Yeah,
cool bit.
We're
It's a
very
cool bit.
good at that. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into the mystery disappearance of a Virginia high school football coach, kind of a whodunit. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you can never miss a game, or maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines and distractions, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Wild story out of Big Stone Gap, Virginia. I'm not sure exactly where that is on the
Appalachia.
Virginia map. Okay, so it's probably deep southern to southwestern Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Turner, who's the head football coach at Union High School in Big Stone Gap, has been reported missing amid what should be a celebratory undefeated season for his football team. According to the Virginia State Police, Turner was officially listed as a missing person Sunday after last being seen on Thursday of last week. Officers were reportedly dispatched to his residence Thursday evening to investigate a complaint, not to arrest him, but when they arrived, Turner was no longer there. His last known appearance, he was wearing a gray sweatshirt and sweatpants, per the state police.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the Union High football program has pressed on even while he remains missing. They advanced to a regional semifinal after an 11-0 regular season under the leadership of one of the assistant coaches because the head coach is now missing.
It's so weird. So he's obviously, listen, it's all speculation. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
But you got to know what they were investigating. Like, why were the cops?
It doesn't specify that
Is
in
it,
this
you know,
story.
some inappropriate behavior with somebody? Was
don't
it,
know.
I don't know. Did you get in a car accident? Did you leave the scene of a car accident?
According to the story, search efforts in Wise County have ramped up involving drones, canine units, and multiple law enforcement agencies trying to track him down.
Here's
So
the
the
thing.
police haven't disclosed the details
Yeah.
of the investigation, but they say that they wanted to question him.
Right.
So he might have been a suspect. I mean, we're speculating. Might have been a suspect in something.
You don't roll out unless if you're just a witness.
It seems
I
like that to
no-
me.
no
I have a quote.
witness
We have a
was-
quote from him.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
All right.
Don't question me.
Yeah. Right.
Don't question me.
Yeah. It's bad. It's like your common instinct is just, and it's your instinct is that, well, he must be guilty because he's rolling out.
Totally.
And I don't even know what he's guilty of.
In the court of public opinion, guilty.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't
Yeah,
even,
but the fugitive was on the run, Cakes, and it was the
Okay,
was
if
it the
there's-
one arm man?
If there's a one-armed man that's responsible for whatever, what's this guy's name? Travis Turner is on the run from. Okay, then maybe I'll think that he's getting framed. But that's not my initial lean.
His wife, in a since deleted post is basically saying he's just being questioned, but now he's missing. That's all we know. Basically saying like he's not doing anything bad.
right, but
but it's-
when was
but
the
it's
last
since
time you were
deleted.
questioned? And you could either be one of two things, right? You could be like a witness, or you could be the subject of an investigation. If you're the witness, you're not going to roll out.
I mean, people could question you about the character of somebody else. That doesn't necessarily mean you're guilty about it.
Right, so then I wouldn't leave.
Well, maybe
Well,
he just had a
the
fight or
part,
flight moment.
yeah, the part that makes both EB and I think that he's on the lam is that the police confirmed he vanished last week while officers were en route to his home
Yeah,
as
according
part of the investigation, which they say was unrelated. But
What about this scenario?
Go
according
ahead.
to before that, according to state police, Turner was last seen walking into the woods near his residence,
Yeah. So I
he's
hope he didn't.
escaping-
I hope he didn't donk himself off.
escaping into the forest. Like, I mean, who does
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, I hope
That's
he didn't.
bizarre behavior.
I hope he didn't do something terrible. To himself.
I mean, I walk into the woods like with my wife and my dog on a daily walk, but then I emerge from the woods, like
Is there
2
a pa-
minutes later.
Is there a path that cuts through
There's
the
a
woods?
path. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
you wish you knew what the investigation was about, because then it really would make you either think he's innocent or guilty. But without knowing anything,
I
I feel like he
automatically
did something,
I
right? EB?
automatically put
Feel
him
Like
like
in.
he
he's
did
being
something.
investigated for, is he a teacher banging a student?
Yeah, I don't even
child
wanna
porn?
speculate.
Like,
I don't wanna
you have no
speculate.
idea.
I won't
I'm just throwing out
speculate.
a million
I won't
possibilities.
speculate on the
all
exact
allegations.
reason why he fled, but I will automatically put him in the guilty bucket.
That's what I'm saying.
Assumed guilty. I don't assume you're innocent if you are fleeing from the police before they show up for questioning.
If you're innocent, you got to stand there. You got to take
Yeah, if
it.
you're innocent, you're like,
Yeah.
hello, officer, come on in. Ask me whatever questions you like.
Right.
Yeah, if you
Would you like a refreshment?
If
Would you like a cup of coffee?
if you witnessed a car accident
Yeah.
and they want to find out what did you see,
Yeah.
you're
You
not
wouldn't
bouncing
flee.
into the woods,
No, of
leaving
course
your
not.
family and being gone for days.
You're only fleeing. It's like a quiet admission of guilt.
Yeah. Pretty
Usually.
much.
And I don't know what it is.
Or he could just be on a bender after a big win.
No.
No, you don't.
I don't know why
And
he'd
you
go
don't
to the
abandon all the
woods.
kids.
Yeah, you don't abandon your team while you're on a heater playoff run, about to win a state title, and then you're going to flee off into the woods because the cops are coming to ask you a few questions.
What,
Yeah.
Guilty!
It's a terrible
all right,
situation.
what about this scenario?
All right.
All right, he's getting questioned for something. Okay, maybe it's a crime from another coach or another teacher or
Mhm.
a crime from a parent, and they asked him to meet me behind your house. I want to talk to you about it, and then he's abducted by that person.
By the person who
Who
committed
is-
the crime.
Yeah, who committed the crime?
I mean, it sounds like a Netflix series.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it could
it
be.
sounds like
I'm just trying to
I
put
like
it
the way
out
your
there.
brain is working. I like the next step.
Maybe
you're taking
it is
to.
something convoluted like that. Maybe it is like an innocent thing.
Maybe it's like a teacher selling drugs to kids at the school. He wants
Okay.
to go meet them
Right.
before he talks to the cops, hits him over the head with a pipe. Boom. Gone for 3 days.
Yeah. Now
Can't
now-
testify.
you know what? Now I'm pretty fascinated by it. Now I need to know. I need some closure on the story.
I feel like it's not going to end well.
I don't think it's going to end great.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end well. It's bad.
I mean, if you're missing, he's been reported missing since
Tuesday.
Sunday, correct?
Oh, I thought it was.
We're now into Tuesday.
No, he's been gone since Thursday. The official missing report was on Sunday.
right.
So he's now going on
4 or
like
5 days.
Yeah.
He could. Yeah, it's not good. How far away is that from us? That's pretty far.
It's
Couple
pretty
hours.
far. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty deep into Virginia.
But
You never realize how big Virginia is until you're driving from one end of it to the other.
But
Yeah.
God forbid if he hurt himself, wouldn't he be able to find him fairly quickly?
I mean, it depends.
The family
You
or
would think.
the police
I don't know. Don't
investigation?
people
Not
get
if he doesn't
lost
bring
on-
a cell phone.
Don't people get lost on trails and lost in the
Sure.
woods all the time? Take
Yeah, but
days.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
give a
dogs
dog
searching
Yeah,
for him,
dog
like-
smell his hat.
They're going to smell his sweatpants.
Well, they put those drones out there and everything to check. Who knows? That's
Well,
terrible.
the Atlantic Olympic bomber, didn't that guy go missing for a long time in the woods?
Rudolph.
No, that was he was the abortion clinic guy, Eric Rudolph. Wasn't he doing? And that's what he did. Yeah, he was like living in the woods.
Yeah, and then he got
North
caught 'cause
Carolina?
He came down and was eating out of like a dumpster, and somebody
Right.
somebody
he was
spotted him.
yeah, but years he was in there.
Yeah,
for
he was on the
years.
run for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we'll have to see how that turns out for Travis Turner, missing since Sunday, and his team still grinding in the Virginia State high school playoffs for
Yeah.
football.
What a
It's a-
conf- what
it's
kind of
always
room
What a
for-
fun.
kind of
confusing
room
time
for
for
him?
the kids.
Rooting for the kids.
Rooting for them.
Rooting for the kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel bad for the wife. Who knows? Terrible situation. Just keep us updated if it gets updated during during the afternoon or something. Somebody text us or tweet us. Let us know what's going on.
All right, later on the show, Von Miller will join the Junks. That's coming up at 9:20. Next, we will hit the Skins as the Commanders get ready to take on the Denver Broncos coming out of the bye week for the Junks. We'll be right back.
A week off did the Commanders good. Dan Quinn said Monday the team is healthier coming off the bye as they get set for Sunday Night Football against Denver.
It was awesome today to have everyone really back at practice, and too early to call a lot of the guys for the game, but getting on the field and having the guys here, that was a big deal, man.
Jaden Daniels, though unlikely to play Sunday night, he will return to practice this week, but has not yet been cleared for contact. Monday Night Football, 49ers over the Panthers last night, 20-9. Tampa Bay's Baker Mayfield's left shoulder injury, not as serious as it could have been. His status uncertain for Sunday against Arizona. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow expected to be back this week to play Thanksgiving night against the Ravens. Hockey Capitals buried the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chikrin scored twice last night. And college hoops, Maryland got by UNLV 74-67 late last night in Las Vegas. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. Let's hit the skins, my friends. Cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in, Mike Marr. It means come on in, Mike.
Where's
Take a
that,
seat.
Where's that location? Is it
Lansdowne Town Center?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely go there. Well, club volleyball season's ramping up. I'm out. We're out in that area 3 or 4 times a week.
Should be there.
So
get in there.
Just waiting for the gift cards.
I'm sure you are.
Just waiting for the gift cards.
Yes, we'll make that happen.
All right, I have some DQ quotes. I want to get to them in a second, but first let's just go through sort of the injury update. JP touched on it earlier in the program, but Jaden Daniels will return to practice this week, but according to Dan Quinn, unlikely to play against the Broncos. Of course, he dislocated his left elbow on November 2nd in that game against Seattle, but he's been cleared to practice, but he hasn't yet been cleared to absorb contact. So you kind of just get the sense that even though he probably feels okay, they want to hold. They're being cautious. They don't want to just throw him right to the wolves.
So if you had a bet, he'll play the last 5 games, not the last 6.
Well, if he could stay healthy, yeah. If I had to bet, he'd play the following week.
Is this on purpose to dodge the Broncos?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
That's a dicey game to do that. I think it's just to give him an extra week to heal.
Maybe extra cautious.
I think there's definitely something to it. Like if they were playing the Raiders this week,
They might have
like a
played.
softer
they might
touch.
have just thrown them in.
Right,
thrown them
maybe.
in there.
I think they've been slow. I think they've been slow to bring guys back. They seem extra cautious, which, given the history of this team, I think that's fine. I was surprised when Joe Burrow didn't play this week.
Yeah, me too.
So I think that there's just caution.
So, yeah, it's interesting because when you read some of the Denver stuff, like I was just kind of previewing some of their stuff for the game, their people are expecting him to be cleared to play. So they're like, yeah, you can't take this game lightly. They're expecting that Jaden will be cleared ultimately to play in the game. So they're kind of preparing for Jaden, which I guess you have to do.
Yeah, they're also coming from a position where they're battling for the 1 seed in the AFC with the Patriots.
Listen, God bless the Broncos, and they'll probably smoke us. But I have to tell you, I can come up with a scenario where I can belittle them a little bit.
Oh, real? Okay.
Okay, here's where I'm looking at it.
I can't wait to hear this. I'm strapped in for this one.
I mean, how impressive is it? I mean, they have a couple impressive wins, no doubt. You win 2 weeks ago against the Chiefs, win against Philly, week 5. But, they beat the Titans. They beat the Bengals. They beat the Giants. They beat the Jets.
They have a lot of cupcakes.
They beat the
on
Cowboys.
the schedule,
They
like
beat the Texans.
Like the
they beat the Raiders.
Yeah.
And the Jets was a close game.
This schedule is a joke. Okay? So I don't really know how good they are.
Look, they've won a bunch of close games, and you don't want to discredit them. But their offense isn't overwhelming. Knicks is okay. I mean, if you look at some of these analytics, they're not that favorable at Bo Nix, but he has pulled out some late game wins. And they beat the Raiders 10-7.
I would just be more worried. I'd be worried primarily about their defense and the fact that they're going to speed up Marcus Mariota. They're going to pressure him throughout the game, pressure him into possibly making bad decisions, running the offense. I'd be more worried about that than I would be about Bo Nix and Cortland Sutton and their mishmash running game.
But to EB's point about whether they're legitimate.
Yeah.
And you can't take away their wins, but just think about how bad the Raiders are. We just saw the Raiders give up 10 sacks this past week, and they eked out a 10-7 win against the Raiders.
You know that sometimes teams like punch down to the level of competition they're playing. That happens.
I'm not saying they're a bad football team. They're good. They'll probably beat us. I mean, we're terrible this year. So they'll probably smoke us. But I'm not sure they're that good. They're better than us, but I'm not sure they're that good.
They may be a counterfeit 9-2, but that defense I would be a little bit concerned about it heading into the matchup.
So
I think they're going to cause a lot of problems for the offense.
Where's Bo Nix rated when you look at his passer rating or his QBR? I don't think he's that high.
I was looking at some stats while you looked that up. It's interesting. So the Broncos defense is number 8 in run stop win rate, Cakes. The Commanders offense is number 14 in run block win rate, although they rate much higher in overall, like in rushing as a team. What are they, about 5th or 6th in the league in rushing? Now, it's gone down significantly in the last 5 or 6 weeks. They haven't been nearly as effective as they were in the first half of the season, but they will have their hands full.
Look, Sean Payton's a great offensive play caller. He's won a Super Bowl, very well-respected coach. And they draft Bo Nix, and he supposedly believes in him. But there have been some leaks, I'm telling you, that make you think that Bo Nix maybe isn't that great. So just looking at his old school passer rating, 85.8. Here's the neighborhood that's around him for passer rating. Tua, Spencer Rattler, Carson Wentz, Bryce Young. He's 26th in passer rating, 19th in QBR. So
he strikes me more as a guy who will struggle throughout a game and then he'll come to life like late in the third or fourth quarter and like rescue the team. Yeah. That's kind of the way he operates. Like he might look terrible for a half or maybe even 3 quarters, and then he comes up with like a clutch drive or 2 drives.
Maybe
That's kind of what he does.
You're going to be offended by this, but I mean this is a positive. But maybe he's a better Taylor Heineke. You know what I mean? Like a gamer. He's a gamer.
Yeah, gamer type. Maybe not that impressive in practices or training camp, but when the pressure's on, he'll deliver.
Obviously, Dan Quinn had to take over the defense because Joe Witt's defense just wasn't hitting. The Commanders ranked 30th in Pro Football Network's defensive impact score, Cakes.
I don't know what that is, but sure.
They're the second. They give up the second most yards per game total, the 4th most passing yards per game, and the 6th most rushing yards per game.
Is that what Dan Quinn means when he says we're going to arrive violently and uses all of his buzzwords about his defense?
Well, let's hope. Let's hope. All right, so let's go to DQ. We got some stuff here where he talks about how important it is. This is a quote, this clip 2, where he talks about how important it is to see Jaden back on the field again.
I think it's important as Jaden's getting going, learning to play like this position at the highest level competitively, also doing it safely. And those are reps, that you develop as well. It's a skill just like throwing and processing. And so all those things are important. But him included, it was awesome today to have everyone really back at practice, John, including 3 guys that were in their 21-day window, and too early to call a lot of the guys, for the game. But getting on the field and having the guys here, John, that was a big deal, man, to have that many. It's been a long time since I've said that out loud of everybody's here and working. That's for sure.
So some of the guys he's talking about is Terry McLaurin has been practicing. He participated in a light practice. And Cakes, I'm not trying to trigger you, but Noah Brown, his 21-day practice window is opened up. So he's closer to returning from his right groin strain that sidelined him for most of the season. Drake Jackson, his window opened November 13th. And I believe Will Harris is actually on track to return on Sunday night. So they are getting some guys back.
I'm going to guess, one, that Noah Brown will not play because he never plays. But two, if Noah Brown does come back and play from the groin injury, something else will sideline him for the next game or in the game that he returns in. He seems to be that fragile.
It's just good. It's just not going to work out. Let's play clip 12, where he's asked when he actually, again, expects Daniels to return. And I think this is where he says probably not going to be this week. But then he's asked about, a lot of people here call in. They want him to just shut him down. This is a lost season. Why are we exposing him?
Yeah, the first part, Howard, I would say I didn't have a long-term space until you got more spots from the doctors, meaning how's the healing coming? Where is that going to go? The extension and flexion of the elbow. So once we knew that was headed in the right direction, then that, it would kind of take care of itself. When, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that part, I don't know. And I still don't have all the answers on that, how the player heals and where he's at. And then as far as that's not something we really discussed internally. The first part for us, honestly, Howard, was like, hey, how are we going to get the player better? And let's dig in on that first, not knowing the exact time frame. So that's really where the focus was, right away and right off the bat. We knew we had the bye coming, and then we'd have a chance to regroup and huddle up and, kind of push from there.
So you're basically saying they never really got to that point. They first just wanted to get him healthy and then see where they are. There's no way, in my opinion, if you're returning to practice with 6 games left, that you're just going to shut him down. I mean, I just think that's nuts. So he needs the reps. The team needs the reps. We need to see where we're at.
If you get 5 games, let's say he doesn't play this week, and you get 5 games. If he goes unscathed, plays in all 5 games, you're going to need some confidence.
Yeah.
If he then is forced to miss another game,
it's not going to be good.
It's going to be,
I think,
catastrophic for kind of the way you feel about it.
Well,
it'd be depressing.
catastrophic is a stretch. If it's a devastating injury, yes. But if it's a little ankle tweak,
No, I'm not talking about catastrophic for him.
Yeah,
I'm saying
For your confidence.
the way that you feel about him.
yeah.
You're going to feel like, man, he gets injured a lot.
Mhm.
It's hard to count on him
So
for
I
17
made the
games.
argument that these are like fluky, like weird injuries. He had the rib last year. He had the hamstring. He had this weird dislocated left arm thing that's just bizarre. And I made the argument that I don't think that's injury prone. Then somebody tweeted me and goes, wasn't that the exact argument for injury prone? He has random injuries
Yes.
that are not connected.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
They
you
just
can make
tend to
that argument too. So yeah,
I mean, it's like Anthony Davis, right? Anthony Davis in the NBA. I mean, great player, excellent player. He always has injuries.
Yep.
Always.
Can't
And
dodge
they're
the
not
injury
necessarily
bug.
always related. And they're not necessarily catastrophic.
Right.
But he just always has injuries.
If you had a life-size poster of Anthony Davis up on the wall, you would go up and there would be 30 different arrows pointing at different spots on his body for all the ailments that he's had over his NBA career. It's just the way his career has played out.
Yeah, no,
Hopefully it's not the same with Jaden, but it kind of has been early.
I need 2 things. I need him to play the last 5 games. I'd love to see him play this week, to be honest. But okay, you're going to hold him out 1 more week. I need to see him play the last 5 games, and I need to see him play pretty well.
Yeah.
So he's got to stay healthy enough to get through these 5 games, and he's got to remind us of why we're so excited, why I've already got him penciled in as the Hall of Fame, in 12 years when they vote.
He wasn't playing poorly. If you were to look at his numbers,
Yeah, he was fine.
he was playing kind of like Caleb Williams is playing.
He was playing fine. Just wasn't playing.
Now, he
at
wasn't winning
elite,
games like
elite
Caleb Williams.
level.
But if you
Yeah.
look at, some of these statistics, whether it's EPA, passer rating, completion percentage, he was in that ballpark. So, yeah, it'd be great to see him on the field.
Yeah. So
Just don't count on it this
And it's
weekend.
encouraging that he's at least practicing.
yeah, I think so. When you go to the ESPN matchup predictor, which I always get a kick out of that. Cakes, you care to guess?
Sure. I know the Broncos are favored in this game. I'm going to say they have the Broncos as 62% favorite to win.
A little less than that, 58.
Okay.
All right, but in general, 6-4. So we play this game 10 times. The ESPN matchup predictor has Washington winning 4 out of 10.
That's fair. They win. Look, they're 9-2, but I'm with you. The Broncos don't overly impress me.
Yeah. They're better than us. No doubt about it. But they're not, their schedule's kind of a
If
joke.
they had a better quarterback, if Matthew Stafford was under center for the Broncos, it'd be like, well, they're Super Bowl favorite.
They wouldn't have a loss, most likely, if that were the case.
Just real quick, just to remind people as we get, we're getting closer, but we're not going to be here Thursday and Friday. You mentioned Nick's, just to give you his numbers. You said his quarterback rating's 86. He's got 18 touchdowns.
Yeah, 8 picks.
That's not horrible. 18-8. You take that every year. 2,400 yards.
He's got some
passing.
rushing element to his game too. He's not Jaden at his prime, but he can move with his feet if he needs to.
He's got 50 rushes for 200 yards.
Look, the last time I watched him,
pop.
He had a game-winning drive.
Right. You have to keep an eye on. They got it looks like 2 backs. J.K. Dobbins is the big one.
He's banged up he's got a foot injury.
Okay, so that's good.
So he's always banged up. He's the definition of injury prone.
So he's out for this game. And then I guess it's R.J. Harvey. It looks
Rookie.
like, who's gotten the bulk of the other carries. He's averaging about 4 yards a carry. He's got 2 touchdowns. The receivers you got to keep an eye out for. Cortland Sutton, he's got 74 targets. Troy Franklin, he's got 81 targets, 5 touchdowns. Sutton has 4. And then I guess you get into guys like Evan Ingram, their tight end. Marvin Mims, if he's still healthy.
He's more like the return guy. Franklin's the guy who's been ascending, and that was Bo Nix's teammate.
Mims has got 32
Oregon.
targets.
Yeah.
So, it's somebody they look to.
Yep. All right, when we come back, should you dress for your upcoming holiday flight, either during Thanksgiving or Christmas, the way Unfunny Ben is dressed for work today?
What do you mean for your upcoming holiday flight?
Yeah, should you dress the way that Ben is dressed for work today, in pajama pants?
For your flight?
Yeah, for your flight at the airport.
Should you wear pajamas to the airport?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll get into that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys. BMW Fairfax has no interest in charging you interest. That's right. During the BMW Road Home Sales event, grab 0% interest. Think about that. 0% interest. That's the dream on new BMW X1s, X3s, X5s, X7s from Miriam and the team over at BMW Fairfax. 0%. That X Series lineup, it's all the size, power, and comfort you actually want. That's right. Miriam pulled off the deal with all 15 of their stores nationwide, and now they're loaded with new X Series models. I've got the X5. Love it. In fact, BMW Fairfax has the largest inventory of new BMWs on the East Coast. And if you qualify, you could stack the military incentives on top. That's where it just becomes incredible. Active duty, National Guard, reserves, veterans, spouses, family members. You might even be eligible and not even realize it. So don't wait. Do what I did. Upgrade your drive at BMW Fairfax. Hit up my girl Miriam, because she's got no interest in charging you interest. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
Junkies text line is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Von Miller will join us coming up at 9:20, so that's just in about 2 hours, so you don't want to miss that. So we wanted to talk about the advice that the transportation secretary is giving to people when they go to the airport, when they're flying for Thanksgiving or Christmas. Because apparently, I did not know these numbers were this crazy. There's been a 400% increase of in-flight outbursts from 2019. 13,800 unruly passenger incidents since 2021. So air travel is it's
stressful.
There's landmines everywhere.
Stressful for people, I guess.
Right. So, Unfunny Ben, I want you to come in here. I want you to be on camera, especially for the people watching on Monumental and or on YouTube. This is the way that the transportation secretary does not want you to dress when you come to the airport.
Pajama pants.
Or can you give me the
Specifically,
background?
pajama pants and slippers are his target.
All right, what is his
Now, he be
rationale?
wearing slippers to work a lot. Are you wearing slippers today?
He's wearing slides.
I'm wearing
The
slides.
socks and slides bit.
Yeah.
We had
Um,
socks. Like yesterday or maybe the day before, he just had his slippers. Like
I wear slippers often.
like Uggs.
So Sean Duffy is the transportation secretary, and here's
Yeah.
his quote on how to improve air travel. People dress up like they're going to bed when they fly.
All right.
We want to push people as we come into a really busy travel season, help people out, be in a good mood, dress up. Let's not show up at the airport in slippers and Unfunny Ben's pajamas.
Well,
All right,
listen,
I feel about
think
this.
I think he's crazy about that.
It's a
feel-
weird
You
take.
should be able to wear whatever you want to travel. Just be a nice, normal human being with some manners and let's be kind to each other. Let's have patience.
Yeah.
Let's have some grace for the airline people who are stressed out.
I mean, does he really want us to go back to like you see movies in the 50s where
But it's a culture thing. I my kids went to Quince Orchard High School, and I would see so many kids wearing pajama pants.
Yep.
I don't know the percentage. I'm gonna make up this percentage. 20% of
it's
the
a lot.
kids
High
in a
school
school
and
day
college.
I know
wear
Same deal.
pajama pants.
They
Trifling.
wear them to school.
To school, yes.
Yeah, I can't speak to that because at Holy Cross they have a uniform.
And then when they go to lunch, like the certain amount of kids, I don't know if it was all the kids at Quince Orchard or maybe it was just the upperclassmen, you can leave lunch and right across the street, there's McDonald's and Wendy's and a bunch of places. I would see all these kids walking out with pajama
The only
pants.
place where I
and
see it,
Crocs.
I'll see it at volleyball tournaments. Girls will wear like pajama bottoms all day in the convention center.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, from the hotel to the convention center, take off the pajama bottoms, play volleyball, and then, you're waiting 2 hours for your next match. They put their pajama bottoms back. But that's a little different.
The flaw in Duffy's argument
But guys, I
is
don't know what.
I don't know that that's connected to the outbursts.
Yeah, I'm
You know what I
sure
mean?
it's not.
Like
You know what's connected to the outburst? Alcohol.
right.
People getting boozed up and getting on the airplane after they've had 6 drinks, and then they get a few minis while they're in the air.
I never understand these airline things. I never and I guess they're ramping up. They're having more and more incidents.
Yeah, it's gotten really bad apparently over the last few
I just
years.
mind my own business. I'm just such a great person. I just mind my own business.
I'm with you.
Even when I'm getting screwed, I just eat it, and I just
Here's who I talk to on the flight.
mind my own business.
I talk to the people that I'm with, and I'll have small talk with the stewardess. Is that the correct term? This is flight
just say
attendant. I don't
hello.
know.
Just say hello.
Yeah,
That's it.
And
I put my head down.
I mind my own business.
Yeah.
I don't. If a stranger is sitting next to me, they remain a stranger unless they engage me. Like, I'm not going to be rude. I'll talk if talked to, but I'm never going to initiate with a stranger on an airplane.
Never.
It will never happen.
never.
It has never happened, and it will never happen
Never.
going forward.
Back to the topic
'Cause you
at
don't
hand,
care.
though.
I don't
You're
care.
introducing
You're correct.
You're introducing what he would love is a dress code.
Yeah.
And I do think,
Which is weird.
here's the thing, I
It's a
want
weird
people to be
thing.
comfortable and they can do whatever they want ultimately.
Yeah.
But I do think personally, it's a little trifling when people wear pajama pants.
Yeah, but
I think it's
if
trifling when
somebody's-
you're wearing probably anywhere.
But if somebody sat down next to me on a flight wearing pajama pants, it's not like I'd be like, "Oh, look at what's happening here." Because odds are I'm going to be wearing sweatpants.
I wear
Sweatpants and pajama pants they basically go hand
I wear
in hand.
sweats all the time because it's just more comfortable. Sitting in that awful chair for 3 hours, and you got your jeans up your Bozak. It's sweats are way more comfortable.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Do you
I
think
assume
there should be a dress code when you
Here's
get on a
what-
plane?
No.
Here's what is
What is
this
this?
is unacceptable.
Russia?
This is what's unacceptable on a plane, in my opinion. Taking your shoes off on a plane is unacceptable.
Well, you know what? You know what? Wearing pajama pants can lead to that. Makes you feel like you're just in your bed.
Well, and your
especially if you're
slipper- and your
wearing
slippers.
especially
if
you're
you
wearing
take
slippers.
your shoes off, and God forbid, take your socks off, you can't do it. But if you take your shoes off on a flight, you should go on a no-fly list immediately.
Yeah.
Do you see?
Right
do you
then
see
and
how?
there, and escorted off the
do you-
plane.
But do you see how pajama pants and slippers can correlate to that?
Sure.
Yeah,
I
sure.
can see how it could to having your
Because-
socks on. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're wearing slippers, they're easy to slip right off
Yeah.
while you're
What's-
flying.
What's the percentage of people now that are wearing Crocs all the time?
I don't know.
It's
Crocs
a
have made a-
decent
Crocs
percentage.
have made a huge comeback. I
It's
thought
a
that-
decent
I
percentage.
thought they were dead. Crocs are back.
Crocs, slippers. I throw them all in the same
one thing-
category.
Thank God I've never owned Crocs.
Or flip flops, slides.
Yeah. I wear slides. I just feel like they're manlier than Crocs. I'm out on Crocs.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah, I think they're basically equivalent.
I'm with
I put-
I'm with JP though. Pajama pants, nubs. Like Ben had a late night. He went to the Caps game. He's got to wear pajama pants. To
I
work
mean,
today.
Ben, would you wear that if you had an interview today?
Yeah.
If you had an
wearing it.
interview.
He's wearing it because he's doing a command
Yeah.
fit.
No, he's not. He's wearing it because he got home late from the
Yes.
Caps game.
Is that what he said?
Couldn't slip
Well,
on
I
their
know,
pants.
well, I know that's why he did
And
it.
we have a radio job. I,
Right,
Yeah.
you know.
we can be slobs in here. It's fine. It's actually accepted.
I actually think it's outrageous to expect us to have a dress code, really, to go anywhere. As long as you cover your privates and you're not obscene, you should be able to wear whatever you want. That's what the beauty of living in this country. There's no dress code for the country.
Of course not.
It's
I'm not
crazy.
saying that
It's
you
actually crazy.
implement it. I just think personally, you know how you don't like the smell of weed?
It kills me.
Right.
It's it's
I
a
think
terrible thing for our
Pajama
society.
pants are trifling
I would
to
put-
wear out and
yeah.
about in the regular day. That's just a personal opinion. I'm not saying you can't do it. I don't want
Yeah.
to take away that freedom.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's trifling.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with that. Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I'd wear
Yeah, like-
sweats.
But Ben couldn't put on sweatpants today.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna guess.
He had to have burgundy pants
Hold on.
on with a billion Commanders logos
Does
on
he
it.
actually wear? Did you actually wear those pajama pants to bed? Like, do you have pajama pants that you wear to bed?
No.
Yeah, right. So it's not like
Well, that
that's
makes it
it.
even
So you
worse.
have
Is that it's a
different
conscious
pajama
decision.
pants.
we
to wear
put
them.
those on purpose.
I'm in the spirit. We're playing the sad HTTR song, so I'm trying to get in the spirit for everyone
It's just
else,
what he
you know?
wears.
Yeah.
It's what he wears. He'll wear that all day. Like he'll go to dinner with his girlfriend, probably wear pajama
All
pants.
No, he would not
all
do that.
You're sizing it
No, he would not do that.
because clearly I got
Well, why-
I got
well, why
big
not?
fancy dinners, right?
He wouldn't do that
Well, why not?
because it's
Because
I think
because
going
it's
to
because
dinner-
it's an outrageous look.
I'm not
Because
saying
I-
go to like a fancy dinner. I'm saying if he just goes to Subway, he's
Oh,
gonna
so
wear-
that's
he's
that
gonna wear out
outfit
and
is
about.
acceptable for
Or
Subway.
Yeah, he
Subway's
could,
nubs.
he could drive to a Subway, get out of his car,
Yeah.
pick up a sub, and get back in his car.
Nobody bat an eye from
That's
wearing
fine.
that.
That's fine. Now he can't go to Oseo and sit down and have Korean barbecue in that.
He probably would.
Probably could.
I mean, sure you could. That's the beauty of our country, but I think you would. It's
Now, if
nuts.
you walked into Voltaggio Brothers looking like that,
well, they wouldn't even let you.
They would.
What about a doctor's
Even though
appointment?
it's a casino,
Would
they'd
you
be
wear
like,
that to your doctor?
Maybe you're a urologist.
If I
'cause
was,
you're
like,
about to
really
bend
sick-
over.
if I
oh yeah,
was sick or
doctor. That's a
something.
perfect doctor outfit.
What if I was really sick? I probably would wear something like this.
Yeah.
yeah, sick guys will do that.
Trying to make yourself a little more comfortable.
It's cool. We'd bury you in that that costume.
All right, we got a bunch of people that want to chime in. Why don't we go to the phones? 1-800-636-1067.
All right, let's go to Mike in Ashburn. Mike, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
What's up, boys? How's
Hey, Mike.
it going? What's up, Jace? So I think a couple things. Number one, when we fly standby for United years ago, they used to have a dress code with United. If you worked for the airline or you were traveling with the airline, you had to wear no jeans. It was just like what this guy's pushing, but they
That's
stopped that.
fair enough. You work for the airline.
They
That's
stopped
okay.
that 7 or 8 years ago. But my biggest thing is, like you said, it's not comfortable in the airplane because you're in these small seats, number one. Number two, the only thing I really have a problem with is people that take their shoes/socks off.
I'm with you on that.
There you
Totally
go.
with you on that.
Disgusting thing
Cakes, if
ever.
you're running for office, that should be on your platform.
Okay, I'll put that on my list.
That's it. Have a good day.
All right, thank you,
pal.
buddy. I just defer so much. I just want to get. I don't want to get yelled at by anybody. I don't
Yeah.
want to violate any rules. Even when I sit in the chair, I defer. I give people. I know Valdez will have an arm rest match against the guy. I give them the arm rest. He's like, you just take whatever you want. Just don't bother me.
I just go to
Don't
sleep.
bother me.
Yeah.
Generally, just go to sleep.
I wish I had that luxury. I just can't. Too white knuckle.
All
Can't
right.
do it.
Let's go to Dave in Waldorf. Dave, what's up?
Junkies, what up, though?
What's up,
Hey,
Dave?
buddy. What up, though?
What's up, fellas? Hey, listen, I don't see the problem with flying and being comfortable.
I agree.
We are in America, and we have one of the worst aviation systems in the world. Have you ever been delayed or your flights canceled? You don't want to be sitting in the airport in jeans and business suits. If you're not traveling for business, you want to be comfortable. I wear my commander's attire, my Under Armour sweatpants. You want to be comfortable.
Sweatpants. I don't know. I think there's a difference. I distinguish sweatpants from pajama pants.
And by the way, I would take flying in the United States over flying like in Russia and certain parts of like Asia and Africa all day long.
Maybe India.
Please let me fly here instead of
True.
some of those other spots on the globe
Yeah.
because it's much safer.
Let's go to.
Statistically, is that true?
I think it's certain.
I think your odds go up of
I think
being-
Russia,
Yeah.
India, some of those places. Yeah, I think that it's
Yeah.
a little bit dicey.
You know where you'll never see me flying? Nepal or India.
You know,
Or
leave America, Cakes.
South Africa.
Unless there's a poker tournament that you're getting paid to attend, you pretty much don't leave the country.
Pretty much correct.
Or your honeymoon, which is
Yeah,
how many years ago?
Pretty much correct.
30?
Yeah, 30 plus years in the rearview mirror.
All right, let's go to Peter in
And I'm
Atlanta.
still here. Hello.
Peter, what's up, buddy? You're
So
on the
we're
junkie.
people that are world travelers.
That's true.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
What's up?
man.
So a dress code, yeah. Do I want somebody sitting in a Speedo next to me in a plane? Absolutely not.
Right.
But there's a line to be drawn. You have to stand in line, and they make you take every goddamn thing off in the line before you go through the metal detector. I'm not waiting till somebody pulls off their nice Prada shoes or their high top Air Force Ones that are laced all the way up, and I got to wait for them to unlace all that stuff, and then you got to put all that stuff back on.
Right.
That sucks. If I just have to pull off some slides and throw them on the belt, that's so much easier. So that's why people. That's another reason why people.
It's definitely
dress down
why.
when they fly. It's about convenience and it's about comfort. And that has nothing to do with people being acting
ornery.
inappropriately on a flight.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, if I'm more uncomfortable on the flight, that's likely to make somebody more irritable. Then
I
you're
agree,
going to really
100%.
get people.
You should
kicked
run
out.
for office, sir.
Yeah,
you sound like a
I
sane,
agree
rational
100%.
human being.
And I'll say that's definitely why I would wear sweats.
Yeah.
Back in the day, 15 years. So now you have TSA pre, you don't have to do that.
Mhm.
But before TSA pre, you would have to take off your belt. You
Right.
have to take off your shoes. You have to take your computer out. You have to take off all your jackets, your hats and everything. It was just
I've
too
never done
much.
TSA pre.
TSA pre makes it a lot easier.
If you fly a lot, it's probably definitely
It makes
worth
it a lot easier.
All right, 800-636-1067. We'll continue to take your calls. Are you going to dress like Unfunny Ben? You're going to wear pajamas to the airport? Or are you going to dress up and try to be more civil when you fly during the holiday season? We'll take more of your calls on that next here on The Fan.
All right, we all know plumbing problems always seem to strike at the worst possible time. It's inevitable. You should also know that no matter your plumbing predicament nor when it occurs, you can always schedule an appointment with the Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing experts at cropmetcalf.com. Save time and schedule now to have a Crop Metcalf 5-star plumbing technician at the ready to expertly handle any plumbing pickle you may find yourself in. You don't even have to call. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician.
Continuing to take your calls at 800-636-1067. Are you pro or anti dressing up to take a flight at the airport? Anti wearing pajama pants and or slippers to the airport to take a flight?
I have no problem with it. I think you should be as comfortable as you could be. I don't think it contributes you to being ornery. I think what contributes you to being ornery is being uncomfortable. I agree with that.
It's part of it.
100%.
I'm sure that's a big part of it.
You should be as comfortable. Like, that's why people bring pillows, blankets. I try to remember. I forget half the time the dumb neck pillow thing you can attach to your backpack or whatever. When I bring that, I'm always happy that I brought that. It's a miserable. Being on that tube is miserable.
Look, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to implement a no pajama pants code.
Right.
I just personally think it's a little trifling.
I just think it's an insane idea. I literally think it's insane.
And I do think there's no connection between that and the behavior. I think he's taking two separate issues and conflating them.
I don't think there's any correlation.
Let's go back to the phones.
There's way more of a correlation with the booze intake and with
your flight getting delayed, and you're pissed about that.
Just being ornery.
They're not going to stop selling booze. I'll tell you that.
No, certainly not.
Traveling sucks. We're arranging some flights. We're going to hopefully go visit some friends in Florida over the holidays, and it's weird. Traveling around Christmas is always like the most expensive time to travel, especially if you want to go to an island or something.
Yeah,
we're not doing that. We're just going to visit friends in Tampa. But it's interesting. Traveling on Christmas Eve, significantly cheaper.
Really?
Yes. So I think we're going to make our return flight on Christmas Eve and just like stay an extra day just because it is significantly cheaper.
Probably smart.
But all the other days are
some cash.
Super expensive.
Yeah.
It's like the worst time to travel.
Yeah.
They really get you. All right, let's go to Malik in Brandywine. Hey, Malik. What's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, guys. So I have I seen it on Colbert last week, and they talked about this. And, if you want your consumers to act better, you should, raise the quality of the product. How about bigger seats like they used to be? If you want us to dress better, like back in the day, then make everything better like back in the day, bigger seats. They were serving lobster and steak, a long time ago on planes.
Well, I mean, maybe that.
I remember that.
Yeah, not in our day.
Like, yeah, that's not.
I remember basically like a TV dinner tray that would come out.
Would be silly,
right? And you'd get like Salisbury steak.
Now you're lucky if you get the smallest bag of pretzels and a tiny Coke Zero.
Yeah.
Well, my point is, if you want a better consumer, then you need to have a better product. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough, buddy.
That said, an independent private company can do whatever they want, right? If you have a restaurant, if you have airlines, you can have a dress code.
Sure.
I mean,
the golf courses have dress codes.
Sure.
My son's fiance is taking a trip to San Diego. I'm not sure when. She travels, by the way, more in a month than I will ever travel in my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
She was asking us, guess how much I paid for my plane ticket to San Diego round trip. She paid like $95 round. She found a deal, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, that has to be Spirit or Frontier, and it was Frontier.
I've been on both.
Honestly, maybe one absorbed the other. I'm not sure.
And maybe you could say they're justifiable reputations, but I've been on both and have had no problems.
But they do claim, I can't experience it. They do claim that on those there are more skirmishes.
Oh,
yes.
Anytime I see any sort of like melee in an airport and or in an airplane, it's almost always Frontier. Maybe I'm just on that algorithm, but like it always seems like it's a Frontier and or Spirit airline where people are trading blows or screaming at each other at the top of their lungs.
Are the tickets significantly cheaper?
Yeah, she's getting a round trip ticket to San Diego, which is not close, for $95.
I'm guessing she has a stop. What I've found a lot of times, but it's usually, look, we travel to Puerto Rico a lot. That's where my family is. Go at least once every 2 years. When I get Spirit or Frontier, usually as a connector.
I despise stopping. I always look for the non-stops.
I'm doing it so I don't fly out of Reagan. I told you
that I can kind of understand, but I do not like stopping. I like getting on the bird and arriving at my destination.
Right.
No stoppies in between.
Seeing that those oblivious
Have you been on a
pilots
plane
plowing into each other.
Yeah.
That traumatized me.
Have you been on a plane in the last 5 years?
Oh yeah.
You don't get on
Not a
planes
lot,
very
but
much.
I've been
you
on
pretty
planes.
much go to Kiowa
Went to
every
Costa
year.
Rica. I visited my mom in
He has the
Alabama, like a few
occasional-
times.
He has the
Yeah.
occasional
But not a lot.
island getaway.
I try to limit my air travel as much as possible.
Now I know your dad had an incident. It just the fear was instilled by your dad. Like, why are you such a fearful
I just think
flyer?
just seeing planes crash and stories about plane
I
crashes.
know, but the
It's just
percentage is
Nothing
so
personal,
low.
no personal like
He's just anxious about it.
Yeah.
You get a little traumatized.
just phobia.
There's a lot of tragedies that happen that you're not necessarily fearful of.
Sure, but plane crashes they live rent free in my brain.
All right, let's go to Toothpick. Toothpick, what's up, buddy? Yo, with the Jugs.
Hey, what's good? Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Hey, listen, I'm like the other caller, man. If you want to ask the customers to do something, then you have to step your game up. How about you have more on-time flights and stop with all the flight delays and everything like that? Now, I understand weather. Weather is for everybody's safety. But other than that, just because a plane is down, how about you hire more maintenance crews and things like that? But as far as me traveling, yes, I wear slides because I don't want to take off my shoes. I do the slides and socks bit because I'm not walking around nobody's floor barefoot but my own.
Right.
And I'm a grown man. I'm not wearing pajama pants out of the house.
I'm with you on that
Not
one.
taking no shots at
Yeah,
Ben.
I
Not
actually
taking no
think-
shots at Ben. I understand Ben's doing his bit today,
Yeah.
but not taking no shots at him. But I'm not wearing that to
I have
travel.
to
No,
say,
I'm
He
not.
dressed specifically for this bit. We appreciate that.
I don't think there's a huge difference between sweats and pajamas. I mean, I do think there is, but I don't think it's. But I
Think
do
pajama-
think it's more of a girl thing than a guy thing. If you're a guy walking around in public in pajamas,
I think young people.
It's unbecoming.
I think
it's
young
not
people,
a great
it's-
look for you. It's
it-
not.
it-
It's not an alpha
It's not
look.
it's not a professional. It's
not a great
not
look.
selling.
It may be more frequent with females, and this is simply my observation from one high school, but it's guys
You see-
and girls. Because like
I just don't.
I
see it.
would, I would go to the Quince Orchard Library, which is right across from Quince Orchard High School, and
Mhm.
see all these kids just pour out. Hundreds of kids pour
And they're
out,
dudes
and
in
dudes,
sweats
and
too.
yes, just like that.
I guess I'm only exposed because my daughter goes to an all girl high school and I'm in these all girl volleyball tournaments.
Mhm.
So I see girls in pajamas all the time. I don't
Yeah.
really see dudes.
Oh, I see plenty of dudes.
Yeah.
Maybe Ben
Did your
started the
sons?
trend.
What about your sons? Now, maybe you never saw them go to high school because
Um,
you're here. Did they ever wear pajama pants to school?
I don't think so, but I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe my youngest son Brendan has been in on that.
I don't even
I'm not sure,
own
though.
pajamas. I sleep in sweats. That's like what a man's man sleeps in. You don't
No, a
sleep in
man's man
pajamas.
doesn't sleep with a shirt
Yeah.
or sweats.
Manly men
too
don't. Yeah, they sleep with their underwear on.
Yeah, but you don't. Or okay, then you do
or
shorts.
or
In the
short
bu- in the
shorts.
buff.
Yeah.
But you're
In
not,
the buff.
you're not wearing pajamas. What kind of man
No,
gets
you
in
don't wear-
pajamas?
Oh, pajamas are something from the 50s. That's
Yeah.
an old. It's just an old concept.
Pajamas? Now, what I do wear, which I'm
I'm trying to
embarrassed
remember if
of,
my parents, did my mom,
my dad, I think, would wear
feel like
pajamas.
my dad maybe wore pajamas.
They're old
I can't really
Yeah,
picture it.
it's an older.
It's a
an
different- it's a
older guy,
50s thing.
different generation thing.
It's like I Love Lucy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ricky
but here's
Ricardo
something that I
was-
do wear that is kind of wimpy, and I'm embarrassed when I get caught wearing it. Long underwear. I'm a long underwear guy.
Now, long underwear.
You're always
like
cold.
under,
It's like-
but I'm a long
Now,
underwear guy.
here, long underwear.
It's wimpy.
They should never be worn indoors. I'm guessing you're wearing them indoors sometimes.
If
Like, do you
it's-
wear them to sleep?
Uh,
Like underneath your sweatpants?
no.
Okay.
No, but like I go to play golf. It's
Okay,
50,
that makes
40
sense because you're
degrees. I put long
outside. Yeah,
johns under.
you need
But I'm
another layer of
embarrassed to
insulation.
admit that I have long underwear on.
Nobody here wears old school white Fruit of the Loom underwear.
Tidy whiteys?
Yeah.
No. Well, I mean, I do not.
100% boxer briefs.
No way.
They're the
Haven't had
greatest
those
thing.
for 30 years.
Boxer briefs are the greatest thing ever. Like boxers, I'm out on boxers. I'm out on tidy whiteys. Boxer briefs.
All right, don't forget coming up.
I think that's normal. I mean,
Yeah.
you're acting like that's something.
Well,
That's
if
what I
you
wear.
tidy whiteys. It's
I
ridiculous.
mean, you're 80 if you wear tidy whiteys at this point. Don't forget, Von Miller's going to join us coming up at 9:20. When we come back, we'll get back into the Commanders and Jaden's possible return. JP wants him to alter his playing style in a certain way in the way he lines up when he takes the ball. We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
Let's start with hockey. The Capitals got back on track last night, beating the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chychrun scored twice. Tom Wilson, John Carlson, each had a goal and an assist. Caps have now won 4 of their last 5. Football coming off the bye week. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn gave us an update Monday on Jaden Daniels.
He will be able to return to practice. We had our first session today, but has not been cleared for contact. So, he'll probably be unlikely to play. But, man, it's good to get started and get the return to play going. So that's a big deal for us.
Still uncertain if Terry McLaurin's going to be back this week, but they are optimistic safety Will Harris will return. He's been out the past 2 months with a fractured fibula. Monday Night Football, 49ers beat the Panthers 20-9. And college hoops, the Players Era Festival. Late last night in Las Vegas, Farrell Payne had 20. Maryland got by UNLV 74-67. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team today. Don't forget, joining us in about an hour and 20 minutes, Von Miller from your Washington Commanders. He joins us every week throughout the Commanders season. He will join us coming out of the bye week at 9:20. So we wanted to get into Jaden Daniels here, and he may come back this weekend. We don't think that's going to happen against the Broncos, but
I think they're going to rig it so that the doctor doesn't clear him.
Right.
Even though he could probably do it. They're just going to say, yeah, you're not cleared.
Yeah.
And they clear him next week.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of discussion. Should Jaden play more under center? Should there be more play action involved with the offense for the Washington Commanders? And there's been a lot of, people on both sides that a lot of people think, look, Jaden Daniels was super successful as a rookie, not playing under center a lot. He should be able to have that same level of success in year 2 and beyond, playing out of the shotgun, playing in Kingsbury's system that doesn't require a lot of under center snaps.
Why does he love it?
Why does Jaden love it?
No, why does Kingsbury love being in a shotgun
I think
formation?
it's just more, look, he has kind of that college background, and you see it more in college. I've been sold on kind of Dan Orlovsky's gospel. And yesterday, Dan Orlovsky tweeted out, if you don't play under center, you won't make it to the Super Bowl. And I brought this up a couple weeks ago. I saw some statistics. The top 5 teams under center this year, and they're all very good. Now, Cakes has a counter, but let me just rip them off. Seattle's under center 70% of the time.
Yep.
Having an excellent season. Sam Darnold's having a good year. The Rams are under center 69% of the time. Stafford's probably going to win the MVP. The Lions, 52% of the time with Jared Goff. The Bills, 51% of the time with Josh Allen. And the Patriots, Drake May, 47% of the snaps under center. The Commanders under center, 7%. That's it.
My
They are
counter,
31st in the NFL.
My counter is 40% of your list are Hall of Famers, and we don't know what in Stafford, and I'm just putting Josh Allen there, the way he's playing, and if he continues to play at this level. And it's early for Drake May, but he seems to be ascending, seems to be a really high level quarterback. I would argue that it's more the talent level of your quarterback that is raising the level of play more than just strictly being under center. And look, I am no expert on this argument or this topic, but when you read off a list like that and I hear names like Goff, Stafford, Josh Allen, Drake May, I just think, well, those guys are going to be good either under center or in shotgun. They're going to be good in any system.
Sure.
Because they're top-level elite quarterbacks.
Sure, but there are benefits for at least doing a certain percentage of snaps under center. Now, EB asked why. This is an article about Caleb Williams that I'm going to reference.
Well, I understand the advantage of being under center.
In college,
I don't necessarily understand the advantage of shotgun.
The shotgun, it's spread concept, RPOs, tempo. So it's easier that way. So in college, this is about Caleb Williams. He only attempted 7 passes under center his entire collegiate career.
Mhm.
Think about that. And that's probably what Jaden Daniels was like. They come from, this system where you're not under center, like old school offenses. And I'm not saying change the offense completely, but Ben Johnson has wanted Caleb Williams under center more. Well, what has happened? And Jaden is fully capable of it. We saw it in one game where it was a third down. I think it was 3rd and 1. They went under center, kind of traditional look.
Mhm.
He fakes a handoff, rolls to his right, and he hit John Bates. All right. He's perfectly capable of doing this. And what they've done in Chicago is they've implemented it more. It's not necessarily a great percentage of their plays. You still see Caleb in shotgun the majority of the time. But when he's under center, he has the 3rd highest QBR using play action, 4th most passing yards under center. There is a benefit to doing it. Your offense can improve. And I think this is opinion. There's no way of knowing it. I think Jaden would be better off at least doing it a certain percentage. If it's 7%, bump it up to 25%.
But okay.
And then you do the fake handoffs, you roll out, you get some easy plays, and I feel like he'll stay away from injury
Cliff
more.
Kingsbury is not stupid. Don't you think that if he thought that the being under center was this beneficial, as you're hyping it up to be, it was that beneficial to Jaden and his development that he would already be doing it?
Well,
or is he just so stubborn that he
can
will only run his system and won't incorporate any of that look into his offense?
He just might prefer it.
Yeah, we
just
know
might
that people
prefer it.
have preferred systems.
Yeah, sure.
It happens. Look, and Dan Orlovsky, take me out of the equation. I'm just a donk. Opinion. And like I said, maybe I'm a disciple of Dan Orlovsky, who's mostly a career backup quarterback. But I think he knows what he's saying. And a lot of the statistics bear out that the teams that are having more offensive success now, and there are trends, right? That people like last year were saying, "Wow, the run is coming back." That there are trends in the NFL that these teams that are under center are having more offensive success.
If you just Google it and you get an AI answer, okay, what is the benefit of having your quarterback under center? Here are the benefits that come up according to artificial intelligence. Okay. Improved play action, which we talk about, right? That makes all the sense in the world. The quarterback sneak. The formation is essential for executing a quarterback sneak, which is very reliable play in short yardage situations. Better defensive vision. The quarterback can keep their eyes on the defense before, during, and after the snap instead of having to look down. So some people say when you're back in a shotgun, you get more time to survey, but a little of that time is taken away because you got to follow the ball, make sure you catch it. Another, they say running back's advantage. A running back can get a running start. This makes sense to me. Line up closer to the line of scrimmage, which helps them hit the hole more quickly.
The other
and
thing
then finally is more automatic snaps. In other words, you're more likely to fumble a shotgun snap than a direct snap.
Okay, that's a benefit. The one thing that I see kind of overwhelming is they say that it is less predictable.
Yeah.
That the RPO system,
play
when you're in shotgun with the running backs, sure, you're doing read option at times, but it is a more predictable offense. That if you're turning your back on the defense, you're executing these fakes for play action or handoffs, it's a little less predictable. 1-800-636-1067. Do you think the Commanders would benefit from tweaking their offense?
Now, they do say
look, it would happen if Cliff Kingsbury takes a collegiate job or he gets hired in the NFL, they're going to need a new offensive coordinator. Now, there's benefit from having the same offensive coordinator and using the same language all the time. I wouldn't change anything dramatically because Cake's most salient point is they ran the system last year and had a fantastic offense.
Like I don't think there would be this big call for Jaden being under center if he was healthy all this time and he's putting up similar numbers. Nobody would even suggest it.
Well, sure.
Right, but
now,
the health
now
thing,
everybody's like, oh, he's got to be under center.
Sure.
Everything's got to change.
I wouldn't want to change him too much. I don't want to take run away from him, but I'm very nervous about his availability. And I think most fans should be. He's been out 3 different times this year. He's had 4 injuries in 2
make
years.
him safer. I'm not sure.
I think it would. I think it would.
Explain why.
I just think that the traditional offense, you're not going to be out there in those kind of RPO situations.
Yeah, but
as
guys
often.
can get crushed in the pocket
Of course.
just as easily as they could,
So-
like him scrambling and trying to get the play you got injured on with the elbow, like you could get injured on that play. You could get injured with somebody falling on you in the pocket. Like,
So the reason
I don't
why
think
Cliff
it saves you that much.
one of the reasons why Cliff probably likes the shotgun is because you can execute those quick passes, those screens and slants quicker. You just catch it, boom. You don't have to take even like a 3-step drop. So it's and he likes to do tempo, quick passing game, shorts. And to be honest with you, those quick slants and screens, I'm kind of annoyed by. I don't mind a slant. The screen passes kind of make me crazy. The wide receiver screen that we throw over and over and over, it's overdone.
Look, a lot of those quarterbacks that have the highest rates under center are not necessarily the most athletic, like Goff, Stafford. Okay, so you could say, well, those guys, they fit in the more traditional offense because they're not going to run RPOs, really, right? Goff's not going to run anywhere. Stafford's not going to run
not a running threat.
But Josh Allen's under center 51% of the time. Drake May's at 47% of the time. Here's Josh McDaniels, who is the current offensive coordinator in New England, and Drake May's offensive coordinator.
I've never really wanted to be myself, a gun, because I do think there's an element of predictability. If the back is offset, then it certainly affects the type of runs you can run. You don't necessarily have the same ability to go both directions. Not that you can't, but it's just not the same. You don't have the same angles, and the defense knows it. Sometimes they'll set their front accordingly when your back is offset in the shotgun to try to stop the things that they know are coming in the running game. I think play action passes have always been better under center than in the gun because you have a play action's importance. The time it takes from the ball to be snapped for the ball to leave the belly of the back is really where you want the defense to get out of position. And it takes longer for that to happen when you're under center as opposed to when you're in the shotgun, because it's really a quick fake, and now the quarterback has the ball and everybody sees it. So
it's almost like
they're not as distorted in the coverage end of it too. So I just think there's more versatility. I think there's definitely some things relative to the running game and the play action game that are improved by being under center.
I think there's merit to it, and I think Jaden would benefit from it. Josh Allen's in a good offense, right? I'm not saying take away Jaden's athleticism as running. Josh Allen runs a ton, but it would just add a little more variety to the offense. And I could be mistaken. I think it would limit his exposure to some of these hits.
That may all be true, but I wouldn't expect the offense to look markedly different when he returns.
Oh, I don't think it's a this year thing.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, maybe
it's not a this year thing.
Yeah,
it's probably for next season, and you might even need a new coordinator. Because this is what Cliff does, right? It's spread, RPO, tempo.
Right. But I think you could still run tempo.
If he doesn't get a head coaching gig or a college gig, I don't think Cliff is leaving. Like, I don't think Dan Quinn's going to get rid of Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I don't.
If he doesn't depart for a head coaching gig,
no,
I don't think he's just going to say, you know what, I had to get rid of Joe Witt. I'm also going to get rid of my offensive coordinator heading into the Jaden year 3.
I don't think anybody's alleging that.
I don't think he's going to do that.
Who's alleging that?
I mean, you're making it sound like Cliff's not going to be here next year.
I didn't say that.
Offense.
I said only if he gets another job. If he got a collegiate job or an NFL job.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'll be here.
Yeah, I fully expect him to be here.
That doesn't make it the best system for him.
Yeah.
I think you'd benefit from being under center. I'm going to put that up as our poll of the day. Should the Commanders have Jaden Daniels under center more? I was pretty
happy with the system as when he was a rookie. Were you happy with the system as a rookie, EB? I think you're pretty happy with the results.
I think it's being a little stubborn to not want to explore different things on offense.
Don't you want to evolve?
Yeah, everything's constantly changing in the NFL.
No, but to his point, though, if we were scoring 30 points a game like we were last year,
nobody
this
would
wouldn't
care.
even be an issue.
But you're not.
And
right,
Cliff.
So that's why you got to consider it.
If Cliff thought that this was better for Jaden Daniels, he would already be doing it, wouldn't he?
Maybe not.
Is he so stubborn that he's got to pigeonhole him into his system?
I'm starting to.
Maybe he is.
I'm starting to think that.
Maybe that's the case.
The fact that you're unwilling to do that.
Maybe Cliff is just so arrogant in his system, in his belief, that
not
he
arrogance.
just runs counter to
Or Jaden can't, or
Orlovsky and McDaniels thought
I'm
that
sure
he has
Jaden's
to be under center.
uncomfortable, or Jaden's uncomfortable being under center.
That could
until-
be it too.
That's
That
possible.
could totally be.
Well,
it.
My
that's
guess is it's just his system, and this is generally what he runs, and I'm sure he tweaks it constantly. But
Well, I
generally,
would think.
this
Well,
is
I would think a good offensive coordinator's system would be tweaked from game to game almost.
True. I agree with that.
there's
But
some
if
tweak.
Jaden comes back and throws for 260 and 3 touchdowns and runs for 50 and makes it through the game, the people clamoring for unders, and they do it with 5% under center. The people who are like, he's got to be under center board. They're going to be quiet.
Listen,
Look,
I-
look at what he just did.
I agree-
Non-under center.
I agree with your basic premise.
I've never seen Kick so close-minded about.
If they
this.
were scoring
It's
30
very
points
weird.
a game, it wouldn't be an issue. If they were scoring 30 points a game,
Totally.
nobody would say anything.
Nobody would bring it up.
But
The
they're
Ravens had
not.
the Ravens had the number 1 offense in the NFL last year, and they went more under center this
Okay,
year.
Okay, but
I'm just
it
saying,
doesn't
don't be-
necessarily mean that they would. But I'm not. And the other thing is, you're also asking, like, this is Cliff's offense,
right?
You're asking
This is
him
what
to
you signed up for.
fundamentally change his offense. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I can understand why he just cut. This is what he does. He believes in these basic principles, right? He can get rid of the ball quicker. He can have a faster tempo. The quarterback can survey the field better. Whatever. It makes Jaden more effective as a runner.
They
from the
are under
shotgun.
center 7% of the time.
Yeah.
So it's not that he doesn't have plays under center. I mentioned the one play,
But
and
it's
I
not
thought it
his
was a great play.
general philosophy.
I can't remember the exact game it was, but it was a 3rd and 1, and it was a rare pass. We could probably find it pretty quickly because it was to Bates for a first down. It looked like Shanahan's offense, to be honest. It looked like fake handoff, roll out to the right, stretch play, quick little throw to the tight end. And I just think they need to add it a little bit more.
I don't think
maybe
that-
jump
let
the
me say this.
7% to 20%.
Sure.
That's
Go
a
for
pretty
it.
big
But I don't
increase.
think that's why we're struggling. We're struggling because we don't have any receivers. The running game hasn't been consistent, and the quarterback play has been inconsistent.
Well, this is a way to make the running game more consistent.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe.
Do we
I'm
think?
not opposed to
do we think-
implementing a little more.
Do we think Josh McDaniels is a good offensive coordinator?
Yeah, terrible head coach, but good offensive.
How about Ben
coordinator. Yes.
Johnson? Yeah, they like their guys under center.
Sure.
Okay.
And look, it's a trend right now. It could swing back. I
Right.
just think
Was Dan Fouts any good?
Dan Fouts was pretty
pretty
damn
good.
good.
Wasn't he mostly in shotgun?
I don't know. I don't know the percentages.
The Air Coryell.
But like,
I remember.
you're
I remember Chuck Muncie being a pretty good running back.
but you're making it sound like Cliff's going to go from 7% to just wave a magic wand to 20%. That's like a 2.5 time increase. That's not. I don't think that's going to happen. Like, he may incorporate a little more to try to protect Jaden going forward, but I don't think you're going to see any sort of
All it would be
huge
is,
difference in the offense.
all it would be is instead of running 2 plays a game under center,
Mhm.
jumping it to like 6 or 7.
Right.
I'll just say this. I'm for
It's
anything.
not outrageous.
I'm for anything that helps us score more points.
Right.
The problem is, I think it mostly involves better players. That's what it mostly
a big part
requires.
of it, big
Yeah.
component. All right, 800-636-1067. Do you think Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders should incorporate more under center for Jaden Daniels upon his return, whenever that is? We'll take more of your calls on that next here on The Fan.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
You can go vote right now on the @DrinkSurfside poll of the day on Twitter. Should the Commanders put Jaden Daniels under center more in the future versus being in the shotgun 93% of the time? The early voting, 75% yes, 25% no. The Junkies poll sponsored by Surfside. Use code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com.
So I maxed out at coaching flag football 5-on-5 I9 Sports, the lowest level of coaching. So I don't know anything, but what caught my interest was Dan Orlovsky's tweet yesterday. If you don't play under center, you won't make it to the Super Bowl. Now, he didn't say if you don't play under center 100% of the time. He's just saying he thinks it should be featured. And he's pointed to how Caleb Williams has benefited from being under center this year in Ben Johnson's system. And I gave you those statistics earlier. 1-800-636-1067 is the number.
What other quarterbacks are under center as much as Washington's?
There's only one team.
In shotgun.
There was only one team less under center.
In shotgun.
Correct.
Yeah, or more in shotgun, less under center. What team was that?
I got to punch it back up.
The poor team?
It wasn't a great team.
Yeah. All right. Well, as you look it up, we'll bang out these calls. Let's go to Jim in DC. Jim, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
First of all, happy Thanksgiving, fellas.
Yeah, you too,
John,
buddy.
Long time.
Thanks,
Long
man.
time no talk to. Hope you and the family are doing well.
You too, man.
Oh, just to jump in, it's the Falcons at 6%.
Okay. And they
so
suck.
Now, to be fair, the Chiefs 11% were 30th, and they were in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
So I just got three observations. I'm not a football expert. Two of them are obvious. The third one I'm interested in your feedback. But one under center to me seems would help with when you're in hostile territories or hostile environments in terms of communication with the center. So I'm surprised we don't do it more often there. Secondly, obviously, with what happened in Chicago and inclement weather, seems like you should have the ability to go under center. But the third point I'm interested in, doesn't it make the running back hit the hole faster?
Yes.
Because they get
That's
a head
true.
start?
Yes.
So that's the question I had for you guys. I'll let you guys finish. But again, happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Yeah, you too, Jim. No, thank you. I mean, definitely. I mean, you just look it up. Like, what are the benefits of being on the center versus being a shotgun? You definitely can hit the hole quicker.
And Josh McDaniel said the angle that the running backs are running at too. And that's what I don't understand is, so the offense that Cliff runs is very dependent on run success, whether it's from Jaden or the running back.
Sure.
So why, if the offense needs a running game to kind of get everything going, why would you not want to go into something that helps the running game?
Because maybe he thinks it detracts a little bit from his passing concept.
And he also maybe wanted to have Jaden Daniels more comfortable. Look, most of these quarterbacks that are coming out of college, right? They start playing 7-on-7s. Then they play a certain way in high school. Then they play a certain way in college. Most of them don't play under center. They're playing in these spread systems like Cliff Kingsbury. And then we get to the pros. Try and stay in what you're comfortable in. But I just think it needs to be sprinkled in a little bit more. And I'm looking at teams that have high rates of success offensively, like the Bills and Patriots. They're under center half the time, basically. Bills 51%, Patriots 47%.
The Chiefs are 89% in shotgun?
Yeah, they're only 11% under center.
All right, so not a bad, I mean, it's a pretty good team.
Yeah.
They also have a guy who's in the argument for GOAT at quarterback.
Well, so do some of those other teams that you're talking about that play a lot under center. Stafford, Josh Allen.
What's the best bad team that's under center?
It's a good question. I don't have the list in front of me.
So I just have a tweet here.
Guys with bad quarterbacks, right? Like, what are the Saints?
No, the Saints are in shotgun. They're in the bottom 5 under center. Bottom 5 under center: Saints, Bengals, Chiefs, Commanders, Falcons.
Chiefs are the outlier in that scenario, I guess.
But currently, all 5 of those teams wouldn't make the playoffs.
All right, let's go to Mike in Chesapeake. Mike.
Currently, the top 5 teams under center, 4 out of the 5 would be in the playoffs. Lions would be on the outside looking in.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's up? What's up, man?
Hey, look, that's how Jaden Daniels pumped that ball in Chicago when it was raining. If he had been on the center, he could have got that ball better and hanging that ball off there running back, and they would have got that 1 yard. Plus, when he hurt his elbow,
he was trying to run. They were trying to get 1 yard, and he trying to run around trying to throw the ball. If he was on the center, they could have handed it to the running back, and he wouldn't have got hurt. Now let me get his last thing.
Yeah.
If you playing strong safety on a linebacker, and he had that ball, you can't move because you don't know what he's doing yet. But if you stand back there, he got the ball in his hand, you can see everything he's doing. The linebackers he freed the linebackers in the free safety and the strong safety because they don't know what he's doing. He's hiding the ball.
Yeah. Somebody made that when you were going through the pluses and minuses of it too, or when you played that audio. When you do the RPO or whatever from a shotgun, it happens so quick.
The mesh point.
It almost doesn't even do anything. It happens so quick. Whereas it's
you're
developing thing when it's under center.
It is designed to fool the defensive end, right? The defensive end's either going to crash in on the running back or crash in on the quarterback. Yeah. This is a statistic from Evan Laser. All right, so the top 7 teams under center, and then where they rank in EPA, which is a trendy analytic thing about offense, right?
Expected points added.
Right. So top 7 teams under center. This is where they rank respectively. I won't even give you the teams. 6th, 13th, 8th, 10th, 2nd, 9th, 7th. So the worst is 13th.
All right, you're making a good case. Let's go to Mo in Largo. Mo, what's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I have been yelling this from the rooftop since last year. This is one of the biggest gripes I have with Kingsbury. I mean, it's easy money here, gentlemen. This is one of the best ways to develop a young quarterback. It's play action from under center because you're actually creating a delay in time defensive response. Okay, if you're standing back there in shotgun, they can literally see what you're doing. So if there's no variation in the formation, of course they're going to key in on it. I'm not asking for 50%. I'm not even asking for 40%. But we need some type of variation in the offensive scheme. And I mean, gentlemen, I am in so many arguments with my boys about this conversation every weekend watching these guys. And it's just, it makes no sense to me. Like, how do we, like, what about our personnel makes them think that we're good enough to run 93% of our plays from shotgun? Are you serious? Thank you, gentlemen. Please continue this conversation.
Again, we don't know. Here's what we don't know. We don't know a lot.
Thanks, Mo.
We don't know what Jaden Daniels' preference is or Marcus Mariota's preference is. Like, you always hear that quarterbacks at the end of every particular week when they're game planning will tell their offense coordinator and their coaches their preferred plays. So we don't know whether Jaden likes to be under center. I just know in very limited examples, I've seen him succeed in it.
They could have been practicing this in camp, and it could have been a poop show, and they reported it.
Maybe that's why they're staying away from it.
It could be. I just tend to think
maybe Jaden hates playing under center.
I don't know. I have no reason to believe that Jaden can't run it. I agree with JP. I have no reason to believe that. And I tend to think it's just more of a feature of Cliff's offense. And, you know, maybe it does need some tweaking.
This is a little harsh. This is from somebody who just tweeted us. He said, we need a new OC. He's running a college offense, easy to defend. Now, that offense, as you said, had great success last year. But I do remember the rap on him prior to last season was that the league would figure out his offenses in the second half of the season. That didn't happen last year. But one of the things we wondered about this year, and we haven't seen enough of a sample size because of injuries, was would the league adjust to Jaden Daniels? And so that's where then maybe the offense needs to adjust back. Like when Valdez is saying that you're so resolute, Cakes, it's that what he's saying is sometimes your offense needs to evolve.
True. I just have more faith in the guy who's been actually coaching offense dating back to 2008 and playing quarterback since long before that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him infallible. You just saw Chip Kelly get fired.
True.
Like he was an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, but there's other coordinators that would disagree with what Cliff
and Cliff
is doing or thinking.
Cliff would disagree with a lot of them about
Did you disagree,
his offensive principles.
Right. Did you disagree with what Josh McDaniels said?
I mean, Josh McDaniels is entitled to his own opinion.
I asked, did you agree with it?
It clearly differs from Cliff Kingsbury's opinions.
That's not the question. I said, did you agree with it? he played the clip. You listened to it.
I don't know whether I agree with it or not.
I can find. Hey, Josh McDaniels has a better offensive coordinator resume than Cliff Kingsbury, so why shouldn't I believe him?
Maybe you should believe him.
Well, I'm just saying you're pointing to Cliff's resume.
I'm just strangely in the Cliff camp over here.
It's fine.
I feel like I have to defend Cliff Kingsbury's honor and good name.
I just think it needs to be tweaked a little bit. I do think one of the points that McDaniels made.
That's right. Like, just because you think it needs to be tweaked, I mean,
that's why
to be
you're
honest,
against it.
You don't know anything about offense.
Okay.
And I don't know anything about offense.
No, but
so
that's why I'm bringing up.
Mo from Largo doesn't know anything about
Right,
offense.
but does Dan
To the level
Orlovsky?
of Cliff Kingsbury?
Does Josh McDaniels?
He's just parroting what these other guys are saying.
Yeah, we've been based by a bunch of silly offensive
he's just
coordinators
saying,
and offensive minds.
You guys been red pilled or blue pilled.
Yes,
One of the
he's
two.
saying
we've been
he's
OC
won
pilled.
over by the argument. And then you look at the data.
I'm seeing
that there
it.
are more offenses that are being successful that are under center.
I'm not buying into it as much as you guys are.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not buying into the statistics.
I haven't been red pilled.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Great
Let's
stats,
make
Cakes. Just take a look at those Evan Laser stats. It's pretty convincing to me that the top 7 teams under center all have really successful offenses.
It's fine. Whatever. I mean,
I would still argue to the Cakes' point.
Evan Laser he's like a beat guy.
I know, but they could still analyze things. I would still argue to
I'm
Cakes'
done
point. Though, I'm
Cliff.
going to defend you to an extent. To Cakes' point, if we had all our guys and we were scoring 30 points a game,
Right.
this wouldn't even be an issue.
Nobody would.
But
we'd be talking about something completely different.
We've been
We'd be talking about
decimated by
Thanksgiving
injuries.
sides right now.
We've had our
instead of being under center.
We've had our top receiver for like 3 games. Our quarterbacks missed half the games. All the other ancillary parts have missed a bunch of games. The offensive line has basically been intact. But it's just
now all the offensive experts, all the armchair offensive guys are coming. You got to be under center more. It's more effective.
Look,
Cliff doesn't think the same way. Or else he'd already be doing it.
It
would be being done. Right
there's
now.
a lot of
It's
factors that
possible,
we don't
though,
know.
He's wedded to his system. Philosophically, he believes
that could be the case.
Yeah, he could be so effing hard-headed he doesn't want to
Maybe
do
he's
it.
super stubborn.
Maybe he thinks it's a dumb fad and it will pass in a year.
Well, because he's also had success doing what he does.
Here's my question, Cakes. Did you have a problem when Joe Witt got demoted?
Not necessarily, no.
But all the arguments you're making in favor of Cliff would have applied to Joe Witt, correct?
He didn't have the resume.
Yeah,
Joe Witt doesn't have the
Joe Witt.
Okay, but he knows more than me.
DC for
His
5
whole
minutes.
argument. Joe Witt wasn't a donk. He knows about defense. But sometimes guys are wrong, or they you have to tweak. You have to evolve.
There's a lot of people want to chime in. I want to hear from them. I'm sick of hearing from you. What time is Vaughn coming?
A lot of so-called.
Well, what I was going to say is,
9:20.
let's ask Vaughn this question. When you face a team that is under center the majority of the time, is it easier to defend that than a team that sometimes is under center and sometimes in shotgun?
All right. Greg, Deacon, Reggie, Edwin, Kevin, Paul, Dave. We'll go to your calls when we come back. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Why? Well, football's better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. That's what we should do. We should get Valdez and Mar and Unfunny Ben. We should do our Pass the Leg parlay. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/EB to get started. That's FanDuel.com/EB. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
kind of funny. I had to hit Mike Marr to the fact that both the Rolling Stones and AC/DC, not American bands, not from the United States of America.
The jury might still be out. I think they're American.
You have some doubts
Just
about
sounds
that?
like it.
Okay.
Dude, he's a teenager, basically.
He's a
How's he
youngin'.
going to know?
I'm going to bring him under my wing and teach him some things here and there.
Couple of tweets regarding our discussion. You can always hit us up at Junks Radio from M. Thor. Yes, the NFL is a copycat league, and the evidence cake suggests that having your quarterback under center is smarter. From Kyle, Caleb is doing play action, which is allowing him to freeze the linebackers and for him to be able to get his passes right off. Watch the film. You'll see it that he turns his back. That's changed his game up dramatically.
All right, let's bang out the calls. Let's go to Deacon in DC. Deacon, what's up, buddy?
Talk to me, baby. What's up, Junkie?
Hey, Deacon. What's up, Deacon?
What's up, baby?
Hey, pal.
I tell you, listen. The shotgun is a bell and a whistle. Now, all of the greats, everybody knows that when you start your game, you always start off from center. Now, it was only introduced as a bell and a whistle to make the game a little bit more sexier, so to speak. So fundamentally, let's start the game from the center. And let's continue to make it sexy, yeah. But no, let's not lose the fundamental trait, which is coming from the center. What you think?
I mean, I think that they should add more snaps under center per game. I don't know the percentage, but I think right now at 93% in the shotgun, it's too predictable.
Now I think Cliff should come out Texas Tech style Red Raiders, all guns blazing, all under shotgun, none under center.
Why?
Just to flip the double middle finger to all the haters and the doubters.
We're scoring like 8 points less per game than we did last year. We're less
Well,
effective.
I blame that on the rash of injuries and
Me
the,
too.
the poor wideout room. And
So
the fact that
maybe-
Jaden has missed half the games.
100%. But maybe because of that, we have to shake it up.
Possibly.
You know, I would say if we were fully intact, and I think we would probably be scoring at a much higher rate.
I'm Cliff. I'm going down swinging though. Going out swinging.
I was just curious.
Doing it my way.
I punched up what is the percentage of times Peyton Manning was under center? 'Cause I remember Peyton being in the shotgun a ton. And it has a table. And what they found actually is he was actually better under center. Peyton Manning.
Let's go to Reggie in DC. Reggie, what's up?
Man, junkies, y'all know I love y'all. This right here, this conversation is. I'm in my house, right? I'm screaming. I'm team cakes. Okay, if we
Yeah,
were
Reggie.
100% healthy, right? I'll take JP. I'll be with you. JP, if you give me Derrick Henry, yeah, give me under center. If you give me Jamar Gibbs, yeah, put me under center. If you give me David Montgomery, yeah, put me under center. Put me under center with those running backs. What is going to be the threat? Hey, we don't have a good running back. Now, hold on now. We have the number 4 ranked rushing offense. Now, what are the benefits of the shotgun? You can't fool me. I can see it. I can see where the safeties rotate. So you won't be able to fool me because my back is not turned. That's what one of the things Orlovsky and all these quarterbacks say. One of the things is when you do turn your back, the safeties rotate. You got to pick up kind of what the coverage is going to be rolling to. So again, if we didn't have this type of success last year, I'm with JP on this one. This year, literally, you got the injuries. The injuries. Now, what I need is more weapons for my quarterback.
I agree with all that.
There's nothing wrong with this scheme. Now, what I will say, JP, maybe like 5%. Okay, maybe get it to like 7 to 8 because the handful of times that he is under center, most of the time it's a play action, a boot or a waggle. It has yielded some type of success.
Yeah, just sprinkle in a couple more plays. That's all I'm saying. Makes your offense less predictable.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Why would you say our offense is like if it was predictable, it would have been predictable from week 1 of last year all the way to the NFC Championship. I don't think there's any predictability with this offense. It's literally almost a number. The bubble screen to Terry against Detroit, that was a numbers game. Okay, we got 3 out there. There's only 1. Okay, there was one where it was 3 out there and it was 2. So I think the making the offense as simplistic as possible for a rookie quarterback. Now maybe after in the year 3 you can layer in more, but to just change, I don't say change the fundamentals because that's not what you're asking, but to make it seem like under center is the cure-all with the talent we have now. Are you gonna be scared of Rob?
No.
Reggie,
I don't think it's a cure-all.
Reggie,
I think it's a factor.
Reggie, you and me, we're shotgun bros.
I think it's a factor.
Bros,
I think what you
We
point
are.
out, Reggie, are the main factors. Everybody would say the main factors. I mean, the number one main factor is the quarterback hasn't even been there, but for half the games. All right, that's the biggest factor for the Washington Commanders' lack of success on offense. Jaden hasn't been under center for the majority of the games, and then you have to look at the injuries, Terry McLaurin not being there, and all those things are factors. I think this is another factor. I think it's a legitimate factor. And it seems to be a trend.
The problem is I don't know which of these games we would have won. I mean, maybe we would have won the Dolphins game
with Jaden versus Marcus.
They would have won the Dolphins game. We should have won the Bears game, but Jaden blew that. But that's fair. You're allowed to make mistakes.
I don't think Jaden has been as spectacular as JP says.
Well, I just think that
I know, but
it's not Jaden. It's that the defense has been so bad. I just don't think he could have overcome it.
Like I don't think he looked great against the Packers. I don't think he looked great against the Cowboys. I don't think he looked great against
right, but those are games where we gave up 40 points.
I know. But just saying, well, if Jaden's in there, we're winning every game.
No, I don't think that. Let me be clear. I don't think that. I think we might have one or two more wins. This team has been so bad defensively, and the Jaden's been a tick off. I don't think Jaden being there would have necessarily changed, but maybe one of the games.
I wasn't talking about outcome. What I told Reggie is the offense would be better. If you have your starting quarterback, your offense is going to be better.
It would be, but I don't think when the Cowboys score 44.
That's not what I was talking about. We're talking about whether making an offense better.
I think, yes, we're definitely better
and
with
I think
him. Definitely.
That's
but we
the
still
number
probably
one
would have
factor.
lost most of those games, other than maybe the Dolphin game.
I mean,
Probably true.
It's a low bar. Your offense is better than when Mariota's in, but it hasn't been awesome this season when he has been in.
Yeah,
and that's it's.
You would like it to be better.
It's true, but he hasn't had his guys either. It's been just this has been a cluster F season. It's just been so bad. Everywhere you look, we could have a problem. We've had it. Terry not being there, then Terry getting hurt, not getting the reps. Ertz just being
the defense
half the
is
player.
a catastrophe.
The defense just falling apart, getting worse.
He played in 6 games.
Yeah, but I just thinking the ones he missed, I don't think he would have made a difference. And other than maybe off the top of my head, the Dolphin game.
And maybe Cliff should adapt, but I don't think he's good. I don't think you're going to see a huge uptick in under center. I just don't think it's something he's comfortable with. And maybe Jaden's just not that good under center.
I refuse to believe that.
He doesn't like playing under center as opposed to shotgun.
I'm too stubborn. You have to prove to me that. I'm too stubborn to believe that.
I'm just speculating. That I don't know.
So let me just go in and look. So the Atlanta game was all Mariota. Would we have won that with Jaden? Maybe. I mean, we did give up 34 points.
Yeah, but
I don't think
didn't
we're
they
going to
score 27 in that game? 27 or 28 on the road too. That should be a winnable game if your defense doesn't completely.
There's no way of really knowing the tenor of the game.
I'm just guessing. But the Dallas game, I don't think we're going to win. We're going to lose probably to the Chiefs anyway. We're going to lose this. The Seahawks manhandled us, and Detroit embarrassed us. Really, the only one you could maybe make the argument is for Atlanta and Miami. So we might be 2 wins better with Jaden based on the way the defense was playing. All right, let's go to Dave in Tyson's. Dave, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Love the show as always.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, did you guys get a chance to listen to Kurt Warner break down the Seattle tape? Did you guys talk about that at all?
Yes,
I've seen some of Kurt Warner stuff. I don't know if I watched the Seattle one.
Yeah,
played it on the show. Yeah, we played it. Okay, here.
I mean, so basically, there were about 15, 16 plays where Jaden just basically kind of there was someone open by the scheme.
Oh yeah, he hesitated.
He just
he's been a little off. I agree.
And so the difference between last year he was making those kind of plays. This year he wasn't. And so I think part of this is on him. I know we keep saying that he's been maybe a little bit like a tick off.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go to say this year that he's been honestly just below average.
Okay.
And I guess my concern is that when Warner was breaking down, it's a very quarterback friendly scheme. And and at most of the time, you don't even have to look at the entire field. The criticism about it being almost like a college gimmicky kind of scheme, I think there's some validness to that too. And I think it almost might be hindering Jayden's ability to really kind of grow as a quarterback in terms of really understanding coverages.
All right, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
I mean, they do run a lot of no huddle.
A lot of no huddle, a lot of read option.
I like that. I
like teams with tempo. I like teams that move.
I know, but if you're out of the rhythm,
you can take your time. I don't
things
mind.
are going poorly with it.
Okay, but you don't have to go no huddle and snap it with 20 seconds left on the right. You could go no huddle and Peyton Manning it and just read the defense and snap it with 1 second left. It doesn't have to be tempo. I love making the reads right at the line of
I
scrimmage.
don't like slow plotting offenses.
Yeah,
not a fan. No, thank you. Get those out of here.
Let's do one more. Let's go to Hunter. Hunter, what's up?
Hey, I'm kind of on your side of you, but I don't get what Cakes is saying. He doesn't want to change it. Everyone's injured already. That's just the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares if we lose? Let's just change something and see what happens.
I mean, I just think I think it's rudimentary to think that Cliff is just going to come in all of a sudden, coming off the bye, and be a big under center guy when he's never done that throughout his career.
He's not going to change his basic fundamental philosophy.
Maybe it gets a little bit of a bump, like from 7% up to 9 or 10%, but
that's not really a bump.
I wouldn't expect to see Jayden or Marcus under center a lot more than they have been through the first half of the season.
But that's not really what we were discussing. We're discussing more of a big picture thing. Would they be better off in the future, in year 3 for Jayden, in year 4 for Jayden, year 5 for Jayden, being under center more?
Possibly. It depends.
I'm buying into that.
If
they
he's
would.
great at playing under center, I guess there's a potential for that. Maybe he's just a better player out of shotgun.
I refuse to believe he can't play under center.
Yeah, I think he's perfectly capable. Yeah. Look, the Dallas Cowboys have the number 1 offense in the NFL. Now, I know what you're going to say. Well, they've got George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. And that, I agree, is a bigger factor.
It's a huge factor.
They're under center 29% of the time.
Right.
I just think being at the bottom, and the statistics are showing you that the teams that are at the top offensively are under center far more than Washington. I think they need to ultimately, not necessarily this week, ultimately implement it more. And I'm with EB. I think he's perfectly capable. He can run an offense. Do you think Jayden Daniels could run the Buffalo Bills offense?
Sure.
I do. They're under center over 50% of the time.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
All right, coming up later on the show, Von Miller from the Commanders. He'll join us coming up at 9:20. You don't want to miss that. We'll get into EB's entertainment page when we come back.
All right, it's here, the Golfdom Black Friday sales event with special savings in every department. Save on select TaylorMade, Callaway, and Cobra clubs. Save 20% off Green Tag footwear, 20% off all apparel, and 20% off select golf bags. Shop in-store or online at worldwidegolf.com during the Black Friday sale this Friday through Monday. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982 and home of the legendary 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Get there.
Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels returning to practice this week, but he has not yet been cleared for contact, so Daniels is unlikely to play Sunday night against the Denver Broncos. But Dan Quinn's hopeful that at least some of his injured players could be back this week.
It was awesome today to have everyone really back at practice and getting on the field and having the guys here. That was a big deal, man, to have that many. It's been a long time since I've said that out loud of everybody's here and working, that's for sure.
Denver comes to town Sunday night riding an 8-game winning streak. Broncos are a 6.5-point favorite. Monday Night Football last night, Brock Purdy had a TD pass, Christian McCaffrey a touchdown run. Niners over the Panthers 20-9. Hockey Capitals buried the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chychrun scored twice. Caps have now won 4 of their last 5. And college basketball, late night in Las Vegas, Maryland pulled away late to beat UNLV 74-67. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Don't forget, Von Miller will join us in 20 minutes. Time now for EB's entertainment page. I'm a little tilted. I don't know what I did with my phone.
I feel like I saw you but it might just be habit.
Doesn't it never leave you?
You always like walk like I think you probably put it down when you were catching the football. Because I think you
yeah,
walk.
You're right. I think you're
99% of the time I see Cakes walking outside and he's staring to the left
because I can't.
His head's like leaning. He's looking at his phone.
I can't catch a football with a phone in my hand.
Right.
I mean,
So I would guess
I'm not Odell Beckham Jr.
we were tossing the football around. I'm guessing that you put it down.
It's probably out in the
right on
hallway.
that table.
I can stop panicking.
You want to go? Go ahead. You don't have to participate.
No, it's fine. Now I'm on tilt.
Here,
I'm
I'm gonna
eating
pee.
a block of cheese, which I would never do. I can't. Every time I see him do this, that triggers me way more than any talk about Cliff Kingsbury.
This is so good.
You eating just cheese out of the wrapper. I think I'd rather be waterboarded than do what you're doing
That's
right
not
now.
true.
I'm
Would you
pretty sure I would be.
This is like pulling cotton to you.
Cotton balls.
Yeah, I can't do what you're doing. Like what you're doing is actually reprehensible. It actually puts me on massive.
He's said it a million times.
Tilt.
But if he melted that,
I know,
and you
so dumb.
put it on
melted then
on a chip,
then
you love it.
Then it's palatable. But like in that form, no, thank you. No.
I have to say this real quick.
Dikembe, no.
I'm going to do the read for BMW Fairfax, but I have to say, I went to Cal Tortilla.
Mm-hmm.
Are they advertisers?
California Tortilla, yeah.
I like
yeah.
Cal Tortilla.
Mhm.
Like we go there. I think I'm out on their like case cheese and like chips and queso.
Oh, I have not.
I think I have
theirs is elite.
grown to like Chipotle's cheese and queso, whatever,
okay.
chips and queso more than Cal.
Personal
Force.
preference.
I have to do a blind taste test.
I have.
I don't know.
I have that restaurant's chips and queso
Yeah.
as elite. Elite. In my
maybe
opinion.
my wife says,
And I know me some queso.
My wife says it might have been a little. Might have just had a bad experience.
Bad
But
batch.
she agreed it wasn't the same as what we were used to. And I went to some weird one like in Ellicott City or something.
Okay, one
so
off.
Maybe it was. I don't know. But how can you mess up queso?
Elite cakes,
elite.
Uncle
The Joe-
Julio's.
Okay, I haven't
Elite.
sampled that in a while, but I'm sure it's very good.
Yeah, I haven't done that.
But in the fast casual space, Cal Tort, chips and queso, elite. The Joe Flacco of quesos.
All right. Entertainment page, of course, is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager over there. She'll take care of you. Check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. Take one for a spin. Trust me, there's nothing like driving a BMW. It's just unbelievable. The braking and the steering, especially if you're like me and you grew up on like just beaters and terrible cars. Then all of a sudden you get into one and you're like, oh, this is how a real car handles. This is incredible.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right. A lot of stuff going on. This is embarrassing. I just think this is embarrassing. Guy Fieri rushed to emergency surgery after tearing his quad muscle, Case.
Oh, how do you do that?
I don't know. Was he
I
playing
can tell you I
tennis?
did it. He's lugging all that money he's making from his billion restaurants that are overtaking Vegas.
It's even more embarrassing.
That's how.
He slipped down a set of steps.
Did it happen in Flavortown?
I don't know, Cakes.
Hope they have a hospital in Flavortown.
Have you ever done that before where you slip down steps? I've done that. Like the
Oh, sure.
carpeting is
Yeah,
too
yeah.
worn down.
Not in a long time.
Like
but
you're
I
in
have.
socks.
Yeah, you're in socks
And then boom.
typically.
Yeah, socks on like carpeted steps. That's an easy way to donk yourself off.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good at all. So it's just as humiliating. You have to go to the hospital for tearing a quad muscle. God, that's the epitome.
Well, I mean, I'd rather Guy Fieri do it than like George Pickens. I need George Pickens for the fantasy stretch run. So if it's going to happen to somebody, better it happens to Guy Fieri.
Yeah. Tara Reid. Oh my God. When was the last time we heard about Tara Reid? She was outside a hotel Chicago early Sunday morning when somebody, according to her, slipped her a drug in her drink and she was rendered unconscious.
Oh no.
They have video.
I don't know. Mike Marr went to Chicago over the weekend. Mike, what are you doing?
She was.
It's not your style.
That's a show.
That's trifling.
I'm kidding. I can't make a joke about. Maybe you shouldn't make a joke about that. You're slipping her a roofie.
If you've ever seen Shark Tank, which I used to watch, it's still on, right? I haven't watched it in the last.
I don't know if
year.
any new
I think
episodes
so.
are on.
They don't have any new. I think it's still new.
I'm guessing. What was
I
it,
just
Friday
watched-
nights?
I definitely have a Shark Tank item at my house right now, and I wish I had thought it up. Scrub Daddy.
I had the Scrub Daddy too.
Scrub Daddy just minting
So
money.
dumb. I mean, it's just like any other.
Just a smiley face sponge.
Yeah,
That's all. That's all it is.
Scrubber.
Just probably worth billions now.
But they had when I was watching I think it was Shark Tank, where they have like a drink condom that some girl came up with.
Oh,
So you
okay.
put like this like a condom
Sure.
over your drink, and then you poke your straw over it.
Oh,
And so when
you
you're
know what?
around, nobody can.
That's
Hey,
actually
is there
brilliant.
Yeah.
any chance she just got hammered at the airport and then is blaming
Totally.
is blaming
Of course. Yeah, of course, right?
yeah,
In
saying
fact,
somebody
I would more likely bet on that. Who's trying to drug Tara Reid at this point? Right? How down and out must you be?
Did she
If
do
you're gonna
anything after American Pie?
Not that I know of.
No, yeah, of course. She's done stuff, but it's been all.
By the way,
Of
that-
note.
that
That's
is-
what I mean.
That is one of your, when you're talking about elite quesos, one of your elite beers is the airport beer or two at the overpriced bar before you get on the airplane. That's an elite beer. Also, your first vacation beer, elite. Now, these might argue like cracking crabs with a beer, elite level beer.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a great one.
Shower beer.
I've never done a shower beer, but I'm sure it's great.
Pre-game at a party or something.
Never done that. Never
The
had
next
shower
beer.
Which one?
The next beer.
The next beer after the first beer. Okay, you're kind of speaking my language on Funny Ben.
When you go for a beer, what's your go-to? Like, if you just go to a brewery, are you like a pale ale guy, or you like? Do you have like a certain go-to?
I like to kind of mix it up seasonally. Like now we're getting into the real meat of the Christmas and holiday beers. So right now I'd be like all about like an oatmeal stout or a porter, a dark thick beer.
I think thinking about oatmeal beer makes
This is
me
the
want to
perfect
puke.
time of year.
They're
for
very
that.
very filling.
They're so good.
I recommend
think
for
I
a
get
holiday
gag
beer.
reflex.
For a holiday beer, I stocked up. I got the 4 cases of it. 'Cause
Yeah.
it goes quick. Shiner Cheer.
Shiner Cheer. I had some of that. That's
Shiner
very good.
Cheer, elite
Fezzy.
holiday beer.
I don't
Old
really know
Fezzy
what
with
that is.
ale, Sam Adams product. Very, very good this time of year.
I don't really know what that is. Is that like a red beer?
What? The
Shiner Cheer.
No, it's beer, but it has like notes of pecan in it.
It's the seasonal
and it's
treat.
not as heavy as the
That is
typical
true.
Christmas beer.
That's
it's like
a good point.
like a Sierra Nevada Christmas ale.
Like a hop celebration ale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not as dark and deep and rich, but it's still very tasty, festive.
I'm not a sophisticated beer drinker.
Yeah.
I never know what to order.
Don't get me wrong. I get Zeiss for Coors Light.
Who doesn't?
You do?
You and Bruce Allen.
Yeah.
Not tonight. Tomorrow might be a 3 to 4 beer night. Cakes Classic, hotel room, MGM, Thanksgiving Eve.
You're gonna have AIM come over and
And she's gonna be at home cooking. She's gonna be cooking. Hopefully, I'm cooking at the poker table and just set mining and just crushing people tomorrow.
Yeah, but
night.
maybe after she does the big preparations, she could come over and you guys do
I
some
like where
cooking
you're. I
in
like.
the, in the hotel room.
I like where you're headed with
Hey,
it.
you can start basting.
I like where you're heading with that, and the base thing makes me laugh. But the chances of that happening are probably 2% or less.
Hey, you treat her like a
Send her
ham
an
and
Uber.
glazer.
Why don't you just say? Why don't you text her? Like, especially if you're up.
Yeah.
And say, babe, I'm up about 1,000.
Yeah.
I'm sending an Uber. Uber
Mhm.
Black. Okay.
Well, there goes all my profit.
There,
My
send an
profit
Uber
goes
Black.
straight to the Uber driver.
And we're gonna celebrate this Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
in
we're just gonna
style.
smash Ola.
Yeah.
Come get your
Yeah,
stuff in
I
early.
love the idea.
How would she
I
react
love-
to that?
I
Would
love
she
the
turn-
concept.
Would she say, John?
If it weren't Thanksgiving Eve, she probably would be down.
Yeah, but if it's Thanksgiving Eve, she would
she's got-
actually say,
she's gotta
Dikembe?
make, there's sweet potatoes to make. We're doing a rib
But Kim
roast.
said,
There's
you know
a billion
what?
things
You
going
know what?
on.
And we can do that in the morning. It's not that big a deal. Come on. Let's celebrate.
I don't. It could happen.
Okay.
I'll leave it as slightly possible.
I'm
but-
just planting the
but
seed for you.
highly improbable.
All right.
Is probably the way I would
All right,
approach
just
it.
planting the seed cakes.
Have I mentioned if you knock me out tomorrow, you score an Xbox as my bounty? Pretty nice around Christmas time. It's pretty
that
good.
is pretty good.
Yeah, and
Uh,
20K guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Cakes, do you
And a
know?
trophy.
I think this is pretty easy. What is the most expensive comic ever sold?
Isn't that hold on, it's the one featuring the first appearance of Superman. It's
Yes. A copy of the first issue of Superman,
yeah.
which was discovered, can you imagine this, in a California attic last year, became the most expensive comic ever sold, fetching, do you know what it sold for?
I'm just gonna guess $1.75 million.
You're only off by about $8 million. $9.12 million.
What? Some dork got paid. Good for him.
Three brothers from Northern California, can you imagine, discovered the issue Superman #1
Action Comics,
while
right?
clearing out probably
Yeah.
the mother's attic after her death. It had been kept in a cardboard box protected by a pile of old newspapers. It was originally sold for 10 cents, but it was found to be so well preserved that it was deemed the highest ever graded copy.
Did Darren Bell buy it? He loves buying stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean,
He'd be all over it.
can you imagine the three brothers who were in their 50s and 60s? I remember when my grandmother passed away. My dad and I were going through her attic.
Mm-hmm.
This is like 1980.
Yeah.
And I found a baseball glove that literally, I don't know who created baseball, but that guy, it was his glove.
Is it Abner Doubleday?
Yeah, it was Abner Doubleday's glove. It was the oldest
baseball cakes.
It was
Look
the
at that.
oldest leather thing
Yeah.
you've ever seen. I mean,
worth nothing.
it was just like big fat fingers.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
It looked like a cartoon inflated glove.
Yes, like the Pillsbury Doughboys glove.
Like Big John's hand.
Yeah, his normal
His
hand.
big mitt.
Yeah. All right. Do we have Von Miller coming up soon?
Yep, Von Miller from the Washington Commanders. He will join us next here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. You know me. I'm always out there playing golf, playing tennis, whatever it is, out with my kids, helping with volleyball. I'm old, man. Injuries happen. I get sore, back spasms, bone and joint pain. Really slows you down. You see, when I wake up, it's a disaster. That's why I trust Fantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Fantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. Do it now. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Time to head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Von Miller, Commander's Edge Rusher. Listen to Von's podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app or download it wherever you get your pods. Von, what's up? How are you? How was the bye week for you?
Howdy, guys. How's it going?
Hey, good.
I was in Dallas with the fam.
Nice.
Nothing special or nothing cool. I was just, kicking it with my kids and family back in Dallas.
All right. Do you have like a nice home in Dallas? Is it like a ranch? Is it like a farm setup? Because we know you're into like the free range chickens. That whole thing is a passion of yours. What's your home setup in Dallas like?
No, man, I just got a condo. The market is crazy in Dallas right now. I want to build soon, but right now I just got a condo, just trying to figure it out.
All right, so your dream home is going to be in your home state of Texas.
Yep. My mom always told me too. If you want to make God laugh, start making plans. I want to be in Texas, but it could easily be here in DC or back in Denver or wherever.
Okay,
so
flexible.
So I know you're a football junkie. You're a sports junkie, but you're a football junkie. So you're with the fam. So are you like with the kids, or are you sitting down there and you're really consuming like 8, 10, 12 hours of football on Sunday?
Watching you. Are you saying like if I'm not playing?
Yeah, like on a bye week.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I would like to do both. I would like to try to. I got a 4-year-old, and my youngest son, he'll be 3 in February. So I got 2 little boys. In a perfect world, I would like for us all to sit down and watch football.
Watch together.
But it's hard to get. It's hard to get them to pay attention to it. But yeah, in a perfect world, we would all sit down and watch Red Zone on one TV and have like a specific game on another, and like multicast on another TV.
So Vaughn, say the Commanders have a game in the evening, a primetime game, and there's a game from Europe, whether it's England, Germany, or whatever, that you're obviously not playing in. Are you going to wake up at 9 o'clock and watch the 9:30 Eastern kick of the Europe game, and then just watch until you have to leave for your game?
Yeah, I mean, typically, at the team hotel, the games are already on. So, like I said, man, when it comes to football, I love football. So sorry, my bad. I love football. So whenever it comes to football, and I could, watch whatever it is, I'm up watching it. If that's 9:30, I'm already up. I get up around 8 on game days, so I'm watching that, and then I'll watch the games after that, leading up to our primetime game, Sunday night.
As a guy who's been in the league for many, many years and is a football junkie, we were having a discussion about teams that are under center versus teams that are under shotgun. What is harder to defend for you?
I mean, if you got a solid running game, both of those work. You can have a solid running game out of shotgun. You can have a solid running game out of under the center. That play action element is really hard on pass rushers, especially when you have an effective running back or a running game. So I think it's just depending on the type of running game that you have. You're not fooling nobody if you can't run the ball and you get under center. So they know exactly what you're about to do. So I think that element of surprise is always hard on pass rushers in the secondary, and obviously linebackers too. When you're able to get them up tight to the line of scrimmage, it opens up routes behind them. So it just depends on the running game what you're able to run offensively.
Hey Vaughn, you're not going to get caught up in your feels, are you, when you look across the line of scrimmage this weekend and you see that old Denver Broncos logo that you played for so many years, right? That's not going to affect you, is it? Let's hope it doesn't.
No, I'll be lying and saying if I said I don't have a special place in my heart for the Denver Broncos. That's obviously there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is my third time. This is my third time playing the Denver Broncos since I left. So it's a lot has changed since I was there. A lot is different. But their love is still there. Obviously I'm playing for the Commanders and I want to win the game. I want to have success against my old team. But I still, love those guys over there. Cortland Sutton is one of my good friends, and Garrett Bowles is one of my good friends. Patrick Surtain, I was there when he got drafted. So I still got, a lot of connections over there. So I'm not about to cry and won't be able to play in the game because I'm so emotional.
Good.
No,
I'd like to hear that. What Denver?
No, that's not gonna happen though.
What Denver Broncos quarterbacks have you sacked as members of other teams? I know you know the pelts that you have on your wall.
Yeah, I have not had a sack against the Denver Broncos. I think that's a. Yeah, that's
a gap in your resume.
Well, this is the perfect week. This means you're going to have like 2 against Bo Nix. I love to hear that, actually.
Hey, I'm curious, Vaughn. So you get drafted by the Broncos in 2011. Prior to that, you grew up in Texas. You played college football in Texas. What was the cold like and the snow like for you in those early years?
I thought I knew what cold was, but it like I really didn't. Like a cold game for us was 20 to 25 degrees, 30 degrees. When I went to Denver is where I really got introduced to cold weather, and then going to Buffalo is really where I had a good relationship with cold weather. I like it cold. I think as bad as we can get the elements and still have traction, that falls into the type of game that I want to play.
Did you ever miss a practice because you were like stuck in the snow?
And Buffalo
or Denver?
No, Denver, it didn't really snow as much. I don't think as a member of the Denver Broncos we ever got a snow day. In Buffalo, I mean, we had it's probably like 3 or 4 practices a year that we had to stay home and just watch and do like practice on Zoom or whatever. But it wasn't really that bad in Denver. We have about 300 days of sunshine in Denver. That's with all 4 seasons. So it snows in Denver, but it doesn't really stick. In Buffalo is where it really gets crazy.
Hey, Vaughn, I should know this, but I don't off the top of my head. In the cold weather, are you a long sleeves under your jersey guy or no?
I mean, I wear long sleeves whether it's hot or cold. So I'm just a long sleeve guy.
Okay.
It doesn't matter about the elements. It could be 90 degrees. I'm gonna have sleeves on. It could be 5 degrees. I'm gonna still have sleeves on.
Why is that when it's hot? Why do you like it when it's hot?
Well, for one, I'm allergic to grass, and
really?
I got asthma and I'm allergic to grass, so that really plays into playing good football.
What else are you allergic to? Anything other than grass and I mean that's the top one.
It's
just grass?
Yeah, maybe
cats. Cats. What about cats or dogs?
No, it's just no pets.
Horses, rabbits.
It's just no animals. It's just grass. No food allergies or anything like that. It's
allergic to like sulfa drugs, penicillin.
He just told you only grass.
I feel like I need to know all these things about
That's
Vaughn.
crazy. We're getting to know Von Miller. Hey, Von, this is something we were talking about before. What is Von Miller's stance on dudes who wear pajama pants like to work or to the airport or something like that?
They don't wear them to work. I mean, the radio doesn't count.
I'm not really like a pajama. I'm not really like a pajama guy.
Right.
Yeah, I like wearing sweats to the airport and to work and stuff like that. But not really like a pajama guy. They're pretty thin too, so they don't really have like the comfiness that I'm looking for. I'm a sweat guy.
Hey, Vaughn, like after last night's game between the 49ers and Panthers, there was a little skirmish between Jawan Jennings, I believe Trevor Moehrig from the Panthers, because Moehrig apparently punched Jennings in, below the belt during the game. And then, he got his vengeance after the game was done. Do you wear a cup during a game? I know this is a very invasive and personal question, but do you wear that sort of protection during a game? And if not, why not?
I've been in the league 15 years and I played with so many different guys, and I have never wore a cup, and nor am I aware of anybody, wearing a cup on the football field. I think that's kind of like, I think that's kind of like too much. I don't know. In my 15 years, even in college and high school, even in Little League, I have never been aware of, anybody wearing a cup or me.
You've definitely taken some shots to that part of your body, 100%. I mean, playing all these years of football.
You really don't. You really don't. It's crazy because you really don't have that type of problem.
You don't get like a running back's helmet in your nads.
Well, what about at the bottom of a pile? There's got to be some dirty player that's just trying to knock you out of a game.
No, I mean, let me knock on wood, and let me knock on wood, and You know, in my 26 years of football, Little League included, I have had one or two instances where I had to, recover from something like that, and it's very, very rare. It is.
All right. Okay. Hey, you learned something.
All right, so let's get to the defense. Obviously, you guys made a switch where Dan's calling the plays and Joe Witt is back up in the booth. Did you feel there was a difference for you guys?
Honestly, no, man. I didn't feel it. I didn't feel a difference. To me, our problems are not. They don't fall on the coach's shoulders. That's just my opinion. I feel like, the problems that we're having. It's within the players, and it's for us to figure out. There is no magic call. There is no magic scheme. I've always felt like DQ has done a great job coaching, and Coach Witt has done a great job coaching. When he came down to the field, I didn't see a difference there. I didn't see a difference when he was in the booth. I don't think that's where our problems lie, whether we had a defensive coordinator on the field or not, or whether DQ is calling the plays. The problems that we're having are within the players, and it's us on the players to really figure that out.
Is it in the players making mistakes or in the players' capabilities?
Yeah, I'm sure it's definitely mistakes, whether it's me on one play and then, the very next play it's another guy, and then it's another guy on this play, and it's another guy on this play. It's kind of like that. We got to find ways to be solid for consistent plays on the football field. It's not a scheme thing, in my opinion. I think the problems fall, on the same thing as with the special teams too, and the offense. Like it's this guy on this play, this guy on that play, instead of just having consistent plays where everybody is solid. I don't think it's not a coaching, call or play caller issue that we're having, in my opinion.
Talking to Von Miller from the Washington Commanders. He's at 4.5 sacks. All right, so let's preview your next opponent. You guys are playing on.
Is it 4 or 5?
Oh, let's double check.
Oh, I thought you had 4.5.
We're gonna double check.
I got you at 5. I got you at 5.
We're at 5.
Yeah, don't slight the man. Don't take his half sack.
Sorry. I just need 3. I just need 3 to be in the top 10. That half sack, that'll be 3.5 that I need. I'm gonna keep it track.
Something tells me there's a financial incentive tied to some of those numbers too.
No, I don't think that's what. I think he's doing this for legacy, right? I think that's what you care about.
I mean that bonus. I mean that's there, and that's all good, but it's not like something that I'm like going in the game thinking like, hey man, let me go ahead and get this. Like that's just part of the contract that I signed, which is all good, and I would like to get that too. I'm not saying I don't want that. I definitely, want that. But for me, what is more important is the legacy part of it. I got this season and these 6 games right now. I want to play next year. But I mean, who knows, what'll happen with that. So all I have is the present moment right now to be able to do what I can.
So what do you see on film from the Denver Broncos offense? You got a second-year quarterback in Bo Nix. You mentioned your friend, one of the weapons on the outside for him. What do you see in Denver?
Man, those guys are solid all over, and it's definitely led with Bo Nix. And I think guys really underestimated speed, man. He's not like Lamar Jackson or anything like that, but he's definitely up there. And he can throw, he can pass. He has moxie, as guys would say. He has this confidence about him. The offense definitely runs through him. They got a solid run game. Offensive line is definitely a weapon for those guys too. And Cortland Sutton, he's having an amazing season as well. So really, every single position group on that offense, they're doing a really good job.
What's going on with your guy Myles Garrett? He's gonna have like 30 sacks at this pace.
Yeah, Myles Garrett's going crazy. I think he had 3 sacks this week, and then 4 sacks the week before, and then 5 after that. It's insane. Like, he came in the league 6 years after me, and I think he's only 14 sacks behind me. So I gotta get as many sacks as I can.
Yeah, you better hurry up, Vaughn.
You want to stay in the top 10.
I gotta get as many sacks as I can, and I gotta get deep in the top 10. I gotta get to like 6 to stay in the top 10. So, that's
Vaughn. How does that work with your? I mean, I'm sure you know what packages and play calls you're in, right? Are you like a kid in high school or something who's just like standing right next to the coach, like I'm available, like get me in more more type thing, or like how does that work?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And obviously I can play the run. I can play the run. I can do all this stuff too. But we obviously got guys that do that better. And if it's a guaranteed rundown or something like that, then you want guys that can play that to the best of our ability. Not saying that I can't do it, because I definitely can do it, and I'm definitely on the sideline, like chomping at the bit to get in there.
Do you say anything?
Like I said before,
or do you stand there?
No. We all got I got an open communication with DQ and Coach Tap. But I mean, all of these games that we've been in, we've been down. Like, I'm able to play my best, and my superpowers really come to life when we're defending in the lead and we're up by 10 points or two scores, where we can just anticipate the snap count and jump the snap count and be athletic at the top of the rush and do all of these things. Like, the game is close and they're running the ball, they got play action on top of that, and we're down by 17 points. That's really not a
It's a nightmare for you, actually, trying to chase sacks.
Yeah, it's a nightmare trying to get in there and do what I can do. So that's just the type of situation that we've been in the last 6 games.
Last question. I know we got to run. Are you shocked that this team is in this position it is right now?
I would say, like, I'm super optimistic all the time. So coming here to the Commanders, I was super optimistic on the type of season that we could have. We just went to the NFC Championship last year. One of the best quarterbacks in the league. We got one of the best wide receivers in the league. Offensive line with Laramie Tunsil and Josh Cummings. Like, we had all of these weapons, and just slowly it's just like this injury bug just started to just bite us. At first it was Dietrich Wise and Austin Eckler, which were 2 huge weapons for us, and then it was Terry and Jaden, and then Jaden came back. It was I haven't been looking, like, I wouldn't say I'm surprised, because I haven't been looking up like, dang, like I was expecting this or expecting that out of this season. But the injury bug just kind of like slowly just took its toll on our team. And, that's never an excuse, because other teams had to deal with that as well.
But it's a fact.
But but we've really been hit hard, and that changes the way that, we talked about play calling earlier. That changes the way you call plays. It changes the schemes that you can put out there. This is a super competitive league and a super competitive division. The injuries that we've had have been they've been extreme, man. And, season-ending injury after another. And it's just been tough to really rebound from that and play the type of ball that we can. But we still can't do it, and we have found ways to be competitive in these games. We just haven't been able to get the outcome that we want to have the type of season that we want.
All right, well, hopefully it's a good outcome against the Broncos. We'll talk to you again next week. Thanks for the time, Vaughn. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, pal.
That's Von Miller, Commanders Edge Rusher. Listen to his podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app, or download it wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, Commanders fans, this is for you. Level up with the brand new AAA Commanders MVP membership. You get all the benefits of AAA, such as 24/7 roadside assistance, plus chances to win game tickets, access to exclusive team events and experiences, along with 15% off Commanders gear at the online pro shop. Already a AAA member? Add the Commanders MVP membership for free. Go to AAA.com/Commanders to upgrade or join the squad and put your fandom in drive. Just a friendly reminder, you can always watch the show on YouTube, like our friend Polyflix is doing from Staten Island.
Yeah.
Love
and
that.
Of course, after the show, you can watch us live, but you can always grab segments that you might have missed because Mike Marr posts them. He's got our discussion about Jaden Daniels and the offense on the YouTube page. Subscribe and like to the 106.7 The Fan page, and he's going to have the Von Miller interview up shortly.
Very good. All right, let's do the quick Junkies Blitz brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here. Cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit. Warmth, comfort, the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas just like the one in EB's backyard.
All right, I have a JPPP after week 12 in the NFL, but before we get to that, a couple of nuggets. Number one, Justin Tucker got a tryout.
Saw that.
The disgraced former kicker of the Ravens received a tryout from the New Orleans Saints. Tucker and fellow veteran Cade York are in the mix for a roster spot.
Did Matt Gay go 2 for 2 last night in the game?
Including a 47-yarder. I know that.
I don't care about 47-yarders. For him, it's all about 50 plus.
Okay. But 47 yards is pretty good.
Not bad.
I mean, you're not going to be 100% from 47.
You should be close to 100% from 47.
They're not even 100% from whatever the field goal, extra point is these
Should be
days.
pretty close.
What is that? 35 yards? Is that what a
33, I believe.
Yeah.
Extra point is 33.
Yeah.
NFL Talk of the Fan brought to you by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
So we talked about this earlier, but one of the big stories for the Commanders is Jaden Daniels is returning to practice. But the Denver Broncos look like they won't have to worry about Jaden Daniels being on the field, unlikely to play Sunday night against the Denver Broncos. Chip Kelly out as the offense coordinator for the Las Vegas Raiders. Who is emerging as a potential candidate?
Or the Raiders OC gig?
Hot OC potentially who is recently available.
I'm going to need more hints. Should I know who this is?
He was just canned.
Just canned in the NFL?
No, in the NBA.
I don't know. I don't know the person.
Brian Daboll.
Brian Daboll. Okay. Brian Daboll, like, let's be honest, he only looked really good when he had Josh Allen, as his quarterback.
Rookie,
the first year,
his rookie season.
The first year is good. They were okay.
His first year with Daniel Jones, I think a lot of people were liking what he did.
Right.
All right, let's get to the JPPP. Here's how I see it. You can quibble, you can argue. At number 10, they played last night.
You're going to get to 10.
Yeah, I know. You're like
Look
3
at the
minutes.
time it
You
is.
always say that. The Niners.
Okay.
Brock Purdy had 3 interceptions yesterday.
He was sailing balls. He did. And I know that at the halftime interview, Kyle's like, yeah, he's just missing a little bit here and there. We're going to get it tidied up. Wasn't a great look.
On one of them, I was watching, I thought I would quit, but I was watching Peyton Eli, and Peyton pointed out that the receiver
can't quit
drifted.
Eli and Peyton.
No, but they give you
It's
good
more
insight. He said that
Yeah.
he said that the receiver drifted a little bit. That if they had the receiver made a hard cut and come straight across the field, then the throw maybe is a completion instead of an interception. But
look, they have the greatest deodorant of all time. His name's Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
They feed him the ball a ton, and he helps them win a lot of games.
I've got the Bears slightly ahead of them at number 9. They're on a winning streak. They won 4 in a row. Caleb's playing much better football. I've got the Colts now at number 8 with the Chiefs ahead of them at number 7.
Turns out when Jonathan Taylor doesn't rush for 150 and 2 or 3 touchdowns, it's a pretty beatable team.
But they almost beat the Chiefs. That was on the road, so I wouldn't knock them too much. I've got the Ravens rising, even though they're 6-5. I've got them at number 6, with the Bills ahead of them at number 5. The Bills, though, they just had a squeaker. They seem up and down. My top 4: Eagles at number 4. I've got Seattle at number 3. Patriots 2, Rams 1.
Do you know what Sam Darnold and JSN are going to do to the Vikings this weekend in the ultimate Sam Darnold revenge game?
It's a big revenge game.
It's going to be ugly.
Yeah, the Vikings defense may do a little bit better than what you expect, but I don't expect much out of JJ McCarthy.
He's in the concussion protocol. He may not even play. It might be, I believe it's Max Brosmer is his backup.
Are you kidding?
I believe that's who is the third string quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings.
That is a new name for me.
I'm pretty sure that's his name.
I have some comments from John Gruden talking about JJ.
I
He says
heard
the
that.
big thing with JJ is he has to play the position better, focusing on the little things. They had 8 false starts in one game. Communication at the line of scrimmage has to improve. He needs to avoid interceptions, negative plays. I learned from Bill Walsh long ago that we will not save a bad idea at any position. He has to show improvement. Ball security must be better. His mechanics must be better. That guy, 5 starts in, the league is turning against
If I
him.
were Kevin O'Connell, JJM is going to have the world's longest concussion symptoms.
I know. I'm
like
wondering.
for 5 or 6 weeks.
Did they tell the doc, hey, whatever you do, don't clear him?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Hey,
put a little extra echo on whatever the audio test is.
As their season crumbles, remember you guys joned on me when I
Yeah.
said that he might be on the hot seat? Could he be?
O'Connell?
I don't think so. I mean,
I
they
don't
want
What if he was a big part of saying, the whole thing, any quarterback can work under my system?
Right. I kind of thought that. Apparently, JJ McCarthy breaks the mold of that thought process. All right, we got to go. Coming up next, B. Mitch and Finley right here on the Fan. We'll see you tomorrow.
basketball. It is feast week in college hoops. Terps were in action late last night in Las Vegas. Farrell Payne was back for Maryland. He had 20 points. Terps pull away late to beat UNLV 74-67. They'll take on 12th ranked Gonzaga tonight, 9:30 on the Team 980. NBA action. Wizards try again to snap that losing streak. 14 in a row for the Wiz heading into tonight's game against Atlanta, 7 p.m. here on 106.7 The Fan. Capitals get a win. They bounce back after a loss. Buried the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chikrin scored twice. Caps have now won 4 of 5. And football, we will see about some of the players. Commanders getting a lot of their injured players back to practice this week. Jaden Daniels, he is going to practice, but he has not been cleared for contact. So Dan Quinn said yesterday Daniels is unlikely to play Sunday night for the Commanders. They get back against the Denver Broncos. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network or the YouTube stream, 106.7 The Fan page, or you're listening to us wherever you get your audio. iHeart, Odyssey, in your car, on your Alexa at home. Maybe people still got a radio at their house. Shout out to them. I feel like our boy Charlie in College Park still just has a radio at his house that he turns on.
Yeah.
Of all,
I saw something about you just said Alexa. Just saw something that made me laugh and to make you laugh too. So a lady walks into like a coffee shop and say, she try to order like a macchiato or something. Say, you can just put your order in with Alexa over there. So the lady started talking to her. It was like a little box sitting on the thing, like she say, I like to get a caramel macchiato. And the lady started laughing, say, "Oh, that's just a coffee pot. That's Alexa over there."
Like an actual human.
The girl's name was Alexa.
That's good.
We've gotten so damn caught up on every damn. We forget that people can still handle stuff for you these days.
My daughters go nuts with Alexa. The amount of like things that get yelled at Alexa. Like Shelby's really into like trivia and facts, so she's always asking for like trivia questions, and then my little one just asks for like fart noises and stuff. She's like, but yo,
is your daughter.
What's funny for me, dude, is I always think of the Kanye lyric. She couldn't afford a car, so she named her daughter Alexis. Like that's just always in my head when that name comes around. We got some news yesterday. Dan Quinn spoke. Kind of what everybody's waiting to hear. Jaden Daniels' status, Terry McLaurin's status, Will Harris, who I think is before he got hurt, the secondary looked way better than after he got hurt. And you don't want to like sound overly reliant on Will Harris, which at times it kind of seemed like the Commanders brass was trying to do. As far as who's coming back, sounds like Harris is back.
That's what I picked up from it.
DQ said, I'm extremely optimistic about him. All right. So that's one extreme optimism about Will Harris. So because DQ introduced the optimism meter, I asked him, what's your optimism for Terry McLaurin? And he said, I'm excited by the possibilities. But the thing with Terry is,
got to see him.
Well, he wants to see him hit
stack days,
the speed and the burst day after day. Because that quad thing is tricky, right? And he came back and then re-injured it. So I feel like Harris is a go to me. I feel like Terry could be a go. And I don't think Jaden's going to play. Yeah. They were pretty clear about that. And it's great that he is eligible to practice again, but he's not cleared for contact. And last I checked, football is a contact sport.
Yeah.
And I think.
But let me ask you a question, though,
sure.
Jay. When they clear for contact, what contact do they have in practice with the quarterback?
Not much.
So the first contact he's ever going to get is going to be on a football field when he plays.
Right.
So I mean, that's just something, when I hear the contact thing about today's football practices. I'm like, okay, what does that mean?
That's a great point. I wonder with Jaden if it's about one. So I think largely because of the Seattle game, I think there's a big chunk of the fan base that's skeptical that they are thinking of Jaden's health and long-term best interests at all times. I think that's flawed. I think DQ and Adam Peters are trying to balance all factors here, right?
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest factors is Jaden wants to play. Just knowing that young man, how he's wired, he absolutely wants to play. Then you go a step further, he's got to be fully medically cleared. And I think until the docs fully medically clear him, it's kind of it's more of a hypothetical discussion. And maybe he gets fully cleared next week on the way to Minnesota. I don't think he goes Sunday night in any capacity. I think having Terry and Harris back, honestly, will impact the game pretty significantly. I wonder, that line has stayed at a touchdown, right? It hasn't moved. Do you think okay, so it's down to 6.5 now. So a little bit of movement from where it was at a touchdown. Do you think Will Harris, respectfully, is not going to move a Vegas line? Do you think Terry could move that thing a half point or so?
Hell yeah.
I mean, if you look
Did you see the last game he played when he wasn't basically 100%?
Against Kansas
He had
City.
2 of the best catches you've probably seen in your life.
Well, dude.
So, yes.
I mean, not to mention, both of his catches were ruled incomplete, and they had to review it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A 2-toe tap in the end zone, and then laid out and got the elbow and the knee down. And how do you get an elbow, a knee boy, and a butt down inbounds, and the person sit up there and call it out of bounds?
I don't know. It's crazy, man. I think with Jaden, though, so Howard Fendrich, Associated Press, asked Dan Quinn a really good question about, was there consideration about shutting Jaden down? And one thing DQ was very, very clear conversationally was, we're just focused on him getting cleared and getting healthy. Then the conversations can be different. But until he's medically cleared, talking about, 4 weeks from now is pretty irrelevant. I feel like Doc would always say this. Doc Walker would always say, tell me who's playing this week, because that's who I'm focused on.
Yeah.
And if you're the head coach, particularly if you're the head coach riding a 6-game losing streak, your focus needs to be on beating Denver. Now, there are other people in that organization that should be tasked with long-term planning and what is Jaden's future and so on. I also think for the shut him down crowd, they have 6 games left.
Yeah.
It'd be different to me if this was a short week going into the Christmas Day game against the Cowboys. You only have 2 games left. Like if Jaden gets cleared then a month from now and you want to have a real conversation about shutting him down, I can understand that. There's 6 games left.
Yeah.
That's over a third of your season.
True.
And I think there is a responsibility. Do you remember when Ron Rivera was running this team? I think a lot of times he was too worried about perception and how he looked and how everything played out in the media.
Yep.
And I think a lot of times Ron didn't really tell the truth because he was trying to form the narrative.
Yeah.
I think one of the truest things Ron said, and I'm going back a ways here, but do you remember when they benched Dwayne Haskins, who was just underperforming at a pretty impossible level? And Ron said, he's like, I owe it to the other 52 guys on this roster to give them the best chance to win. At some point, that's true with Jaden also. If Jaden is cleared next week and they have 5 games remaining, and I would argue at Minnesota, at New York, are winnable games. There's 52 other dudes laying it all on the line every week. And at some point, you got to give those guys the best chance to win. And as good as Marcus has been, Jaden's the best chance to win.
He is, but I think the whole thing of it is to sit and constantly worry about those people who say shut him down. Those be the same damn people coming back saying something if you do shut him down. If he comes out next year and he starts struggling from the start, well, you shouldn't have shut him down. People like that like to say stuff because they're going to never be on your side. But the whole thing is, football players play football, point blank. coaches are trying to win games. How do you win games? You have your best players on the field. Last time I checked, he's the best player on that team. And when he's healthy, if a doctor says he can go, he's 100% to go, you let him go. Point blank. You know, and you listen, over time, you learn how to protect yourself better in football. You learn what to do and what not to do. But that doesn't happen the first 2-3 years. Guys learn that as they go through this thing. They learn like, I don't have to try to go all out right here. Or I could just, I'm a live to play another play. Those things began to happen. And it happens so well that you don't even know they're doing it. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm watching the game last night and Purdy coming back from injury, right? Woo. No, but he's coming back from injury.
Right.
But then when this is where I jump when I start seeing injured players. When they went to Shanahan, what's his brother?
Brian
Kyle.
Shanahan.
When with
Kyle
Shanahan. I'm not gonna say Shanahan. When they went to Kyle's complete conversation was, this is my quarterback and I believe in him. Hands down. He didn't waver.
The halftime interview, I thought that was really good.
1 second. And half the time, that's all the hell you need is the coach, the front office, ownership to say that they're behind the guy. That guy wants to play anyway, you know? And you don't let that way, you don't let the little naysayers start creeping in.
Sure.
Because if he has said anything negative in that commercial, in that little interview right there, things go haywire.
Well,
but he
especially
completely talked positive. And I love that.
With Mac Jones playing pretty well when he
Hell
was
yeah.
in.
They ain't give Mac Jones $60 million though.
Right. It's Purdy's job.
Yes.
I liked the Panthers last night. It clearly was not. They're not ready for prime time. They had opportunities. I'll be honest with you. I didn't care if they won. I just wanted them to cover. They had ample opportunities to cover that game and just refused to do so. The kid Leggett, I know he has a funny voice and we all enjoy that, but when he stepped out of bounds, have some awareness.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't be an NFL receiver and just like haphazardly step out of bounds like that. The corner didn't force him.
Nope.
He just stepped out of bounds late in the game where you could make a big play. I don't understand why Carolina didn't run the ball more. Dowdle's good, dude. Dowdle was beat. If your back is averaging 6.3 per carry, and this thing was largely a one-score game throughout.
Yeah, the whole time.
Why does he get 6 carries?
Hey, most offensive coordinators in the NFL are trying to get the next job. They're not trying to worry about the job they have. They're all trying to get the next job. And that's why they always say, well, it's a passing lead. To hell with that. If I get in the game and I notice my guy getting 6-7 yards of carry, I'm not throwing the damn football until you stop me from running it. And look, the game may end up being an hour and 55 minutes. I'm offense coordinator because if you can't stop the run, I am going to run. I'll run it 75 damn times.
I love that.
And at the end of the game, they'll be like, well, you didn't throw the ball. Why the hell should I? I don't have to throw it.
Right.
They couldn't stop the run, so why the hell am I throw the football? I'm not going to help them out.
It didn't help that Carolina just couldn't stay on the field. They were 1 of 7 on third down. San Fran, I watched that game live. It was kind of pleasant. It was over by like 11. I went to bed. You could tell San Fran had control of the game. Have you looked at time of possession numbers from that thing last night?
I didn't even look at it.
38-22.
That's crazy.
I mean, Carolina's defense is good, but not when you're on the field for 40 minutes.
Like that.
Right.
Because they were the ones moving the ball. And then, boy, What's Common was very confident last night, wasn't he? Mr. Gay.
Matt Gay, 2 for 2, no problem.
He was confident.
We had people texting you and I. We had powerful people mad about that.
but the thing of it, man, it looked like it. And I'm not lying, man. Bryce looked like a 16-year-old, bro. That's a young looking dude, bro.
I think he's moving better than he
no, he's moving better with the quarterbacking and all. But when I met him,
I remember in Vegas.
We were in Vegas. That was Vegas or LA. I mean Arizona. Vegas.
I thought Vegas, but I could be wrong.
But bro, when I met him, I'm like, this dude is tiny, bro. People talk about Jaden. He's smaller than Jaden.
Definitely, because he's shorter.
Even his thickness is shorter. Is smaller.
He's
when I
probably
walked
skinnier and short.
When I looked at him, I'm like, that looked like Bryce Young. And then when somebody told me it was him, I told Ahmed, I say, this dude is too damn small.
Because even Kyler is smaller than all
I'm
of them.
taller than
but
him.
Kyler's
thick.
Kyler's thick. He's just
yeah.
I mean, Kyler Murray, I think, is legit 5'8". When I saw him at the combine, I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, when I saw him at it was the draft, with the outside thing, whatever.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, when I saw him at that, I can eat soup off his head. yeah.
The Caps had a good win last night, and we had Joe B on the radio. I think I could say this definitively, B. I don't know if you'll agree with this. I believe the Caps this season are undefeated on days where Joe B joins us on the show.
Yeah.
So just saying, Joe, if you're listening,
come on more often.
I'm just saying, we're available.
We can go on a 20 game stretch here.
Caps rolled last night over Columbus. And one thing, the couple of hockey guests we've had on so far this season, when you look at the Metro Division standings, and at various times the Caps have been at the bottom or near the bottom, and these guys keep saying, they're like, man, that division is just so jumbled up.
Joe said it yesterday. If they won that game, they could jump up. They could jump right up to be second, third. He said something like that.
So I think they were last night last, and after that win, because it's a division win, now they're fourth. So we gotta let this thing play out a little bit. Carolina does seem like the class of the Metro, and unfortunately for those of us that watched that playoff series last year, Carolina kind of dominated Washington in that thing. But there's just so much football left in the hockey season, and I looked this up. There's going to be like a month-long break basically in hockey. So the Caps play Nashville on February 5th, which I think is either the Friday or Saturday before the Super Bowl. I think the Super Bowl is February 7th, and then the Caps don't play again until February 25th. So that's 3 weeks. That's that Olympic break. I wonder, because remember, was it last year they did the Four Nations, which was so cool?
Yeah.
I wonder, and the Caps, I don't think had any representative on one of those teams. Now, some of that was Russia wasn't in it. So,
well, I mean, Tommy should have been in it.
Tommy certainly should have been in it. I wonder, now you got a lot more teams and a lot of dudes from a lot more countries, but I wonder how many Olympians the Caps have. Like, honest question, is Ovi still on the Russian team? Hell, is Russia allowed in? I'm asking. I don't know.
Have a clue. I don't know the Olympic rules.
Well, I don't know. That makes two of us. But like, they didn't let Russia in that Four Nations tournament, and I think with the war and politics, maybe they're not allowed in the Olympics. I don't know. But it's going to be weird when hockey takes that big break. Olympic hockey is always fun to watch. It's more scoring, kind of more.
A little wide open.
Yeah, a little more wide open. There is plenty for us to discuss today. Sam Cosby is going to join us at noon. I'm curious I think he told us he was just laying low for the bye week because they got the baby coming.
Yeah, the baby coming.
Barstool Nate's going to join us at 1:00. I want to have some Thanksgiving conversation as we're 2 days away from Turkey Day.
Gobble, gobble.
How many turkeys are you going to make?
I'm gonna be with the fam.
Oh yeah, so you're not doing your thing.
Deshaun and Willie gonna be cooking. I'm gonna sit back and just throw orders.
How many dudes are Thanksgiving morning plans have changed and they're not going to your house to drink bourbon and eat piping hot
I got
chicken?
a call from Cody 2 days ago. Yo, B-Mitch, man, what's up? I said, not gonna be. Oh man, damn.
I mean, what is Jeff gonna do? He's not gonna bring a 10-pound turkey to your house?
Nah, that was a 20-something pound turkey.
I'm frying my own turkey, and I'm going hunting.
Call the fire department.
It's wild. Beamish has been trying to get me to go over his house on Thanksgiving for like 5 years, and the one time I was actually going to do it, he makes other plans.
Hey, we do it for Christmas too, dog. Oh, we play a game on that day.
I'm actually busy on Christmas. It's crazy.
Neville, you're probably going to the hospital to give out candy canes on Christmas?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That sounds right. Jeff, you're going to fry your own turkey, dog?
Yes.
I think it's like legitimately dangerous. Brian, how do we feel about Jeff frying his own turkey?
Hold on.
Let's save this.
Easily.
Hold on. Don't just whatever you're about to say. You are not easily anything.
Yes, I am.
We're going to come back to that. We're going to come back to that.
Bringing the most bones and fish guy in the world.
I mean, you are Mr. Bonefish. Nobody go anywhere. Jeff's going to fry a turkey. It's B. Mr. Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. You've heard me talk about the great work Better Services did at my house. My wife couldn't be happier. The folks over at Better searched far and wide to find this exact KitchenAid oven with 2 different ovens in it. There's an upper and a lower. I don't really understand how to work it, but my wife, she's thrilled. That's the kind of service you get from Better Services. They can take care of your appliances. If you need new ones, go check out their showroom in Kensington. They've got all the brands you could get next day or maybe even same day delivery. Family-owned, woman-owned company. Merlin runs a great shop. Any other stuff you need around the house, say you need some handyman work before the Christmas holidays, you got family coming to town, call Better. Say you're thinking about a kitchen reno, a bathroom reno, a bigger project. Better Services can help you. Whatever you need, appliances, handyman work, or full-out renovations, call Better Services. That's BETTAR, betterservices.com. You better get better.
Back to football for the Commanders. Back after the bye week, Dan Quinn's focus this week against Denver, trying to find a way to somehow snap that 6-game skid.
I hate that we're going through it, but trust me, I don't want to learn how to lose. I want us to learn how to get ourselves through tough spots. The second half of the season, you got a chance to get better, man. And so that's what I want to see.
Broncos come to town with an 8-game winning streak. Denver 9-2, tied for the second best record in the NFL. No Jaden Daniels, it looks like, this week. He's going to practice, not yet cleared for contact. They are optimistic, though, that safety Will Harris can return this week after he's been out 2 months with a fractured fibula. Capitals get back in the win column last night. They buried the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chychrun scored twice. Caps have won 4 of 5. Wizards back in action tonight, trying to snap their 14-game losing streak. Home against Atlanta, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Terps get a late-night win. Maryland basketball by UNLV 74-67 last night. Terps and Gonzaga tonight on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I was going to let you sing Rudolph as long as you wanted.
Santa came to play.
Rudolph with your nose so bright. I'm not exactly sure what was just happening, but Jeff in the kitchen just now was wearing his sunglasses, talking to the two maintenance guys, negotiating something. I don't know what it was. He said 100 for 1,500, 200 for 2,500. What are you buying and or selling? Like cups?
It's like, nah.
Damn, Jeff. Kind of early, dude.
Nah.
So shady.
He always asks me for bets, and I tell him I can't bet, but I know somebody who hit for, they hit. I don't.
That dude's asking you for bets.
I tell him every time. I tell him every time.
Don't ask me. Last night you hit. All right. A cool event that unfortunately during the Bruce Allen days became kind of a mockery. But the Commanders are hosting Harvest Feast. I can never get that right. Is it Harvest Feast or Harvest Fest? Okay.
The only fast I think it is.
They're hosting their annual Thanksgiving event at Northwest Stadium. They end up giving out 2,500 Thanksgiving meals. So like that's a real thing they're doing.
Yeah.
What's going to be interesting, Jaden Daniels is there, which is great. You certainly support the star quarterback taking the time to be at a charity event like that. That doesn't always happen. But Jaden is also expected to talk today. Mm-hmm. So I know Heather McDonough and Chris Kerwin are out there. So hopefully we get that Jaden audio when he talks. We get to hear what Jaden has to say about where he feels he's at. Mm-hmm. And let's do a quick role play. Not that kind of role play, Jeff. I'm an annoying reporter. You're the star quarterback, Brian. Hey, Jaden, how's the elbow feel? When do you think you'll be back?
Feels good. When the doctors tell me I can play, I'll play.
Hey, Jaden, do you want to play again?
How about I always want to be out there.
Bang. Sometimes we can predict how this is going to go, and I do think that's how it's going to go.
Yeah. And look, the thing about it is I think he's savvy enough. That's why they allow him to do stuff like that, and they let him get out there. Some guys aren't savvy enough, and there are a lot of media people. Let's just be honest. They're asses. They're going to try to come up and trip you up. They're going to try to say all kind of weird stuff, but I don't think he's going to fall for that. Jaden will give you that little nice smile and walk on off.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about it. He always give you the smile. So I like the fact that they're allowing it. And then again, I think he does stuff like this back at home where he's from. So I think you're here.
I think he does a lot of Southern California.
But why not get involved with the community that you're at? And I think that's also something to express why he wants to do stuff like this.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That's how I think that's just the person he is.
Well, and it's worth pointing out he's not the only player there. I see Colson Yankoff, Jalen Lane. I know, I guess Nikki and Standig are there. They posted some photos. Who else here?
Like I'd be honest with you. Like I used to go. I've done a few of them, and
looks like Luke McCaffrey's
when the
there.
questions get too heavy about football, I would always bring them back to why the hell I was there.
Sure.
I'm not here to answer your football questions today. This is Tuesday anyway. I'm here to handle these turkeys and make somebody's day.
Right.
That's what I'm here for. Like you could ask me a one or two, but if you keep going, I am not your person to podcast.
Right.
You know, I will say it in a heartbeat.
What was it like as a player when you got, because there's a charity thing so everybody understands in a standard NFL week where the game's on Sunday, there's charity stuff every Tuesday.
Yeah.
And none of it's obligated. I think people would be very surprised to know those guys don't get paid for any of that, but those guys generally do a few a season, maybe one a month.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to hospitals, going to police stations, whatever it is. What was it like for you as a player? Like, how often did the asks come?
Well,
how did you decide how to juggle your time?
Once I got here and I saw things that I wanted to do, I got involved with this. So for me, this is how my week would go. Play the game on Sunday. On Monday, if we lost or we had to go in there and get like treatment or something, I go get treatment. And then I did a Monday Night Football show. On Tuesday,
were you doing that here or just once you got to Philly?
I did it here.
Oh, wow.
I started doing it here. So on Tuesday, I used that day to do charitable stuff. Okay. Or just relax. If I didn't have nothing going on, I relax. But normally I had something going on. Wednesday, Thursday, I practiced. When that was our long days, I didn't do anything after that. Until we started doing Dashiki Thursdays, and I would go over there.
What is Dashiki Thursday?
Well, you know, we had like playing some Blu-ray and some CeeLo and
whose house?
Depending, whoever. People get their hair cut and all kind of stuff. Some drinks, the boys hanging out. But I normally went every blue moon. Friday, we got off early, so that's the night I would really go out because I know I got Saturday to recuperate. And then we go on the road or we go to the hotel and I run it back the next week.
Pretty standard, man.
Yeah.
And I think fans have this like incredibly misguided notion that guys don't go out or go out to dinner or like have a life.
But it's listen, it's just you just happen to have a job that's in the public eye. The person that goes in, he's a judge or he's a doctor or he's a lawyer or a police officer,
plumber or whatever.
Don't you go out with your friends? Don't you go out to dinner? It's no difference. It's just that I remember I would go to the movies and people like, man, that's not Brian Mitchell. He wouldn't be here. I said, dude, it's not a movie for athletes. Yes, it's me. I'm here because I wanted to come see a movie.
It's funny. Jaden actually said that. One of the things he likes to do is go to the movies, but he doesn't like when it's like everybody goes nuts because he's there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's tough for Jaden because he's so recognizable.
Try Tuesday around 11, 12 o'clock.
Right.
Ain't nobody there.
Right.
I've had movie theaters to my damn self.
So
but it's cool.
The majority of football players are can walk around pretty unrecognized.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you live in Ashburn and you see a 6'6", 290 dude walking around, you can probably put together that he's on the
probably
team.
plays for them, yeah.
But like a lot of football players are 5'11" or maybe 6'1". You know what I mean? Like basketball players, if you're in the NBA, even the short dudes are 6'7".
Yeah.
And they just stand out everywhere they go. But football players can kind of go out in public and hang out and not really get noticed.
Until you get noticed. Unless you're once you make a name for yourself, then you're done.
Right.
Because like I'll be honest, the TV thing didn't help when I was playing ball and I started doing a little TV thing on Channel 9 and it didn't help.
Sure.
It made it like people will recognize you off of the TV more than they do the football.
Well, and that giant head of yours, people would recognize. We're on TV now.
Man,
Dude. You can't just give me the finger.
I'm rubbing my eye, man. I'm just talking about rubbing my eye.
That made me laugh. Also, I got an update. We were talking about Caps players in the Olympics. Per Huey, I think Lars Eller likely to play for Denmark.
All right.
Shout out to the Danes. Seems like Tom Wilson or Logan Thompson could be on Team Canada.
Both of them should be.
I agree. I wouldn't have known this, but Martin Feravari likely to play for Slovakia. So got that going.
Joy said FCC on line one for me. I didn't say anything. FCC deal with people what you say. They don't deal with what you do.
I'm not so sure that's
I
accurate.
think that's how it works.
I know somebody at the FCC. I'll make a call. We're good.
Hey, look.
You got to cut it out, dude.
It's fake. What? You're number one.
I am definitely number one in your eyes. Looking at last night was an interesting subplot for the NFC playoffs because if Carolina could have won, they would have been tied with the Niners at 7-5.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, the Niners win gets them to 8-4. As it stands today, the Lions are out of the playoffs. They beat the 8 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think gets in? Of the NFC North, the Bears right now are winning the division at 8-3. Then you've got the Packers at 7-3-1, the Lions at 7-4. My gut tells me 2 of those teams get in. One wins the division, and one gets in as a wild card. Who do you have of those 3?
How it is right now?
Bears and Pack in,
Bears
Lions out.
Yep. Now, do the Lions happen to play anybody from the South? NFC?
I can pull up their schedule. I know the Lions have the Cowboys in 2 weeks. I think the Lions, because they won the division last year, have by far the hardest schedule. The Bears came in last in the division last year. The Lions' remaining schedule, Green Bay on Thursday on Thanksgiving, then Dallas, then the Rams in LA, then the Steelers. They close the year at Minnesota, at Chicago.
Well, hell, the Lions still have a chance. If they run behind Gibbs, I'm gonna go with the Lions.
I mean, Thursday's game at home against Green Bay is pretty massive.
Hell yeah. And if Jahmyr Gibbs touches the ball the proper amount of times, they will beat them.
You gotta just feed that dude, man.
Bro, you saw they came out last night with McCaffrey, right?
Yeah.
First 5 plays, 5 touches.
McCaffrey could go. He looks healthy and good.
Gibbs might be more less frying than he is.
Oh, definitely.
So
at this point.
Listen, that's the problem with this damn league. That dude can kill you running the football, Jahmyr Gibbs. But they want to throw the damn ball. He had, what'd you say, 15 touches?
For 200
yards. Give him the damn football and let him do what he has to do.
So the Packers' remaining games at Detroit, Chicago at home, at Denver, at Chicago, Ravens, at Vikings. That might be a little easier than what Detroit has left.
Talking about the Pack?
Yeah, and then
see the Packers. Which Packers team gonna show up?
That's a great question.
You know they're up and down bunch, man.
Now, how about this for the Bears? The Bears are Black Friday, so this Friday at Philly. Then they're at Green Bay. Then they get Cleveland and Green Bay at home. They close out with at Niners, home against the Lions.
All right. See that Lions can wreck some shop down
Totally.
the stretch.
I mean, I think especially in these divisions that are really tight, knowing there's going to be backloaded division games kind of opens everything up. I would say, though, looking at the Bears' remaining schedule, you've got 6 games left. 5 of them look to be against playoff teams. I would not sleep on that Cleveland game because it's sandwiched in between at Green Bay and then Green Bay at home. Yeah. And the way the Browns play defense, all anybody wants to talk about is the quarterback situation in Cleveland. All I want to talk about is Myles Garrett. The way the Browns' defensive line gets after you, dude, I would not look past that joint if I was Chicago. That NFC North can be really interesting to watch. I think a lot of focus will be on the NFC West just because the Rams are kind of running away with that thing. But the Seahawks are right behind them, and the Niners are still right there. So things are far from written. Honestly, the only division that seems pretty damn locked up is the NFC East.
Yeah.
Maybe Dallas, because now they have a heads-up win over Philly, and Philly just seems so up and down. But I find it hard to believe the Eagles don't end up winning the East. Everything else is pretty darn wide open. At 11 o'clock, we're going to talk some free agency, kind of taking a look at Washington's roster, who is slated to be a free agent at noon. Sam Cosmi will join the program. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you have comfort and convenience, if you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
I talked to Jimbo yesterday, one of the Ruud guys, trying to get me on the right track, just with some heating and electrical issues. Whatever it is, the Ruud systems are the best on the market. They control the humidity in your house, which creates efficiency even in extreme conditions. You get comfort and performance, and that's what you want in your home. Plus, you could save a bunch of money. But you got to tell them about the tax credits. You could save up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit Ruud.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud,
it ain't right. B. Mitch Finley 1067 The Fan. Had some paisanos for dinner last night, B.
There you go.
I had a lot of paisanos for dinner.
Looked like it. You knew it was coming.
It was banging, dude. I never
was always banging.
I had never had their chicken cheesesteak. Joint was really good. Lord, what is going on now? Jeff's got a giant box in there he's opening up. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Well,
are you nervous for Jeff to open a box?
No,
B?
no.
Just when I open
it. Yeah, no, I was nervous because I was standing next to you.
That box was awesome. Shout out to the anonymous Fritos benefactor.
Yeah.
That sent us that.
Merci.
So I haven't looked at this. Landfill put this on the show sheet. I think it's pretty interesting. More. We'll get to that, Jeff. Don't distract me, for God's sakes. We
don't take much to distract you, dog.
We have. I know. I have significant ADD. CNBC, which is I would say a very trusted business journalism outfit, has come up with their official NHL team valuation. Now, I think you and I can figure out football, basketball, even baseball pretty easily. Who do you think is the most valuable hockey team?
Most valuable hockey team. Detroit, maybe one of them.
So my guess would be the Rangers. It's still New York.
Yeah,
but
I'm getting New
They
York.
might not own that arena. Like some of this could be like real estate plays that we're not really aware of. Montreal could be a big
go. New York, Montreal, Toronto
maybe.
Detroit. With Detroit, it has a long
and they built a new arena.
Chi-town.
Yeah.
Who is it?
All right, the number one valued hockey team per CNBC, Toronto. $4.3 billion for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Damn.
How much? Toronto is?
$4.3 billion.
All right.
Yes, sir. Number two, the Rangers, New York Rangers.
Hey, we named the right people.
$3.8 billion. Then Montreal at $3.4 billion. This surprises me. The LA Kings are the fourth most.
It's LA, it's Los Angeles, dog.
Yeah. All right, this surprises me because this market's got to be tiny. Edmonton at 5.
Canada.
Yeah, I mean that might be all they got. We got.
Nah, but you gotta look at the fact too. Like it's huge in Canada.
Yeah, and they built just because I watched the playoffs and you got Connor McDavid there, and that arena looks awesome, and they've got like all that. What all these owners want is like the outdoor space surrounding the arena to have bars and restaurants.
Yeah.
So every game day, that money's all coming back in.
Hell yeah.
So Edmonton's doing it right.
That's how you do it.
I also left hand up on this. I don't know this answer. I wonder if Edmonton, you know how like Dallas and Houston have a ton of cash because it's oil country down there and other reasons, but like that's a big part of the economy. I think Edmonton, I mean, for one, they're called the Oilers, but they have that like, they get the oil out of the sand or something up in Canada. I don't know what they're doing, but they got oil up there. So maybe Edmonton is like sneaky expensive and high dollar too.
It may be.
I have no idea. Just to be clear.
I'm listening to that.
But dude, like, does it surprise you? Edmonton is worth more than the Boston Bruins or the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, now that does surprise me, but I can still see, why. Because like the fan base and the people that are truly invested into you pushes that number up too.
Well, if you're in Edmonton, one, you're in Canada, hockey crazy. Two, what else they got? They got Canadian football, right? I think they used to be called the Eskimos. I think they changed that. I think it's the Edmonton Elks now. I think my buddy was on their coaching staff for a year. But like the Oilers are the one seed of everything they got in town.
Yeah.
Boston, I know they love hockey in New England. They're probably the 4 seed.
They
Right?
got the Patriots, they got the Celtics,
the Red Sox.
Yeah, you got a lot before you hit them.
Chicago, you got 2 baseball teams, the Bears, the Bulls, and Big Ten football in the Chicago area is so damn big.
Yes.
So I just figured Boston and Chicago have way more money.
Edmonton's the big dog.
All right. 8 Philadelphia Flyers.
Okay.
9 Washington Capitals.
Caps.
$2.5 billion for the Caps.
All right.
That is, what did Ted buy him for?
Don't know.
White Bros, see if you can look that up. Dude, the Caps, we talked about it yesterday with Joe B. With Ovechkin and the way hockey has changed in this town, the Caps belong in the top 10 of NHL valuation.
Yeah.
That's a well-run team. The
Rock the
in-game
Red has been a huge thing, man.
Dude, going to Caps games is the best in-game production in town.
Yeah.
Like, there's never a dull moment, but at the same time, it's never too much. You remember at that Falcons game how I was complaining? Like, the Atlanta Falcons, there's just too much going on. Chill out with some of that. The Caps is just the right amount of, like, fun in-game stuff, but also, like, hockey is the product.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, how about that? You were talking about Detroit. The Caps are worth more than the Red Wings.
Damn.
That shows the growth, man.
Yeah, and then Detroit did take a hell of a hit for a while.
Yeah.
They're just coming back.
He bought the team for $85 million.
Damn, dude. That's
like Jerry paid
right.
80 million or 140 something million, maybe less than that.
All right, I have scrolled to the bottom here. There's 32 teams in the NHL, B.
Who's the bottom?
You want to guess?
Somewhere in Carolina.
Nah, Carolina's a lot higher than I would expect.
The lowest.
Carolina's exact middle, 15th.
What?
They got a good arena. They got a good fan base.
I don't know. The lowest.
It's an American team. It plays in Ohio.
Columbus?
Yeah. Here's what I
Blue
find.
Jackets?
The Columbus Blue Jackets.
Well, the name like Blue Jacket. What the hell is a Blue Jacket?
It's lame.
I'm serious. I've been wondering, what the hell is a Blue Jacket?
I don't know why, if you're the Columbus hockey team, why you don't just kind of make it about Ohio State. Just be the Columbus, whatever a nickname for Buckeyes is. Be the Columbus Bucknuts or whatever. Columbus Bucks.
I don't think that would work.
I would have been something closer to like
but
just.
why is it Blue Jacket? I need to know.
I have no idea. I can't tell you enough how little I know. But my question is, do you think the lowest team valuation in the NHL is over or under $1 billion?
I think what?
The Columbus is the least valuable team in the NHL. Do you think they clear $1 billion?
No.
1.4 billion.
1.4 billion
for the least valuable team in the NHL.
Wow.
They got cash, dude. NHL not messing around. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking NFL free agency when we return.
Brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Kind of a mixed bag of information for the Commanders now. Coming off the bye week, Sunday Night Football against Denver. Good news, Jaden Daniels is returning to practice this week. The not so good news, not yet cleared for contact. Dan Quinn says Daniels is unlikely to play against the Broncos. Some other injury notes. Still uncertain about Terry McLaurin. The team has opened the practice window for wide receiver Noah Brown, and they are optimistic safety Will Harris is going to be back this week after missing 2 months with a fractured fibula. Hockey Caps buried the Blue Jackets last night 5-1. Late-night college hoops. Maryland over UNLV 74-67. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What is there? B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. 11 a.m. on a Tuesday. Everybody's getting geared up for Thanksgiving. Tell you what, Tuesday is the day where the traffic sucks the most. Today was chill. I think people are just relaxing, man.
Yeah, it was real chill today.
Dude, I don't know if this is the situation throughout the area, but do you know in Montgomery County? Listen to this. Montgomery County schools yesterday and today are half days, and then tomorrow they're off. Is that the least efficient use?
Today they half day?
Today and yesterday were half days, and tomorrow they're off. Those kids, I was a student once upon a time. You don't do anything on half days. And then you put back-to-back half days, knowing you're going into a 4-day weekend or whatever. Those kids ain't learning bleep.
They learning.
No way.
Jay, you didn't go to class.
In middle school, I went to class B. Like in elementary school, I went to class. Half days was like, all right, 2-hour recess and let's watch a movie. Like,
the kids today are weird compared to like when we grew up. We didn't want to go. They want to go to school.
I don't know. I was blown away by that. But when you know that the schools are kind of out, I think it helps the roads be a lot lessened because there's just nobody around. So I enjoyed that. I also wanted to shout out, you heard Earl Forsey in the update there talk about the Terps got a big win last night over UNLV. Bees, if you're listening, we did have $1,000 straight up bet on that game. I'm not sure if you remember that, but
he won't remember that.
I'm pretty sure we did. I don't know how he couldn't remember. So Maryland now plays this game. I might actually watch. Terps I understand it was Vegas and I understand television and they want round the clock. The game started at midnight last night. There was just for an East Coast audience, that's midnight on a Monday is pretty tough to pull off. Now tonight they play at 9:30 is the tip.
You're gonna still be asleep. You're just old, Jay.
I'm going out for dinner tonight, Brian. You know my boy Parker?
Yeah, and Parker, get ready. He's gonna try to sneak out on you.
Early birthday celebration for him. We're going to the Palm on 19th Street. Shout out to the Palm.
I like the Palm.
I love the Palm. You can come join us if you want.
I'll be at DC
you got
Prime.
DC Prime. Carlos might be setting me up with an old school Redskins Christmas tree ornament. He posted on Instagram. He's got a ton of them. I was like, I'll take one. My kids will love it. So the Terps tonight play Gonzaga. Gonzaga has become a real blue blood of college basketball. They're ranked 12th in the country. Do you want to guess the point spread? Maryland, Gonzaga tonight in Vegas? Oops.
Gonzaga, Maryland. Gonzaga's favorite?
Oh, yeah.
By 10.
2 touchdowns.
14? This ain't.
Yeah.
I probably need that dude to come earlier, the one that committed, right?
Baba
need to come earlier.
And Maryland got another commitment last night that I was legit kind of shocked by this. Quincy Wilson, the Olympic sprinter. I mean, the kid's a world-class athlete. He had all the hats lined up. He had, I don't know the biggest track programs in the country, but I assume
Baylor's one of them. They've been there ever since before you knew.
Nobody had heard of Baylor until RG3.
No,
that's just the fact.
No. Michael Johnson.
He's fast.
The 400 meters.
Do you have a single
Johnny
favorite,
Thomas.
Do you have a single favorite Olympic moment? Because that's mine.
When he ran with them gold shoes on.
In Atlanta, dude.
And took them off because he said they were too hot.
Dude, that was
he was smoking.
That was it for me. I've always loved the track and field.
Track and field takes over for me.
Me too. Yeah. Michael Johnson was a bad dude. But Quincy Wilson had Texas A&M, UCLA, USC, I think South Carolina, and then Maryland. He had all the hats lined up. And my man's got a flair for the dramatic, dude. He stood up and started to put the hats on, and people started going nuts. Then he took it off and threw it away. And he did that with all of them until he got to the Maryland hat. It was very cool, very exciting.
I like when people decide, I'm gonna go where I want to go. Might stay home this time. You know what I mean?
Yep. All right. I also got this piece of information. We talked about the Columbus Blue Jackets and why are they the Blue Jackets?
Mm-hmm.
It honors the Ohio Civil War history, specifically the Ohio troops, I guess, wore blue jackets during the Civil War. And that's why they're the Blue Jackets. So
I don't know Blue Jacket this morning. I'm a Blue Jacket?
I guess you are, baby.
All right.
All right. I wanted to have a discussion. We're aware of Washington's season has been bad. We're not going to sugarcoat that. They also have a number of expiring free agent contracts.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just go through some of these lists. Who would you want back? And then try to consider age, production, cost, right?
Okay.
Top of the list, the guy they traded for that I don't think – I still think the trade has been a success, even though the numbers have been down in kind of the second half of the season. Deebo Samuel's going to be a free agent. What's your interest level in Deebo?
That comes down to price. Point blank.
I think he's been a good fit in the locker room. Guys seem to like him.
He has been.
I think that comes down to price too. I think if it works and Deebo works for you, awesome. But at some point, this team needs to get younger and faster. Deebo will turn 30 in January.
Mm-hmm.
Deebo is a hell of a football player, but he's not necessarily a speed stretch the field type guy.
Mm-hmm.
So I think to your point, comes down to price.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the brand? Are you aware of all this Brandon Ayuk stuff?
I've heard about it.
So it sure looks like he's not going to be with the Niners anymore, one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And I think to get out of the contract like they want to do, they're going to have to cut him.
And
because they're going to void the contract.
Okay.
Which would mean unrestricted free agency. We all know Ayuk and Jaden are tight. They played together in college at Arizona State. Ayuk is more of that natural speedster on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't really been productive in 2 years. Hasn't played this year. Last year, he had the big knee injury after the holdout. 2 years ago, though, in 22 and 23, he went over 1,000 yards both seasons, had 15 touchdowns over those 2 years. What would your interest level be in Ayuk?
I have interest, but then again, you got to realize if a guy has a history, injury history, you got to that comes down to price again.
Do you have any concerns with all the BS going on out there? And let's be real, we don't know exactly. Do you have any concerns about the BS that has surrounded Ayuk? How he handled the holdout, how he's handled this season, the fact that they're able to void guaranteed money.
How would they be able to avoid it? They got to prove that he didn't try to get better. That's gonna be hard as hell to prove.
Because he missed a ton of stuff is the short version. Like By all accounts, they're going to be able to do it. You know how the PA stands up for players. Like, they don't let guys' contracts get voided. They're going to be able to void guaranteed money per the reporting.
That's the
So
report.
to be able to do that,
but that's a one-sided report right now. His agent, and I'm sure his lawyers are probably looking at this thing, got some stuff on the 49ers as well. They were doing some stuff. Maybe they look like they didn't want to sign him. Then they signed him. He got hurt. And a lot of people get pissed because you got hurt, as if you could just go out there and say, I'm going to get hurt today. So I don't know.
So Ayuk has been absent from numerous meetings and other team activities throughout the season, leading the Niners to void the 26 guarantees, more than $25 million worth in the 4-year, $120 million deal he signed 15 years ago. I'm sorry, 15 months ago, rather.
I want to see him be able to do it. I hear what you're saying. I don't just accept that they're going to be able to just do it that easily. That's all I'm saying.
Michael Silver reported he was absent.
That dude that used to be with
Yeah.
Ron?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't believe the story completely.
So keep this in mind with Ayuk, per the reporting. I'm reading from Mike Silver. Ayuk, who suffered a severe knee injury in October of 24, was expected to be back on the field by now. However, he has been absent from numerous meetings and other team activities throughout the season, leading the Niners to void the 26 guarantees, more than $25 million worth in the 4-year, $120 million deal he signed. I want your reaction to this, B, because I find this pretty damn interesting. Ayuk has chosen not to challenge this via an official grievance through the NFL Players Association.
That's stupid.
That's pretty surprising.
That's surprising, or he got somebody already talked to that they're going to go sign with.
Maybe he really just wants to be a free agent, but if you really wanted to be a free agent, dog, $25 million guarantees.
He better be able to still play. That's all I can say, because that's all that matters. If he can play, he can probably get through this. If he can't play, he's going to have a problem.
Well, dude, wouldn't you think the next deal he's going to have to sign, whatever the contract, whatever the agent may say, it's only going to have guaranteed money on 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And the guarantees aren't going to be higher than the 25 he was due.
You know, if he's restricted, if he's an unrestricted free agent and he comes out and he starts showing he's capable, he
You think
has
he'll
the
get more than
ability-
25 guarantees?
If he has the ability of what he had before, you never know, Jay. This league is weird, dog.
True. That whole situation to me just seems weird. I wonder if the knee injury is bigger than it.
If the knee injury is bigger, then he won't get it. But if everything works out and he can still run routes and do like he did, somebody's going to give him a chance. It happens all the time.
Dude, Ayuk, according to multiple league sources, told NFL Players Association representatives that he did not want to fight the move via an official grievance that would clear the way for his expected release at season's end. Ayuk did not respond to a text message seeking comment. His agent, Ryan Williams, declined to comment.
All I know is if
25 mil
if
guaranteed.
anybody here wants to talk to him, he better be healthy.
So he would hit the open market with real questions about the health of his right knee. He tore his ACL, MCL, and meniscus October 20th, 24. So that's over a year ago now.
Mm-hmm.
According to the report, and again, it's reporting, numerous members of the organization, including some Niners players, have reached out to Ayuk in recent weeks in an unsuccessful attempt to bring him back onto the field.
People in San Fran?
Yeah, like fellow teammates. I don't know, man. That seems messy. Now things get messy and then they get cleaned up. I'm not.
Yep.
If you had to pick, Debo's been largely healthy. He had the toe injury, the heel injury. He missed a game. Would you rather have Debo or Ayuk? Because I don't think they're going to have both.
I like Debo. Debo could do more of a Debo.
I think I agree with that, by the way. You got to add speed somewhere. All right. Continuing on the actual unrestricted free agents for Washington. Would you want Eckler back?
Price, once again. Because he's a guy who just had a Achilles, and he's over 30. So you got to see how he responds to that. The Achilles is different, dude.
Eckler will turn 31 in May. Hasn't played a complete season since 22. In 2 years with Washington, he's been productive, but has missed a ton of time.
Yeah.
I think the roster has got to get younger. One guy that's going to be a free agent that I think you do want to bring back completely. I'm curious if you agree, Mariota.
Yeah.
I think Marcus is your backup.
Marcus definitely comes back.
I think you want Marcus back. Andrew Wiley, who's been a versatile. He's now a backup. He's been a starter for them at various times. There was some talk about other teams being interested in him at the trade deadline. Wiley's a clear price question to me.
Yep. But he can play so many positions.
Eckler's doing Netflix for the Christmas Day games. He's going to work. I think he's in studio for them. And I recognize people are like, oh, that's weird. He's still on the team. This has started to happen more and more with veteran players. They get a little bit of TV work while they're still under contract. Greg Olsen did this.
Yep.
Like, it's not unheard of.
Everybody does it.
A
lot of people do it now.
I wonder, though, a dude like Eckler coming back from an Achilles, like you said, maybe he doesn't, but does he choose to hang it up?
He could, but like I think the thing about it, the team has to realize what position they're in. They tried to go get all the veteran players, okay, but I think when they hired Adam and all, they wanted to do this thing for the long haul. Getting guys over 30 on 1-year deals is not for the long haul. So maybe, like we said, they got to the NFC Championship game. They tried to go for it. Didn't work. Now you got to get back to that plan. And that plan comes by getting younger people.
What about a guy like Bobby Wagner?
Price again. And you got to realize, eventually you got to move from it. You can't keep kicking that can down the road. So at this point, do you feel McGee is giving you a little bit more? Do you think he's going to be able to take a step next year? Those things come to play.
Tell you what's pretty incredible. Bobby hasn't missed a game since 2018. Bobby hasn't missed a game since 2018.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a future Hall of Famer. Bobby turns 36 in
Bobby's real.
June.
I mean, he built different. His mindset is different. So when you get guys of that ilk, you don't have to worry about them having a hangnail and then be out and stuff like that.
I also think Bobby can help a football team, period. Now, he needs to be in the right role.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked. He just bought a piece of the Seattle WNBA team. He's got a lot of interest outside of football. He's turning 36. Maybe I don't know how that will shake out, but that's an interesting one. Zach Ertz is another interesting one. I think he's 34. Von Miller is another interesting one.
Von not here.
Von, I'm almost surprised didn't get traded just so he could go to a contender at this stage of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I won't be shocked, and I don't expect this, but like, if Von got released in December just to give him a chance to go sign with a contender, I wouldn't be shocked by that at this point. Like, that's a dude who put in a specialized pass rush role can still help a team in January.
Mm-hmm.
And this team is not going to be one of those teams. Bond turns 37 in March.
Mm-hmm.
One dude on this list I would like to see back is Jacob Martin. And I don't think that's going to. Jacob Martin's been good.
Yeah. Then I told you that about him early.
You liked him.
Early on.
You liked him. All right. Maybe we open the phones on some of this free agency stuff. I think they recognize they got to get younger. They got to get faster. You need more speed. Nobody go anywhere. It is B-Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock it up. Lock the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their bill. So grab your crew, start your bill, and get in on the action with Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Start with the locals. Good night for a couple of teams on the court, on the ice. The Caps get back in the win column. They buried the Blue Jackets 5-1. Caps have now won 4 of their last 5. College basketball, it is feast week in college hoops. A lot of tournament action out in Vegas late night. Maryland knocked off UNLV 74-67. That's the Players Era Festival at the MGM Grand in Vegas. Terps with a big one tonight, taking on 12th ranked Gonzaga. 9:30 for that one on the Team 980. And the Wizards try again to snap the losing streak. Hope to end a 14-game skid against Atlanta. 7 p.m. tonight for the Wiz here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, The Fan. Got a very juicy weekend of college football coming up, B.
All right.
Iron Bowl, White Bryan.
LSU and Oklahoma.
That's a good game, dude. Speaking of LSU. Lane. I mean, he's got the Egg Bowl Friday, but
somebody might throw eggs at him.
It might be Ole Miss fans, too. Not even Mississippi State. Yo, I just saw this. Lane's odds on where he will coach next. LSU is the favorite, minus 200. Then Florida. Then staying at Ole Miss. Then any other college, and then NFL head coach. Would you give Lane a shot in the pros?
I think he's going to LSU.
Vegas certainly thinks he's going to LSU. Would you leave Ole Miss? Let's say the money is comparable, right? Let's say, I mean, at some point, the money is just banana land.
Mm-hmm.
If the money is comparable, would you leave Ole Miss for LSU?
Yeah. Louisiana better than Mississippi.
Yeah.
And
would you do it?
What I told you my text read, bro, and then the AD is like a part of, is good friends with one of the dudes. Say he's going there. We'll see.
Would you leave a playoff team? Because by it seems like he's going to have to leave before Ole Miss plays their playoff game. You know how college is. You want to take the job ASAP, so you start recruiting ASAP.
Everything about this thing is you're trying to win the games, win the playoffs to make more money, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to offer him that. And I think he has more chances to have the greater success at LSU than he does at Ole Miss.
Probably right. Now, I'm
a little biased now.
I get it. Listen, if you're asking what's the bigger deal program, it's LSU over Ole Miss. I like Ole Miss, so I feel like he should just stay, but I get why you would leave. This one I wanted to point out to you. We're going to get back to this Debo thing in a second.
All right.
The next coach of the California Golden Bears, they just fired their head coach, Justin Wilcox, after they got trounced by Stanford in their big rivalry game. Now, the top option to be the next coach of the Cal Golden Bears, according to Vegas, is a fella by the name of Atash Lupoy. I hope I'm saying that right. D coordinator at Oregon. That would make a lot of sense. I think he's from the Bay Area. He went to Cal.
Mm-hmm.
I can get that. He's 2-1 to become the next Cal head coach.
Okay.
Do you know who's at 3-1?
Ron
Rivera, who's also the Cal GM, who just fired.
He's the
Wilcox.
GM and he's the money guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you see Ron putting himself in charge of the alma mater?
Yeah.
I could too.
100%.
You know the hire that I'd find fascinating?
What?
Deshaun Jackson. D-Jack played for Cal.
He played for Cal. I don't think they're going to give him that chance.
That'd be a big jump.
That's a hell of a jump.
I think it's going to be this dude from Oregon, but if Ron gets the job, it's going to be just funny to watch.
Well, if he don't get a job, he's gonna be a part of it.
Yeah. All right. I wanna ask the boys in the aquarium, and I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We're gonna open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines here. I don't know that it'll come down to a choice, but there's so much connection. Adam Peters was with the Niners when they drafted Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk and Jaden are clearly close friends. Debo's already here. Debo's been productive here.
Yeah.
Ayuk's coming off the crazy injury. And whatever
else is going on.
Whatever's going on in San Fran is going sideways. Who would you be more interested in? Bringing Debo back or bringing in Ayuk?
You just asked me that question already. I told you.
Said Debo.
I said I'm leaning towards Debo. See, this is my thing. And this is where I think, and I hope Adam, or I'm sure Adam thinks this way. I don't care who you're friends with. I care about my team being closer together and glued and moving forward. You know, like I told you, I have a lot of friends that went on other teams, and I left. So I didn't stop being their friends. But I could be friends with you on another team if you're not gonna help my team. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it comes down to, is he completely away from that injury? And if he did all of this just to get off a team, do you really want to deal with somebody like that?
I think
because he might be doing it to you too.
Dog, that point to me stands
Yeah.
out. Jeffrey, Debo or Ayuk, who would you want?
Debo, 100%.
Because of all the stuff?
One, yes. When this came about yesterday, people were talking about it on Twitter. I'm like, nah, just off the fact of what Beamish said. When you show your butt, when you not getting your way, all the team player you want to be and project, I know you're not. People act like Terry showed his butt not coming into, training camp and stuff this year. But this was on social media. Him putting out the practice plays that we don't need all that right now. And then I'd rather get a wide receiver. I'd rather keep Debo and try to get another wide receiver from the draft. He could bounce back from the injury, but I don't want to bank on that. I don't want to bank on players coming in here with a history of their injuries, major injuries. I'm good off that.
Landini?
I think they should keep Debo. He's been solid for him this year.
White Brian? Wearing a Giants hat?
You keep Debo if the plan is to keep Terry. If you plan on moving on from Terry, Ayuk wouldn't be a bad pivot.
Terry's got the guaranteed money for next year, so Terry's a part of this thing for next year. I suppose there could be more exotic moves in the works, but that would surprise me.
Yeah.
Terry's got $13 million guaranteed next year. And I think, frankly, Terry's the best of the three that we're discussing.
Yep.
And granted, in very limited work, just the 2 catches Terry made against Kansas City were outrageous.
Totally.
So I think Terry's a part of this thing for next year.
Yeah.
Let's hit these phones. Jaden is in PA. Jaden, what's up,
Jaden?
dude?
What's up, brother?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We got you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, how's it going? I think this might be a little popular. I think you don't sign either Debo or Ayuk. I think we have a lot of, Terry's already making 30. I think you kind of do what Kansas City did, where you kind of just try to retool through the draft, even what Buffalo tried to do to a lesser extent. They missed on Coleman probably. He looks like a miss, but I think a lot of these good teams, you got to kind of try to find your guy in the second, maybe second round, 5th round or 6th round. And I think this is where Peters has to make his money. A lot of the highest paid GMs are the highest paid GMs because they always hit on the, 3rd to 7th round picks. And I've already said this a while back, but he's kind of missed on everyone but Daniels. Maybe you have a couple average guys at best. I think you kind of have to just hit the draft, and you got to find a guy you like in the 3rd round, maybe from a mid-major school. Even Kansas City has the guy, this year, Brashard Smith, who's a 7th round pick, kind of a running back receiver type who looks pretty good. So I think you kind of just have to hit on draft picks in every asset. I don't think you bring back Bobby Wagner. I don't think you bring back Debo. I don't think you bring back, you don't try to sign Ayuk. I mean, shoot, even Denver, their whole receiving core besides Sutton is drafts. Yeah, got the guy Franklin, that's pretty good. Marvin Mims is pretty good. The guy Harvey's pretty good. So I think that's where Peters has to. He's kind of underwhelmed in the draft, and I don't trust him with trades.
I think it's a little too early. If you're looking at the trades, I think the Debo.
I don't think he missed on everybody.
The Debo and the Tunsil trades have been good. Tunsil's.
I mean, you're not going to hit a home run on every pick. Some guys are going to be glue guys.
Thank you for
Some
the call,
guys are going
Jaden.
to be guys to be a part of it. But I don't think he's missed on everybody but Jaden. I don't buy that.
I think it's premature to say that for sure.
Very.
I think
you have a right tackle who has gotten better throughout the year.
Yeah.
Amos was already showing what he was capable of.
I think Amos looked like maybe their best pick.
You know,
I think one of the disappointing I don't know the right word there, but like Sam Still's rookie year was so exciting. This year's been so uneven. But I think defensively,
but still, he's on, and he's leading you with turnovers. So there's still something there with Sam Still.
I agree with that.
But I think many people look at it, and you look at the outside corner, and you look at the inside corner. That inside corner, that receiver has two ways to go.
Right.
An outside corner, you could use that sideline to your advantage. But I don't think he played that well last year, and he's playing like he is this year, and that's gone. You know, you got to tap back into that. And let's be real, it ain't like they get no pressure on the quarterback to make you be able to be a better cornerback or whatever.
Dude, I mean, if you want, for me, like you talk about the draft and people get so caught up in first rounders. And I recognize Washington has basically 2 picks in the top 150. They got 1 in the top 75 as it's currently constituted.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Stafford's playing at elite level. They drafted Nakua later. They did add Devontae Adams this year, but like Kyron Williams wasn't a high draft pick. You look at the Rams D line, which is loaded. Only one of those dudes is a first rounder. Verse was, I think, 19th or 20th overall. But the kid Byron Young, Landman was an undrafted dude from Africa they found.
You speaking my language. I've been saying this for years.
I mean, here's what's incredibly remarkable.
I've always said I could care less about first rounders.
Landman is an undrafted dude from Africa that's white. That is nasty. Like it's. I'm just saying, like, you got to build a roster, and not incorrect. Like, they do need to build a roster, and they have not done a tremendous job of that. But it doesn't mean they can't still do it. And sometimes guys take a few years. Like the guy Fisk for the Rams, second rounder. Like you got to build a roster. Phone lines are packed. We're going to hit these phones when we come back. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I think it's not hard to determine that Washington needs to get more speed, get younger on the roster. Going to be an interesting question, though, as Deebo Samuel headed for unrestricted free agency. Sure looks like Brandon Ayuk's going to be an unrestricted free agent. A lot of ties. Deebo's already here. A lot of ties between Ayuk and the organization. We've all kind of said Deebo. If you got to pick, it's Deebo. I don't really think it's close, frankly. What did the callers say? Let's go to our boy Zeke in Southeast.
What up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
We good, man.
Hey, if it was me, I wouldn't take either one of them. And you know, the last caller or the caller before saying that Peters hasn't hit on any draft. What is he talking about except for Daniels? First of all, last year we only had 5 picks. One was Connerly, starter. Trey Amos, starter. Jaden Lane, could be a starter. DeCorey Bill, possible starter. And Madrano. What is he talking about? He hasn't hit on the picks. I don't understand that one. Okay. But I think we're gonna end up with a top 10 pick. I would just try to, trade it, get a couple of later round picks instead of going and bringing in these older guys that have injury problems. Hey, let's find us another Terry in the second round or another Ayuk in the third round. Let's just move back, try to get some later picks, and let's go younger. That's what I would do.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Zeke. Good call. Keep it going. Will is in Clinton. What's up, Will?
Gentlemen, how y'all doing?
Good, man.
Now, man, with me, I would think I think it's all based on numbers. I mean, if Deebo asking for a rack of money, I don't think I could get it to him. And then with Ayuk, it's probably based on money and health. Now, if you can get him for the cheap, then why not get him? Because you want the best out of J5 anyway. So, and he has that connection with him. So, if you can get him for the cheap, then that'll be a good thing. But I got a question for you, B. Mitch.
Yo,
since you played the running back position, and you see the impact that Gibbs had with Detroit.
Yeah.
If you got a top 7 pick, would you think about getting the kid Love from Notre Dame?
I would say yes if we had better receivers.
So you would take receiver before that?
At this point, I don't know if based off of what the offense they're running right now, I don't know if that offense is one that's catered for that running back.
Because I think the kid is a difference maker, man.
The kid Love is good. He is good. He is good. But then again, you could probably put him in I think getting a better running game is necessary as well. But I believe that the guys they have can get it done. They just got to call the damn running plays.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have that explosion like Love, man. That dude's a difference maker.
Yeah,
he is, and they need more speed. To your point, I mean, Jeremiah Love against Syracuse. Thanks for the call, Will. Appreciate you, bud.
70-7.
Do you know what Love's line was?
I just saw the score and I figured everybody had an outstanding game.
Yes, but this still stands out. He had 170 yards on the ground, 3 touchdowns.
But how many? 12 carries?
8.
8. God. 27 yards a carry?
21.4.
Damn. And almost, and like he scored what, close to 40% of the time?
Probably Notre Dame's biggest win on the year, I would think, is when they beat Southern California. In that game, Jeremiah Love went 24 for 228 with a tutty.
Damn.
And another 43.
But like I said earlier, and as he asked the question now, I'm thinking back. I've said we got to stop caring about what we think the league is.
Sure.
If you can have somebody on your roster like that, running like he does, what that does for Jaden in the passing game opens it up, right? And then you don't have to have the top-notch receiver to be able to have him open all the time. He could change up the whole ball game.
Franco is in D.C. Franco, Deebo, Ayuk, or the field?
Hey, man, what's up? Laughing at that other dude, man. That dude said get rid of everybody. I'm glad he ain't in personnel. I'm sure glad to get rid of everybody. He can't get rid of everybody, dog. Listen, man, the tight end we need to get. I agree with that. But Deebo, you can't get rid of production. You get rid of reduction. This dude said get rid of everybody. Everybody want to be a coach, a personnel player. They see things from the street. They don't. The NFL don't see it like that. They see it from reality. We see it from make believe. I can make a team sitting right here in my house, but that ain't reality. Reality is being productive, keeping your good players, and we not the bad, bro. Everything ain't young. Young got to grow. The word young means you got to grow. So we can't grow everybody. I'm just gonna sit back and listen. What's up, Brian?
What's up, man?
Appreciate it, dude. Thanks, Franco.
JP, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
But I think, like I keep saying though, like, and I'm with this. Like, everybody's not going to be in their early 20s. And I've always said it. I've never seen a team win with all young. I've never seen a team win with all old. It has to be a delicate balance. But the older guys got to still build the ball.
Yeah.
Okay. They can't just be old and not balling. They got to build the ball.
Los is in Severna Park. Los, what's up?
What's up, guys? Listen, I'd rather keep Devo, but with this Ayuk thing, I think later on, within like the next 2 years, we're gonna find a way to get Brian Thomas Jr. out of Jacksonville, because I think that's Jaden Daniels' boy right there, not Ayuk to where like they've played like 5 years ago. But my other thing with that is, why is it that we are? And I'm not trying to bash on Adam Peters. Why is it that we are not celebrating, but giving props to Adam Peters when he brings all his boys or tries to bring all his boys in from San Fran, but we condemned and killed Ron Rivera for bringing all his boys in from the Panthers? I just want your take on that to see if there's anything there. But yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hold on. It's a good question, and it's a fair point. But Ron brought pretty much his whole staff.
And he brought players that were older than me.
Well, Adam from the staff, I guess DQ put that staff together, and it was from all over the league. I guess Lynn was there and Norton was there, but that's 2 out of a staff of like 20.
But that's still DQ guys.
Right. Newmark came from Detroit. Sosna was in college. Sosna's like their contract guy. And then they did sign Debo this year. I guess they signed Farrell last year. I don't know that there are that many Niners guys. This Jake Moody kid that they're signing to be the kicker, he drafted. But like, I don't think the equivalent is
that's
there.
normally what happens. You normally bring people you're more familiar with. But Ron brought in guys that
he also brought the entire staff and front office. Like it was a different.
He just brought in he just basically all he did was pick the building up and drop it over in Ashburn.
I guess they brought Del Rio, but then the rest of the position coaches. Last one. Will, go quick, buddy.
What's going on, man? How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
Hey, Mitch. Love you guys. Thank you. You can't let go of a Swiss Army knife. I mean, you just can't.
Yeah, that's one vote, Debo. Thank you, buddy.
Debo.
When we come back, Sam Cosmi will join the program.
This update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Thanksgiving week, it's tournament week in college hoops. Maryland's out in Vegas, baby. They played late night last night against UNLV, the Players Era Festival. Terps pull away late to beat the Rebels 74-67. Farrell Payne, who had that ugly injury about 10 days ago, he was back last night. 20 points to lead the Terps to a 4th-straight win. They will face 12th-ranked Gonzaga tonight out in Vegas, 9:30 on the Team 980. Wizards try and snap their 14-game skid. Back in action home against Atlanta tonight, 7 p.m. on the Fan. And the bye week's over for the Commanders, who say Jaden Daniels, while he's back to practice this week, has not been cleared for contact, so unlikely to play Sunday night against Denver. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 p.m. daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. Downtown DC, holidaymarket.com. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Is Landfill sending a message for the Egg Bowl? With the cowbell rooting for the Bulldogs? The Mississippi State Bulldogs.
Bulldogs.
We should check in with Coach Prime and Fred a little later in the program. Would love to. I don't think we've heard Coach Prime talk about Shador's success in his opener.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that would mean a lot to Coach Prime. B, we're waiting here for Sam Cosmi to join us. I did want to have a Thanksgiving discussion, but while we wait for Sam, you are a dude that not always, but often does the cooking. Is it weird for you to be going to your daughter's home and not be doing the cooking?
No.
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, but I'm end up cooking anyway. You know me. I don't know how to just watch somebody else do nothing.
So you're going to go down Wednesday night. Thursday morning, will you have a bike down there? Like, you're going to be
They got a Peloton. They got a treadmill and a bike. I'll be on both of them.
Right, because you're going to be up at, what, 5:36?
About 6:30, yeah.
And
I'm going to be ready to rock, Jay.
I mean, I know you.
But you know, like, they've watched me enough. They should be able to handle this thing now.
Certainly. Who else going? Will Maya go with you?
Yeah, right.
Aaliyah's going?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you stay?
Bria.
At Bria's house?
Yeah.
How big is his house? You guys are rolling down there with 5 people? Four people.
They got 5 or 6 bedrooms.
Damn. That's a house.
Yeah, they got enough.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah.
That's a lot of house.
Mm-hmm.
Does Deshaun fry the turkey?
Yeah, Jay's trying not to fry it, and he can smoke too. So he can smoke a turkey and fry a turkey.
So 2 turkeys.
Yeah.
Anything else? Ham, steak, anything.
Ham, yeah.
Gotta have ham. All right. Joining us now.
Rice, some dressing, all that. Yeah.
Joining us now is our friend, Mr. Sam Cosmi from the Washington Commanders, right guard. Sam, what's up, dude? You feeling rested?
Heck yeah. Feels good. Feels good to have that week off, man.
What all do you do? Because I know how beat up you are. What all do you do with a week off?
I think like last week I said, body wise, I get to take a little extra time in the training room, just try to, again, get a lot of the inflammation out of my body, and getting off my feet is key. Cold tub is a big thing for me. I typically do it twice a day. I have one at the house that I do, and I just feel rejuvenated after I kind of get out of that. But yeah, I mean, just like get off my feet, kind of get stuff I haven't done around the house as well. For the little one that's coming. That's basically what I did last week.
Dude, yeah, that cold tub works wonders, man. So I didn't learn the cold tub until like I was going into my 11th year.
Yeah, no, I swear up and down by it. I think it's one of the best things. I mean, I'll probably do it when I'm done with football. I think just coming out of the cold tub, you just feel so, I don't know, like everything feels better.
Alive.
It sucks going in. Yeah, you feel more alive. It sucks going in, but once you get out of it, you feel way better.
So this blew my mind, B. I don't know when we talked about this, Sam, maybe 2 weeks ago. You know how long he stays in? So when I do the cold tub, I try for 3 minutes, but a lot of times it's like 90 seconds.
3 minutes is a waste of your time, dude. You got to stay in there for way longer than that. Because it's going to take you 5 minutes to get right. 5-10 minutes.
He stays in for 8 minutes.
Yeah, you better go do a cryotherapy if you're going to be 3 minutes.
Yeah, he knows.
I don't have the tough. You guys are professional football players. I'm a blogger, so
it doesn't make a difference.
It's a different scale for me, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean that's what I said. Like when I go in, like when I first, that's the reason I got the one at the house, because I can regulate the temperature.
Right.
So if you can get your body acclimated to how cold it's going to be, so like I started out for like 52, which is not really that cold, and now I'm down to like 40. So
damn, dude, that's like the North Sea.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I said, if you can get, like, it sucks just going into one that's already like at 45 for anybody that hasn't done it. But if you can just, that's why if I can get my body regulated to it, I feel way better doing it, you know?
Yeah, that's like for me, Sam, what I would do when I first started doing the cold tubs, I'm like, it takes longer to really get adjusted than I did. When I found the cryotherapy, I was like, oh, cool, I'm cool with this.
I've never done cryo.
By the time you think you're getting cold, you're done.
Yeah.
And that thing gets cold quick.
It just goes faster.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
Yeah, we have one at the facility, and typically to have the kind of the same effect that the contact of the water versus being like in the dry cold, I think it's like a negative 165 in there.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy, but that's why you can be in there for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, any longer than that. You know, I think like Antonio Brown, I remember when he was at the Raiders, he went without like
messed his feet up.
Barefoot.
Yeah,
he messed his feet up. Like, you can't do that. I'm surprised that whoever he went and did that, that's crazy to me, because I can only imagine being in there barefoot. That's insane.
Wow. We are talking with our friend Sam Cosmi here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Sam joins us through our Paisanos Players Chat, and all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, everybody's excited about Thanksgiving. Everybody's excited about turkey, but eventually you're going to get tired of turkey. And if you want some pizza, they're going to be 50% off pizzas. Use the code BLACK50 for Paisanos Pizza this weekend once you get tired of that turkey. I want to talk a little turkey with you, Sam, but I did want to ask, obviously you guys are coming back from the bye. You've got Denver Sunday Night Football. This has not been the season you wanted, and yet you've got 6 games remaining. How important is it to show the kind of ball that you thought this team would be capable of throughout the year?
Yeah, you know, I think that's very important. You know, just to give our fan base something to look forward to, and to be able to, as the weeks go on, I know we haven't been able to perform like, you know, we were expected to this year. But, you know, like for us, our intention is our mindset is to win out. We got to win out to give ourselves a chance. And, you know, we're going to try to play our best ball, our most disciplined ball. And like I said, like last week, kind of go back to the fundamentals of who we are, you know, and eliminate any unnecessary things that don't need to be in the game plan, or, you know, we don't feel like is going to help us winning the ball game. So, I mean, at the end of the day, all we can control is how we prepare and our effort going into the ball game, and during the ball game. So, you know, that's kind of the mindset.
Sam, are you, like, you know, many people lead in different ways. Are you the type of guy that you lead by example, or do you like if you see somebody needs something, you just walk up and tell them what you think?
You know, I think I am a lead by example guy, but at the same time, like when I feel like that moment is needed, I will step in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's very important to have that ability to you know, be able to lift guys up and do that in whatever way it is. But I think everybody has the ability to be a leader in some way or form. If that's not, vocally, that's going to be how they go based off their day to day, how they, attack each day and how they present themselves and how they work. I feel like I'm one of those guys that puts in the time, puts in the effort, and shows it on game day.
Sam, for you as a dude that worked your way all the way back from a major injury, when you watch Jaden trying to work his way back from injury, how do you balance, hey, man, you got to take care of yourself for the long haul with that's our guy, we want him out there?
Yeah, I think that's the hard thing to balance out. Like for me, it was like building a confidence to be like, hey, man, like I know I'm going to struggle through a little bit of uncomfortability and there's going to be a little bit of pain here and there throughout, being on the football field and this, that, and the other. But like just having the confidence in yourself, knowing that like when you step on the field, like you're still going to be able to ball out. I think that's the biggest thing with him is just having a confidence in himself and the guys around him to help him elevate himself to be able to perform. So, I think that's just kind of the mindset going into injuries in general.
I think it's got to be, right? And are you ever like, how much attention do you pay to social media and kind of where fans are and what they think? Any?
I don't. I get a lot of my stuff from I like to look on TikTok, so I think you saw that whenever I was in Madrid. So I see like little videos here and there. That's pretty much the farthest I'll go. I'm not really on social media that much on Instagram or Twitter. But yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I hear the most is like, do we bring Jaden back? Do we not? Like, how this season is going? I don't know. I'm not one of those guys that knows the answers to that and quite understands. That's the only thing I've heard. But I'm like, man, if we were to get him back and we can show what we're all about going into the rest of the season and giving ourselves a shot for the postseason, if not, like giving ourselves a shot to see what we all are about for next season, I think that would be huge.
The saying I always heard: if you don't want people to get used to losing, and if a player can play and he's available, go out there and play.
Exactly.
I don't think there was a time I ever felt like I don't want to play.
Yeah,
I can't. Yeah, if it is, I damn sure don't remember it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like our job is to win.
Yeah,
and to go out there and put the best product that we can for everybody in the country. And, obviously not being able to have all our players out there is just not being able to put the best product out there. We're in the entertainment business and that's kind of the base of it too, So regardless, I always say regardless of the record and what, what's around us and that we have a job to do.
Yeah.
We have to do it at the highest, if you're not going to play, no offense, like if you're not going to play for the team, you got to play for yourself at the end of the day too. Cause like the turnover each and every year is going to happen, so like you got to play hard regardless. You can't just go out there and just not play hard. You're going to embarrass yourself. It's the NFL.
Right.
So that's just kind of the mindset you have to have. I think a lot of guys do. I just couldn't imagine going out there and just, whatever, it's just not built in me.
I know when I was in Philadelphia, I was doing radio and we had lost a preseason game and the guy called into the station and he's like, what the hell you doing on the radio? Y'all lost. I said, well, dude, my contract says I got to be here for 20 games. So win, lose, or draw, I'm going to be here for 20 games. You know what I mean? So it doesn't change because the game didn't go out you wanted it to go. I still have to do my job. So
totally.
100%.
Talking with our friend Sam Cosme here in our weekly Paisanos players chat. Check out Paisanos this weekend. Once you get tired of the turkey, pizza's half off. Use the code BLACK50 Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You'll be watching football. Get some pizza. I had Paisanos last night. Sam, you ever had Paisanos?
I have, yeah. It's really good.
It is good. What's your go-to Paisanos order?
I'm a pretty standard guy. Normally, it's just as much more like a meat lover type of pizza. So
That's me.
You know, as much protein you could put on it. That's what I go for.
B. Mitch calls me a child because I like cheese pizza.
He gets a cheese pizza, and he probably wants a small.
I'm a cheese guy too, so I'll get like a meat lover type pizza with the cheese pizza. It slaps. Cheese pizza slaps.
I love it.
Yeah, but he only gets a cheese pizza.
I got some wings last night too.
He gets a cheese pizza. He gets an 8-ounce filet and wants to split it in half with somebody.
8 ounce, I
and
can eat myself.
He gets the little bitty hamburgers too.
Dude, so you get to enjoy Thanksgiving with your family. Do you have family coming to town, or will it just be you and your wife and the kids? What are you doing for Turkey Day?
Yeah, I think we're gonna hang out with some of their teammates.
Okay.
Some online. Yeah, I not much planned. Like I said, other than that, like the wife is ready to pop here soon. So as much, less, motion that we can have with her, the better. She's right there. So, but yeah, that's kind of our plan. Just hang out with our teammates and enjoy and break some bread. I think that's going to be the plan there.
Is it days or weeks now?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those. Yeah. It's whatever he wants.
Oh boy.
Who does the cooking? Or will you guys get it catered? Or is there one dude that will B. Mitch, he's going down to his daughter's house in North Carolina, but normally B will fry up 8 turkeys. Is one of the is Allegretti out there with a chef hat on frying up turkeys?
Yeah, I think actually that's great you put. I think we're gonna go to Nick's house and he last time we went there he whipped up some stuff, but I'm interested in what he's doing. I haven't really talked to him. I know we're just gonna bring some stuff over and do that. We initially wanted to host, but again, it's going to be a lot for her.
You got a lot
to do anything. Yeah, so, but yeah, I think we're going to do that and just bring some stuff over and everybody just contribute to doing that.
That's great. So here's a question for you then. This is the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. What is the best part of Thanksgiving? You got 3 options, Sam. Food, football, or family?
I think I'm always family first. So that's going to probably be my answer. Just all that. I mean, dude, that's what Thanksgiving, everything you just said there is what makes Thanksgiving so special. So that's the 3 F's right there. That's hard to come by. But I think the first thing is always family.
3 F's. That's my report
you go
card.
Family,
sophomore year.
Do it in the alphabetical order: family, food, then football.
Yeah,
and then you keep yourself out of trouble that way.
Good.
See, JP will go home and say football first, then food, then he'll say family. He's gonna get himself in trouble.
What? All right. Let's say now. Obviously, this year's a little different. Your wife's pregnant. You're kind of just on standby mode. But let's say you have your dream Thanksgiving spread, whatever that entails. What does your first plate look like?
So normally, growing up, me and my uncles, we do a fried turkey. Normal turkey's all right, but man, a fried turkey goes a long way.
Yes, indeed.
My mom makes this roasted pecan sweet potato casserole almost dish. It's fantastic. I'll eat half of it. I'm trying to think. I mean, we would have all sorts of things. For dessert, I gotta go. It's not a typical thing, but my mom, I'm just thinking of my mom's stuff. She'll make really good tiramisu.
Ooh.
And just lady fingers, everything you could think of, the cocoa powder on top. I mean, it hits it. And she spikes it a little bit, makes it a little bit. You might be walking a little funny after you eat one slice, but
I like that spike tiramisu.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. But yeah, normally fried turkey, anything that anything. Potato salads, another one of my sweet corn, another one I really like.
I like sweet corn.
mashed potatoes, just all of that array of ham. Ham's normally good. My mom, my aunt brings over her really. You got a fat guy talking about food right now. So.
I'm in on this, dude. So my only kind of hot take is I'm just not the biggest turkey guy. I wish the Pilgrims had made lasagna or prime rib or something.
He's a fool.
Do you like turkey independent of Thanksgiving, or is this kind of your day for turkey?
Unless turkey's going to go on a sandwich, I'll eat on a sandwich. That's pretty much as far as I'll go with turkey. But, man, you're missing out on a fried turkey. You got to try it.
I've tried it. It's good.
For you.
I wish the main dish was something else, but on Thursday I'm going to eat turkey. I'll be cool. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time, brother. We appreciate it.
Sam. Take care, man.
Yeah, take care, you guys.
All right, brother.
All right, that's our guy Sam Cosme joining us for his weekly Paisanos Players Chat. We're going to open these phone lines up. Talk Thanksgiving. Everybody give their dream Thanksgiving plate and what is the best part. Because I know for Brian and I, it's family. But for a lot of people, it might not be. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it on to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their bill. Just go with all the teams, go with all of the favorites. I'll just say it like that. Pick all the favorites and the point spread. That's what I'll do, and then I'll pass it on to JP, see what he does. So grab your crew, start your bill, and get in on the action with this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Commanders maybe a little bit healthier coming off the bye week, maybe too little too late, but some of the key players that have been missing most of the season could be back, including safety Will Harris. Optimism he's going to play this week after being out 2 months with a fractured fibula. We will see later in the week if Terry McLaurin can return. He's missed 7 of 8 games with a quad injury. We do know Jaden Daniels is unlikely to play, even though he's been cleared to practice, not yet cleared for contact. NBA Wizards try to snap the 14-game skid home tonight against Atlanta. That's at 7 p.m. on the Fan. Maryland in action. Late night college basketball last night beating UNLV. Terps take on 12th-ranked Gonzaga tonight on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Jeff, who we got to thank for lunch? I am thankful for my man, who?
Curtis Walker.
Thank Curtis.
Is he related to you?
What'd you say?
Is he related?
Man. Nah, he
Yeah,
paid
that's
for
my cousin, man.
That ain't his cousin. He paid for the food. If it was Jeff's cousin, he wouldn't have paid for the food.
That's my cousin.
Shout out to Curtis. He bought us lunch. A little Chick-fil-A doing the boys good.
Appreciate you, brother.
I love Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is run at such a high level. Like every Chick-fil-A you go to, you know the food's gonna be good, it's gonna be fast, it's gonna be clean. Like if I'm traveling with the girls,
I need them on Sunday, they're not there.
yeah, they got a higher power on Sundays, B. But like if I'm traveling with the girls, say we're driving down to the beach or Carolina or something, the two places I try to stop, Starbucks and Chick-fil-A. Because the bathrooms are just on a different level.
They're clean.
Yeah, they're
most
on
of them not
the appropriate level. A little bit of news out of New Orleans. The Saints had brought in Justin Tucker for a tryout along with Cade York. Cade York got the gig. Tucker, did not get the gig. A lot of people, as Matt Gay was struggling to make kicks, were like, oh, bring in Tucker. And I mean, B, you remember how I covered the end of the Bruce Allen era? Like, when the numbers are the numbers, you don't have to get into everything that isn't the numbers. And Tucker wasn't good his last year. Like, the numbers were bad. So I just didn't see him being a year removed or whatever, 10 games removed, that it was going to be better. So we'll see. Maybe Tucker ends up somewhere else, but he's not going to be kicking in New Orleans. I wanted to have a Thanksgiving conversation because tomorrow I think is going to be packed with football.
Yeah.
So the B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day. What's the best part of Thanksgiving? Food, football, or family?
Family.
My family. That dude's looking for a job. B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. It's got to be the family portion. Let's separate family because that's got to win, right? Like, I don't know. Is anybody not going to say family? Because I think you kind of have to. There's like an obligation to.
Well, depending on what level you at.
I imagine there are some folks that say not family.
Well, I'm not going to be involved with that one.
What is your now? A lot of people eat a lot of plates, right? What is your first plate? So, like your one seed of everything you want Thanksgiving meal.
Dark meat off the turkey.
I too am a dark meat man. Yeah. We learned that at Popeyes when we can't specify on the app that we want dark meat.
I like my first plate's gonna probably be like a thigh of the turkey. I'm gonna grab some dirty rice, sweet potato crunch, collard greens. Eat that.
Will you bring some collard greens in next Monday? Because I will not get them, I don't think, this week.
You think
And I love
remember
them.
to bring some collard greens in on Monday.
Yeah. That's what I'd like for Christmas. A big old pot of collard greens. That is my formal Christmas request to you is vegetables. Everybody asks you for gumbo, all this expensive stuff. I'm asking for greens and green beans. And you can bring them to me anytime in December.
All right.
That's what I want. Jeff, what's your first Thanksgiving plate? What does it look like? What's on there?
Oh man.
Where are you going for Thanksgiving? Your mom's?
Yeah, I'll be with my mom this Thanksgiving.
Are you DJing that night?
Oh yeah, I DJ every Thanksgiving night.
I bet that Thanksgiving night probably jumps a little bit.
Oh yeah, I'm a DJ the club.
That
and then
Wednesday before Thanksgiving, though, is where.
Oh, yeah.
That's where.
Are you DJing
more
that night?
liquor is served that night than any other night in the whole.
I'm actually not DJing that night. I'm going to see Reaction Band.
Who? All right.
Reaction Band, that's Go-Go Band. My High School Life.
Gotcha.
I'm going to see them that Wednesday night, but I'm definitely going with. Well, before last year it was that fried turkey from
This
B's
is your
house.
first year as skinny, Jeff Walker.
Yeah.
When's the last time you were skinny? 16?
10.
When I was
10.
I can't say that on the radio. When I was conceived. That's the last time I was
What
skinny.
is the version of
So in
events
other
he
words,
couldn't,
you
he couldn't say
you
on?
were plump all the time.
I was plump my entire life.
Damn.
That's why you can't tell me nothing now. You couldn't tell me nothing back then.
Jeff, you don't listen to anything ever.
I know, but now I won't. for
Okay.
real.
What's
But
your first plate of Thanksgiving food?
I'm going with ooh.
What is ooh?
I'm going with some turkey.
You don't say.
The fried turkey that I'm gonna fry.
I hope it don't look like this bottle of cologne I'm looking at right now.
I'm going with some greens and some potato salad. I know that is not. Oh, and some sweet potatoes. Potato
No,
salad.
potato
sweet
salad, good boy.
Cold potato salad or warm potato salad?
I've never eaten warm potato salad a day in my life.
Okay.
I have.
They make that's a thing. I never.
Yeah,
did.
you eat it
prefer
right when it's
cold.
done.
Yeah, but people make it.
I like to get it right when it's done.
Oh yeah, nah.
You like potato salad more than mashed potatoes?
I do.
Yeah. And,
On Thanksgiving, though, I like mashed potatoes.
and for real, if there is no skin in the mashed potatoes, I would not eat them.
You like the red skin mashed potatoes? Those are banging.
It don't matter. If they got to be real mashed potatoes. I don't like that powdered stuff.
Yo, if somebody's serving powdered mashed potatoes on Thanksgiving, they should go to prison. Like,
JP.
that's a day to make real food,
JP.
not powdered.
All I'm gonna say is, JP, that's why we don't let certain people in the family bring food.
There you go. Yeah,
You know what those people are in charge of? You could bring the rolls.
Napkins.
Yo, you can bring wine. Like, if you are the person that's going to make powdered mashed potatoes on a holiday, you gotta reevaluate some things.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, see, now what I'm learning now that I'm growing up, it's our time now to like host Thanksgiving and all of this.
Jeff, I don't think you should host Thanksgiving.
I can't tell my cousins to bring bottles because we will not have no food.
Jeff, from what I understand about things that happen at your house, I don't think you should be hosting Thanksgiving.
Oh no! Hey, look,
WF is not conducive to Thanksgiving.
you may can't step outside my house, but in my house, you good.
I legit know nothing about my man White Brian. White Brian, where are you headed for Thanksgiving? Rose's parents?
My grandparents in Pennsylvania.
Oh, when are you going?
Wednesday after work, we'll drive up.
Where in PA?
In other words, you could say tomorrow.
Newtown, it's north of Philly.
What's the name of it? What's the name of it?
Newtown, Pennsylvania.
Newtown.
Are you worried about the traffic, dog?
Yeah, a little bit.
That should be what, 2.5 hours, maybe 3?
It normally takes like 3.5. It'll take 5.5.
Ooh. Who drives? You or Rose?
I do.
Okay. At least. Thank
The
goodness.
dog. The dog drives.
Yeah. They finally get to see the dog that they don't live with. What does your first plate of Thanksgiving look like?
Turkey, mashed potatoes, some green beans, and some cornbread. Then throw gravy on it all.
Simple, basic.
Bro, you never had my green beans, have you?
No.
Boy, I'm telling you.
They're the best.
Change your whole world.
Of all the things you make, that's what I'm asking for. Like,
you're a weirdo.
I also love vegetables, which people probably
Just ask for his collard greens, not his green beans.
I said vegetables. I'm asking for collards and I'm asking for green beans.
You're just making stuff up. Next, you're gonna be saying, "Oh man, the only thing I actually want is you're one of those turkeys."
No, dude, I'm not a turkey guy. Y'all can have the turkeys. I want green beans and collard greens. What's your first plate? Landville, what are you doing for Thanksgiving? You cooking?
Yep, that's right, baby. You know me.
No, he
Fry,
ain't
went up early, fried
He ain't
turkeys.
cooking nothing.
I'm gonna wake up way early. I'm definitely not gonna sleep till 2. That won't happen.
I think you will. Will you be awake for the Lions kickoff at 12:30?
No.
Hell no. Are you insane? It's 4 days off. You think I'm gonna wake up at noon? Not a chance. Not a chance.
All right. So the Mullins family
You're
Thanksgiving.
not gonna help your mom cook, man.
No.
All right. So
And you know what, Miss Mullins, he shouldn't eat neither.
No, she don't want my help.
what if you had to prepare a Thanksgiving dish, Mullins? What would it be?
Nothing.
I think I could make solid stuffing.
Really?
Yeah.
Like from stovetop or from scratch?
I mean, I could make it from scratch. I could also make solid stovetop stuffing too. I can follow the instructions on a box.
I did not know this. I was talking with Un Yang last night at Channel 4. She makes her own stuffing from scratch. You know that you just have to leave bread out to let it get stale?
Yes, everyone does this.
You just figured that out?
I've never made stuffing. You know what? Left hand up. I'm never gonna make stuffing.
Come on,
I
y'all.
like it.
He cook his beans out of the can.
Yeah.
It's a family recipe.
Come on, man.
No.
It's a family recipe. I've made mashed potatoes. I know how to do that. I've never made stuffing. I never will make stuffing.
That's an individual recipe. That's not a family recipe.
So what's your first plate of Thanksgiving look like, Mullins?
It'll be 30 to 40% gravy with turkey stuffing and mashed potatoes. Screw those vegetables.
Cranberry sauce?
Nah.
How you keep
Oh, I forgot. I will have a couple of slices of cranberry sauce.
Yo, listen to this. Amelia Draper. So we were having a serious Thanksgiving conversation last night at 4. Amelia makes her cranberry sauce with Grand Marnier in it.
Amelia, I'll come over.
Yeah, dude.
Tell your husband I'm that cousin from a long time. I just want some grandpa in my cranberry sauce.
Sounds interesting, right?
Hell yeah.
JP, I know you said everybody's going to say family's the best part of Thanksgiving, but food is winning our poll.
To be honest,
Yeah.
to be honest with you though, if you put liquor in just about anything, it gets better.
Got a point.
I'm not going to lie, fellas. I don't care how much money I make in my future. I don't care how well I do in life. I will always eat the canned cranberry sauce.
And you give me all this grief about beans?
Hey, man.
Now, look, my dad makes cranberry sauce too, but I always bring the can. I don't know why. It's just like
put you out
Taco.
my house.
It's just like Taco Bell. You're not going to get that taste from anywhere else.
I will put you out my house.
I'm not mad at canned cranberry, but you can't give me grief about my beans anymore.
But you know, it's like I go to some people's house where they have to have like a kids dessert and an adult dessert table.
Because of
they
the liquor?
They
in
got
it?
liquor and everything.
Hell, Cosby was saying his mom's tiramisu will knock you out.
I need to get some Miss Cosby tiramisu.
My wife is making an apple pie and a pumpkin pie.
Tell her put a little bourbon in there.
And then she's making desserts for the kids.
So you make a
Rice
pecan
Krispie
pie.
treats.
Drop a little bourbon in the pecan pie thing. Tell you it'd be good. Bro.
We're taking calls on your one seed of Thanksgiving foods. We're checking on the poll. More people like food than family. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. AAA poll of the day. What's the best part of Thanksgiving? Landfill gave 3 options: food, football, family. Right now, the voting, 43% food, 14% football, 43% family.
For what?
Food and family are tied for first.
Mm-hmm.
The food is
some people think the food is their family.
Some people might hate their family.
To be honest with
Just
you,
reality.
Well, I say family because my family can cook. My family can cook, so I make sure that they,
Our guy Deacon is on the line. Let's check in with Deacon.
Deacon, what's up, man?
What's up, baby?
What's happening?
Hey, first of all, it's raining out here, so y'all be careful on your way home.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, hey, look, y'all already know, man. It's gonna be family first. Now everybody just calm down. We're gonna have family first, then we're gonna do some food. Then after we eat, we're gonna do the football thing. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the night game. I probably will go to sleep and wake up.
Yeah, that tryptophan will get you, brother.
Tryptophan will get you. All right, thanks, Deacon.
But you know what? I was telling Jeffrey that ain't nobody coming to his house because when they come through the front door, the first thing they're gonna smell is feet.
Thanks, Dick.
That's because he cooked them pig feet.
Better than my family having a mouthful.
Speaking of a mouthful, Rooster's here. Hello.
Wow.
Roos, what's up,
What an
dude?
introduction.
That's quite the introduction. How are you, boys?
Yo, B, I was driving home yesterday and had Rooster on, and he was calling us cookie cutter. radio.
No. See, you misinterpreted
called us
that.
cookie cutter radio?
No.
He said, I'm not one of those shows that does cookie cutter radio like all the other shows.
I didn't say all the other shows. I said like some shows be, and then I explained to JP privately what shows I was referring to, which he conveniently no, that's not going to air, which he conveniently ignored.
All right, food, family, or football?
Yeah, you guys aren't cookie cutter. I like your style. It's a little rambunctious. It's a little crazy. It's a little.
It's all up above board over here.
Yeah.
Over there, I don't know what the hell is coming out of that sometimes.
Bruce, there's a poll question we're trying to get you to
all
answer.
right, okay. Well, you brought it up.
Food, family, football.
Yeah,
What's the best
what's
part
more
of
important?
Thanksgiving?
Yeah,
Food.
You don't like family?
I like family. I like football, but food is the main event. I mean, there is no questions
You
asked.
say to hell with.
You start at like 9:00 in the morning with the big green egg. You got to get the smoke. You got to get the smoke rolling.
I asked you this question. Why do you get up that early to cook that food for your family, right?
Yeah.
So the family is more important, right?
Yeah, but here's the deal.
I don't get up at 5 o'clock to cook for food or for no damn.
CB, I've seen how you operate with your,
you also report ground at sunrise.
Yeah, but still, it helps me get through my family.
So here's the thing that's going to shock you. A big fat guy like me has never had a fried turkey. Never once have I had that.
Dog.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Christmas, we're going to do it.
Okay.
Will you go over to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll bring the turkey over and we'll fry it up.
Yeah,
oh
sure.
yeah,
This
I
gonna
mean,
be a
like I
sight.
put mine in a big oven, like an oven turkey bag.
Are you going to be able to do that Christmas because we got
It
the
won't be
game?
Christmas Day. We have to do something before or after.
We'll do that.
If it's not Christmas Day, I'm going to try to come.
Yeah, everybody coming but Landfill. That's
He's
Landfill
busy
not,
that day.
Landfill not
I'm
our
a
family.
sausage guy. Landfill's got a lot going on.
Landfill's not our family.
There's a lot of things on YouTube that day.
Whoa.
B-Mitch, I was going to come
He's
over
not even
for
paying
Thanksgiving.
attention.
No,
Anyway,
you weren't.
He's
B,
responding.
I'm a
You just can't
sausage
hear
guy.
it.
Oh well, yeah. I didn't know I was coming in. I just went to go say hello to the boys, and you're like, "Get Roost in here."
Not true. He saw Chick-fil-A and then came in.
Did I have any Chick-fil-A? Did I ask for any Chick-fil-A? Yes.
Because you
This
walked
shows-
in and recognized there
Don't worry
wasn't
about it,
any.
Ruth. Ain't nothing here. I ate all
So,
that.
are you saying that the only time I come over to say hello and to drop season's greetings is because I want food?
Most
Yes.
times.
Yes.
This show has been on the air for 4 years.
Not all the time.
Yeah, I mean, you guys
But,
hold me in such little regard.
Landfill has a.
That's not a cookie cutter opinion.
This show has been on the air for 4 years. Chris Russell knows that if he walks into this room, JP's going to try to put him on air. He only comes over here when he wants that.
I mean, I only heard part of it, but that is not true. I come over almost every day to say hello. I always walk in and say, "What's up, boys? What's going on?" And some of you ignore me, like White Brian always ignores me. I mean, I can hardly get like even a hello out of him when I run into him in the hallway.
Can't talk.
Jeff looks at me like I'm trying to arrest him for murder. And Landfill, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what
Landfill
you do,
don't
man.
like you.
No, Landfill has never liked me.
I think Landfill legit hates most of us.
I think so too.
I'm on the
thing.
I'm not on Landfill.
I know he hates you, but he's hated me for 15 years.
I actually
you haven't
know
been
what
around
Russell
for
says
15
when he
years.
comes
I've been
over.
around for 15 years.
To go
with a
up to
5 year
him and
break
say,
in
"Hey,
between.
big boy." To go up to him and say, "Hey, big boy."
I gotta say, I didn't know how much I would enjoy Rooster calling him White Brian, but that really made me laugh. That was pretty good.
I mean, is that not what you call him?
That's it. Yes.
Okay.
That's his name.
He
we
went
already
to
have a Brian.
He went
Right.
to a wedding in Atlanta that was Saturday. He showed up to work today. He took off Monday.
He walked
and Sunday.
He had to walk back.
He just he's like, man, to hell with work. I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah.
That's kind
I
of
mean,
his attitude.
Just taking a day off on a Monday. I mean, who would do something like that?
Not me.
Not me.
That's right. You guys never take any time off.
Nah, we do.
You take time off, Roost?
We get told to take time off because
We do get told to take time off.
we normally just like to come in here and
I don't think
shoot the breeze with Louise, tell Ruth.
Yeah, B, you don't take that much time off. JP, I think you and I've started to take time off this year. I've taken my full amount of vacation, I think, within maybe a day or two this year for the first time in 12
What's the full
years.
amount? I don't know what the full amount is because I'm trying to go over that this year.
Take me over.
Read the employee guide. There's like 3.5
44-year-old
weeks, something like
seasoned
that.
rooster.
I promise you, I'm not going to read the employee guide.
Not me neither.
However,
yes,
your first plate of Thanksgiving. What's it look?
I heard this question on my way in. I mean, it's got to be dark meat turkey like you guys with gravy, right? Still, even though it's dark meat,
I don't put gravy on
you got to put a little gravy on it. Mashed potatoes,
you don't need gravy.
stuffing, and I would say that's a great first plate.
I'm an
Just that
annoying,
alone.
loud
Now
voice.
you can always add more to it if you want, but you got to have room for the gravy. The gravy is like is the
You know what I say?
The
The
end all
gravy,
be all.
I say gravy is hiding the fact that your meat just don't taste.
no. Whoa.
The importance.
Now
of-
I haven't taken a ruler to this thing.
There
but
was
it's
some-
at
there was
least
some
12
sort of
inches.
drop
that can be used there.
The importance of gravy makes my point of turkeys.
Well, I have
Not
been.
that
I have
goodness.
been. I've been going Thanksgiving with my family and all for years. We never had gravy.
Ever?
Never.
How?
We don't need no damn
On
gravy.
mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes? No, I don't serve no damn mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving.
Why wouldn't you serve mashed potatoes?
I serve
Everybody serves
cornbread
mashed
dressing.
potatoes.
No, everybody don't.
Most
Cornbread
people.
dressing, rice dressing,
What's rice dressing?
just like dirty rice.
Yeah, I didn't get that when you said it the first time. So whatever that is, I didn't
we
get
do all
that.
that.
I mean, stuffing and mashed potatoes. That's
I don't
it.
have no gravy.
You need some gravy.
This is a two
Some-
Americas
you,
thing?
you need some
Nah, 'cause
natural
some people
juices
do,
from the
but
turkey.
not
And by the
everybody
way,
do.
my turkey turns
Bruce
out
hasn't stopped
amazing
talking
because
since
I
he
put
came
it
in
in an oven bag, right? So all the juices just kind of circulate around, and then you smash a little sausage underneath
I'm
the
an
rest.
annoying, loud
and it just
voice.
renders down. It's amazing.
Hold
I'm
on.
a
You put
sausage
sausage
guy.
in your turkey?
I got to go do a thing.
Jeff
I'm
asked
a
the real question.
sausage guy.
You put sausage in your turkey.
Yes.
I've never heard
Because
that.
you get a little of that sage and savory, and it melts right down. It renders right down into the turkey breast.
Hold on.
It's amazing.
Is it in the stuffing? If it's in the stuffing, I understand.
You guys cannot say anything to me about. I know how to cook. Now I'm not as good as B, but I know how to cook.
What does that have to do with putting sausage?
Now I haven't taken a ruler to
Bruce
this
just
thing,
coming in
but
hot
it's at
today.
least 12 inches.
I think he's pissed he didn't get any Chick-fil-A from Curtis.
Oh,
Bruce,
boy.
as a parting gift, we have an anonymous benefactor that sends us boxes of potato chips.
That's nice.
Feel free to help yourself to a bag of Hers salt and vinegar.
Thank you.
All
Thank you. It's very kind.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Rooster Show starts in 40 seconds.
Doll fans, go Doll fans.
I don't even know that he took a minute to breathe during the 10 minutes he was in here. That was that was a whirlwind. Nobody go
I
anywhere.
think we messed up the TV schedule this time.
This sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. You know what? It's that time of year, folks.
First off, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yeah, holidays are upon us, and for the Commanders, may be thankful that finally some of the key players that have been out for a while may be getting healthy, even though Jaden Daniels is unlikely to play this week. Commanders optimistic. Safety Will Harris can be back after being out 2 months with a fractured fibula. The team Monday also opened the practice window for wide receiver Noah Brown, and defensive tackle Deron Payne is going to be back in the lineup Sunday night after serving his 1-game suspension. Tournament action for the Terps in Vegas, going to take on 12th ranked Gonzaga tonight, 9:30 on the Team 980. Wizards hope to snap their losing streak, home against Atlanta, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. 2 days till Turkey Day. In 2 days, we'll be watching Lions-Packers, which is pretty cool. Joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, is our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate. What's up, Nate Dogg? How you doing?
Good. Welcome back from vacation, JP. Look lovely.
You and I talked on the radio last week. I wasn't even on vacation when we were on.
No, that was not a shot. You looked like you had a lovely time at the water park.
The water park was hitting. There were 3. Dude, I may have reached.
You were on vacation though, JP.
That's true. I was. There were 3 water slides. So this one, it was like a hotel had some water slides. It wasn't necessarily like a full out water park, but one of them was fully enclosed and was like pitch black. I have reached. I'm too old for the pitch black, fully enclosed water slide. It made me dizzy,
scared.
Not scared, but like
thought a snake was gonna be in the water.
No, I don't have the constant fear of snakes you do. But it was
you thought you were gonna get stuck because you're so fat these days.
No, but thank you. It just made me dizzy. Like I think I'm too old for that. I don't know how else to describe it. I was fine in the open air ones, but not the complete dark pitch black joint. When's the last time you were on a water slide, Mr. Mitchell?
Last time I went to a park.
When was that?
Probably about 10 years ago.
Nate, we've been talking plenty of Thanksgiving. Maybe we get to that. Let's start with the football. They're obviously going to be back on the field this week. This Denver game looks one-sided. Certainly Vegas has them as a touchdown, 6-point underdog. What do you want to see from the Commanders over the final 6 games here?
Man, if you told me in September we'd be doing the what do you want to see over the next 6 weeks conversation, I'd be so sad, and I'm sad now. This season it just sucks, right? It just nothing's gone our way. Everybody's hurt. Our franchise quarterback is maybe practicing, won't play this coming up week in prime time. Terry hasn't seen the field since Nam. It's just everything's terrible. I hate this season. It's one of the most depressing, forgettable, just seasons I can remember. I don't know. What do you want to see? You want to see the guys compete and play well. You want to see the young guys do well. We can go through all the cliches, but it's so depressing to think about, being 3-8 after how wonderful and enlightening and just fantastic and the euphoria of last season. And now to come back to this, super, super, super depressing. I can't wait for this season to be over so we can get on to next season with everybody healthy and get back to what we know we can be.
So a lot of what you're saying, I think, is how a lot of fans feel. Here's what I think matters a lot to Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. They put this team together with a plan in place. They thought they had assembled a team to push Philly for the division, right? And a lot of those guys you're not going to get back that I think would have been big parts of that. I think like Dietrich Wise, Austin Eckler. But some of these guys you are going to get back. And I think, say in 2 weeks, in Minnesota, you see Jaden, you see Terry, Will Harris, and I think it matters to Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, even if it's only a glimpse, that they see their plan working, that they see the team they put together be good. Because if they don't get that glimpse, they got to wonder, what the hell did we try to do?
Well,
and maybe they write it all off
JP.
as injuries, but like at some point you look at the man in the mirror and it's like, dude, did I completely mess this up?
Here's the thing. I don't necessarily, you're not wrong, but we're never going to see this season the team they put together. You know, Noah Brown gone, Luke McCaffrey, IR, Jaden banged up still, even if he comes back banged up. You know, we have guys like Treylon Burks and Robbie Chosen and just these guys
Burks
off
is
the
hurt
practice
too.
squad. And then on the defense, same kind of thing. It's just, Trey Amos, like IR, Marshawn Lattimore, never to be seen again. Will Harris hasn't played a snap in forever. It's just whatever comes out in Minnesota still isn't the team they put together. The team that they put together and will continue to put together, this is a very important offseason, by the way. That won't be until next season. No matter who trots out of that tunnel in the final 6 weeks is not the team that they had in mind. And that's why I don't think this season defines what this franchise or what this team that they're building is. Last season, you can call it an anomaly because everything went our way and bounced our way and the last second heroics and winning every close game. This season, the complete opposite. All the injury bad luck, all the bounces bad luck, everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. So if last season people want to say, oh, it was a fluke, I don't think it was a fluke any more than this season's a fluke. I think the correct, team is somewhere in the middle, but we're progressively getting better, not worse. The young players, like Luke McCaffrey, perfect example. People were already writing him off, saying, bust, shouldn't have been drafted. He showed up and showed out every opportunity until he got hurt. So when he comes back healthy, that is a piece of this team moving forward who's going to work with Jaden moving forward. So I think there's a lot to be excited for despite being 3-8, but I'm not going to say like anything in the final stretch of the season defines anything with this team just because of how mismatched and thrown together the both lines are and the every wide receiver core is. It's just there's just a lot of just hand-me-downs going on right now.
I'm glad you said that about Luke because I was making the case that when people wanted to jump and say Luke wasn't getting it done, he was, I think, the 100th overall pick. He basically was a fourth rounder because these comp picks that come late or after the third round. And I was like, dude, if you get a dominant kick returner in the fourth round, that's a good pick. And like people just don't understand the value of lots of different things. Like Jalen Lane. Now, granted, the punt returning hasn't been great in the second half of the year, but like, I think the quickness, there's a really interesting thing going on. Emmanuel Forbes playing really well for the Rams.
Yeah.
He got a fresh start. He's playing well for the Rams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, people wanted to run Forbes out of town on a rail.
Oh, yeah, he was gone.
And now he's playing really well, and it's like, damn, they never should have got rid of him. They should have developed him
that's
here.
The thing about it. We have to get to a point where we don't allow revisionist history to operate in this arena. People always come back and say what they thought. I watched some people yesterday talking about what looked this mistake, and they were the main people saying he should be out of town. You know what I'm saying? A revisionist history don't work anymore. When Emmanuel Forbes should have been gone based on how he was playing here.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that. Yeah, Forbes played poorly in Washington. Is it necessarily his fault that he was forced to play one-on-one with, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith? No, he was not getting any help from the scheme or coaching staff. And, I think he lost all confidence and he needed a change of scenery and a new coaching staff and a team. The Rams are built great. They get pass rush, which helps him so much in coverage. And when every piece of the puzzle comes together, the defensive line getting pressure helps a corner like Emmanuel Forbes. It's how it works. When we were putting him in a scheme that he couldn't thrive in as a very raw corner, and we weren't getting any pass rush, quarterbacks were sitting in the pocket picking him apart. So it was right place, right time for him to go to the Rams and succeed. He was not going to become a good player, in my opinion, in the situation in Washington.
I agree with you. Another hot topic now is Brandon Ayuk. Seems like he's going to get a divorce from the Niners. Obviously, there's ties with Jaden and there's ties with Adam Peters. Where are you on the Ayuk pursuit?
We need a wide receiver who can make plays. We need a wide receiver so badly. Him and Jaden seem to be best friends. If we can get a game-changing wide receiver in our doors, I want him. Like, I don't even know how there's a different answer.
But he hadn't played since he got hurt.
That's fine. Like, that's what the off season's for, right? Like,
he had a off season. He was supposed to be playing this year.
He hasn't played since October of 24.
Now he's trying to run himself out of town from there.
Yeah,
there's something wrong with that situation, Nate.
There's something extremely wrong with that situation that I'm not sure we'll ever get an answer to. He's still a young, under 30 wide receiver. He loves Jaden. Jaden loves him. I want him in Washington if the price is right. I'm not, breaking the bank for him, a guy who can't stay on the field. I don't know if he's, problematic or whatever. I don't really care. We need a guy in the doors. If he wants to be here and Jaden likes him and he likes Jaden and he's not going to be an issue, sure, sign him up.
It'll be 28 in March. I'm not as high on Ayuk. Would you rather have Debo back or sign Ayuk?
I guess it all depends on internal. I don't know. That's a great question.
You stumped Nate, dog. Can't believe it.
Yeah, I don't. What do you got, B. Mitch? Who do you want?
I said they both a price. Like Debo is with a price. Ayuk right now, like the whole story of that thing where JP was talking earlier, he is at a point where he's not even trying to fight the fact that they're trying to
void his
contract, take his money.
25
I don't know many people just say take the $28 million, but you know what he's gonna want that money back. So that's another problem you got to deal with. Then we're gonna hear you say we should have never bought me. All he wanted is money.
Dude, I tell you what, we had a caller call in, and I have no idea how feasible this is, right? But the staff that drafted him is no longer there, and he's had a very down season. Should Brian Thomas from the Jaguars be available? That to me, I mean, that's a third-year guy that played his college ball with Jaden and already had a ton of success in the NFL. Because the reality, when you look at free agent to be wide receivers, and I think we all agree that Jerry's going to get a deal done with Pickens, right? He's either going to tag him or get a deal done. Now, if Pickens actually hits free agency, he's by a mile the top target.
Yeah, he's great.
The reality, though, of free agent wide receivers, the top of the list is going to be Mike Evans, who will be 33. Then you're talking Christian Kirk, Debo, Jacoby Myers, Lazard, like Adam Thielen at 36 years old. Like, these guys generally don't get the
Don't
free
draft
agents.
somebody.
I think you draft.
I think we're at a point now where we got to stop wanting with somebody else. Somebody that was good somewhere else had a good year, then they got hurt. We need to go roll the dice and get somebody, because receivers and cornerbacks are the two positions you can get in football these days, because they playing that damn 7-on-7 stuff from the moment they're 6 years old. They run routes and they can cover.
Yeah, I would love if we drafted a wide receiver. I would love Debo back. Ayuk, I think, would be great. Like, we need so much talent on offense. You can name anybody. I'm not going to say no to them. If the price is right, bring them all in. We just need. I cannot do another year of Chris Moore and Robbie Chosen. I just can't do it.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate, it is Thanksgiving week, Nate Dogg. What is your? Are you coming home? You going to your brother's? What are you doing?
I will be in Virginia tomorrow, and then I'll be at the Caps game tomorrow night, and then Thanksgiving in Virginia on Thursday, then hanging out in Virginia till Saturday.
Okay. You always go to that.
Make
Caps
sure
game.
I get to get out of town for naked.
They're honoring Ovi, so get into the game early.
I will be. I'll see you there, right?
No, I have to work, dude.
Oh, I'm all ears.
I have all ears gets taped Wednesday nights, Nate Dogg.
I know. I'm a P1.
I appreciate it, dude. What is so does Mike cook? Who does the cooking?
We will be going to my sister-in-law's parents' house. I'll do some cooking when I get there on tomorrow.
What are you cooking?
Nothing.
I make stuffing. I make two different stuffings. I can send you the recipe.
All you do
I make the stuffing from B-Mitch. I make the stuffing from scratch.
You know that it's stale bread?
One without. Well, I toast it, of course. Yeah, I have a great recipe.
You make from scratch stuffing
every year.
What does your sister-in-law's parents think of you, Nate Dogg?
They love me. I am a delight.
Hey, Nate, I would love to talk. I'd love to be the fly on the wall.
Yeah, we got to get them on the radio. What's
No,
her,
I'm great. I'm
no, they'd be
great
like,
with parents.
Nate, who?
Do they call you? They call you Eric?
They call me Eric. Yeah, they
Eric,
don't call me
who?
my internet name.
What does your first plate of Thanksgiving look like?
So I'm a big Thanksgiving guy. There's nothing I don't eat at Thanksgiving. I pile it all on. You know, you go turkey, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole, stuffing, cranberry sauce, cover it all with gravy, make a couple sandwiches with a couple rolls, eat some of it stacked on a fork, and then go back for seconds. I crushed. I probably do my highest calorie day Thanksgiving without a doubt. I eat nonstop for, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
All right. Our AAA B. Mitchell Finley poll question of the day. What's the best part of Thanksgiving? Food, family, or football?
It's the food. You have football and family every other day also, but Thanksgiving food in that setting.
Now hold on. You're a hermit that lives in New York City,
Yeah,
and
you don't see
you
your family
never see
ever,
your
fool.
family.
What are you talking about?
A lot by design here, guys. Like a lot by design. but the feeling,
the design is that they don't want you to come home.
Well,
that was mean.
Yeah, that's what therapy's for. But I love Thanksgiving. I love the environment. I love the feel. Like on bachelor parties, you can just drink more because your body and your brain knows it's a bachelor party, so it gets into another gear. I feel the same way about Thanksgiving and eating. Your body and brain just know this is it. This is the Super Bowl, and you just go in and you eat and you eat and you eat and you eat. I love it.
It's go time on Thanksgiving. Well, dude, I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. I hope you enjoy the Caps game. I would like to see them get 2 in a row. Good win last night. Maybe you bring them another win tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, everything I've said about this team has been accurate. It's a great team. They're on a roll right now, won 4 out of 5. And just going to keep it rolling straight into the playoffs in, May. So,
if you see Joe B, tell him the Caps are undefeated in games in which he comes on the radio with us during the day.
I love Joe B. He's my favorite human I've ever met.
Joe B's the best. Thank you, buddy. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Nate.
See you guys.
All right. See you, man. That's our boy Barstool Nate joining us via the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Going to talk a little football next. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You can start a bill, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their bill. Listen, I got a new one for you here. I'll take Jahmyr Gibbs and King Henry to rush for over 80 yards, and then I'm going to pass it on. See what you got, JP. So grab your crew, start your bill, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Elimination scenarios exist for the Commanders this weekend should they lose Sunday night to the Denver Broncos. Certain other things happen. They could officially be eliminated from playoff contention. Of course, unofficially, that's been the case for weeks. No Jaden Daniels, it looks like, again. He will return to practice. Dan Quinn, though, says Daniels has yet to be cleared for contact, so it's unlikely he will play Sunday night against the Broncos. Wizards trying to snap a 14-game skid tonight, home against Atlanta, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Maryland basketball out in Vegas for a holiday tournament, beat UNLV last night. Terps take on 12th-ranked Gonzaga tonight, 9:30 on the Team 980. This November only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to everybody on the YouTube stream on the 106.7 The Fan page. Or if you're just listening to us as you drive around, maybe you're driving to your in-laws in Ohio and you're listening to us on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app. Appreciate you. If you listen to us a little later in the day on the podcast, appreciate you too.
Yeah.
If you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, appreciate that too.
Yeah, definitely.
Got me combing my hair. Joey.
Comb mine this morning too.
It looks great. Joey Sabat, our producer on Monumental Sports Network, wants to know if he's invited to the B. Mitch Christmas turkey cook-off, and he says he makes a mean mac and cheese and also jalapeno cheddar cornbread muffins.
Do you believe Joey can cook anything?
I bet, knowing Joey, he was a fairly quirky dude, there's a couple things he cooks real well. Not like a broad selection.
I believe he can cook like ham and cheese sandwich. That's not really cooking.
If he's saying he can make those things, I bet he
Joey
can
say he can run a 40 and 4.2 also.
Joey said that?
Yes.
I'll take the over.
Yeah. So I don't believe nothing Joey says.
All right. Got this. The great Joe Ferreira, we used to work with at Comcast. He used to work in the NFL league office. This time of year, he starts putting out playoff scenarios, both for how teams could clinch and for how teams could be eliminated. I don't think this is going to happen because it requires such a weird set of circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But Washington could be eliminated this weekend with a loss against Denver and a tie in Eagles-Bears and a Packers win and a Seahawks win. So it is possible.
That tie thing ain't going to happen.
I doubt it, right? But we are getting closer and closer to a scenario where Washington could be eliminated, which is just like, that will be, even though it won't be a surprise when it comes, that's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we already see it coming, Jay.
Right.
I mean, why would that sting? You know it's coming.
The only team that's eliminated. It's like when you go to the doctor and get a shot, you know you're going to feel that prick, but it still hurts when it happens.
It's different, though. They're sticking you. That's going to hurt. But the team is sitting at 3-8, bro. Unless something magnificent happen, they ain't making the playoffs. So you got to prepare yourself for that.
Dude, even the crazy part is like, even if they won out, they're probably still not making it. Seattle missed out last year with 10 wins, you know?
Yeah.
Now, I have told Jeff I would buy him a steak dinner if they win out. That's a real thing. I'm going to the Palm tonight, Jeff. I'll get a scouting report on the menu.
Hey, Jeff, that's that rain dance you did this weekend to make sure it rains. So
I didn't do no rain dance. No running for me, brother.
Do the dance, man. You could do some type of dance, Indian dance. You can get the team to go all the way. Then you get a real steak from JP.
Now,
and don't let him try to talk you into he's going to cook the steak.
I will take him to the Palm or a steak dinner of your choosing.
Mastro's.
I love Mastro's.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah. Porterhouse, JP. I mean, that tomahawk, Jeff.
I told you I'm going to the Palm tonight. I already checked out the menu. They have a 7-ounce B. It's Wagyu.
That's what hit you over the head.
Honestly, I thought this was pretty fair. The 7-ounce Wagyu filet, according to the menu on the internet, which could be different when you get there. How much do you think a 7-ounce Wagyu filet is?
7-ounce, over 100.
I thought this was very reasonable. $72.
Make sure that's real Wagyu.
It's the Palm. It's not going to, like...
Hey, Jay, it's different levels of Wagyu.
I mean, maybe it's American instead of Japanese or whatever, but
that could be a problem.
I wouldn't call it a problem.
When Ahmed ordered it that night when we were at, what was the last place we were together with Ahmed?
Papa's in Dallas.
And I damn sure know that was well over $30 an ounce.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm looking. It's American Wagyu filet, $79 for 7-ounce. It's got my attention. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying when they just throw Wagyu on stuff some of these days, just be a regular old cow.
Not at the Palm. Our guy Drew has been on the line for a while, so I'm going to let Drew. Drew, what's up, man?
Hey guys, how you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, man.
So, I wanted to answer your Thanksgiving question and the plate. I'm already down in Florida, so I can claim family first. But Thursday is going to be all about the food, and I tend to start off pretty healthy, kind of helps me manage my eating during the day.
Just take a gummy or something.
Vegetables up front, grilled vegetables and a sweet potato and some stuffing with sausage, and we make a haricot vert with crispy shallots on it for green beans. That's really good. And then, of course, it wouldn't be complete without a plump breast and juicy thigh.
Whoa!
So you talking about turkey? Sound like you talking something else, Drew. What the hell?
Family show, guys.
Man, I mean, you took it to another thing, man.
Hey, Drew,
Drew,
you are always very positive about this football team. Give me the path to a win Sunday night and running the table.
Oh, I hate to say it, JP. Remember, a couple weeks ago, I was hoping we could do that. We get 7 and kind of repeat the RG3 year, but I don't feel that they can. I don't think they have enough guys to win the games, and even if they win the table, we're not making the playoffs. So I kind of feel like they should be planning for next year. I sent Landfill a question: what do you want more, to knock Dallas out of Christmas, or just go to sleep till next season? And I'm kind of thinking I might take a long nap after Thanksgiving, and hopefully I can wake up and they have a team again, and we're in preseason practice for next year, because I just feel like the rest of this year is going to be cold and rainy. And, the only thing we got to look forward to is the tailgates. But the tailgates will rock. So I'm not going to be sleeping because I'll be doing those.
All right, man. We appreciate you, Drew.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, Drew. So, let's be real for a second. The path to beating the Broncos Sunday night is what?
Run the football. Don't turn the ball over.
Simple game.
Yep.
The Broncos don't kill you offensively. They're 16th in points scored, 14th in yards gained. About middle of the pack, really, offensively. They don't do anything great. They run the ball pretty well. They don't throw the ball all that well. Bo Nix has been protecting the football. He's got 8 picks so far on the year, I believe. That defense, though, is a beast. They're third in points allowed, third in yards allowed. They've given up the 4th fewest first downs in the NFL. They are the best defense at generating interceptions. They have the most interceptions in the NFL. From a rushing standpoint, they've only given up the 3rd most rush yards in the NFL. They only give up 3.6 yards per carry. They're playing serious defense. They are the top defense in the NFL on 3rd down at forcing punts. They are the best red zone defense in the NFL. They're only giving up touchdowns on 35% of opponents' red zone opportunities.
So you got to run the ball on them.
Nix has been, you got to, but if you can't, we'll see. one thing Nix has been really good at, he's best in the NFL at avoiding sacks. He's pretty good with his legs. I think we all kind of know that. And they've been really good late in games, fourth quarters. Bo Nix has 5 game-winning drives on the season, 5 comebacks led by the quarterback. I mean, some of those stats you can argue how dependable they are. Not wildly accurate. He's only completing about 61% of his passes, 18 touchdowns against 8 picks. Like, the offensive production is not that high, but they do have this kid, Troy Franklin, that plays receiver for them. It's kind of their second receiver. Franklin can play, man. That's a dude I would keep an eye on. Obviously, Courtland Sutton is kind of their big play receiver. But Franklin can really hurt you. And then defensively, they got horses. Benito comes into this game with 9.5 sacks. They generate a ton of pressure. John Cooper, Zach Allen, they kind of come at you from a million different spots. I think odds are it's going to be Mariota. I think you need Terry on the field to open up this offense a little bit. I think you need Marcus to be probably the best he's been this year. But I don't look at this the way I did Detroit and Seattle and even Dallas and Kansas City when they were really in that gauntlet. And I recognize Denver's really good. Their record is really good. They're 9-2. They'd be the 1 seed, I think, in the AFC. Maybe New England would be, rather. But I don't look at this as like this unwinnable game. I think it's going to be this is not an explosive offense coming to town that can shred Washington's defense. But you got to play clean football because Denver's going to they're going to play clean.
You can't help them. I mean, the only thing I look at is don't help the other team. And what I mean by that is don't have these all dumbass penalties. Don't turn the ball over. You know, you get up there and you just jump offside, false start. That's dumbass penalty to me. So, you know, I just think that we haven't gotten close to a clean game.
Penalties of aggression coaches can live with.
Yeah.
Procedural stuff, problematic. Yeah. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley. You've heard me talking about my friends over at Better Services a ton. Better Services has helped my house tremendously, man. They got us all new appliances. They really had to go to a ton of effort to find the exact oven my wife wanted. And you know what? They found it. They installed it. They hauled the old one away. It's this KitchenAid 2-oven, top, bottom, I don't know, self-cleaning. It basically cooks for you. I don't know what this thing does, but damn, my wife was excited. That's the kind of service you get from Better Services. Whatever it is you're looking for, new appliances, or you just need your appliances, maybe get a tune-up, a little repair, call Better Services. You need some handyman work done around the house, call Better Services. Maybe you're thinking about a bathroom reno or a kitchen reno, call Better Services. You can go check out their showroom in Kensington where they've got all the brands, and they'll get you next day or maybe even same-day delivery. It's a family-owned company serving the DMV a long time. Check them out, betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services.com. You better get better.
Sports Talk on Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Dude, I was watching Paramount Plus in Spain. I
You
watched
were?
the end of Chiefs Broncos in Madrid.
That was late, dog.
Yeah, I was still up. I had to work till probably 10, and then we got late dinner, and then by the time I got back to the room, that game was like kind of wrapping up.
Yeah.
Um,
You and Tanner trying to watch the game the same type of way.
What's that?
Y'all both walked in and like, oh, the game is on.
Yeah.
when people ask, like, yeah, I watched the game. Yeah, you watched the game. You probably walked in on it.
The wildest one was after the Chiefs Monday night game when I got back to my hotel late as hell and the World Series was still on.
Oh, yeah.
That was
I
nuts.
watched that whole thing.
That was nuts.
Yeah.
All right. A lot for us to get ready for tomorrow. We'll hear from Dan Quinn tomorrow. The way it works is the Commanders don't have the locker room open on Thursday because of Thanksgiving. Want to let the players get out of it after practice and just get on the road and enjoy family time. So we should hear from just about anybody that's going to talk. I think we'll hear from tomorrow. Very curious, excited to hear from Terry McLaurin. We haven't heard from him in quite some time. Jaden spoke today at Harvest Fest. My guess is Marcus Mariota will be at the podium tomorrow to talk as presumably the starting quarterback. But B, I was thinking about this. When we go tomorrow, I won't have been at Commanders Park in 3 weeks.
Same amount of time, bro.
Right. We won't have been there since November 6th. Now, that was because there was a week in Spain, then the bye week. I can't think of a time in the last 10 years, and I've been doing this a little longer than that, since we're in season where I haven't been to the park in 3 weeks. And it's kind of just a scheduling quirk, but it's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
Because even when they did the London game, they practiced in Ashburn on Wednesday of that week and then flew over either Thursday or Friday night.
Yeah.
So, if anything, if they've painted or anything, we'll let y'all know. What we got to get to, though, are time to make some bets, boys.
Gather around.
White Brian wasn't here yesterday. What are the chances White Brian kept track of the bets from yesterday?
Well, I know Landfill and JP lost and Jeff won.
Okay,
That's
well, what happened to
accurate.
B Mitch?
Yeah,
Not
B
sure.
Mitch, what did you do yesterday?
I
He
did
had
a parlay. Basketball.
He had 2 hoops games.
And where were they?
I'll tell you right now.
Damn. So I get a weekly email from Next Gen Stats.
I won that one. What was the other one? The Grizzlies?
I don't remember.
No, it wasn't the Grizzlies.
He don't remember. It don't count.
Jeff says it doesn't
Oh,
count.
no. Warriors.
Okay, I remember you saying the
I
Warriors.
had the Warriors and I had the Pistons.
You did. Did they cover them?
Yes, they did.
So I'm 1-0.
B's 2-0. I'm 0-1. And Landfill's 0-2.
And give me the Hawks.
What was the high pitched voice today? What?
Minus 10.5.
Sound like a dog was barking or
Rooster
something.
walked
wasn't it?
by and saw a pie. What are you taking, Jeff?
I'm taking the Hawks minus 10.5.
Hawks minus 10.5 for Jeffrey.
Yes.
A lot of good college hoops tonight.
They play us tonight.
Ooh. You betting against the Wiz?
Dog,
It is.
I betted for them to cover the 16 last week, and they lost by 19. I mean, yeah, they covered by 9 actually. But this week,
Wiz are getting 10.5 at home.
system, nah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jim.
Go for it, Jeff. Change, man.
Nah,
If I could change and he could change.
Hey, I got Michigan State. That game almost done. I'm just messing with y'all.
All right. Brian, what do you
they're
like?
up 44-23.
I'm taking Kansas minus 5.5, USC minus 6.5, and Houston minus 3.5.
Bro, all you need is 2 games.
You trying to 3-legger?
We don't give 3 legs. We just 2.
I got some.
Ain't no bar stools around here.
I got some picks to make up.
No, don't worry. You already got 0-1 because you wasn't here. You know how that works, huh?
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Yeah, good. Give me Michigan over Oregon tonight, -3.5. I mean Auburn. Yeah, I'm going with that.
I like that.
Michigan. And then my other one, I'm going to go with. Give me Iowa State.
All right, B. UMass, the Minutemen, Jeff's nickname. They are 14-point home underdogs.
All right.
They're 0-11 on the season. Tonight they host Bowling Green. Give me the Minutemen plus 14.
All right.
What'd you take, Landy?
Panathinaikos -9.5.
Darts? Thank you to everybody listening to the show today. Thank you to Sam Cosby. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you some pumpkin pie.
BallDinos.com. So the Commanders coming off the bye, 6 more games to go. Sunday night, the next one up against the Denver Broncos. Dan Quinn said Monday, Jaden Daniels is unlikely to play. Daniels today, though, at a charity event in Landover, says his goal is to at some point get back and play this season.
As a football player, you want to go back there and play and a competitor, and that's who I am. So I had the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week.
NBA Wizards try to snap a 14-game losing streak home tonight against Atlanta, 7 p.m. on the Fan. College basketball tournament action, Maryland and Vegas taking on 12th-ranked Gonzaga tonight, 9:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan. We've got $50 gift card, 2 Paisanos to give away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 2 hours. We're also going to talk to Tom Shadd of the Washington Post, who covers the Commanders at 3, about the return of Jaden Daniels. And we'll cover the NFL with Greg Bishop of SI. One of their feature writers has been spending time with Matt Stafford in the last week out in L.A. He stops by at 6 o'clock. Danny, we are 1 day away from the much-anticipated 3 p.m. start to the Thanksgiving food draft on Grant and Danny tomorrow.
I'm excited about that. I'm excited about a barbecue sort of pre-Thanksgiving stomach-expanding experience. If you're going to put on a show at Thanksgiving, you don't just walk in, strut around like Vince McMahon heading to the ring, and expect to put on a Joey Chestnut on July 4th type performance. You got to work out. That's what tomorrow's all about to me. Expanding, right? Big breakfast, a lot of carbs, hydrate, huge barbecue lunch, lay down for a while, not be able to finish the show. These are the things that you want to do to get ready for the day of food and festival.
I don't know how people do things and how people are so skilled and talented with new technology. So I'll start with that. But I just got a tweet from one of our listeners who's got a screen grab where he has created some type of a several leg, looks like a 6-leg parlay.
Like it looks real.
For the Grant and Danny food draft on some betting site where he's got legs that include Danny making up a food in his parlay. That one's like minus 600. I don't even know if there's any value on throwing that into the parlay. Me to offer a trade, which is a lock. I mean, so far he's just taking guarantees. Then he's got Ryan to refuse all trades as one of his 6 legs of his Grant and Danny food draft parlay. But the go check it out at Grant H. Paulson. I posted the picture. The legs that he put together, really, really funny. So well done by him. We're excited for 3 o'clock tomorrow. And we're more excited for Thanksgiving Day, now 2 days away. Before we get to the audio of Jaden Daniels out at Northwest Stadium today, giving out some turkeys. Speaking of turkey, I saw this debate raging on the interwebs. What is the correct time to eat a Thanksgiving meal? Because we have always worked around the football schedule, and if the Commanders play, it changes everything. They don't this time around. Like my wife texted me a few days ago, and she said, hey, when do you want to eat on Thanksgiving? What's the football slate look like? And so I said, well, we got a really good game at 1, which should be at noon, and they've moved it back an hour. Nobody seems to be talking about that. Am I wrong, or has it always been a 12:30 start for the Lions?
Feels like that's the normal, right?
They're now doing a 1 o'clock start time for Detroit and Green Bay, which is going to be really, really good. 2.5-point spread on that one. Then you've got the Chiefs and the Cowboys. I actually sneaky think that's a great football game. The way Dallas's offense is playing, short week travel for Kansas City. You don't think they're going to have some problems with George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott moving the football? That's a really good game. So what we normally do is the answer for me has always been in that 3:45, 4 o'clock window after a 12 o'clock noon start for the Lions is when we eat right before the 4 o'clock Cowboys game, game 2 of the 3-game triple header. But with a now 1 o'clock start, the game won't end until 4 or 4:15. So you're either eating at the end of that Lions-Packers game or during the beginning of Cowboys-Chiefs, which is probably going to have to be the play right around 4 o'clock. But the NFL shifting the times has kind of ruined my window. So I don't think I now have the answer anymore. I think 3:45, 4 used to be the perfect time to eat on Thanksgiving. I'm now a free agent. I'm in the market for new ideas.
Well, we are always at the mercy of the chefs, and they are not centered around football with the folks that do it.
We should get new chefs.
That would require like a divorce and a mother-in-law, like sort of kicking them to the curb. I like them. I'm going to keep them.
They're nice people.
They're great folks.
They might need to figure out that this day is about football too.
Yeah. Well, I'll as the eater, my feet are up and I eat, and I try not to complain very much. So I'm sort of at their beck and call. We always tend to eat later than I'd like. I'm a mid-afternoon guy.
When do you normally eat? When you say later than you'd like, what
6, which I find out.
You just do a dinner time.
Yeah. Because again, they're making so much stuff, and everything seems to take longer than they thought, and they're plating this and the second oven for that.
Everybody's making these meals. Very few people are eating at 6.
Again, I have zero role other than to say thank you and stuff my face,
which I understand, and I'm not questioning them. What I'm saying though is, I think if they're eating at 6, it's probably because they want to eat at 6. Like if they decided we're going to eat at 2, you wouldn't just accidentally whoopsie daisy at 6 p.m. They're probably working toward a dinner time Thanksgiving meal.
It tends to be that way.
So that's your annual start time?
Yeah.
Is generally,
and
what if the Commanders are playing the Cowboys in the 4 o'clock?
6 p.m. Again, they don't work around that. The only person that cares about that is me. Nobody else does.
Your wife isn't like, hey, Danny, we get it. You can go sit in front of the TV. Nothing like that.
I mean, more or less she understands that it's work and it's a professional obligation, but I'm encouraged to DVR and things like that. But yeah, they don't work around it. My in-laws are Baltimore folks, so if the Ravens happen to be playing, which is very rare that they play on Thanksgiving, but if they did, maybe there'd be some accommodation, but there's not much to that. Yeah, so there's no difference. But it ends up being later because to me, that mid-afternoon, that 3 o'clock range is perfect because you get your giant meal. The nap is inevitable. I mean, it's Thanos picking up all the Infinity Stones. Then you got a chance to rally back post-tryptophan, and now there's a second round. When you eat at 6, maybe your leftovers right before bed, but it's like that's not the right time.
10:30, 11 p.m.
That's
turkey
wrong.
Sandwich
Doesn't feel as good.
No.
That 8 p.m. after the 3 p.m. Feeding, that's the best.
I don't like the really early start time. And the only thing worse than the really early start time is the really late sit down. So here's what I'm going to say on a bingo board, so to speak, of putting down some markers. I think anything after my dentist appointment at 2:30 is wheelhouse, as long as it's before a 4:30 start. That's the window to me. That's the perfect time to eat your Thanksgiving meal, is somewhere between 2:20 and 4:45. If you're before 2:20, I think it's a little early. And if you're after 4:45, that's a tough ask. But if 5, we can make that work. 6 or later, I think, is an outrage.
Yep.
I mean, that is an unacceptable, real missed opportunity because you really should be getting to eat twice on Thanksgiving Day. Otherwise, you're doing it wrong. And if you're at someone else's house and you're eating at 6, you're rolling out at 8:30 or so. I mean, if you ate correctly, if you eat everything you're supposed to, you're not hungry again. You're getting one meal.
That's right.
Now, on the flip side, where are you on these people? This is a thing, because every year I do this, and I will once again ask all of you to send me your Thanksgiving Day plates, and I can grade them for you and send you back my critique on your plates at Grant H. Paulson on all things social media. But I start getting images. I never even knew this was a thing. I start getting Thanksgiving plates sent to me at like 12:15.
Yeah, the noon people.
I mean, there are people eating full ass Thanksgiving meals at 12 o'clock noon.
Those are the folks, and I admire this, where there's no frills. There's no charcuterie board. There's no cheese plate. There's no, hey, there's a grazing station of almonds, snacks, breads, dips, whatever. They don't do any of that stuff. They're just full Bob Senley immediately to the big meal.
For those people that eat at 12:30, are your family members getting to your house right at start time? Are they walking in, sitting down, and eating? Because for me, there's a few hours leading up to that of just, we're watching football, we're watching the turkey get fried outside, and we're slowly dropping it into the grease, and we're standing around with a beer in our hands,
Figuring out what to do with the kids,
Coke
take them
Zero.
for a walk, go to the playground.
Exactly. So here's kind of the way I see my day going is people start showing up, I'm guessing, somewhere around 11 to 11:30. Food is served for the first time closer to 11:30 to noon. Food includes a massive cheese program, the size of which I would say is a little smaller than the state of Texas, somewhere in the kitchen.
Right, somewhere in there.
But all over the table, you've got deviled eggs, you've got snacks, you've got finger foods, phenomenal finger foods. And this is going to happen for hours. I mean, this is like you're kind of full by the time you sit down for Thanksgiving, if it's done correctly.
That's right.
Now, you got to be a veteran here, as if you're going to the Brazilian steakhouse or something where you can't fill up on the breads and the salads and all the little stuff they're trying to get you to.
Discipline,
which you and I don't really have a lot
No, we
of.
don't. I'm not good at it.
But we're going to try our best. It's a challenge every year. But to me, you graze all day long. That's why you eat at like 3, 4 o'clock. That's the play.
That's the window.
So we're in lockstep. What's worse? If like you do the 6 p.m. thing, it sounds like, which is my nightmare. Would you rather eat at noon or 6?
Noon.
I think so too.
Because
you're
I guarantee
eating
myself
again at
twice.
5.
I get 2. The things that I love the most.
So do you ever get 2?
No.
The way you do it now?
I mean, you get the leftover, the one extra piece of pie.
Do you stay overnight?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, yeah.
clutch.
Mhm.
If you were leaving, I think you'd be cooked. The fact that you're staying overnight, you now get the opportunity. You're getting your dessert.
You get your next day.
Are you doing pie?
Yeah.
A la mode, or how we doing that?
I don't do the a la mode because that ice cream was like a shuriken through my stomach, basically, just making sure that I have terrible stomach issues. So I would probably skip the mode part of it. I'll just go straight pie. But yes, that's available.
When are you doing that? 7:45? 8?
7:30.
So I think you're you're fighting it to get one more turkey sandwich in.
Yeah, I mean, these are all healthy people. These are all, I'm the heaviest by far.
Have you considered having fewer healthy people at your Thanksgiving?
I've tried to incorporate others. And it's just,
you've never invited me. That would be a good addition.
Well, that'd be nice.
To a not healthy.
Just to drag us all down.
Exactly.
I got 2 vegans over there. You know, my wife is super healthy. Everybody's healthy except for this guy. But yeah, if noon would be the play if I had to choose between the two, because I will sacrifice great appies, even though I love the appies so much. I love grazing. As long as I mean, to me, this is really just an excuse to eat the stuffing. Stuffing is a top 5 food for me. Everyone should know what's in their top 5. We don't eat stuffing enough. Stovetop tried to get America on board with the idea that it's not just for Thanksgiving. It should be all the time. Remember the kid who's coming home from the playground and wanted to go to somebody's house? It's like, Billy's got stovetop? And then like he was strategizing, went to 3 different houses for dinner that one night, playing outside in the summertime because they were all serving stovetop that night. They tried to get the country on board with stuffing all the time, and it didn't take for some reason.
I also find that while all stuffing is good, stuffing has the greatest variance of probably any of the things served at Thanksgiving. The way somebody does it versus somebody else. One family does it versus another. I've had really good stuffing. It's the best, Jerry. The best. And I have also had bad stuffing. Like I've had stuffing where I'm like, I'll call my mom after, I'll text her, I'll be like, hey, didn't love the stuff, our stuffing, awesome. You do the best. The stuffing I just had, I just want you to know this made me appreciate your stuffing a little bit. Like that has happened before. And it can happen. But by the 6 p.m. start time tells me you do a very strong hors d'oeuvre hour. You have to.
Oh, yeah.
You're eating all day.
The amount of all day eating.
Or as Clary once called it, hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Let me hear it one more time.
Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre. Chris and Cole. You're on Grant and Danny. What time you eating your Thanksgiving meal? What's the right play here? Chris, you're on the radio. This is when you
I'm
talk.
sorry. I was laughing at y'all with the hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvre. Do your best hors d'oeuvre.
No, our family, we've always ate at 1 o'clock. As a little kid, I remember getting to the family's house 10:30, 11. You got your celery sticks with cream cheese, a little bit of spice, some pitted olives, crackers, and cheese. But we like to eat early because, it's Detroit, Green Bay, and for years, who was Detroit? They just got served up by Green Bay, so you would have it in the background. And the great thing about eating earlier, you get the double meal. About 4 o'clock, 4:30, when you get hungry again, you make you another plate, make your turkey sandwich, and you roll on.
Look, I'm not going to besmirch 1 o'clock. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong like I would 6, 7 p.m., which I think is a terrible idea. But noon or 1, while early, is better than late. you're just not really in let's shove as much food as possible into my stomach mode. It's almost like having a drink at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. It doesn't feel right just yet.
Yep.
The big meal at noon or 1, it just doesn't feel right. Darius, when are you guys eating? You go to a relative's house generally in Maryland, right?
Correct. Yes. Go to my cousin's house.
How many people are there?
It's usually anywhere from, I would say, 8 to 12-ish.
Okay, that's
around there. Yeah.
About what we got.
Mhm.
What time are we eating?
We are a 4 p.m. family.
That's the answer.
Yeah. We are a 4 p.m. family.
And are we snacking all day, or is there?
No. So yeah, you guys are mentioning having so many hors d'oeuvres and things prior. We dive in. Once 4 o'clock comes around, everybody dives in right then and
What
there.
time do you get there?
I typically get there, say 3-ish.
And there's not like a bunch of food out already to just start snacking on?
Not really. No, it's hands off the kitchen until it's dinner time.
I got to say that's tough.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be opening up expanding the palate a little bit? Shouldn't
So,
we be?
so there's no like the danger, and if you have enough authority in the kitchen to kick people out, then that's big time. What usually happens is you get the hefties who will start pacing around behind the people cooking because everything smells so good. They just wander into the kitchen, right? And that's the reason to have food out for twofold. One, the food's delicious, and I just want the hors d'oeuvre. But second, is to not bother the cookers.
Yes.
See what I'm saying?
And it's the correct play for them to kick you out of the kitchen. You shouldn't be allowed. But that's also why the snacks are there.
That's my point, yeah.
To tide us over. So you just set them up on another table in another room, and then we have something to consume. So I'm not trying to pull the skin right off the turkey. Which, by the way, I didn't realize until I got married how trashy and awful this is. But like my dad always, for whatever reason, like he would carve the turkey pretty much after peeling it, so to speak. So he would like set the skin to the side and then he would like carve the turkey. Whereas my wife's family, they just cut right into
carve the turkey.
The turkey. So there's like skin on each piece of meat. But I would just go over and just grab a bunch of the skin, not off of the turkey, but my dad would already have set it to the side. And I would just start walking around eating big leaves of turkey skin. My wife thought it was the most egregious, outrageous, ridiculous thing she'd ever seen. She's like, what do you mean? You keep it on to carve the turkey. And I'm like, no, you don't. You pull it all off and then you carve the turkey without it. And I realized we did it in a way, like when I started asking around, most people were like, of course you keep the skin on.
Keep the skin on.
No. You peel it and you eat it like it's, I don't know, a Slim Jim or something.
That's very, you're like
Toby's nodding. You know about this move. Did you guys peel the turkey before you cut it and carved it each time?
Absolutely. I mean, me, my mom, my dad were fighting over the skin.
No, I mean just like pick a little off. I mean, you guys would peel the thing off?
Yeah. I mean, we're not grabbing the whole thing at once, like
right. And
then
he's saying little by little. This is what we would like kind of get pieces till 80% of the skin's off the turkey.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, that's different. So like if you're cheating a piece of skin, that's not a big deal.
But I'm saying by the time you carve the turkey,
there's
like
no skin left.
Skin on pieces of the turkey that other people are getting.
Got it. So the way you made it sound at first was you're meticulously moving all the skin away. Skin is gone, and now we can carve the turkey.
Both are correct. We are both eating the turkey little by little skin pieces, yes. But also, like my dad's exercise was to get the skin off of the turkey prior to carving into the bird.
Oh, DP, that's odd. Picking at the turkeys, that's human beings. You're tempted by the smell, and you want that little piece, the little crackling. It's awesome. Good for you. Removing it all together is Hannibal Lecter stuff.
As I said, as I've gotten older, I'm like, that didn't really make a whole lot of sense. If it's such a wonderful delicatessen that everybody wants, why wouldn't you keep a little bit on?
Wouldn't you want to keep
piece of turkey? Shane's in Virginia. What's up, Shane? What time should you be eating on Thursday?
Hey, Commander Grant, how y'all doing today?
Good, dude.
Doing well, buddy.
Hey, look, it's always 3 o'clock, man. It's if you're eating before then, you're like, who eats at noon? Like I like nobody's at noon. Come on, Commander. Hey, look, it's 3 o'clock, and you got to do something different though. You cannot just have the turkey and ham. Like this year, I'm doing a rotisserie duck with the duck fat potatoes, and I'm smoking a turkey, and it's going to be. But you got to do something different. You got to bring seafood to the table too. There's got to be some kind of seafood dish. If it's grilled oysters or whatever, that's what I'm doing. But you got to like bring something else besides just turkey and ham.
So we do oysters during our hors d'oeuvre hour. Oysters are a big hit. I'm not an oysters guy, but my wife's whole family loves them. So they all crack them and shuck them and whatever it's called. They go out back and they have knives and gloves.
That's amazing.
And they do the whole thing.
Amazing.
And that's about when me and Brian start frying the turkey up as they're all doing the oysters. But at 5 p.m., we're going to vote on a bunch of foods as to whether or not they are Thanksgiving draft worthy or not, so that we have a list to work from tomorrow. So you want to make sure you're listening to that. And at 3 p.m. tomorrow, our Thanksgiving food draft right here on Grant and Danny, an exclusive to the program that has been, I would say, growing in popularity every year. And you got to get your bets in, your parlays in on how tomorrow's going to go, because the books are now taking some bets.
There's all sorts of action.
Odds boards are out on who's going to win the Thanksgiving Day food draft. Jaden Daniels was passing out turkeys today. He also talked about playing again this season. You'll hear what the quarterback had to say next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it's going to work. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so that they can add theirs. When everybody is done, you each look in the group parlay with your own funds, and then you can lock in your bet. So, because FanDuel is better when it's played together, you're going to get in on the action. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. That's right, 50% profit boost. Use it on your build. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Found out yesterday that Jaden Daniels is going to return to practice this week. Still not cleared for contact, unlikely to play on Sunday against the Broncos. Today, through his foundation, also with the Commanders, he was handing out turkey dinners for Thanksgiving to Prince George's County families. NFL injuries. Mike Tomlin has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers is going to be back on Sunday. Looking ahead to the games on Thanksgiving. At 1 o'clock, the Packers will take on the Lions. 4:30, the Chiefs will take on the Cowboys. Nightcap, Bengals and Ravens. Zach Taylor anticipates Joe Burrow playing on Thanksgiving. T. Higgins will be out. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off can hear the game right here on The Fan. This November only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Joe Gibbs turned 85 years old this morning. Happy birthday to the Hall of Famer, one of the greatest coaches to ever do it, and the greatest sports figure in DC history, perhaps not named Alex Ovechkin. Maybe he's number one on the all-time list. Ovi's only got you one Stanley Cup. In the case of Joe Gibbs, it's 3 Lombardi trophies, the Hall of Famer, 2-time AP Coach of the Year, 2-time Pro Football Writers Association Coach of the Year. They don't make them like Joe Gibbs. Didn't curse as he was barking commands. 154 and 94 all time. Every one of his games in Washington from 81 through 07 in multiple iterations.
3 different quarterbacks. The part that should always be mentioned probably in the second sentence after the Lombardi trophies and another Super Bowl appearance as well. Just unbelievable. So great as an innovator, as someone that had to, kind of do things on the fly, that got off to the rocky start, and then sort of took this town by storm and had everybody believing, nothing but buy-in, great assistance. Things became legendary all under his watch. Happy birthday, Coach.
By the way, 85, older than I would have thought. He is very sharp. I mean, he still runs his NASCAR team, Joe Gibbs Racing,
Yep.
And he's sitting at the top of the, I guess they would call it the pit box or whatever, in the owner's seat. But he's still at those races and doing press conferences and involved in the day-to-day, obviously. He's been on with us a couple of times in the last calendar year. He's still tangentially involved with the Commanders, more of a liaison role where he comes for a day here or there, walks the sidelines, does the occasional interview. But Joe Gibbs, I would have guessed, I mean, not a lot younger, right? But I would have guessed 77, 78.
So I would have guessed 81 or 82.
Okay.
But because just sort of thinking in that range. But yeah, you're right about how just razor sharp he still is.
To be as involved as he is on the NASCAR side and still day-to-day running everything the way that he is. I watched one of those Netflix behind the sport series that got done on NASCAR, and he's in every meeting. He's right there talking to the drivers. He's at the office. I mean, he is locked in. He's not just, it's not like his name's on
that's
it,
some figurehead.
and
Yeah.
you call him once a week to let him know what's going on. Jaden Daniels today. Kudos to him and some of his teammates. They were passing out turkeys, and they were doing some really important community work as we get ready for the holiday season. After being a part of the ceremony with the Commanders and some of his teammates, Luke McCaffrey, I saw out there, Jalen Lane among them, Jaden met with the media for the first time in a couple of weeks to discuss his injury status and the possibility of getting back on the field. Here's what he had to say.
Day-by-day process, just kind of get back in the rhythm and thank the flow. But I'm back out there, I'm healthy, and I'm ready to go. I want to be out there. It's my second year in the NFL, and you learn a lot of different things, and hopefully I play a longer time, so it won't be my first thing going to university. If I'm out there, I'm going to get them all, so it's going to be important. I mean, as a football player, you want to go back there and play in the competitor, and that's who I am, so if I had the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week. It's no really discussions of anything right now. It's more so just, hey, just getting back healthy, feeling back good. I'm with them.
50 Cent blaring in the background.
I was going to say, can we hear some 50 Cent in the background? You guys have that?
So day by day and week by week, I kind of dismiss. First of all, those are antonyms. One of them means, you could be back in 3 days. The other means you can be back in 3 weeks. But I also think he was just kind of saying, yeah, it's up in the air right now. So I'll just dismiss that part. But what I did find interesting in the money quote there that everyone's been reacting to is, if I'm out there healthy, ready to go, I want to be back out there. And what he means by that, I think, is if I'm practicing and I feel good and I feel ready, then I want to play in games. He has not been cleared for any contact at this point. He has been cleared to return to the practice field, non-contact. That's where we are right now.
So this is the variable that I am not concerned about. And here's what I mean. This is a football player, and what do football players want to do? They want to play football. I want him to want to get out there as soon as possible. Each time we've had one of these reports, and by the way, we've done this way too much this year, just as a personal bit of irritation.
What do you mean this?
Is he playing? Is he out? Is he hurt?
Well, it's the third time he's been hurt, and they are so terrible about giving any information that's meaningful and just telling you what's going on. So it's this gigantic guessing game of Willie won't he constantly. It's the Fantana Panda watch, and we've done it for as many weeks as we have this year.
Frankly, and again, they're far bigger fish to fry than you and I, but I will tell you, I'm sick of it. I'm irritated by it. Again, not him. He's not doing anything wrong. No one's doing anything wrong.
It's not his fault.
Simply saying,
It's just hurt.
We've done this dance far too much. But the variable that, as I was trying to say, is that I'm not worried about at all is the player would like to play. Every time he's going, can I play now? And they go no or yes, depending on medical factors and what's best and what's smartest. That I'm a fan of. I like that. So him saying, yeah, if I'm healthy, I want to go. And I want to prove as soon as I possibly can. You can hear that there in those answers behind the 50 Cent. If I'm trying to prove that I feel good. I'm feeling good. I'm getting really, really close. I want to play. That's obvious. That's clear.
When Dan Quinn came out on Monday and he said that Jaden Daniels was going to be coming back to practice, but was a long shot to play against the Denver Broncos. I'm paraphrasing. We'll play the clip in a second. But when he originally said that, I took that to mean he is imminently returning because you're not bringing him back to practice not to play him. See Joe Burrow last week. When Joe Burrow came back to practice last week with the Bengals, they were ramping him up. He was basically a full go all week. He still didn't play in the game as they were extra precautious with him, but he's playing this week on Thursday. That was the decision that they made, was let's get him up to speed. Let's push him as much as we can on the practice field, and we'll still take a little more time to keep him out of games because there's just too many things we can't control. But he's going to have multiple weeks of practice. Any issues that arise, any setbacks, we can reassess, but that'll get him ready for game time. That was kind of how I viewed him coming back on Monday, doing something. Now, we don't know how limited he is. Does that mean he just walked out there chewing gum, blew a couple bubbles, threw a couple passes while standing flat-footed in tennis shoes, walked off the field, and they said, all right, now you were limited today? We don't know. We don't have access to see that, to know that. Even the beat reporters that are out there every day can't really get a true feel for how much guys do or don't do in a practice, because a lot of the periods are just off limits to the media. But I guess that's my number one wonder or concern would be, like, if he comes back to practice tomorrow, Wednesday, in full, even if he's not playing Sunday, which we already know he's not, it's a long shot, and he hasn't been cleared for contact. Am I putting the cart before the horse? Is my assumption wrong that this means he's in line to play against the Vikings? Nobody's really said that. Could Dan Quinn just be saying, well, he's back at practice? Could he just practice for a month without playing in games? Is that something that is possible? At no point has anybody said he's definitely playing. Is that weird, I guess, is my question.
Well, it's not weird for this group.
Even Jaden Daniels in that answer didn't necessarily say, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back out there. I'm going to be playing soon. It was like, hey, if I'm out there and if I'm feeling good, then I'm going to want to play. It's open-ended, hypothetical.
Yeah, everyone's been coached there to do that.
This was the cut from Dan Quinn that led to me thinking we're going to see him in Minnesota a week from Sunday.
He will be able to return to practice. We had our first session today, but Johnny has not been cleared for contact. So, I mean, he'll probably be unlikely to play. But, man, it's good to get started and get the return to play going. So that's a big deal for us.
I mean, he's calling it a return to play. They obviously think at some point he's going to play. Mm-hmm. Is it possible, though? Look, the cleared for contact is out of their control. Could you not be cleared for contact for 3 more weeks? Like, he could be on the practice field doing some limited things, throwing, running, cutting, jumping, all that stuff. But because of the elbow, they could say, I don't know, 3 weeks from now, he's
Right.
still not cleared for contact. Now you're only coming back for 2 games, and maybe the team has a different feel on the whole thing. If you're 4-13 or whatever it is, 4-12 at that point. So I don't know. Yesterday, I felt like we're going to see him when we go to Minnesota, and I would still bet on that. But am I putting the cart before the horse here?
To a degree, yes. Now, but again, this is what their way of handling it has led us to, right? We've already done this. You can just change the date where you go, okay, reading the signs based on this and based on that and based on this nature of this injury, the 4 to 6 weeks timeline, that puts us, this would be at 5. So 4 would be too soon. And then they haven't said, but he's talking about the return to play metrics. We've done this dance so many bleeping times this year. Your assumption is correct. It is a very reasonable deduction, but that's all it is. That you're basing it, again, correctly on evidence, what makes sense, what fits, again, in terms of the injured timeline. Like, you wouldn't say if you had a broken leg, yeah, I hope to see him in Minnesota. That wouldn't make any sense because the timeline's wrong.
Right.
A, the timeline's right. B, he's returning to practice. It's too soon this week, ... That leads you to believe, well, then what would that mean? Is it 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now? Next week makes a lot of sense.
So here's my question, I guess, to make this more succinct. They play the Giants on December 14th. Is it a lock he's playing by then? Because what I'm getting at is you don't come back to practice and just practice in perpetuity without being cleared for games. There is such a thing when you're coming off IR as like a 21-day window.
Yeah, Noah Brown's in it right now.
He is. Almost never does a guy use the whole 21-day window. As an example, Will Harris's 21-day window just opened. He's going to play against the Denver Broncos immediately, having been cleared now and coming back to practice. Generally, you don't use all 3 weeks. Sam Cosmi did, and most of those guys don't. But I guess I could see a path where you could tell me they're being extra careful. He practices for a couple of weeks without playing, and he's still not back for that Vikings game. But if you're practicing Monday this week and you're full go, let's say potentially by the end of this week, even if you're limited, December 14th is close to 3 weeks away. Is it possible that he's still not playing then? And if he's not, does that mean with just 3 games to go, Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, that now they
then
might
this shutdown's possible.
Yeah, now they go, it's only 3 games left. He's ready to go, but we're going to shut him down. I guess all I'm asking is this a possibility, or is he definitely coming back? And the evidence and the proof in the pudding is that he's practicing. Does him practicing this week mean he's definitely playing again this season? That's the part I can't figure out. I think yes, but I've written that in pen, and I'm not so sure.
And you're going, should I have? Yeah.
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 It was his answer plus Dan Quinn's answer when I re-listened to it yesterday. I was just kind of like, well, there's no one really saying the thing out loud that I want to hear.
Right. Am I filling in with my want?
Like, I would like to ask Dan Quinn, and maybe somebody will tomorrow. But if I had one question, I would say, as of right now, barring a setback, is Jaden Daniels definitely playing again this season? And if you said, oh, yeah, we got 5 weeks left, after this week, and he's getting close. Okay, perfect. But I don't know that he would answer. Like, his way of doing things is like, look, we're not going to miss a mark. And
return to play, mark. Yeah, the whole deal.
So let's open up the phones on this. 800-636-1067. Is it an absolute lock that Daniels plays again this season? Or do you think, even though he's back at practice, that they are still leaving this open for a looming decision, kicking the can down the road based on either results or this idea that he has not been cleared for contact, and we don't know when that's going to be? Could that be an out that they have that 2-3 weeks from now, that's still the case? 800-636-1067 if you want to join us on Grant and Danny.
What if the right strategy could turn silence into multiple offers for your home in just days? What's up? Danny Rouillet here with my friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. Before you list your home again, make sure you're not repeating the same mistakes. Debbie and Sarah start with a free marketing audit to pinpoint why your home didn't sell and build a new plan that gets the job done. Debbie and Sarah don't do cookie cutter marketing. They do what works. Just listen to what Christopher had to say. Quote, the best team I've ever worked with. From day one, they had a clear plan, gave me fantastic staging advice, and their marketing made my home shine. Within just days, we had multiple offers. They kept me informed every step of the way and made the whole process smooth, easy, and even exciting. End quote. That's what happens when your home is in the hands of true professionals who know how to turn strategy into results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call them now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
He will be able to return to practice. We had our first session today, but Johnny has not been cleared for contact. So, I mean, he'll probably be unlikely to play. But, man, it's good to get started and get the return to play going. So that's a big deal for us.
How sure are we that Jaden Daniels is playing in the next couple of weeks? I think most of us, and I'll just raise my hand here, I assumed Minnesota, a week from Sunday Night Football against the Broncos, he'll be on the field against the Vikings after he was back at practice Monday and is expected to do more on Wednesday. But after hearing him talk today, after really listening back to that answer from Dan Quinn, nobody is saying that. So we're basically assuming that he's on a trajectory that allows him to get back, but he has not been cleared for contact. That is a very significant hurdle that has to be cleared. And I guess the team doesn't really know when that's coming. So it's possible that they could just say, we have no idea. Until he's cleared for contact, nothing else matters.
Right.
I wonder, though, if Dan Quinn was asked, do you expect Jaden Daniels to play again this season, what he would say. I have to imagine if he's on the practice field today with 6 games left, the answer is yes. But
you're doing that to ramp towards something.
You would think. He's calling it a return to play, not a return to practice while we play games and he's not participating in them, although that's a little wordy anyway. This was Daniels today after passing out some turkeys, taking part in a big charity event with the team out at the stadium. Meeting with
day-by-day process, just kind of get back in the rhythm and thank the flow. I'm back out there, I'm healthy, and I'm ready to go. I want to be out there. It's my second year in the NFL, and you learn a lot of different things, and hopefully I play a longer time, so it won't be my first thing going to adversity. If I'm out there, man, I'm going to give them all. So it's going to be important. I mean, as a football player, you want to go back there and play and a competitor, and that's who I am. So if I had the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week. It's no discussions of anything right now. It's more so just, hey, just getting back happy, feeling back there. I'm just I'm close to you. Take it day by day, John.
I mean, he is the best at, and this is a compliment from a team perspective, like he sticks to the script, man. And he's so sharp at just saying the right things, good things after the game. When they lose, it's I, me. When they win, it's we. Like he is designed in a laboratory. And in these cases, he's just not going to give you anything, and he didn't there. Brad's in Purcellville on G&D. What's up, Brad? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you to not just the celebrities, but everybody across this great nation that has collected food and handed it out to the people that really need it.
Yeah, including Jaden Daniels today. That's what he was doing right before he spoke to the media. It was a job well done.
Absolutely. I'm going to be doing it myself tomorrow. So,
attaboy.
Well, just like to help when and where I can. It's not much, but it all counts. Secondly, I'm going to say my own birthday wishes to the greatest coach that's ever lived, Joe Gibbs. And I say that because Danny used my ad on. He did it with 3 different Super Bowl winning quarterbacks.
3 different QBs, man.
A little different than Belichick winning all his with Tom Brady. Slightly
exactly. Different. That's why he's better than Belichick. Exactly. In my opinion, and I think most would agree. But I say there's no reason to rush Jaden back. We've already established a lost season, and we've gotten lucky so far with his injuries being minor, non-season ending. And I say, I know nobody likes to lose, but at this point, we're in a position to really protect our draft position. Nobody wants to tank officially, but even if we had all of our starters against the teams that we're to face, 4 more division games left too, with an improved Giants team in that, I don't think we're going to win more than 1 or 2 more games anyway. So
it's kind of been the conversation we've been having. The over-under as of the Miami game was 2 more wins. It's still about there. 1.5 is where it's set. And I think most people think they'll win another game. 2's a little harder to find, but the Vikings is a winnable road game. You're going to be playing Max Brosmer, a 3rd-string quarterback, or J.J. McCarthy, who has been terrible. If he's back from his concussion symptoms, that means you can win that game, even though they have a good defense. And you mentioned the Giants. I was looking at EPA per play on both sides of the ball. Washington and New York are almost an identical team in those 2 categories. this year. They're really similar. So that's a pick 'em, toss up, winnable game for sure, especially if Daniels is on the field. But he used the word rush, and everyone likes to say we shouldn't rush him back. And it's the most obvious. I'm not knocking him, but it's the most unnecessary thing to say ever. There's not a single person who thinks they should rush Jaden Daniels back. Nobody thinks that he should play before he's ready. Nobody thinks that he should be pushed to come back. He is going to come back methodically and slowly. They're going to do everything they can to make sure he is 100% healed. And when he's 100% healed, that's when it's time to play football. So the debate isn't should they rush him. There is no debate. That's like saying, is the sky blue? The sky is blue. What's next? They should not rush Jaden Daniels. But if your definition of rushing him is just having him play another game this season, regardless of health, and I think that's how most people use it, don't have him play again this season. Don't rush him back. No. If he's healthy and you got a bunch of games left, he needs to play football.
Yeah, there is a swell. It's not a consensus, but there's a group that are saying this whole thing is broken. This year's terrible. Stop trying to make fetch happen. Shut him down. It's just not going to work this year. He's probably going to get hurt again if he goes out there. That's kind of what we're responding to. So everybody sort of misuses some of these terms that are not interchangeable as interchangeable terms. There is not a single human being, I don't think, unless maybe a couple crazy people are, talking about, as you say, rushing him back. No. My prerequisite is that he is not at any extra risk due to any injury or any compromised positioning. As long as we're fine there, then I'd like him to get a little bit more experience the rest of this way.
And not one person would disagree with that. Nobody thinks that this guy should play if a doctor's saying he's at risk of re-aggravating that elbow. All of the discussions about him being back on the field are based on the prerequisite that he's completely healthy, not at risk of re-injuring the elbow, and now you either just scratch him healthy so that he doesn't injure something else later this year in games that don't matter, or you play him because he's healthy and he's your starting quarterback. Tom Shad covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. I want to get his thoughts on when we'll see Daniels again. We'll hit some of the headlines on Washington coming out of the bye. Sunday Night Football with the Broncos this weekend. That's next on G&D.
This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Jaden Daniels was out at a Thanksgiving event. We're giving out meals to Prince George's county families. And Jaden said that he hopes to get back out on the field. We found out yesterday that he is able to return to practice, still not cleared for contact. Unlikely he's going to be able to play on Sunday. Mike Tomlin said he has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers will be back on Sunday. Looking ahead to the Thanksgiving Day games, the Packers will take on the Lions at 1 o'clock, Chiefs and Cowboys at 4:30. Bengals and Ravens is the nightcap at 8:20. Joe Burrow anticipated to be back on the field for the Bengals. T. Higgins will be out tonight in basketball. The Wizards taking on the Hawks at home. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game right here on the Fan. Fairfax City's own Scotty Hub Golf creates custom gear from handcrafted bag tags to laser-engraved clubs made at Nova Labs. With expert makers and top-notch tools, Fairfax City gives entrepreneurs like founder Scott Barnard the space to bring ideas to life. Learn more at business.gofairfaxcity.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Exclusively. That's our sponsorship with Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
24 hours from right now, people. Make note. Remember where you'll be so you can remember where you were. When the 2025 Grant and Danny Thanksgiving Day food draft commenced. Will Darris Dameron put together a plate that John Carlson calls an embarrassment? Will Ryan Clary draft Gravy first overall for the third time in 5 years? Toby, you're out tomorrow. Maybe you're going to have to call in and participate. We'll have to figure something out. Will Danny Rouhier make up a Thanksgiving food that doesn't actually exist and pretend like he ate it once many years ago to ruin everything? And how many trades will I make?
No one knows.
How many times will that phone ring as I'm trying to move up the board? See, in the real NFL draft, I'm trade down Paulson. In the Thanksgiving Day food draft, I'm trade up
You
Paulson.
give up your entire draft for mashed potatoes, Paulson.
That's what you
Which
got to
did.
do.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to just give everything up. Remember when there was a picture on the cover of Sports Illustrated of Mike Ditka and Ricky Williams in uniform?
I sure do.
I think Ricky Williams was actually in a wedding dress or something.
Yep.
Remember that?
I
They were,
do.
like getting married together?
Mhm.
Me, mashed potatoes in a wedding dress. Sports Illustrated. Put it on the cover.
Meanwhile, we had LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuel.
Right. Northern Virginia Magazine. Just me and mashed potatoes. I traded everything to go get them. That's tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We're giving away Paisano's Pizza gift card for $50 in 1 hour at 4. But let's get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our buddy Tom Shad. Covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. Tom, so let's start with the Jaden Daniels comments. I know you were out at Northwest Stadium today with a bunch of reporters. He was speaking with the media about his return to play. So I assumed when we heard he was at practice Monday that he's definitely going to be back for Minnesota. Am I assuming too much here? Is there a chance that this lingers for a few more weeks and being back at practice is not the flex that I think it is?
No, I think it's a fair assumption. I mean, I think as with anything, it's kind of a wait and see how things fare at practice, right? I mean, it's going to be so kind of touch and go this week just to see how comfortable he is and how he's feeling. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of there with you where I'm assuming the Minnesota game is probably the most likely outcome here. And there wasn't really anything that he said today that would change that timeline. You know, it was a lot of, you know, he said he's taking it day by day, week by week, that sort of thing. But my kind of read on that was status quo, you know, at least relative to what we heard from Dan Quinn, you know, yesterday. So, yeah, I think Minnesota, I'm right there with you. I guess Minnesota, I think is likely target.
So why did they, and some of it, obviously you're limited by injury clearances, medical diagnoses, and you know, things like that. But it still feels like they do this vagary, no information session all the time when it comes to injuries and returning. I mean, we had to pretend that Terry McLaurin had an ankle problem when it was a hold in. You know, like whatever this is, Tom, it feels like we've been doing this an awful lot where we're, you know, like Columbo looking for clues, trying to figure out when someone's going to play again.
Yeah, and you can imagine how it feels for us on the beat to try to suss out everything and come up with kind of a reasonable expectation. And I think that's kind of just what it boils down to is like, if you say somebody's returning week X and then something goes wrong and they don't return week X, everybody freaks out. And I think kind of the team's standpoint is, if you don't set kind of like an expectation or a target or whatever, you have more wiggle room in case things change. And, we saw a little bit of that, I guess, with Noah Brown, where he missed 4 games and then there's an expectation he was going to come back. Something, went wrong. He had to go on IR. And Dan Quinn said that it wasn't a setback, but kind of the way that things played out. I mean, if he was, not placed on IR initially, then you have to place him on IR after the fact. It kind of appears and becomes clear that it was some sort of setback. So that's kind of my read on it. But yeah, I'm right there with you with the frustration. I would love if Dan Quinn sat down on a Monday and said, well, so-and-so is going to be out for 4 weeks and, ask me again in 4 weeks. That makes my job a lot easier. So it is frustrating.
And I get it, right? Like Shanahan was the same way when I covered him every day. And most coaches in the league are not walking you guys into the training room and telling you who's out for how long. But there's more of a vagueness with this player than there is anyone else on the team, I feel like. And that's for an organization where Adam Peters cut his teeth in New England with Bill Belichick. Like if somebody's hurt, they're not talking post-game in the locker room. That's not a football thing from when I covered the league, but that's definitely the trend here now, obviously, right? And you'll go 5 weeks without talking to Terry McLaurin when he was hurt. And that wasn't a thing when guys were hurt when I was covering the team a handful of years ago, but it is now. But with Jaden, they've never said he broke his rib last year. That was last year. He said he broke his rib. So it just seems like there's a vagueness that also creates a lot of where's Waldo stuff here that Dan Quinn has gotten frustrated by a couple of points. It's like, well, if you don't say anything, then you can't be upset when people are trying to figure out where Waldo is.
Yeah. And I get it from both sides. I mean, they're going to say there's, a sort of competitive advantage thing. And obviously if they say Jaden is going to be out for, X number of weeks or whatever, it allows every team in that span to not have to prepare for him or, whatever. I get all of that. But yeah, there is a sort of kind of expectation management piece of it too, and a PR piece of it too. So, like I said, I get it from both sides. As somebody on the kind of the side that I'm on, I would love for more clarity on a weekly basis, though.
Tom Shadd of the Washington Post. So then 2 things. One, I guess to put a bow on the Daniel stuff, you think it's a lock that he plays again in the next few weeks?
Near lock, I guess I'd say. Yeah. I mean, with everything that I've heard about kind of these injuries generally, and with what he said today, with what Dan Quinn has said, yeah, I think he's very, very likely to come back.
And then the related question would be, I'm envisioning a world where I'm in Minnesota watching that Vikings game in a couple weekends, and Daniels is back, and McLaurin and Noah Brown are out there with Deebo Samuel and Jalen Lane, with a full cavalry of backs and tight ends, and with their offensive line intact. And now, sans Austin Eckler, basically, you got your whole offense. I mean, that is one of the healthiest offenses in the NFL at that point. If this comes to fruition, won't that be interesting to see how they stack up with Kingsbury in year 2 calling plays, with Daniels in year 2, with kind of the designed offense together against the number 7 defense in the NFL? That will be revealing, I feel like.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And that's kind of, I think, where the rest of this season is going to head. I mean, obviously, you still have a mathematical shot of the playoffs, very, very minuscule. There's a chance, I think, technically, that they could be out of the playoffs by the time they go to Minnesota. So, I think it's really just about building momentum for next year. And I understand kind of the fan sentiment of, punt on the rest of the season and, whatever, put everybody in bubble wrap for 2026. But I think from a more pragmatic standpoint, you need to get this group together and you need to see what you have and things are how things are kind of working together, because there are lots of decisions that you're going to have to make in the off season. Right. And so to be able to see a Terry, Noah, Deebo wide receiving core, that's valuable for you if you're Adam Peters heading into the next year. And it's valuable just in terms of vibes. Nobody in that organization wants to go into the off season, having lost whatever it would have been, if they lose out, it's just terrible for the whole offseason. I think it's valuable kind of across the board for that organization to get some wins, or at least have some bright spots kind of going into the offseason. And again, getting a valuable look at kind of some of these players that they envisioned being together all year, finally being together here at the end.
So, Tom, and Dan Quinn referenced this yesterday to a degree, talking about safety. The thing I care about, because to me, this is all the rest of these games are garbage time. Like, in other words, there's a reason we don't go nuts if somebody's down, if a team's down 30 and a guy throws for 2 touchdowns to make them down 14. Who cares? The game's over, right? That's what this is to me. When the meaningful sample happened, they didn't win. But that's my own a little editorial. But my point is, I'm not going to overreact to a sample one way or the other. They can have whatever priorities they want. The thing that I care about is Jaden Daniels protecting himself, not taking hits when they're down by 30 in the fourth quarter to Seattle or whatever, getting rid of the football earlier, and not being the most contacted quarterback in the NFL when he plays. Dan Quinn kind of referenced that yesterday. That's, to me, the most intriguing part about his return to play. Just expound on that. Give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this has been kind of a story or a topic since he, came out of LSU, right? And probably even predating that. Just, it's his superpower to be able to scramble and extend plays and make things happen with his legs. And it's also kind of what puts him at risk for injuries like this. I mean, the plays that he's got injured on this year have all been him trying to extend it and make something happen, not doing anything rash, but I mean, it's all kind of as things have broken down. So, yeah, I mean, I think, Quinn referenced it, and then Jaden Daniels today, when we asked him something along the lines of like what this season has been like for him, he said it's been, a learning experience, that it's his second year in the league, and he's learning with each passing year. And I think, he's obviously cognizant of the fact that he needs to be out there on the field and that there's a lot riding on him as the franchise quarterback. But I think that's still something that he is trying to figure out or should, be figuring out, kind of how do you balance when to just throw it away, live to play another down, when you try to, be Superman on a particular play. And that's challenging, right? Because again, you can't be too cautious. You lose kind of the pieces of his game that make him special. But yeah, I mean, I think that's something that he's certainly cognizant of and is something that, we'll see kind of the rest of this season and moving forward, kind of him figuring that out and getting better in that area.
Drilling down on that a little further, we had Jay Gruden and Herm Edwards, among others, on the show, but a couple of head coaches who have, been in quarterbacks' ears before. And they both kind of said the same thing to us, which is, Jaden Daniels gets out there, he's going to be Jaden Daniels, and you kind of need him to be, right? Like, there's no governors here, so to speak. I wonder if you believe in Dan's commentary that protecting yourself is a learned skill. I think that was the phrase he used yesterday. And that, like, with more reps, just like anything else is part of the game as a quarterback, like that will come. Similar to Danny's question, but like, just philosophically, do you agree that the more he plays, the more often he will make the right decision? Or is this just always going to be part of the equation with this really incredible talent?
Not to give a cop-out answer. I think it's both. I think there's always going to be some sort of degree of this with a guy that has the ability that he has. But I also think that it's something that can be changed and improved upon over time with more reps. I just think it is. I mean, I do kind of side with Dan Quinn on that it is like a skill. And a lot of it is like split second decision making, that it's hard to like, it's not like something that you can work on at practice per se, where you're like, when I'm in this exact position, I'm going to do X. But I do think it's something just with additional reps. And again, just kind of keeping it more as a focus. It's something that can change, and also just getting a better feel for the rhythms of the NFL game, which I think is, something that we kind of have discounted with how good he was as a rookie. Like, he's still kind of in his first, 25, 30 games of his NFL career. I think there's a tendency to look back at his rookie year and say, oh, wow, he was so good. So he has, it's kind of the link his performance with like the amount of experience he has. He really doesn't have that much experience yet. And so I think you'll see that kind of continue to develop the more snaps that he has.
What's going to be different after the bye week? I'm thinking mostly on offense. Defense, we already kind of had a little bit of a tell with Dan Quinn in charge, and we'll see how that continues. But offensively, I mean, the pretty prevalent turnaround in the league is you line up under center, you run a lot of play action. They don't really do that. It's pistol, it's shotgun, etc. Do you expect much different on offense if and when Daniels is back and you enter McLaurin and hopefully Deebo Samuel's healthy and you've got as close to a full complement as you've seen all year?
I think the biggest difference you're going to see is just a little bit more efficiency. I mean, in terms of what they're going to do schematically, I don't think it's going to be dramatically different. We've seen Cliff Kingsbury kind of do some different things scheme-wise depending on the opponent. I think you'll continue to see that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like wholesale changes, I don't think you're going to see. I don't think you're going to see much of that. It's really just about, for them, I think in this final month of the season, it's just about getting guys back out there and like just having Terry McLaurin on the field. You know, we saw certainly in the first half of that Kansas City game how much changed for them offensively, right? Just with him being out there, you know, and he made a couple of incredible catches, but it's also just like how defenses have to play you differently when you have guys out there. So you have him, you have Noah back, and then if you're able to get, you know, Bill going a little bit on the ground, you know, more and pair him with Chris Rodriguez, I think some things just start to naturally open up. So I think you'll see probably a little bit more of that just because of health, not to mention Jaden coming back presumably in a couple of weeks. But yeah, in terms of like wholesale schematic changes, I don't think you're going to see much of that.
Tom Schad of the Washington Post. I'm going to rattle off a few names. You jump wherever you want to, but who is this stretch run important for to show more than they have? Among the guys that have kind of had frustrating sophomore or early career seasons, Johnny Newton, who was 36th overall last year. Ben Sinnott was just outside of the top 50, is scarcely used in the passing game. Mikey Sanders still's taken a big step back, but now he's getting to play outside where he looked good last year. Again, so a good opportunity for him. Maybe Jalen Lane. Like, is there someone else that you would say, man, it would be nice for them to finish the season strong after the way things have gone?
Yeah, I think Mikey Sanderson is the big one for me, and it's kind of just, you know, his play this year relative to his play last year, and trying to suss out to what extent was that him playing outside last year versus inside this year. So I think that's going to be like a good litmus test, and that's a guy that you really, you know, if he finishes strong and you have a lot of confidence in him going into 2026, that's a huge help, right? Like if you can go into next year being able, you know, to feel like you can count on him and count on Amos. You know, that's a big deal, right? So I think he would be the big one. I know Johnny Newton has gotten a lot of talk, and he's going to have, you know, certainly a little bit more opportunity here heading down the stretch, you would think. But yeah, for me, it's probably Sanderson, the guys who have something to prove here.
Tom, great to catch up with you, buddy. Appreciate it, man. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thanks, guys. You too.
And keep up the good work. Don't work too hard over the holiday, man. Get some time away to eat some turkey.
I appreciate it.
All right, be good. There's Tom Schad of the Washington Post on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. That gets me to our poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local long-distance residential commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. This is along the lines of how the interview ended with him. What are you most interested in? What's your storyline for the stretch run here for the Commanders? And the poll is posted right now on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. We gave 4 options, Danny. Is it the Jaden Daniels finish to the season, the defense, and whether it's actually better with Dan Quinn as a play caller, which you asked about, which one of the young guns step up, whether that's Newton or Sanders still or Lane or Sinnott? Do any of those guys have strong finishes? And then we throw on there spoiling the Eagles' plans. You got 2 head-to-head games with Philly. Who knows? Maybe you knock them out of a chance to be the number 1 seed. Maybe, just maybe, you allow the Cowboys to come back and compete for the division. So those are your 4 options on our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. I'm locking in on the young guys. Like Johnny Newton's development to me has become really, really important. I need so much more out of him. And then Sinnott as well. At some point here real soon, I'll give you another couple weeks if you want to play this thing out. But as of 3-4 games left, I need you to start designing things for Ben Sinnott. Just going through a game where he doesn't get any targets isn't good enough for me anymore. I also, one of my frustrations with the lack of under center play action stuff is I think that's where he could actually make a living out of like 12 and 13 personnel with more tight ends and the little play action bootleg stuff. I think that's what he does well. Leak back to the other side of the formation, what have you. But I want to see 3 or 4 design plays like a preseason game where you go, you know what today's about? Seeing what Ben Sinnott can do after the catch. Like, I want a game like that at some point. And if it doesn't happen, I'm not going to be mad at Ben Sinnott. I'll be mad at the situation.
Yep. I rubber stamp that cosign. For me, it's Daniels, and it's not necessarily if he plays great, I'm going to throw a parade. If he plays terribly, I guess that's a different conversation. But if it's more, up and down, the same, etc., I want differences. I want safety. I want to see you have been injured 4 times now in 2 years. 1 didn't keep you out. Your broken rib probably should have. And now 3 separate incidents this year. 1 in the pocket. Not you can do it against Dallas. That's a freak thing. That's bad luck. The others are, to me, hits that you don't need to be taking. Let's be different. Let's make sure that we know we're playing meaningless football. I understand you want to win the locker room over and be the hero, and you're the crusader, and as long as we got 5, we got a chance. Well, now there's no chance. So let's see how smart we can play. Let's, live the fight another down time after time after time after time, even if that means more Tressway than we want. I want to see differences from Kingsbury, from Daniels, from everybody involved to make sure that he stays healthy. That's the thing I'm going to be watching like a hawk.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Next, we talked yesterday about Brandon Ayuk possibly coming to DC in our interest. Forget whether we're interested or not. It feels like this could absolutely happen, right? And we'll talk about that next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it's going to work. Start a group build. Add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everybody has made their picks and added a leg, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and when it's bet on together. To make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. I'm going with 5 catches for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Lions-Packers game. Now you got to add your leg, right? FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Jaden Daniels going to return to practice this week, but he's still not cleared for contact. Unlikely he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Broncos. Other injuries around the league, Mike Tomlin has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers is going to be back on Sunday. The Chargers opened up the 21-day practice window for rookie running back Omarion Hampton to return from injured reserve. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 5-1, 2 goals from Jacob Chikrin. Caps have the day off today. They'll take on the Jets tomorrow at Capital One Arena. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience, and you will too. Visit ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Remember, we're giving away a $50 Paisanos gift card to somebody in a half hour right at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz today here on The Fan. Make sure you are listening. Did you see Craig Stammen, the former Nats reliever, is putting together his coaching staff? What a reunion this is turning into. Man. Randy Knorr, who's been around forever in the Nats organization in like 800 different capacities behind the scenes, including on the big league staff occasionally. He's going to be his bench coach at the big league level with the Padres. And he has made Steven Souza Jr. of the diving catch to preserve the no-hitter fame for Jordan Zimmerman. Like the guy that made the ridiculous catch that was traded in one of the great Nats trades ever.
I mean, one of the greatest.
They give up Souza, 3-team deal, and they get back Joe Ross and Trey Turner. He's now the hitting coach on Craig Stammen's staff, which is wild. And that's just one of the two staffs right now that's like all Nats. Because Kurt Suzuki got a job, and he hired our buddy Adam Eaton to be one of the coaches on his staff. So
I mean, if you'd like to feel old today,
if you played for the Nats over the last 10 years, there's a really good chance you've been added to a coaching staff in the National League this year.
My goodness gracious. I mean, good for those guys. I mean, they're, it's the next wave, right? The young coaches that are not that removed from being players, right? Guys in their 40s now, a couple of them were in their mid to upper 30s then. And it's been what, 6 years, 7 years? That's what happens. That's the course of events. So we're old. So are they.
Monday Night Football last night, 49ers, 20-9 winners over the Panthers. Felt like a snake suffocating an animal kind of game.
Yeah.
It was just a slow.
One team is better than the other.
Methodical, death by paper cut football game. The Panthers converted 1 third down all night long. Meanwhile, San Francisco was 7 of 13. Really should have been a blowout. Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions. A couple of them were really, really bad interceptions for him. One was in the red zone, throwing into the end zone. This could have easily been like a 37-9 game if you protect the football. Carolina is hard to play, though. I got to give them credit. I don't think they're good. They're 6-6. I don't think they'll make the playoffs, but they are very solid defensively. You wouldn't have known it watching last night, but they can typically run the ball. And I know Bryce Young has had the occasional really good game. He's just a week removed from throwing for 430 yards or whatever it was against the Atlanta Falcons. But I think they are a quarterback away type team with Dave Canales. If they had league average or, let's just say the 12th best quarterback, 14th best quarterback in the NFL on that team, to me, Carolina could be 8-4 right now. That's how good they are in other capacities. But I think he limits them. And I'll be really curious to see what they do. Because if you give him a contract, it's Tua.
Yep.
You're signing up for a guy that just isn't good enough to pay $50 million a year.
There are just enough good moments to confuse you, to fool you, right? There's a throw where you go, damn, that's awesome. There's a keep a play alive. There's a scramble. There's a maneuver where you go, oh, it's tantalizing. What if, ... It's just not enough, not consistent enough. I mean, somebody's going to do it, as we talked about a million times. Someone's going to say, you know what? We need to try to do better because you're looking to be right. When you draft somebody 1-1, or, top of the board, whatever. You want it to work out really, really, really badly. And when you don't give the guy that contract, it's an acknowledgement. It didn't. We messed up. We got to start over. That's not an easy thing for people to do. Someone's going to be a team that does it, though.
You said you had a Commanders takeaway after watching Monday Night Football.
We should be so furious. Watching that game was infuriating to me. I was renewed with my anger and irritation all over again at this crappy, ridiculous, stupid season. Now, I'm aware there are mitigating factors. I am aware. San Francisco has maybe the easiest schedule ever assembled in the history of the NFL. They are the top team from the SEC, never playing an SEC schedule, right? They played nobody. They're going to win double-digit games. I get it.
They had 7 scheduled games entering the year against teams that picked in the top 10 in the draft.
Yeah. Their schedule's the easiest of all time. They've got injuries too. Theirs are just as significant. Their quarterback missed as many games. Their Hall of Famer linebacker, their Hall of Famer everywhere, their injured guys have piled up just as many, if not more, key injuries. Wide receiver that they paid $1 trillion to the point that he's not even going to rehab with the team anymore, and he's going to leave and come here, which we'll talk about. They are so banged up and so beat up, they're 8-4. Carolina, I have a lower opinion of them than you do. I think they're very mid at best. I think they're fine. I think they're just okay.
Well, they're definitely mid because I think right now they get bad production out of the most important position. But what I'm saying is if you put, and I'd have to think like who's the number 12 quarterback in the league right now.
You put Sam Darnold on that team, are they 8-4?
Yes, I think so.
I think that's where we disagree.
With Dave Canales, absolutely.
So I think they're better, but my point is I think they're just and they're 6-6. This garbage team is 3-8. Like everyone should be so mad. Everyone should be way madder than they are. This nonsensical season was so miscalculated, so incorrectly built. This roster and this team doubled down. Again, I understand why it happened. I get it. But there are so many guys that are underachieving in addition to the injuries. There is no way that this team should have been outscored by 100 points over 4 weeks. No way. No way they should be 3-8. I understand not being what San Francisco is at 8-4. I get it. You don't have Kyle Shanahan. You don't have a million pieces, a layered talent over years and guys filling in.
Are so much more talented.
And the easiest schedule of all time. I understand not being 8-4. You can't be what Carolina is. You can't be what that ridiculously average, up and down, inconsistent, nonsensical team is. That's going to lose by 31 week. Give a team a rock fight the next week. That group is just so average at best, and they're 6-6. They're eons, light years ahead of where Washington is. I was watching that game just stewing last night at the success of
the injuries. The injury bug bit San Francisco. The injury bug bit Washington so badly. The injuries.
Whining. Zach Ertz, stop false starting. Good players, please play well. The guys that were good last year stunk this year for whatever reason. Coaching, players, I don't know. We're letting them off the hook way too easily just by blaming injuries. That's what I was thinking last night.
Yeah, I get that argument, right? That it's not all injuries. I guess if we're going to divvy up a pie, the slice that I would go with to explain away this season by talent based on who was available to you is just a bigger piece of pie than you would, it sounds like. But yeah, if anybody's trying to make this a one-issue situation, they're wrong. If they're just trying to say, if they were healthy this year, everything would have been great. No, it wouldn't have. Mikey Sanders still in the nickel, regressing. Is Johnny Newton still getting out-snapped by Sheldon Day? Like, there have been some things along the way that make you go, huh, that was supposed to be better. I did not feel that way watching the game, though, last night. And maybe it's just that I've come to grips with what this team is. Like, my energy for being angry was a month ago. I am on to the next.
I was renewed. I thought I was over it, and I wasn't last night. Watching it, I was pissed, legitimately pissed off.
I can't believe off of a bye week where you didn't have anything to worry about all weekend, where they haven't played since they lost to the Dolphins in Madrid going into the bye, which, by the way, should not have been a loss. But all that time away, and last night your engine gets cranked back up.
I found myself irritated. I'm like, what am I so annoyed about? It's because, again, it's a microcosm of these two teams basically are Washington as far as I'm concerned. Right? Where Washington has
I hate the San Francisco comp does not work for me. They're so much better.
They're more, that's part of my point, is they're more injured at more key spots.
Yes.
But they're able to handle it.
They're one of the 5 most talented teams in the NFL. The Commanders are not close to that.
I know.
We talked yesterday about, is there a single guy on this team other than Jaden Daniels you could trade for a top round or second round pick. The only guy we came up with was Laramie Tunsil. The Niners could do that with like 8 guys. You know, it's a stars and scrubs kind of feel to them a little bit, but you know, George Kittle is better than any player in this offense. Christian McCaffrey is better than any player in this offense. Trent Williams is better than any player in this offense.
How do you know? Did you ever see him up close?
Right.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's good front officing. We didn't have that. Like, that's part of my irritation.
Agree.
And like, watch again. It's the two. Both of those teams to me again are a microcosm of what Washington is. San Francisco with the injuries, and again, easier schedule. I understand not being 8-4. Carolina to me is just they have 72 replacement level players. Rico Dowdle's a cast off. Now he's fine. He's running hard for them. I like Ted McMillan just fine, but it's not as if they have juggernauts everywhere. They don't have a superstar defensive end.
Ted McMillan's a baller.
He's a nice player.
I think Ted McMillan's a better weapon than anything Washington has.
Healthy at this point. I mean, a healthy Deebo Samuel to me rivals a different player, but I understand your point. I like Ted McMillan a lot. I'm not running him down. My point is it's not as if this is the Eagles or not as if they're the Ravens
but they're
or some
6-6.
Yeah.
If Washington was healthy, they'd be 6-6. They'd be very similar. If they had the man games missed to the Panthers, I guarantee their record would be at least the same as Carolina's.
That's what I don't know about. That's what I don't know. I assume, like, my point is you can't be 5-6. Like, even with all, I'm not asking for 10-2 next man up. I'm not doing something crazy.
Right.
The idea that they were laughably bad and they lost by 100 points over 4 games.
Right. I
non-competitive
during the 4 games. I guess I just can't do it again with you today.
It's renewed watching an average team try to compete with a beat up talented team. I'm going, we missed on all the fronts. We're not even average.
Let's go to Rod in DC. Hey Rod, how are you?
What's up, guys? Happy holidays.
You too, buddy.
Thanks for my call. So, look, bro, I definitely think this is a front office thing and more so a coaching thing too. Like, I'd still Joe Witt, whatever Joe Witt was putting down, it was not being picked up. Moving Mikey outside to the original position where he succeeded last year. Once we moved him, why did we do that? That's like a Redskins thing. We would pick up guys from other teams who succeeded in different styles, and we move them and tell them, hey, come do something completely different. Right? We lost in Madrid. For Quinn, we are not the team we were last year, right? Let's take the points. Let's just get points. Kick the field goals. It's okay. We don't have to be ballsy every 4th down, but like, get points. I feel like we lost a few of those games. We could probably be 5 wins right now if it wasn't for coaching.
Yeah, and I don't know how much better off you'd be, but yes, should they have 5 wins? Absolutely. I agree with you. But if you look at the ledger, they were getting blown out for a month straight. None of those could have been wins. Could you have found a win somewhere on the schedule? The Miami game is definitely one they should have won. So now I got you to 4.
Chicago as well.
Chicago would have been the other one. Those are the 2. You would have won the Bears game if you don't fumble. And Jaden, I thought, played well in that game, but had a bad pick in the end zone and then a fumble. Those 2 plays killed you. There are other reasons that you lost in that game, but those 2 on a rainy night. So there's your 5 wins. You know, those 2 games got to go your way, and they didn't. But is coaching a part of it? Absolutely. No doubt. I mean, we come in here every Monday after games, and we point out 5, 6, 7 things that make very little sense that we go, why did you do that? Now, you're not going to get me to agree with you on going for 4th downs. I don't think they go for enough of them this year. But, you know, the larger point makes some sense to me, I suppose. I'm not disagreeing with you, Danny. I just can't find that anger today. When they lost 4 straight games by 20-plus points, I had a megaphone and I was leading the parade running down the street. I hope you were with me.
We were there.
But I threw all my candy. I'm not getting back in line to do it again.
I know. Something about last night triggered it for me. Watching a totally injured, well-built team compete.
It just takes time to build that up. They had drafts that Peters was largely a part of and free agency over years and years and years, and an organization where guys want to go play for like 7 years running to do that. They've been to multiple Super Bowls. Washington is in its 2nd year trying to do things correctly. So you're just not going to be on that level. So the 49ers one, I'm just not going there. But the Panthers one that's your argument to me, which is like, how are they 6-6? And my only rebuttal to that one is, I think they've been way healthier than San Francisco. I'd have to look at their man games missed. But I bet you if Washington's look like theirs, where you've got your top receiver, your top quarterback, both your top running backs for the most part. I know Chuba missed a few weeks, but the next man up was Rico Dowdle. How'd that go? Hell of a stretch.
That went very well.
It's like the number 1 fantasy back in the league. Our double play is next. I think I got a fun double play for you, Danny.
Well, good for you.
Yes, I got something you're going to like. It's not a game. Not a game. We're not talking about a game.
Not talking about a game.
Not the game that I love. This is the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. You want your home to be comfortable year-round, right? Your family protected, an investment you can feel great about for years? Ha Window Nation people, take advantage of their end-of-year sale now through November. Grant will tell you about it. I went with Window Nation in my condo years ago, and we got more in sale for the home because we had new windows from Window Nation. I've lowered my utility bills in our current home because we went with windows from Window Nation. They are the best at this. Please contact them. Great deal going on right now.
True story. I got to lay down last night, a little after midnight. My phone starts ringing. I'm like, what in the heck? It's Danny. It's Danny Rouhier at 12:15 in the morning. I'm like, what in the heck is going on? I pick up my phone. Danny's like, dude, how great is Window Nation? I said, they're the best. They're the absolute best. He's like, you know what the deal is they got right now, right? I said, yeah. So you make sure you tell people tomorrow. I said, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the deal was Window Nation's end of year sale through November, 50% off all window styles, 0% interest for 5 years. It's the best deal they've offered. We love Window Nation. That's why you called me last night at midnight.
Schedule a fast, free estimate now at windownation.com or call 866-90Nation.
At 3 o'clock, we're giving away a $50 gift card to Paisanos. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. All right, Danny, the double play today. I've got a hypothetical for you. So you, me, and Ryan, I think, will certainly be able to participate. Toby and Darius can also weigh in on this as well. But this is pretty good. So I saw this just scrolling reels on Instagram or something today. But this dude asked the hypothetical question. If your wife or girlfriend got 50 shots to make an NBA three-pointer, if she makes one out of the 50, that's all she's got to do, whether it's the first one or the 50th one. If your wife or girlfriend makes one of the 50, you get $10 million. But if she doesn't, you die. Do you accept the game, basically? The Hunger Games style opt-in here, Running Man style opt-in TV show. So again, it's your wife or your girlfriend.
Right.
So for me, I sent this to my wife as soon as I saw this. And I was like, all right, 50 shots. You need to make one three-pointer from NBA range. What's your level of confidence? Should we do this? And she said, oh, I could 100% do it. She said, am I able to go like, what did she say?
Granny Smith style?
Granny Smith style.
That's not a great start.
And I was like, well, but here's the deal. I don't think you could do that from 3. That's way too far. You're going to have to shoot another way. She's like, I don't think I could shoot it traditionally, but if I could do Granny Smith and like hoist it up, I think I could make it. So as soon as she said that, I realized I need to say no to this.
Correct.
She is now saying she would like to double it to 20 million and 25 shots. Now that's our own little thing.
Now, note that we don't have a benefactor here to give you the 25 million, but like, let's see what would happen.
So tomorrow, as an aside, me and her are going to go. She works out at the St. James all the time. We're going to go to the basketball court tomorrow. I'm going to give her 50 shots.
Can you do like a time lapse of the shots?
I'll record it for sure. Yeah, and like we can put it together as a bit. But yes, so we're going to see if she makes one of the threes, we get 10 million in this fake world. She's like, find someone to come with us who could give us the 10 million. But I guess in theory, if she doesn't hit one of the 50, then I'm going to die.
Then you have to die.
I also think that I'll know after 3 shots if we've got a shot. Because if she's not touching rim, if she's not close, now it's basically shooting a half-court shot and we're just screwed.
Yeah. And also, I will say the pressure. The pressure might be a thing, right? Where you don't feel that confident and knowing that you're responsible for your husband's death if you don't make one of these.
So I've asked 2 people that work here. I'm not going to throw them under the bus because I don't know whose girlfriends or wives listen.
Okay.
And without any trepidation, both of them said, no, I'm not playing that. I'm not doing that. The 10 million's not worth it. I said, but 10 million, so much money.
Yeah.
You have the silliest house, the best cars, whatever it is that you want, you get.
Uh-huh.
So I ask you, Danny, I have decided, despite my wife's confidence, because life is better than death and breathing is so important, I would not play this like Running Man game on TV. Would Danny Rouhier sign up? 50 shots, wife needs to make 1, 10 million or death.
She might be listening right now, so I'm going to be very clear about this. I love her so much. She is amazing at a lot of things.
Here's my big butt.
There is not even a heartbeat between me saying nope to that one.
Really?
Not a shooter. She can do a lot of things. If it's a track thing, she ran track in middle school and high school.
There you go.
If we do something like that, let's talk about it. Run the mile and under or whatever. Fine.
You have a basketball court at your house.
Yep.
Cal Ripken Jr. style.
Mm-hmm.
Has she ever gone out and shot a basket on it?
No.
Not one.
Nope.
That's tough.
This is not something that is in her purview. It's not something she's going to do. Not a shooter. I would be dead.
All she has to do is like a soccer throw-in or even just ball in hand, just like throw it up toward the rim. 50 times she can't get one to rattle in?
No. And I think out of the 50, she might hit something that's not the ground 5 or 6 times. Touch the backboard, draw some iron, hit maybe the stanchion once or twice.
You know my wife, Allison.
I do.
Would you have any thought that she could make it?
I think she is wonderful.
Yes.
I'm a fan.
Here's my big butt.
You'd be crazy to accept that from her, too.
I was actually thinking when I first saw this thing, I was like, I think I would do this. I think she could make 1 out of 50. As soon as she said to me, well, I could just do a Granny Smith shot, right? I was like,
that was the tell right there.
Thank God I didn't sign
That's
up.
the giveaway.
Thank God I didn't put pen to paper on
Mhm.
this. So, Clary, this extends to girlfriends as well. So, your better half, she gets 50 shots, NBA range 3-pointer. She only has to make 1. If she does, you guys get 10 million, which is such a great amount of money.
Silly.
It's a good amount.
But if she doesn't, you die.
She's got no chance. And I think the chances are lower than your guys' spouses as well. Like, this is someone.
That's a tough thing to
She
say.
would like object to the entire thing.
Maybe that.
50 shots?
Dude. I mean, I'm trying to get her to hit the pickleball over the pickleball net. And I don't know if we're going to be able to hit an NBA 3-pointer just yet. I don't think we're there.
I tell you where the real challenge would be for us. Free throws. That's now more the speed.
Oh, I would do that in a heartbeat. I would count on my wife to knock down some free throws, especially.
Does she have a free throw routine?
No, of course not. But Granny Smith, she's going underhand, Scuffy McGee style.
I mean, it's a little further than you think. That rim's awfully high.
She's incredible at Pop-A-Shot.
Full-size basketball?
Incredible at Pop-A-Shot. I don't know how that's going to help us.
But it's something, it's data point.
She's very, very good at Pop-A-Shot.
Mm-hmm.
I think free throw, like shtick aside, I would absolutely take the offer. She has 50 chances. I mean, 50 free throws, man.
Imagine she gets to 33 and hasn't made one yet.
Well, I would be.
How you feeling over there?
Oh, I would just be butt nervous.
You can do it. Come on. I believe in you.
When do you start sweating bullets?
After the first one. When the first one lands 5 feet short.
For the 3-pointer, 1,000%.
Free throws, I'm telling you, man, you sleep on it.
If she shoots a 3-pointer that's nowhere close and it just clanks the court, like, boom, I'm done. It's over. But a free throw, she's going to airball the first couple, maybe, whatever. We're going to get there to the point where we're hitting rims sooner rather than later.
Are
And
you
now,
like correcting form, like helping out?
My life's on the line? Yeah. I am certainly helping.
And then we're doing the thing that my wife and I do where we get in a fight based on that because I'm being overbearing and annoying because it's a sport, but it's like, it's also for my life.
Here's a good question.
It's auto die.
50 shots from 3. Any of us in the room, same proposition. You're taking all of us,
Oh,
right?
hell yeah.
Okay. So you think this is more an indictment then, to be fair, on your wife than it is like you think this is a hard
Yeah, but you've
challenge.
turned it into it now. So now it's.
I'm just trying to get you in trouble right before Thanksgiving.
No, I understand that. And we're.
So Toby has to hit 5 out of 50 threes.
Yeah.
You're doing it.
We're doing that. Yep.
All right.
Where's the line? That's what I don't know.
It's NBA 3.
No, I'm saying how many threes would I feel comfortable with?
Oh.
17 out of 50?
No chance. Dude, that NBA players stand alone would do that. Like in a game, that's basically shooting 33%. That's what Brad Beal did for 4 years in a row. And
Yeah.
everyone told me he was worth the Supermax.
Like, I wouldn't feel great about like 12, 13, 14. I think Tobes would do that. But
How
then
many-
I would start to get a
How
little
many do
hairy.
you think you'd hit out of 50, Topes?
I've never shot NBA threes consistently, but college threes I could knock down at around a 50% clip when I was playing all the time. So I think if I had time to shoot some NBA threes and get used to that range, I think I could get to 15 pretty easily.
Didn't know we have Toby Thompson back here. Clay
That's right.
Thompson, 50%.
The Splash Brothers. Tobes, future wife. Would you do it?
So going off of my reference of girls that I've been interested in, most of them played basketball. So no doubt at all. I would definitely do it. Now,
Toby's got a type.
all of those girls have rejected me.
Okay.
So probably not then. Maybe I need to go shopping in another section. Or
Yeah. Maybe go to a different lane.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll go to a different aisle. What is the percentage chance overall of rejection as opposed to like attempt versus rejection?
It's so tough. I mean, it depends on who it is. And with me not knowing and hoping that there is someone on the other end at some point, if they play basketball, I'll take my chance.
Okay.
If they have, I mean, you sleep on how far an NBA range 3 is.
No, I don't. It's very, very far.
It's very, very far.
But that's why I'm saying my wife's saying like, oh, I'll do a Granny Smith shot. It's like from the NBA 3 range, That's harder than the other way.
That's an eliminating disqualifying statement right there.
Well,
you
that's when
you
I knew.
cannot do it.
I actually was considering it, thinking she would just chuck a bunch of balls up, and because you see people in these competitions hit half court shots all the time.
Yep.
I mean, we see the wins. It's like posting your wins on parlays.
Sure.
We're not seeing every night at United Center where nobody wins.
Uh-huh.
But occasionally someone from half court will throw it up and hit. I think our wives could probably, like, last one, 100 shots for your wife.
No.
I think maybe I do that. You just need to, it's a prayer, man. We need a prayer.
No, I understand. 1,000. I mean, whatever number you want.
Right.
I'm saying no to that.
There's also a number when it gets so high that now you're just tired. You
Yeah.
can't lift your arms.
It doesn't have to be continuous. It can be over weeks.
Oh, you're going like over the next year, you get 1,000.
Like you give her 14,000 shots. I don't think I'm taking that deal.
I got so much faith. She's gonna do it. She would crush it. I'll take the bet on her behalf.
Oh my God.
And then I get the money to split with
Then
her.
you got to speak at my funeral.
Yeah. The Beltway Blitz is next. We'll give away a $50 gift card to Paisanos as soon as we come back on G&D.
and Hampton to return from injured reserve. Taking a look at the Thanksgiving Day games. The Packers will take on the Lions at 1 o'clock. The Chiefs will take on the Cowboys at 4:30, and the Bengals will take on the Ravens for the nightcap at 8:20. Zach Taylor anticipates that Joe Burrow is going to be able to play. T. Higgins is going to be out. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a gift card, $50 gift card to Paisanos. Black Friday is not just for big box chaos. Paisanos is dropping their own deal. Use promo code BLACK50 and get 50% off all pizzas all weekend long. This Friday through Sunday, Paisanos. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Mirage.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Each and every day, right now at 4 o'clock, we jam a few of your favorite teams into one segment, get you the lay of the land in DC sports. We call it our Beltway Blitz. We're covering the NFL and the Commanders on deck and in the hole. Let's get it started. Kevin Sheehan, you know him from the Kevin Sheehan Show on our sister station, the Team 980. Kevin, thank you for a few minutes. Let's start with Jaden Daniels' return to play. He's practicing. He won't go Sunday against Denver. When do you think we see him?
Minnesota. I mean, I'm hoping we see him against Minnesota. I hope he's cleared and he's 100%, he's healthy, and he's back to himself. And it would be great if it coincided with the return of Terry McLaurin and Noah Brown, and they had, you know, all of their guns that they anticipated having out there, and they haven't had since, the opener? I'd like to see that. I know a lot of people feel differently, but I think that they want to see it as well. And I think we will a week from Sunday in Minneapolis. What do you guys think? Do you think it's Minnesota?
That's our best guess.
I did. That was my assumption as soon as I heard he was practicing. But Quinn's been so vague. Then Daniels' comments today where he's like, hey, when I'm out there and I'm healthy, I'll want to play. Nobody's really suggesting that that's a lock at this point.
Right.
For the rest of the season sample, whenever he does play, Kevin, how are you viewing it? How are you grading it? Like, how much weight do you put on it? Is it September call-up baseball territory for you, or are you putting a lot of gravity on it for who you want back, et cetera? How are you going to view this stretch that they've all but mathematically eliminated?
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it's not preseason. It's not September call-up. There are only 17 of these. You know, all the people that want him shut down, it would almost be unprecedented, right? Like, this isn't a Stephen Strasburg situation. He's not coming off Tommy John and he's got a limit. If he's completely healthy, what completely healthy starting franchise quarterback gets shut down in late November, early or mid-December? Maybe the final game of the year and you start Josh Johnson. But in terms of the evaluation, you know, there is some truth to when you're not playing for something, is it different? Maybe, but not to the extent of you can't truly evaluate a player. The limited number of games, the motivation sometimes of the opponent, I think we're going to be able to get a good read on it. I think the biggest issue is just going to be, what do they have out on the field around him on offense? What does the defense look like? Because this is truly, along with Cincinnati, it's just a horrendous defensive football team. And that obviously skews what's going on in the game if you get behind early, et cetera. Quarterback out there in his season, I don't want it to end after 5.5 games in late October, early November.
Yeah, here. You mentioned what's around him matters. Well, Noah Brown, Terry McLaurin on the right trend here. I mean, we could be looking at a I mean, you're playing Minnesota, which is a tough defense. The Eagles twice, very good defensively. Like, what happens if they have everybody except for Eckler? Some very about the offense and Cliff or whatever going into the offseason for you?
Well, we know that there will be among the fans. To me, there's just going to be a lot of himself, and it just looks terrible. That's different from him going out the off. And drop back mode the entire game. So I think we'll have to wait till we get there. But I know that the opportunity exists for those people who think that he's regressed and Cliff is no good, for them to pounce on this if it doesn't look like it did last year. And by the way, I think I'd be surprised if it looked like it did last year. It's not the same team. They've barely played with each other. They haven't played with each other at all since the opener in September. And their defense is even worse than it was last year. So I think each of these games is going to be interesting to see, what they look like. And I can't predict how I'm going to feel afterwards. But I will say this, Grant, my expectation is he'll play well. And that on the field, even though Terry wasn't, was that Charger game, and they looked great. And he looked great. Pretty good.
Kevin, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great Thanksgiving.
All right, guys. Happy Thanksgiving.
Appreciate you, pal. Hit that end.
Depending on who you're looking at, right? I mean, the Bills obviously lost, and other than the Rams and maybe a few other teams that have that fear factor to them, anybody that you say, okay, this is an obvious Super Bowl candidate, or this is a team that can really kind of flex its muscles in January a little bit. Maybe if the Packers get their offense going, if they get their direction, there's a lot of confusion now this time of year.
The Bills and the Chiefs, as of right now, are the 7 and the 10 seeds in a 17 field. Chance that they both get in. In fact, I think most people expect it. And then they would go on the road maybe as wild card teams in the first round. So they'd be at, let's say, I say all this to ask you, if I was to give you right now, Buffalo and Kansas City or the field in the AFC, which would you take?
Oh, man, that's hard because, it's not like we're putting pretty much everybody else in the field, obviously depending on who's going to be there, are either a quote-unquote new team, like a new contender, somebody that we haven't seen the last 3, 4, 5 seasons, whatever, or in the case of the Ravens, they're a different version of themselves, right, until Lamar starts kind of playing up to his normal standards again. So, maybe 3 weeks ago you trust the Colts a lot more than you do now, right? Broncos, I think, are a really interesting team that have somewhat of a championship formula. That defense certainly helps, but they sometimes go 3 quarters without doing much offensively. So, man, even knowing that both those teams could miss the playoffs, I'm sort of tempted to take the Chiefs-Bills combo while admitting that, they both have their flaws. Right now, I'd say I trust the Chiefs a little bit more. I know it's almost an every week thing where you have to reassess the question, but the Bills just have a lot going on that I worry about. Offensive line suddenly is an issue. Josh is suddenly holding on to the ball. The receivers aren't uncovering. The defense has its limitations. Whereas with Kansas City, even as ugly as it can be sometimes, they still have their merits in all three phases, I think. So, even with Buffalo beating them head to head, I might just sort of take the Chiefs. But yeah, that's a great question just because the field looks so, I don't know, out of whack right now.
2 doors for the Eagles. Door number 1 is this is like 2 years ago where there's so much discord. Something ain't right. They were getting away with it, and then they come kind of crashing down, even though they won 11 games, but they lost in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Or is it like last year where somehow they thrive on all that discord, rip off a whole bunch of wins, going to win the Super Bowl at 14-3? Which door are you opening for this Eagles team?
Yeah, the thing about the Eagles last year was that they seemed to kind of get their bad games out of their system early, right? They kind of learned from their lessons a little bit. Not to say that, Carolina didn't test them late in the year and there were a couple other games, but for the most part, they were scoring 25, 30 points a game on offense. They were keeping teams for the most part under 20, except for that Washington game that comes to mind, but the first one. But yeah, no, it just has like a different feel to it, more like the 2023 season. Now, that's not to say that they can't, crank it up, but just the offensive identity right now is such an issue. It doesn't feel like Jalen Hurts can command an offense that isn't firing on all cylinders elsewhere. The other 10 guys dominating, Lane Johnson's out. Saquon Barkley looks like a guy who carried it 500 times last year. We know about the AJ saga that's been going on. I don't know, man. I mean, like that for all the people who were right last, saying it going into last week, saying at some point the offense is going to cost them a game, and it did, and the defense couldn't bail them out. That worries me too. They're not so good defensively that they can keep having these, C- D+ games offensively and get away with it.
Eric Edholm, NFL.com, NFL Media. We appreciate you as always. Thank you.
All right. Have a good Thanksgiving, guys. See you.
Yeah, you as well. Happy Thanksgiving. Great having you on the show. Well, let's keep the Blitz conversation going. Our buddy Bill Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt is with us on Grant and Danny here on the Beltway Blitz. And Bill, happy Thanksgiving, man. Couple of days out. You're going to be sitting down to eat all your turkey. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving to you. What's on the plate? What's your go-to for Thanksgiving? What are you normally eating?
Definitely ham, for sure. Ham and dressing. That's my favorite. What about you?
I'm a mashed potatoes guy. Got to pummel some potatoes.
Okay.
So you're a Southern guy, so dressing to you is stuffing to the rest of us, right?
I love dressing.
Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Do you do like bread and sausage, or like what's the dressing game for you like?
Oh yeah, bread.
You got to go sausage in the stuffing, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's in it for real.
Yeah, you just eat it. I know.
I just know dress is my favorite.
You just know when to sit down and eat the meal.
Yeah, my Southern grandmother from Alabama would call it dressing, and I'm like on salad. She goes, no, the dressing that goes inside the turkey. I love it, dude.
Some people do it different. Some people make theirs different.
Mm-hmm.
So how does this work for you guys? I mean, you're in the middle of a work week. Do you leave the facility and everybody goes to different position players' houses, or are you just getting together with buddies? And can you eat as much as you want, and then the next day on the practice field, are you feeling it? What's it like during the season?
Yeah, I think everybody just go to their loved one house, and if you don't have loved ones down here like me, you probably can go to one of their coach's house and like just sit down with them and their family. But I don't know. Me personally, I think I can eat a lot and still be fine the next day. But some people might be different. They probably can't eat that much on Thanksgiving because it might carry on the next day. But I think I'll be able to eat much as I want.
That's the beauty of
young person right
being
there.
young. No food hangover for you.
How was the bye week, man? What did you get up to?
The bye week was good. I went back home to chill with family. It was good to just be around them and just chill. And I also did a turkey giveaway. Gave away 1,000+ turkeys, produce, and
amazing.
It was good just being back home and seeing family and stuff.
Good for you. what's the key for you, do you think, in this stretch run? You've gone through really your first grind of a month or so here in the NFL, where most games it's been around 2.5, 3 yards per carry, really since the big breakout against the Chargers. For you, what do you think's the key to getting back on track and really hitting some big runs?
Just keep doing me. Just letting it come to me and like not trying to force it. Just letting the game come to me, and I think I'll be fine. That's the main thing.
Is that hard to do? Do you sometimes, like if you got 7, 8 carries and it's 15 to 20 yards or whatever, sometimes do you find yourself like trying to do a little too much and have to remind yourself, hey, let's slow our roll here?
Yeah, for sure. Like, for sure, because you're trying to make a play. But that's just gonna lead to you messing up on an assignment or missing a read because you're trying to force it. So that's something I had to learn, and it's like just continue to trust your read. So
this Denver defense you guys are playing this week is really, really good. What have you seen from them, and what do you guys have to do to try to counteract it?
Definitely a good defense, a good team overall. So I feel like we just gotta execute and not hurt ourselves. So I feel like that'll be a key to winning this game.
Jacory, you guys are going to be getting Jaden Daniels back, it sounds like, according to Dan Quinn, back on the practice field. He will be coming back this season. What's that going to do just for the morale in the locker room for you guys to see your starting quarterback back out there?
It's gonna be good to see him be able to get back out there. He is a competitor and wants to be out there. So it's gonna be good just to have him back on the field with the guys. Looking forward to it.
Bill, always looking forward to catching up with you, buddy, every Tuesday. It's a lot of fun all year long, man. Good luck this weekend, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's Bill, Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan as part of our Beltway Blitz on this Tuesday afternoon. Next, I want to get into the reaction to Kevin Stefanski's post-game congratulations to Shedeur Sanders in the locker room after his first start and first win. That's next on G&D. Hey guys, it's Grant. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel's introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. FanDuel, the sportsbook, is an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Pass the Leg is the brand new idea this Thanksgiving season. Here's how it's going to work. Start a group build. Add your pick. Pass it to your friends so that they can add theirs. And then when everybody is done adding a leg, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. So maybe I'll get Darius and Ryan and Toby in on this with me. To make it even better, everyone gets 50% on a profit boost to build this Pass the Leg parlay, which I love. FanDuel.com/GP. That's how you get started. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued now with a drawable profit boost token. Restriction apply, including token expiration, max wager amount. Terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Commanders getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Jaden Daniels was out in the community today passing out turkeys ahead of Thanksgiving. He will return to practice this week, but he's still not cleared for contact, so it's unlikely he's going to be able to play on Sunday against the Broncos. Injuries around the league. Mike Tomlin has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers is going to be back on the field on Sunday. The Chargers are opening up the 21-day practice window for rookie running back Omarion Hampton to return from injured reserve. Panthers safety Trayvon Merrick is being suspended for one game for his actions in last night's game against Jawan Jennings. Thanksgiving Day games, the Packers will take on the Lions at 1 o'clock. The Chiefs will take on the Cowboys at 4:30. Bengals and Ravens of the nightcap at 8:20. Joe Burrow expected to make his return. T. Higgins will be out. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Last night on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Blue Jackets 5-1. Jacob Chikrin with 2 goals. Caps have the day off today. They'll take on the Jets at home tomorrow. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Pressure. And they go to Sampson out of the backfield. He's got 2 tight ends blocking on the outside. He's got room. He bursts inside Raiders territory. 1 man to beat. He won't be caught. Touchdown, Sampson. 66 yards.
That was the first touchdown in the career of Shedeur Sanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Sanders starts and gets a win for the Cleveland Browns in his first ever outing as the QB1. He has since been named their starter for this coming week against San Francisco. 49ers, who just beat the Panthers last night, going to be a level up in competition after playing the 2-9 Raiders on the road. But you got to give Shedeur Sanders credit. After a week in which it was really, really rough, 4 for 16, taking over at halftime against the Baltimore Ravens and struggling big time, he comes out, just 11 of 20 passing, 209 yards, touchdown, and a pick. That touchdown, his lone touchdown of the game, was like on a screen right around the line of scrimmage that went 60-plus yards, 66 to the house from Sampson. But he made, not even that one, he made 2 really, really nice throws in this game that were like, oh, that's pretty good. He made a deep ball throw when he got away from a zero blitz out of the pocket. And I thought in college, the thing he did best was his big arm, like throwing way down the field at Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of off his back foot, off balance a little bit. Chucks the ball 55 or whatever yards it was in the air.
It reminded me of the Daniels play against Cleveland last year, honestly,
Similar
where he escaped out to the right and played. You go, how the hell did he get out of that? Oh, my God, look where that one's going. Now, it was to Isaiah Bond, I believe. And that guy was tackled goal to go. So that could have been his touchdown, and the screen pass could have been a normal thing. So, but yeah, I mean, it was, you go, okay, that was pretty legit. That's a great play.
52-yard completion.
Yeah.
That's a plus big boy play. That was the highlight of the day. He had another nice layered throw onto the second level that went for 39 yards, catch and run to Jerry Jeudy,
who got ambushed on a fumble.
It's probably like a 25-yard throw, but he kind of, again, escapes the pocket, buys some time, makes a throw to a wide open guy. But it was the work he did to get there is kind of the win, I think, for Shedeur on the play. So those were the super impressive plays. Mostly, I think that the good stuff was fairly subtle. He was only sacked 1 time. I didn't see a bunch like in the Ravens game where like he didn't get a protection right or he was getting teed off on by linebackers. So I thought there was a lot to build on for him. It was pretty good overall, but it was, 11 completions in a game where they ran it close to 30 times all purpose. And their defense had 10 sacks. And that was kind of the story, was a suffocating defensive-led win for the Browns. So I say all that to say that after the game, Kevin Stefanski addressed the team. So, Darius, do you have the whole thing or just the Shedeur part? What do we have from Stefanski here in the locker room?
So this is the whole thing, but we can stop it shortly after.
No, that's fine. So this is the audio that people largely have taken issue with, where he does not give Shedeur Sanders a game ball. And he says, good job, Shedeur. But it's being taken as if he didn't mean it or he didn't say enough or his good job wasn't enough. And this is why I don't do celebrity quarterbacks, certainly in the 5th round, that are fringe backups so far this season. But here we are. So this is the big debate now is, did Kevin Stefanski slight Shedeur Sanders after the game? This was his address to the Browns.
Stayed resilient together like I told you we needed to, right? Stay resilient together, and we fought together. How about Gage's big punt return on special teams? How about Corey, every single time you're out there pinning those guys doing your job? Great. Come on! Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Hale making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done. There's that old saying.
So he goes on to talk about other things. So here is what is true. When he says well done, he is less loud than he is for much of the rest of the time. I think it's because Shedeur Sanders is in the front, literally 4 feet from him, and he's like looking over at him going, nice job, well done. Whereas you're yelling around the locker room, you're talking to 50 guys. It just so happens Shedeur is right up front, one of the closest guys to him. So the volume does go down a little bit. And if you're looking for something to be bothered by, I guess you could say he's less excited to congratulate and thank Shedeur Sanders for his efforts than he was other players. Give me the few seconds leading up to that again.
IB, huge play. Q, huge play. Hale making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
I saw that, and I thought, good moment for the Browns. Good for Shedeur Sanders to get love from his coach. Like, that was my takeaway, and I'm on to the next thing.
Yeah, because he goes on then to talk about the defense that did the crazy thing.
That's the other thing.
Right?
Like, well, let's say how this became a thing. It became a talking point nationally on Shouty shows and in all kinds of, the national big picture podcasts and in the football sphere that Kevin Stefanski, A, did not give Shedeur Sanders a game ball. How dare him? And B, like that he basically, his congratulations wasn't hearty enough. His good job wasn't meant or thorough. This is the guy, remember, that set him up for failure, that has wanted to see him not succeed, that has screwed him over because they played the guy they drafted ahead of him over Shedeur, all of these other stories that are out there. Now you play him. He plays fine. He's 11 of 20 for 209 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. It's not a great game. It's not a bad game. For a rookie starter, there's enough there to like that he gets another shot. The correct decision was made. He should absolutely start next week. But the story is, well, when you said good job, you didn't say it good enough. Again, like, this is where we are with this. When I say this is a lightning rod,
we wasted the good surprise on you.
It's one of the most polarizing guys, and it's not even his fault. I feel bad for the kid at this point. Shedeur's doing nothing. He's standing there in the locker room waiting for his coach to say good job. His coach says good job, he claps, and he's on to the next thing. There are times, we'll play another clip, where he brings some of the consternation on himself. This is not one of those times. It's just people trying to defend him. There's no defense needed. And
yeah, there's no slight here.
You're looking for something. You're trying to find a slight is basically what's happening. But I just found the reaction amazing. So we could have pulled other clips. This is the one we grabbed. This was a very obvious one that stood out. It's Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, who do a very popular show together, talking about Shedeur Sanders not getting a game ball.
So hold on. A guy making his first start, a guy that you didn't really want to start, a guy that you didn't even want in your organization.
Right.
And that's all he get. Great job.
Well,
he don't get no game ball?
Nah, he don't get no game ball. That wasn't his pick. That's not what they want. They don't want him to succeed. You know that. And no disrespect. The owner told you to himself. Even the head coach coach's guy is Dylan Gabriel. We all understand that. Listen, didn't Shedeur make history tonight?
Yes.
First Browns quarterback as a rookie to start and win after what?
I mean, you got to think about Ocho. They've had 42 starting quarterbacks since 1999.
Right.
No quarterback making his first start.
Yeah.
The last 17 have said we didn't get it. They didn't get it done.
Yeah.
How many of them?
Listen.
How many of them played the 2-9 Raiders and had 10 sacks from their defenses? What I would ask. Again, 11 completions in the game, but hey, a couple of big time throws again. Congratulations, you win the football game. You deserve some credit for that. But the idea, and you heard it again there, they don't want him to succeed. The coach of the Browns, whose job's on the line, wants Shedeur Sanders to fail. The guy whose job is to coach up quarterbacks, and if your quarterbacks play poorly, it's a direct referendum on you as the play caller who's given up the play calling. The OC, the head coach, you've got a job because of what you did in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins, because of what you've done over your career with quarterbacks. So who doesn't want him to succeed? The GM, who doesn't get to pick another quarterback, probably, who has screwed the quarterback thing up left, right, and center? The coach who's responsible for the play of the quarterbacks are rooting against Shedeur Sanders. They're also saying his guy is Dillon Gabriel, which is the other thing that's out there. Because Dillon Gabriel's gotten the reps, because Dillon Gabriel's gotten the first chance to start. As if that shouldn't be the case when he's drafted higher. There's never, ever, ever been a time where a guy is drafted at that position behind another guy. Like Washington should have had an open competition with Griffin and Cousins. Give me a break. That's ridiculous.
The desperation to fit anything into this keyhole is so bizarre to me. I don't understand it. So, like, I used to not like Billy Packer, the color analyst, used to do NCAA tournament games. He would make a bit of analysis in the first 5 minutes in some way. They can't handle Arkansas's pressure, Jim. And then everything else that game had to fit into that narrative that he decided was the story of the game. Whether it was right or not, that was the story, no matter what. And he's the guy that put his foot in his mouth talking about George Mason didn't belong, and the whole story. Not to dunk on Billy Packer, but that was the point. They're doing this, but in real time about a football player. Everything has to fit into this narrative. They could have called a better play where he got 20 yards instead of 17. Right. They could have handed it off on second down instead of having him drop back. And it is so utterly bizarre to me.
Right.
Utterly bizarre. The idea, again, the most important part of this to me is Myles Garrett had 3 more sacks, which pairs nicely with his 4-sack game and his 5-sack game. A franchise record was established for sacks in a season 11 games into the bleeping year with, what is it, 40% of the year left to go.
He has 18 sacks, and he's got, I think, 13 in his last 4. And as you said, he became the all-time leader in the sack category with his performance, and he's the one guy that got the game ball.
And
on a day where the defense had 10 sacks.
The defense had 10 sacks. Myles Garrett is doing something that no one has ever done in this league before. Not just Cleveland Browns type stuff. A 5th rounder winning a game against the team that will pick first or second this year, saying he deserves a game ball too. This is not participation trophy time. One player is doing something so unbelievably remarkable, everybody not talking about it is frankly being irresponsible. Like, it's unbelievable how bleeping good Myles Garrett is. And what he's doing is record setting. The 5th rounder who actually played admirable. I think it's ridiculous he was a 5th rounder. I can't believe it, quite frankly. I would have taken him ahead of Dillon Gabriel 1,000 times before and would have done another 1,000 times. He's more talented and more interested in him as a prospect.
Football, he would have gone ahead of Dillon
Probably
Gabriel.
would have. But the point of the dude's story is, this is nice. You say as much. You recognize it. That's awesome. But what we really need to talk about here in this room, men, is what the absurdity that we just saw from our defense that had 10 sacks and Myles Garrett on pace to shatter the record with a month left to play in this league.
Crazy.
That's the story. That's the game ball.
Had he not have acknowledged Shedeur Sanders, I would agree. Okay, man, that's a little petty.
Yeah, he's like rolling his eyes again. Good job, Shedeur.
He's clearly not your guy. He did the same thing. He's going around the room pointing out a bunch of dudes that did some cool things. And Shedeur, quarterbacking a team that got a first win, gets some love. This is not, Kevin O'Connell rubbing the hair of J.J. McCarthy after his game-winning drive after 4 weeks of an injury, making the start and coming back after 3.5 quarters of being terrible to get up off the mat as this stinker quarterback. It's not the same thing. It was 11 completions for a bad offensive performance overall by a guy that got a win in his first start, deservedly. He made the plays that needed to be made. But if you watched the game, the story of the game was the Browns defense getting 10 sacks. Yeah. That was the story of the game. So he points out, hey, good job here, good job here, good job here. Shedeur, nice job. Congrats on your first win. Myles Garrett, game ball. How about that defense? But this is why the celebrity non-franchise quarterback thing is just untenable. I can't even have a post-game celebration with my team where I congratulate a guy without people telling me I didn't do it right. Go away. I mean, you can't coach with him, can't win with him,
can't do it.
And it's not even Shedeur's fault. But I'm just not allowing that noise to creep in. But what do you guys think? Was his congratulations to Shedeur good enough? Was his well done to his quarterback? Did it suffice? Did it match the level of a normal congratulations? Or was it a problem? Was it evidence that he wants him to fail and he hates him? That he doesn't like Shedeur Sanders? Play the clip on the way out there. This is Grant and Danny, 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on the Fan.
Wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? R&B, huge play. Q, huge play. Hale making a big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done.
That was Kevin Stefanski addressing the Browns after the game. It became a national storyline yesterday that he did not give his quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, a game ball in front of the team in the postgame locker room. By the way, I'd be surprised if Shedeur and other guys didn't get the game ball that gets given out a day later. Like, I one time was at Cooley's house, and he had, if he had one, he must have had 30 game balls, like, on his wall. And several of them were like half footballs that are like on a plaque or something that are put up on his wall with underneath of them, like, what he got the game ball for. It's like 100 yards against this team or whatever. And again, there's dozens and dozens of these that he had. My point is, there's a difference between just throwing balls out after a game, which is like the big rah-rah thing that a lot of coaches do that we now get to see publicly, and then the number of guys a day or two later that might get game balls for something they did in the game after the tape study or based on a statistical analysis. So he might still get one. Hey, Shedeur, first win. Here you go. And hey, running back who got your first 25-yard game,
right.
Whatever. Boom.
Yeah, like every big league pitcher gets a game ball with what you did, like written in by an expert on there, right? Like as a commemorative thing.
The reason, though, I wanted to just hit what I think is a pretty silly topic, though, and just bring this up on the show is this is why, and I don't feel good saying it about Shedeur Sanders in the sense that it's not his fault. You're a victim in what I'm about to say. This is why I'm out of the business. You have to be so good for me to deal with whatever this nonsense is, because everything's a thing with him. Every incompletion is a referendum and endorsement. Every game, he's the best or he's the worst. There's just so much noise. It's so loud. Everything is turned up so high that for me to want to deal with that celebrity and that whatever this is, you've got to be exceptional. And I don't think that's where we're headed.
Right.
And this is a 5th-round pick. Probably shouldn't have been. Maybe should have been a 3rd or 4th-round pick, whatever. But this is a guy that's going to hold on to the ball and take some sacks and hit some big throws, but miss some things. And it's not going to be worth it for me to deal with whatever this is. There's a lot of guys like Shedeur Sanders that are on a lot of rosters. Nobody's talking about them all day, every day, being screwed, the coach not liking him. They should get more reps. It's just not a reality in any other building with any other guy who's drafted where he is, who's in that situation. But when you're Deion's kid, when you had the college career he did, where you were on ESPN constantly and they were the ratings team that everybody wanted to see, this is where you are. So it's just why I'm good on, I'll find another young quarterback to try to develop into whatever I think Shedeur.
Yeah, I mean, once he's not a first rounder, whether that's his fault or not, whatever you want to have that debate.
Sure.
Once we get out of there where this is my starter and I'm building around him, I need to not be in that business.
Let's go to Nathan in Arlington. What's up, Nathan? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call. I really appreciate your time.
Got you, dude.
Hey, as a Browns fan for 32 years, I've seen all the ups and downs. We're probably going to have more starting quarterbacks than presidents in 1776. So that's up with that. I mean, with like I heard the speech and I thought it was fine. It's just like if we keep, really wanting if everybody keeps wanting an attaboy from their boss is always going to get tired. I mean, what we should be talking about is that this is a historic pace that Myles Garrett is setting. He's been the reason I've been watching the Browns this season, and it's not Shedeur's fault. He's doing the best he can. I don't see anything wrong with Stefanski congratulating him. I think he's got a lot of room to grow, but I think Stefanski's doing his best. Thanks so much.
I also feel like, because one of the points I made was, if the defense didn't have the 10 sacks and the game didn't play out that way, I guess if you're just saying, hey, congratulate him on his first game, I think he did that.
Yeah.
You played your first game. You got your first win, I guess is what he said.
The objection is that it wasn't a bigger production, didn't get the game ball, whatever.
If you went 30 of 37 for 329 and 3, I'll bet you it would have been a little bigger. They left a lot of things on the field all day on offense. They completed 11 passes in the game. Now, Shedeur made a couple of outstanding plays. I'm not trying to belittle the performance, but that's what it was. It was 11 completions in the game. I don't know if we're throwing a party for that in the National Football League. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys? Now,
hey, buddy.
Danny Grant,
I'm a regular caller to your show, and this is the first time I have to absolutely disagree with you.
Love it.
First of all, because all the outside noise around Shedeur he's never ever said anything. It's all the outside noise. People like the news, the podcaster, they're the ones that polarize it. And even you, Danny, you're polarizing by saying I wouldn't have him on my team, not based on his ability.
Well, that was me. To be clear, that's me. That's Grant saying that.
Oh, Grant. Okay. Yeah. Based on the outside noise.
Right, but I said that. It's not based on him. It's based on the.
So why would you label it? Why would you label him like that then? Why would you just let him go
I didn't label him like
football?
anything. He might be a great guy. The noise is too loud for what I believe the player is.
So what? Okay, the noise is loud, but none of the noise is coming from his camp. It's all outside noise.
I don't know if I'd say none of it, but most of it is not. No, I agree with you. But I wouldn't have Tim Tebow on my team. I said that for years. I wouldn't. After the fact, Colin Kaepernick coming back to be a backup, as much as he would have been better than most of the guys in the league, I wouldn't have done that. Yeah. I don't do celebrity quarterbacks. I'm not having Tim Tebow in my locker room for CNN to come interview. It ain't happening.
I got you, but what makes him a celebrity? That's the thing. Let me give you one quick example, then I'll let you go.
Yeah.
Like right now, right? You got the Manning. He's a quarterback. He's coming in. He got the same kind of thing. He's going to be a celebrity.
Yep.
You wouldn't say I'm not going to have him on my team. You just try to figure out a way to work around it.
Well, but here it is.
That's my difference is.
I love the calls. I appreciate you making it as always.
Let me say real quick to that. Two things. One, if Arch Manning is the same talent as Shedeur Sanders, then I would say the same thing. If you're a starter, if I thought Shedeur Sanders was going to be a top half the league quarterback, I don't happen to believe that. But if I thought he was going to be a top 10 or top 15 guy, then I'll deal with it. If Patrick Mahomes is the biggest celebrity ever and a lightning rod and divisive, I'll live with that. It's okay because you're going to win me a lot of football games, number one. So if that's what the eval is on Arch Manning, and I haven't watched him enough, I have no idea what he's going to be. But if that was the evaluation is the juice is not worth the squeeze, he's not that good, and everyone's going to have a take, then yes, I would not be that interested in him.
Yeah, I'm not doing third-round Arch Manning. Like, if that's his grade, if that's where he ends up, or because all the hoopla, all he's trying to do is play football. To kind of to the same point. He's not doing anything wrong. He's just doing the best he can. But as soon as it's a juice and squeeze type situation, as soon as you ramp up the production that may or may not be there, every question that comes into my team isn't about whether I won the game, lost the game, who played well. When do we see Arch Manning? Entertainment Tonight's there. We're live at Grant's facility, wondering where Arch Manning is today. Who's his date to the team gala? I don't do any of that stuff. Like, I'm the same way as Grant, so I co-sign that. And none of that is Shedeur's fault, by the way.
How many quarterbacks in the history of the league has it ever been a story after the game if the coach said, first start for fill in the blank, great job, man, way to go, congrats on your first win, and moved on? Have people taken issue with that? I guarantee you can't find me another example. I don't know how or why we got here, but this is like an Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark thing. This is like a divisive, polarizing, nobody can be reasonable. I don't know when it happened, but Shedeur Sanders, it's like people can't just watch the football game and say, oh, good throw, bad throw, good throw, bad throw. It's so much bigger. It's the coach hates him. The GM hates him. How dare them not play him? They're trying to screw him over. They want him out of the building. The team that drafted him, the people whose jobs are on the line based on how he plays, they all hate him. I just don't buy it. And the last thing I'll say is, while I think at about a 90% clip, Shedeur is a victim in the coverage that he gets from all of these people and all of this noise, as the caller was just saying, which I thought was very good. There are times where he brings some of the strife on himself. Like you heard him post-game.
Yep.
Here was a comment he made in an interview with CBS post-game. After the game on Sunday, talking with, I don't know who the sideline reporter was.
Win is crazy. It's amazing, off of 1 week of practice, you know what I mean? This 1 week of practice. So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice. So I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
So he's got a great smile. He's having fun, whatever. Like, that's not a comment most quarterbacks are making, right? It's like, just wait.
Yeah, I was this great after only 1 week.
Yeah,
that's the implication
it'll be 15
there.
completions next time. After the 11 completions, like, I don't know, man. That style is going to rub some people in your locker room the wrong way. after linemen are out there busting their butt for you and whatever. And, you saw Rex Ryan have a big thing about after a win, it's got to be we. After a loss, it's got to be I. He'll learn some of those things. He'll get more mature. But I don't think he went in the 5th round and all the reports that came out from his meeting process are all lies.
Right.
I don't think teams that are all desperate for quarterbacks passed on a guy for 4 rounds because they thought he'd be amazing and they had a great experience with him in the pre-draft. But to me, more importantly, right now, he's got a big game coming up with San Fran, played well enough to get the start. This is an example of really everything is a thing.
Everything's a thing.
Every little thing that happens becomes some massive storyline because you've got a celebrity quarterback. And if the celebrity is elite, sure. If the celebrity, we're just trying to get to league average production, nah, I'm good. But we'll see. Maybe he's got a much bigger ceiling. He's certainly very confident, and I like that about him. He's going to need to be because there's a lot of people counting him out, as he pointed out after the game. 800-636-1067 is the number you want to hop in on. Grant and Danny. We'll talk about our Thanksgiving Day food draft, which is coming up at 3 p.m. tomorrow next.
Commanders getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Update on Jaden Daniels. We found out yesterday he's going to be able to return to practice, but still not cleared for contact. Unlikely he's going to be able to play. He was out in the community today passing out Thanksgiving meals. Injuries around the league. Mike Tomlin has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to get back out on the field on Sunday after missing last week with a fractured left wrist. The Chargers are opening up a 21-day practice window for their rookie running back Omarion Hampton. Panthers safety Trayvon Merrick has been suspended for a game after he hit Juwan Jennings in the groin area during last night's game. Thanksgiving Day games, the Packers will take on the Lions at 1 o'clock. The Chiefs will take on the Cowboys at 4:30. Bengals and Ravens is the nightcap at 8:20. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor anticipates having Joe Burrow back out on the field for the first time since week 2. T. Higgins will be out. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Caps beat the Blue Jackets last night 5-1. Is heard right here on 106.7 The Fan. They're back in action tomorrow taking on the Jets at home at 7 o'clock at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. We're Grant and Danny. They'll take care of all the important stuff: estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, when do we party till?
Closing?
No. When do we party till?
There's an after party. Oh, should have got that.
That's when we party till. We party until it's time to eat some food. Tomorrow will be time to eat some food. I know what you're thinking. It's not Thanksgiving yet, and you're right about that. But the Thanksgiving food draft will be back and better than ever on Grant and Danny at 3 p.m. tomorrow. One of the reasons it'll be better than ever, in addition to the fact that we just care so much about it and we're taking it very seriously and we won't let Danny ruin it this year, is that we're going to be eating while we do it. The good people over at Stupid Good Barbecue, the Great American Restaurant fame in Springfield, are bringing in a spread for the ages. It's going to be a Thanksgiving Day feast, a barbecue smorgasbord for the boys. So thank you to them for enhancing our experience. So we got a bunch of feedback in the weeks leading up to this from listeners that are very excited.
Which is also great because they take it as seriously as we do.
Correct.
That's what's awesome.
So I got one particular email I've got in front of me here. A guy had a bunch of ideas about a food combine and basically sending out invites to various foods that you had to choose from. And there's one particular bullet point here that I think is actually a great idea that we're going to adopt this year, which is, he said, rather than fighting over gravy or some of these dressings, so to speak, or any kind of condiment, his point is every plate should get certain things: butter, gravy, cranberry sauce. He didn't say rolls, but I think rolls should be added to this so that it's like having a fork and a knife. You don't need to draft butter or gravy. We've always said if it's not on your plate, if you don't draft it, you don't get it. But I'd like to put forth an addendum here. We need a majority rules. I need 3 of the 5 of you guys, and I'm going to be 1 vote, so 2 more of you, to agree that every plate will get butter, gravy, cranberry sauce, and I would like to say so that we get bread off the table, because that's always a big issue. Everybody gets a roll.
Because someone always tries to go bread, and it's like, well, you can't say all bread.
Right.
There's sourdough, there's cornbread, there's rolls, whatever.
So everybody gets a dinner roll with butter, with gravy, with cranberry sauce, any kind of added condiments that you would like with your plate. Are you in on this?
I think that's a good idea. As long as those are the only ones, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, if there's something else we need to add, speak now or forever hold your peace. But I think these are the things that everybody would get. A drink, obviously, of your choice, whatever. Darius, I need 1 more to move this forward. Would you be our majority vote?
So that would be, again, butter, gravy, cranberry sauce, which meh, and rolls.
Correct.
I agree with this addendum. Yes, let's do that.
Very good. So
every plate gets it.
So every plate has that. So now we don't have to worry about drafting any of those things. That's number 1. So he says the draft should be a certain number of rounds, goes through some specifics. We're not going to add rounds because with the snake draft, it gets too complicated, and we've got an hour to pull this off on the air tomorrow with all the other things going on. So we're going to keep it about the normal length. He suggested we have basically rosters we fill out like fantasy football, where we need 2 proteins, 2 starches, and one vegetable on our plate with a bread and dessert.
My only objection to that is I just don't know if there are enough proteins. Because every time I add a protein, everyone gets it turns into World War III, even though it's, I have provable data about where people eat different stuff around the country. But anything besides turkey, like everyone freaks out all the time.
It's not true. Ham is obviously on every plate at Thanksgiving or every table. There are others, right? People could have chicken. You could do things like that.
Sure.
You've gone off the grid a little bit. You
but
got
for
like
2 proteins, every team, all 5 guys getting 2.
I also
that's my
don't
point.
think there's enough. I would agree with that. So you could do 1 protein, but I don't know if I want to. When you get rid of the shift in baseball, my frustration is that teams can't go outside the box anymore. I want the Rays to look different than the Rangers. I don't want Sean McVay to not be able to be in 13 personnel 70% of the time. They should operate differently than the Ben Johnson-led Bears, right? So I don't want to quell creativity here on the plate. If you want 4 starches, you should be able to get 4 starches. I don't think we need to have certain numbers of proteins and starches and build a meal that looks a lot like someone else's. So I'm not going to vote on this addendum. I'm going to vote against it.
I vote against this addendum.
I would say the best part of the draft is the creativity and the how you work around creating a plate if something is missing, such as turkey or ham or whatnot. I also vote against this addendum.
Turkey. All right, now, here's another thing that he's got. He says prior to the draft, there should be a Thanksgiving Day food draft combine. He said for this, there are members of the combine that already show up: turkey, ham, stuffing, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, dinner rolls, pumpkin pies, and some other things, right? Well done. However, okay, I would say rather than going full combine here and have to invite foods, which was a suggestion, I think that we go through a list right now together collectively and we decide, is this an eligible food for the draft or not? And we figure out what is eligible and what is not. Is that fair?
Look at how many foods we got here. That's a lot.
Right. If we don't get through them all in this segment on the air, we can continue to do it off air as well. But I think we can go rapid fire. We need 3 people to agree or disagree on foods. So I think we could just keep it moving here. Are you guys in on this?
Let's do it.
Is it 2 sheets?
2 sheets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So one sheet has popular Thanksgiving dishes, and then the other one is popular Thanksgiving side dishes.
Got it.
Yeah. So some of them are kind of
there's a little bit of overlap
there.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah.
So turkey's a yes.
Yep.
Let's just go. What do you say at meetings? Ear or eye or
present? So I think all we have to do is get to one, and someone raises an objection, we can debate it.
I love that.
Yeah. So if we just so for example, turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, rolls, ham, potatoes, sweet potatoes, gravy, green beans, mac and cheese, corn. I'm gonna get to one that's dumb. Plantains. Someone would say objection.
Got it.
Is that a typical Thanksgiving food? No, no, it's out.
Okay, good. All right. So turkey, everybody's good. Mashed potatoes, stuffing or dressing. Now, bread or rolls, we're not worried about,
right?
Because everyone gets their bread. Ham, scalloped potatoes. What do we got on scalloped potatoes?
Love them.
Different than mashed potatoes.
They're
obviously.
different. Yeah.
100%.
So we're okay with having someone have a mashed potato and a scalloped potato in the draft tomorrow.
Yes.
Or any other kind of potato for that matter.
Well, this is where it gets a little hairy because there's a beer cheese mashed potatoes. They're mashed potatoes, but it's a different kind. What do we do? I say no to those.
I say only one type of mashed potato.
That's where I'm at.
Anybody else want to move that right now?
No objection to that.
One type of mashed potato.
One type.
Good. Doesn't matter what you put in it.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon and cheese doesn't change anything. All right, sweet potatoes or yams?
Yep.
How about we just kick those out of the draft altogether?
No, people who like flavor will want that.
Those are terrible.
No, they're great.
No one needs to draft those.
Everyone
we all
should.
agree to that?
Your disrespect is just not going to be taken.
Toby, do I get a second on that? Can I get anyone to move to kick sweet potatoes out of the draft?
I hate sweet potatoes, but if someone else wants them, fine.
Okay, good enough. The tribe has spoken. All right, gravy, we don't have to worry about. Green beans.
Waste of time? Everyone agree? Waste of
time? Mac and cheese, corn, potato salad. I think we need to talk about
objection to potato salad.
Yeah, I agree.
Potato salad's a Thanksgiving food since when?
It's not that's a July 4th food, and that's it.
That's it. Is aggressive, by the way.
It's
you sleep on year-round potato salad. But it's
terrible.
Definitely a cookout food.
So you just said it's terrible, by the way, which we'll have to come back to.
That's ridiculous.
Potato salad out of the Thanksgiving draft. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's 3.
Show me
Motion
potato
is carried.
salad. Cornbread. Are we going to do any other unique types of bread?
There should be.
You think so?
Yeah.
See, this is where it gets tricky, though. If we're already saying everybody, so you get a dinner roll,
You get
but
a
if
roll.
you want another piece of unique bread, you can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I don't hate that.
But what kind of bread though? Like bread is
cornbread,
biscuits, garlic bread,
hush puppies.
Hush puppies.
I think biscuits are rolls.
They're not. They're very distinct.
I just think it's comparable enough. Like, I don't know. So are we just saying do whatever you want bread wise? You get a dinner.
You get a roll.
But if you want a different type of bread, you've got to draft.
Yeah, if you love carbs, aka me, you end up with biscuits
okay,
too.
Fine. That's fine.
Green
bean casserole.
Stupid, but it should be allowed.
Salad.
Dumb.
Really dumb.
I'd say just kick it out. No one's gonna pick salad.
Yeah, I mean, it could sit there in the
It could
room
be
waiting
fine.
at a table to get its name called. I wouldn't come to the draft if I was salad.
Could
I'd
we
stay
send a
home.
message to Salad to get out and not come? Or should we let it twist in the wind?
I'm calling Salad's agent tonight, and I'm saying, don't embarrass your client. Let's just have that party at home with his parents.
I
With
heard
no
Salad
cameras.
may be in jail at this point, so it may just be undraftable. So that just might be unfortunate.
DUI on its
Red
record.
flag on
Got a
Salad.
gas mask on? What is that?
Failed the drug test.
Good bit there.
Glazed carrots.
Again, what a waste of time.
It could be there, though.
Sure.
Beef. I need to know more about this. What kind of beef are we talking about?
I don't know. It literally just says beef. I don't know how to answer that one.
Are we going to take all red meats out right here and right now?
Well, no, I would say prime rib. People have prime rib at Thanksgiving. Like we always had that growing up. I think prime rib is an acceptable Thanksgiving, Christmas Day kind of deal.
Wasn't there a
Yes, there was.
meat that you lied about last year and you said that your parents always make it and then they called in and said we don't ever
he
make
said
that?
he has steak
No,
at
no,
Thanksgiving.
no, no, no.
that's what it was.
I said we had
It was steak on July
4th.
Ah,
Well,
July
it was
4th.
stupid. Whatever.
Wrong draft.
Prime rib, I've never had. I've never seen anyone have. I'm sure people do. It's more of a Christmas tradition than a Thanksgiving tradition.
Right, so I took prime rib a couple years ago to outflank everybody, and everyone made a huge hissy fit about it, and then of course proved that it's had at Thanksgiving in various places.
You did prove that somebody somewhere did have it at some point.
Yeah, it was pretty good data. So I think that should be allowed.
I say we vote. We have to vote.
I say no to prime rib.
I say yes.
Yes.
I say yes. I'm open to having the option available.
Wow.
Beef.
Yeah.
So not just beef, because we're not talking about ground beef and patties or something. Call it a
Beef
prime
is
rib.
not in. It's
Right.
prime rib
Prime
very
rib.
specifically.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken, I say yes to chicken.
Yes.
It would
Yes.
have to be like done in a certain way, obviously.
Your roto style.
Yeah. But I'll say yes to chicken. Do we have
Mhm.
3 of those?
We have a yes.
Yes.
All right. Grant and Danny, food draft tomorrow at 3. We're trying to decipher which foods are going to be available so that there's no surprises from Danny Rouillet. Deviled eggs. Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
We got 3.
Oh, of course. That's not
okay,
a question.
Yeah, Debbie's yeah.
Fruit salad. We don't need to worry about cranberry sauce because we said everybody gets it.
Mhm.
Mixed vegetables, whatever. Broccoli casserole. Is that a thing?
That's a thing.
Okay.
Again, big waste of time.
Rice. I don't think rice is on here.
I've thought about this one. I want to say no to Rashee Rice here.
I'm saying no as well to Rashee. Rice is one of my favorite things in the world. It has nothing to do with Thanksgiving.
I'm going to say yes to rice.
Well, because you like rice. But there's a lot of laughter going on in the other room. Let's be honest, guys. Don't just say yes because you like a food. Rice is not a Thanksgiving Day food.
It's not. It's not. I agree.
All right. So
we got 3 no's.
no rice. Sorry, Toby. Tough break for you. Brussels sprouts.
I don't think this is a Thanksgiving food.
We have Brussels sprouts at Thanksgiving. If you need a green on the table, you could do a nice Brussels sprout. I'll say yes to Brussels sprouts.
I'm not a Brussels sprouts guy. I've not ever seen it at Thanksgiving. But I don't see why it wouldn't be a Thanksgiving food. It's a vegetable, can be cooked different ways.
I'll say this: if prime rib's a Thanksgiving food, I mean,
Right? Yeah, I don't have a problem with it being there. I'll say yes.
Clary,
I'll say yes. I'll
Okay.
say yes.
All
I
right.
think it makes sense.
Sprouts are in.
soup.
No.
It doesn't even make sense.
No.
That's stupid.
Not just soup.
Absolutely not.
Coleslaw.
Not a
Yeah.
Thanksgiving food.
Right.
And I love it, but it's not a Thanksgiving food.
There's some weird ones here. Now we're getting into peas,
Yes.
applesauce.
Applesauce. I've seen some people do that with their turkey. Again, stupid, but I've seen it.
Sure. Okay. Fine. If you want to waste a pick on applesauce, God bless
By
you.
all means, applesauce is available to everybody.
Corn pudding,
Mm-hmm.
beans and rice. No, we've said no to rice.
Yeah, I
No.
would say no.
It's a bummer.
Collard greens,
Yes.
Absolutely.
tamales.
No.
I don't know what that is. Jello.
No. Actually, yeah, maybe dessert.
I'll say yes to Jello.
the big
but
Jell-O
just
mold
anybody
bit, yeah,
passes it, I'll
yeah,
make
yeah.
fun of them. Fish.
No.
I'm out on fish. Duck.
Yes.
I'll say no to duck.
What?
No.
Turducken. It's right in the middle.
If a turducken, I would say yes to, but I'm saying no to duck as a standalone item.
Who was our guest that was like, I'm going to have the Duckin edition?
I don't know.
Today, someone said.
I think it was Shane. It was Shane.
Shane. Never want to guess. Call her. He's like, right now I'm gonna have a duck right now. Wherever I'm at in Bulgaria right now. Commander Danny, what's up? Might have some duck.
I'm saying no to duck. Darius?
I will say that stuff. I will say yes.
It's a standalone duck.
Yeah.
And Clary?
No.
Toby's the deciding vote.
Yes.
Oh yeah, duck is in.
Wow. All right.
Duck is in. Made the cut.
Turnips.
So this is a big source of consternation. I hate them. They're the worst. That doesn't matter. My wonderful mother-in-law insists on making this turnip dish that looks like mashed potatoes. I've confused it before. I hate them and want them banned from the earth, but it is kind of a Thanksgiving food. It's up to you guys.
I don't care. I'm not drafting them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly
I'll
about
say
this one.
yes, honestly, because I hope someone drafts them.
Sure.
Same.
All right. Turnips are in. Lamb. No.
Out.
No.
No.
CD's out.
Black-eyed peas. Fergie.
That's a New Year's thing.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah.
Will.i.am is a no.
Plantains.
Thanks, Darius. Yeah, I got enough for that.
Okay. Tofu.
Nope.
Nobody cares. Candied yams.
See, this is we've already had a yam situation. Sweet
There's
potatoes,
only one
yams.
Candied or not, like you can't make yams.
Yeah, it's a method of preparation.
Same
So
as mashed potatoes.
Yams are in.
All right, so yams are in.
Yams are
That's
in.
fine.
But there's only one type of yams. Cauliflower stuffing. Here's an important one. Only one type of stuffing. You don't get to say cauliflower stuffing or
oyster stuffing. Yeah, I got you.
one
Agreed.
stuffing. Now, what is the thing that Christian has? That shrimp dish.
Oh, that was the barbecue shrimp stuffing.
I want that added to this.
Yes.
But that's stuffing.
But is it?
It's joyous. It's perfect.
But it doesn't taste like stuffing.
Sure does, but it's got some shrimp in it. It's stuffing with shrimp. And again, it should be served all the time.
So are we saying it's not eligible?
I don't know what I'm saying.
I say it's not eligible. I'll put the first vote in and say it's not eligible.
I say eligible.
Oh man. I'm sorry, Christian, not eligible.
Not eligible.
Not eligible.
So there's basically one type of stuffing is all we're doing.
Stuffing is stuffing.
Apple pie, baked sweet potato.
Yep.
We've already said sweet potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Vegetables, garlic, mashed potatoes. Only one type
Now
of
you're
mashed
variants,
potato.
yeah.
Anything else to discuss here? Various types of pie. You could do like
all the pies are there, yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think all the pies are
because they're different. Yeah, each pie's different enough.
All right, rapid fire here on some sides. Green bean casserole have we talked about?
We did.
That was on there, yeah.
Some of these are crossovers.
Yeah, a lot of these are crossovers.
Then I'm not going to bother going through this. All right, so then we pretty much have our plate. Did something not get mentioned? Like, in other words, there's going to be some surprises along the way, ideally. But is there anything we need to cover here to make sure everybody's on the same page as to how to fish in waters where we're allowed to catch fish? What's legal and what isn't?
Is cornbread dressing different enough from stuffing to be allowed?
Is it called dressing or stuffing?
Dressing.
Then you can't do it. It's a stuffing.
It's
Stuffing,
pretty different.
Stuffing and dressing.
So
are
is the
very
shrimp thing that I just tried to get past.
No, yours is stuffing with shrimp in it. This is a totally different recipe. It's cornbread dressing.
The difference is with it though is that you just don't stuff it in the turkey.
That's right.
It.
That's one of the differences.
But it's all with the same. It's the same substance.
One's made of like stale bread, croutons.
Guy, I'm looking at it. It looks way more like stuffing than my thing does. My shrimp thing. This is just stuffing with corn. That's all.
With cornbread. It's a cornbread mashup of a thing.
I think stuffing. I say no as well. I think stuffing and dressing are the same thing. So if you take dressing,
yeah, also it says it in the title. It's basically called corn stuffing. No, we just said there's one stuffing. Anything else you got? You're the main one we've got to ask these questions to, Dan.
Yeah, I don't appreciate all the end runs against my brilliance. You're containing the genius. But I suppose I'll have to allow it. For the good of the show.
What's your protein of the year that you're going to come up with that we've never heard of before?
No, they're all on.
You can now.
Well, they're all on our list. So the ones that are now not outlandish anymore, all I was doing before was breaking ground.
Okay. All right.
Innovator.
Prime rib.
And ducking.
Isn't a Thanksgiving food. You've just strong-armed these guys into saying yes.
Prime rib and ducking in back-to-back years. Brilliant. Brilliance.
ducking is not a real thing. Just so stupid.
Ducking
chicken without the turkey never happened before.
So you slice through, you move the turkey over because not on your plate, and you've got the rest, the good parts of the ducking.
So that's the other thing is you can't fake foods based on something that's already been taken where you cut around the part you're not allowed to have. That's a good technicality to get out of the way right now. Not that you'd think we need to say that. Like you can't have like potato, but it's not mashed. I just have a potato on my plate and I gnaw at it. Like you can't do that. I don't think. Reasonable? Very reasonable.
It's very reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
I want to gnaw on a potato. That was my whole strategy.
That was going to be your big move this year.
Just to be clear, so ducking is banned from this competition?
Yes, because it's not a real thing.
Exactly.
Sure, duck and chicken are pretty real things.
But we banned it.
Well, they're
We
both in.
voted.
Duck and chicken are
He
both
could
in.
get duck or chicken. Ducking, which is not an actual item, is not.
It's
on the-
2/3
okay?
of what you're
It's not
ducking.
allowed.
I could point to one. You'd show you.
There'd be turkey there, though.
I'm not allowed to eat the turkey, so I just eat the other parts.
But again, we just got rid of that. We just got rid of that technicality.
Because I innovated before.
Right, because you ruined everything. Yeah.
Genius is not ruining.
Right.
Genius is being genius.
One more quick suggestion. Rich and Only says everyone should have to draft one beverage. What do we think about that?
I like that actually.
I think it adds
if
to
we
something.
if we do an extra round.
Yeah.
Another thing we could do is we could just come up with 5 beverages and we could randomize it and see what your beverage is.
Ooh.
The intrigue, the wild, a supplemental pick.
Yeah, that'd be kind of fun.
Just get assigned.
If you have any ideas for our 3 p.m. Thanksgiving food draft for tomorrow, any way to enhance it, anything that you disagree with that we just said, you can call us now. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook. The NBA season is back. It is back. And Fanatic Sportsbook is already running plays straight out of the championship playbook. Here's the deal. You guys have heard me talk about fan cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatic Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% fan cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still scoring fan cash. Fan cash unlocks real value. You can flip it on authentic NBA gear, game tickets, and access to exclusive Fanatics events with NBA legends. But that's not their only play, because as the listeners know, there are other sports books let injuries box you out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all bets from first half injury across pro football and pro basketball. So if your player goes out with an injury, Fanatic Sportsbook keeps your bet in play. Make the switch and get more ways to win with Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, the Commanders are getting set to take on the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. Unlikely to have Jaden Daniels, though. He is going to return to practice this week, but still not cleared for contact. Other injury news around the NFL. Mike Tomlin said that he has great optimism that Aaron Rodgers will be able to be back on Sunday after missing last week's game with a left wrist fracture. The Chargers are opening up the 21-day practice window for rookie running back Omarion Hampton to return from injured reserve. Panthers safety Trayvon Merrick is being suspended for one game for his actions last night against Niners receiver Jawan Jennings. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Hawks at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock. Tip-off can hear the game right here on The Fan. Fairfax City's own Scotty Hub Golf creates custom gear from handcrafted bag tags to laser-engraved clubs made at Nova Labs. With expert makers and top-notch tools, Fairfax City gives entrepreneurs like founder Scott Barnard the space to bring ideas to life. Learn more at business.gofairfaxcity.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I feel like I'm at a Chainsmokers concert. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Did you hurt yourself over there? What happened?
I dropped my charger, got caught in my wheels.
Oh, okay.
So my charger got all wrapped up in my chair.
But that stinks, by the way.
And then
that
I was like, I gotta do this so that I don't break my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know what was gonna happen. Jaden Daniels commented on his return to play. We'll get into that coming up in about 10 minutes on Grant and Danny. Greg Bishop of SI covers the NFL. Will go around the National Football League with us at 6, all coming up before we get out of here at 6:30. But we are getting ready for tomorrow's much anticipated 3 p.m. start to the Thanksgiving food draft. Some folks have some observations for us. Let's go to Tim and Burke on Grant and Danny. What's up, Tim?
Hey, Grant and Danny, I listen to you guys every day.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe you could kick the Brussels sprouts to the curb and throw in broccoli and cheese.
Broccoli and cheese is on the menu, I believe.
I think that's one of the selections.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to kick anything out. Remember, this is a several round draft. There's got to be a lot of items available at the combine for anybody to choose. So if somebody wants broccoli and cheese, they could do that. I would prefer crispy Brussels sprouts myself, but maybe Danny's a broccoli and cheese guy.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason is that a traditional Thanksgiving food, though? Like, is that a commonplace Thanksgiving food? Is that common enough? Is that done in enough places that it makes sense? Because you don't just get to go Italian sandwich, right? Because that's not a Thanksgiving thing.
Of course not. But aside like that, like a vegetable, I think people have vegetables
Have their
on
own
the
sort of
table
things, yeah.
that are kind of random. And again, I would make the case that broccoli and cheese will be on the table at more places than prime rib will be tomorrow. So if we're rolling with prime rib because 7% of Americans have it on their table, I'll bet you that many probably have broccoli and cheese.
It'll be less, but I see your point. Like, no one will have that. But, like, I see what you're saying. His family will, it sounds like.
Let's go to Chris in Manassas on G&D. What's up, Chris?
Well, first of all, prime rib is more of a Christmas thing in my family.
Well, in every family.
It's a holiday food, yeah.
It's a Christmas
yeah,
food.
I mean,
You're right.
it's a holiday. It's more, that's what, because we don't want to have turkey twice.
Correct.
And this is sentimental to me, but my mom always made these creamed onions. So unless you're an onion fan, but they were pearl onions, not like your like Vidalia onion or like these big things. They're like small pearl onions, and then it's in a white gravy sauce with paprika on top.
My wife's Grammy made that, and they still to this day, it never gets touched. Maybe her brother will eat a few in honor, just paying homage to Grammy.
Mm-hmm.
But That's kind of the extent of it. They get made. They sit there. Everyone looks at them.
I think every family's got that.
Yeah.
It's the turnip dish in our house. It's like this Depression era thing that never left the family. It takes all this work to whip up this stubborn, awful vegetable that's tasteless and sad. And there's that plate of whipped turnip that's just sitting there full.
You got to make it once a year.
Yeah.
Let's go to Andrew in Manassas. Andrew, 3 p.m. tomorrow, the Thanksgiving food draft. What do we need to know?
Hey, so there's a couple of things I was going to touch base on. One is another beef that I think should get thrown in the mix, and that's pot roast. It really complements a lot of the other side dishes really well. And then for desserts, you guys said pies, about all the different pies. Nobody mentioned banana pudding for a dessert to go with everything.
Well, we didn't get into all the specifics of desserts. I always like chocolate chip cookies. I think that's there. Brownies is there. Oh, I guess, is brownies there?
I think that can be.
Sure, why
yeah,
not?
Anything that's contributable, you put on a table.
Yeah.
People come on the dessert table. I think it's
So
reasonable.
we don't even need to get into desserts.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a smorgasbord, whatever you
Mhm.
want. Pot roast, he's right. It goes with the sides. That's not really the question, though. Do people make pot roast at Thanksgiving? I would say no to that. I'm voting no on pot roast. Again, we've already said right now the only beef we have is prime rib.
I'll vote no.
Yeah, I mean, I have another surprise for you guys tomorrow, but I think we can say no to Terrence Knighton in this case.
Okay. So
No to Terrence Knighton.
Knighton. But here's what we'll do. Let's rule out all red meat other than prime rib right now. I move for that motion.
Are we in on that? What do you
No.
think?
Are we in?
I don't
Dad,
know.
You make the call. I'm scared.
I mean, why would
I mean, I'm not going to take any other potential
so
red
let's-
meat, so
let's
I'm
just
fine with rolling it.
Cut Danny off at the pass.
Yeah, I have an incredible surprise. I've outflanked everybody again.
That's why we're doing this
And
right
so
now.
if you want to ruin it, that's fine.
He
You guys
probably
can make
wants
the
like
vote to ruin
beef Wellington or something like that.
He's going to say something stupid. Why? That's the whole reason for this segment today is to make sure that doesn't happen tomorrow.
I got something millions
Now's
of people
the
do.
time. So I'm going to say no red meat.
If you want to
other
ruin the
than
whole
prime
thing,
rib.
agree with Grant if you'd like to ruin it.
No red meat other than prime rib.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in on that.
Attaboy, Darius.
Unreal.
I'm in.
Wow.
I'm in.
Wow.
I'm out. I refuse to participate.
Let's go.
I will not be participating.
Let's
I'll be
go.
passing all my selections.
We've cut him off.
That's
at
it.
the pass.
I will do it.
We've cut him off at the pass.
I will not be
A
participating.
year where Danny does not ruin the Thanksgiving draft.
I will ruin it a different way.
That's
I'm
awesome.
out. I pass.
You got to do it.
I'll be starving.
3 p.m. You can get nothing. If you want to act like my son and go lay in your bed while we eat, you
I'm
can
going
do
to
that.
hold my breath the
All
entire
right.
time.
Truman, good luck.
Unbelievable.
Let's go.
What's been done
to
here today?
Jesse in Bristol.
What's been done here
This
today?
is-
Shame.
This is why we
Shame
did it.
on all of you.
Come on.
Shame on all of you.
Danny
Ring the
can't
shame bell.
Ruin another draft.
I can't win. My
Jesse,
genius cannot
are
be
you guys
contained.
there?
I'm sorry, Jesse. Millions of people do what I wanted to do tomorrow, and you won't let me do it. I hate you.
What is it?
I won't tell you because I'm not participating.
Well, we might make an amendment.
If I'm reinstated, will you hear about it tomorrow?
What do you mean reinstated?
If you unring the bell that you just
We're
rang.
not going to No, you're
If
not
you
gonna threaten
unring the
us.
bell,
You're not going to throw a tantrum like my son and get your way. So I
if
give you a
you
hockey goal.
unring the bell, I will let everybody know what my unbelievable plan is tomorrow. Other than that, I'm out.
No, we're not doing that.
Out.
Jesse, what's up?
I can't take this. As
Neither can I,
Danny
buddy.
would say, I am apoplectic right now.
Apoplectic.
About
Apoplectic.
your take. Apoplectic. I don't even know the word. I don't even care. Stuffing. Okay, I'm passionate about stuffing.
Rightly.
And there's more than one. There's more than one type. Okay, there's cornbread. There's apple sausage stuffing.
Mhm.
There's stuffing in the bird. There's other stuffing, and I feel like you guys are not giving the love to stuffing, but also turkey. Guys, they deep fry turkey. They smoke turkey. I'm having both of those things tomorrow.
So are we. But guess what? You only get one. It's still turkey. So fried turkey versus grilled turkey versus stuffed turkey versus any kind of turkey. You get one type of turkey. And I like the idea of multiple stuffings. I was voted down. We're only having one type of stuffing. We don't get our way. You know what I did when I didn't get my way? I said, okay. And I kept it moving. That's what some of us do on
One
this
way
show.
to approach it.
John in Aldi. Hello, John. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You gotta have venison. It's been on the table since the Pilgrims came over and had the first Thanksgiving with the Native Americans. You gotta have turkey and venison.
Deer meat. Are we willing to include deer meat?
It's red. You already voted it out. One of my two surprises for tomorrow, taken away by all you guys.
I will say yes to deer meat because I don't care about deer meat. I'm not. So if someone wants to have that on their plate, they can have it. I'll say yes to deer meat.
I also say yes to deer meat. I can see that.
One more deer meat. Anybody?
Yes.
All right. Deer meat's on the table. Way to go, Danny.
You guys just contradicted yourselves.
No, we have made an addendum.
You did this no more red meat thing.
Prime rib and deer meat. There's 2 red meats for you.
It was one of my 2 surprise tiger uppercuts to win this thing yet again.
Well, it sounds like you only have 1 surprise now, and you can't use it anyway.
You know what? Actually, you know what? You make a good point. I will use it anyway. Because screw you,
Again,
and you over the top, Toby. Not Toby. You, Ryan.
The committee just voted.
Cool.
And you can't use it.
I can and I will.
Danny on the Fan.
I will.
Greg Bishop of SI, who covers the NFL, joins us coming up at 6 o'clock. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jaden Daniels was passing out turkeys today over at Northwest Stadium at a team event. And he, for the first time over the last few weeks, as we found out he is going to be returning this season, spoke and answered several questions about his return to the field. Here's what Jaden Daniels had to say.
Day-by-day process, just kind of get back in the rhythm and things to flow. But if I'm back out there, I'm healthy, and I'm ready to go. I want to be out there. It's my second year in the NFL, and you learn a lot of different things, and hopefully I play a longer time, so it won't be my first thing going to adversity. If I'm out there, man, I'm going to give it my all, so it's going to be important. I mean, as a football player, you want to go back there and play and a competitor, and that's who I am, so if I had the opportunity to go back there and play, but right now I'm really just taking it day by day and week by week. It's no really discussions of anything right now. It's more so just, hey, just getting back healthy and feeling back good. I've been throwing. How close do you think you are? Take it day by day, John.
So that was Jaden Daniels, all of his answers from his interactions with the reporters this afternoon after his charity event at the stadium. The Commanders play the Broncos on Sunday Night Football, and we know he's a long shot. He has not been cleared for contact, so you can basically put a Sharpie through him for this weekend. Marcus Mariota is going to get the call. Not the worst thing for Jaden Daniels, by the way, to sit back and watch that one, because that Broncos defense is number one at sacking the quarterback.
They are hunting.
They are number one in the NFL. That is far and away the best defense in the league right now. Them and the Texans are kind of in their own neighborhood. Next week, though, is when he probably comes back. The Vikings are number 7 defensively in the league. They're number 7 at sacking the quarterback. That game's in Minnesota at 1 o'clock, December 7th. That's a week from Sunday night. That's when we're penciling him in. I started the show by saying I'm no longer sold that that's going to happen. It just, the longer it goes with nobody really pointing to that game in the building, it makes you wonder, do they not know when he's going to get cleared? Is it possible that this time next week he still hasn't been cleared for contact, and maybe, at the Giants on December 14th is more when he comes back, and he has 4 games in the division to close things out. But if he were to get 6 weeks of practice and 5 games at the end of the year, man, would I feel so much better going into the offseason for just the amount of work he got to put in, that if this was a season ender against Seattle and he got shut down right there until closer to training camp, that would have been pretty awful for the development.
And that's what I thought it was. I mean, that was such a, I haven't forgotten about it. That was such a gruesome looking injury. I said, oh, okay, that's the year. That's it. And I was operating under that assumption until we started to hear, hey, maybe this thing wasn't torn, or this didn't hyperextend. It was just this regular dislocated elbow, if that is such a thing. As gruesome as that injury look, if there is such a thing as a regular dislocated elbow. But yeah, the fact that he's on his way back at all, I think is really nice.
You're on record over the last few days of the show as basically saying if he struggles and the offense looks really bad, it's not going to matter much to you going into the offseason. I wonder about the flip side, though, because it's more likely that he plays really well and the offense plays much better because they're going to be the healthiest they've been all year. Daniels will have McLaurin, will have Debo. Sounds like he's going to have Noah Brown, going to have all the running backs other than Eckler, full allotment of tight ends, the starting 5 on the offensive line, unless there's injuries against Denver coming out of the bye for that Vikings game, that Giants game. I think if he lights it up a little bit, if that second half against the Chargers to me was the one half of football where he looked a lot like last year.
Yeah.
If he has that game against the top 10 defense of the Vikings in his return, if he goes out and hangs 34 on the Giants and has a 2024-ish performance, has a few of those, I'm just going to feel so much better. I know you're not going to be overly concerned or bothered by the bad. Does that go both ways? Or if it's really good, are you going to be more encouraged that he left some of the struggles behind him? Some of the Kurt Warner stuff from the Seattle game doesn't rear its head. And, oh, by the way, I came back, I stayed healthy, and I put some good tape out there.
Yeah, it'll be a data point, certainly. But the way I think about it is, if this is a class, the midterm we already have. We have a terrible grade for the midterm for the team, a low grade for Jaden Daniels. This is a quiz that has way less import to me. It's still a data point. So if he plays poorly, plays well, if it's mixed, if it's more of the same that it's been this year, a little bit up and down, not quite to the level of last year, I'm not putting as much weight on it either way, because this is all garbage time to me. The only conversation I would have is if it's a disaster. Like that, to me, that's the only time I'll go, oh my God, even with all the positive stuff in this 0 on the line situation, if this is horrible, which I don't envision, but just for the sake of argument, that's the only time I'd go, okay, I need to take this very seriously in terms of how I would weight a sample.
To use your analogy, I guess, we've still got 1/3 of the semester to go.
Mm-hmm.